Chapter 301. Part 1 completed. Instant death. Jisoo. Yes. The 7th state or higher that the baby angel's queuing gives has a 1% chance of instantly killing an enemy with dark properties, and the beings exposed to it. Among them, Bokesa was the only one who won this probability so far. Keep. Bokesa stopped struggling and grabbed her neck with both hands. Sharp teeth and long tongue protruded all over the gums and out of the mouth. Black blood was oozing out of the throat with several holes. I admired it looking at it. Oh, this is it. Hence, miracles happen at such perfect timing. Is it because it is also a heavenly island where angels live? Or did someone help? I lifted my head and looked up at the melted cloth. The clear night sky seen through the hole formed by melting by heat, and the divine light that always rises up to the sky. The rain stopped suddenly. Happy endings were disappearing beyond the night sky, drawing bright trajectories. Meanwhile, Bokesa was also struggling with pain, looking up at the lights. Me, take me too. He was struggling with his hands outstretched to the sky, as if he had returned to his mind just before his immediate death. Even though his HP is already 0, he keeps struggling ugly. However, because it is a monster that was judged to die immediately, I didn't sprinkle it. Just listening to it makes me scream so bitterly that it is creepy and creepy. The nerds, the pretenders who live in the show window, livestock, pets. Bokesa is all broken nails, scratching the ground and growling. Then he cried out for the light of the happy ending that had already gone far away. It's a monster that doesn't already look like a human or an angel, but it's just about to die, so the spirit is quite clear. Grunk. Ha. Big. Oh heck. Hi. Hee. I don't know if the world is crazy or if I am crazy. Soon, he turned to my side, and he smiled. Visceral fragments and blood were protruding through the sharp teeth. Bokesa said, "Okay, your demons have won." He was wrong, because I am one of the minorities who said they would not join the demon camp when leaving the top of the tutorial. But what? I'm free to be mistaken. I just shrugged my shoulders. Meanwhile, Bokesa said one more word. I was the only true angel, and only I was the true Lord of the Law. After speaking, he closed his eyes for a while, although there were no parts of the body that could be called eyes, and silenced. It wasn't clear to whom he was praying, but the shape was so solemn that we quietly watched him last. Yet, under the night sky where all the lights rising to heaven disappear and only darkness remains. Flash. Bokesa opened her eyes. The last words that came out of his mouth were so badly crushed that I couldn't hear them well. It seemed to contain the meaning of a curse, if you want to interpret it. Devil's world, all ruin. This much. At the same time. Fong, she, duk, f. All the natural disasters that have occurred so far have been incomparable, and there has been an earthquake of great magnitude. It was such a great scale that most of the castle collapsed with just this single vibration. What? Drake shouted, avoiding the falling chandelier. Yunsol is also a puzzled face. But, who knew this fact in advance? I am calm. Originally, final bosses self-destruct when they die. After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake opened their mouths as if they were absurd. I was saying. For reference, Bokesa's self-destruction is an S+ class attack, so it's probably hard to prevent. A whopping 9 classes of Magic Utopia. Utopia Fall *. It is the magic of the same name as the bad ending form of Bokesa. There was no player in the past or in the future that could prevent this. Even if the 7 demon constellations or the 7 dragon lords came, it was a blow that was hard enough. Well, then what should I do? Drake asked in a trembling voice. It looks scary to hear that the world's dragon, even S+ grade. But I replied lightly, an answer that would be an excellent solution to most crises. What should I do? Quackwang. Rumble slash. The vigor was collapsing. A royal castle built with genius power by the last emperor, Nicodemus. Walls sturdy enough to stop even the invasion of millions of demons collapsed like sand castles in front of the great earthquake. And the aftermath began to spread beyond the castle and even the labyrinth. Kuohoho. A black flame was sweeping the island that had risen like a tsunami. Trees and barriers, all of which are eaten by the waves of flames. The entire island was burning and collapsing. Meanwhile, run. In preparation for such a case, I made a secret process in the labyrinth village. I was running through a labyrinth with Drake and Yunsol. Fuss. Perseosoc. As the walls of the labyrinth turned into sand and sat down, the road was very clear. There was no need to use the bug of the generation capsule. I was lucky too. When we crossed the broken barrier and reached the refugee village, I saw the angels who were riding in the injustice that I had made. Are you guys? Come on. All the surviving angels, including the elders, have reached out to us. Me, Drake, and Yoon Sol ran towards the unfairness. Behind the scenes, a black flame storm engulfs everything. That moment, yee, a fierce craze came. The hot wind ran ahead of the flames and blew the ladder of injustice right in front of us past our nose. That was not enough, and it even pushed the whole unfairness into the air. No, the angels who were in the injustice screamed in regret, but now they can't help it. The secret process that I made with the ingredients I bought at the night market left me here and was swept away by the craze. Are you saying this is a lost team without a straight line? What happened to you? The end of the late student. I, Yoon Sol, and Drake were left in the middle of an empty village in a labyrinth that was ruined. Qua 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 qua. The fire from Bocase's self-destruction consumed everything on the island. Now this island will fall to the ground a little later. Rumble. While everything was collapsing, Drake looked down. Are you dying here? Probably. If you die here, you won't be able to properly leave a petty body. You will face the biggest death penalty. But now that's not the problem. I looked back at Drake and said, at least, the death penalty for the three of us is not a problem. Even when a small part of the labyrinth fell like a meteorite, a huge pit of 20,000 meters was created. If so, what will happen to the ground when this whole island of heaven falls? It is the meteorite that destroyed the dinosaurs and changed the owner of the earth. Great earthquake, major eruption, greater climate. Literally, cataclysm, da ji ban. Will happen. The expression on Drake's face was dull. Not any expansion pack. Cataclysm already. Now it seems that I can feel a little bit of what we are doing. I scratch my head. Well, originally, the big event that appeared only 5 years after the game was released took place 3 years ago. Yet, Kururuk, the last breath of Bokasa, that terrible flurry, has been inflicted on us. Waves of black flames soaring over hundreds of kilometers. It is the last catastrophe that will kill us and destroy the celestial island. However, I'm not dying. I have already assumed this situation hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of times and run simulations, am I not? Until now, there were quite a lot of variables, but not from here. Everything is within the range of my calculations. I quickly searched the inventory and brought out the items I had prepared in advance, just in case the unfairness is destroyed or it can't be burned. 2 items in stock. Kraken's Shell Ice Plaque Armor /A+. A leather shield made by drying the tough leather of Kraken for a long time in the sun. It has good performance, but has a short shelf life. Defense plus 5,800. Fire property defense plus 8 special. Durability 1 of 1 special. Cannot be repaired special. 8-legged king's amount /material/ solidified dots. It is the mucus exuded by Kilicium to degenerate. Last before. It does not melt unless it is at a very high temperature. Special. 3 doorknobs. The deepest King Kraken 8-legged King Kilicium, Cannibal Emperor Bokasa. Among these, I grabbed the Kraken and Kilicium and pulled out the items I got. Sub-evil. Drake spread the Kraken's shield that was handed over from me. The shield, which looks like a dried squid, became a shield that spreads out as soon as it smelled of fire. Quackwang. The hot flames swept us over for a while, but soon the Kraken's shell stopped the Bocasa's flames with amazing fire resistance. At the same time, the mucus mass of the 8-legged king began to melt. It was in the shape of a solid brick, and it melted sticky at the temperature of the flame and swelled up like bubble gum by the just blown heat. It looked like a balloon of a hot air balloon. Go. Now, I lifted the Kraken's shell shield and grabbed Drake's neck from the flames. Yoon Sol, who has now completely returned to her adult figure, is also a habit. At the same time, I took a giant spiderweb balloon created by the Spider Queen and jumped off the perimeter of the Heavenly Gong Island to the crumbling cliff. A hot frenzy pushes the giant balloon I'm holding like an invisible helper. That way, we skydived into the far-off sea. Surprisingly asterisk, with the screaming of Drake, not Yoon Sol. We dive into the void. Rumble. At the same time, the island of heaven began to collapse completely. Everything falls down. A huge heat wave of S+ grade 9 class raged as if drying up the whole sky. Clouds boil up and down. The hot wind was shaking all over the world. In this boiling void, in my ear, focusing all the energy and nerves in the hand holding the balloon. Suddenly, I heard a crying baby. As I endure the heat and look into the inventory in my arms, something surprising comes to my eyes. Red eyes. Jade body. Cutely. Appearance. A small Ghanaian child is laughing at the mushrooms on my chest. Judy Loaf, Queen Wadadu. She finally woke up from the egg. Nay Gautama, the last emperor and prophet. It was the moment when his third oracle met. At the same time as the order of the old world ends, there will be a birth that opens a new era. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 301. Previous talk next. Chapter 302. What has changed? 1. God Game Deus Ex Machina. Consisting of 1 mainstream AI and 17 substream AIs, this game truly demonstrates the essence of virtual reality. Of all the games that have existed in history, a structure that continuously evolves by itself by comprehensively learning and predicting data, users' interests, and variables. This huge game with a market size of 15 trillion won in Korea is no longer just a game. People join this virtual reality game to do countless things they couldn't do because of the barriers of reality. Even those who find reality in the game. There were also people who were looking for games in real life. It wasn't just the private sector. The government, corporations, and military were also quite interested in this game system. This is because as long as it can overcome the limitations of reality, it can be converted into military value if used well. The market is growing even at this very moment. It was Deus Ex Machina that was of infinite value. What a wonderful game, you mean. The center of the spacious party room. A fat man yelled, lifting a glass of champagne in his hand. He was the director of a famous private hospital, but recently he played games for the elderly with dementia. It is known that he became rich after developing a system to cure the inside. Yes, it's a really amazing game. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses laughed at each other. She is the head of food companies that were only small and medium-sized businesses up to a while ago. Recently, she applied a patch that nourishes just by applying it to the skin. After developing it, I sat on a money cushion. Gamers who play for a long time. Because I bought this food patch like crazy. Where did this magical game come out of nowhere? Obviously, I thought that VR is still a distant future. The old man with a long mustache nodded, agreeing to the surrounding atmosphere. He is the president of a pretty good architecture and landscaping company. Originally, due to practical limitations such as material costs, labor costs, laws and regulations, it was evaluated that it achieved a design innovation by attempting a bold style of architecture in the game. Is there anyone who developed this game almost alone? Did you say William Wilson? He must be a genius. The young woman, dressed in a nice dress, opened her mouth for the last time. She is the president and chief designer of Nordic Face, a clothing brand that is aesthetically gorgeous and beautiful and has excellent warmth. Like the above characters, she was also a case of hitting the jackpot in reality while showing off new and avant-garde designs in the game. If it's a bit peculiar, the clothes you designed and produced are not real, but are much more popular in the game. Besides that, there are many celebrities all gathered in this party room. Those who have a direct influence on the game, and the representatives or managers of the spawning company that indirectly affects. Even soldiers, politicians, and corporate gangsters are also seen everywhere. Was shining. I picked up something and snooped around for anything to eat. The interests of the people gathered here were 1. Cataclysm, Da Ji Ban. This is the common topic that brought the upper classes of each society together today. The dem that made Deus Ex Machina. Korea branch of the company. The top party room in the Mega Intercontinental Middle Parnas building in Samseongdong Station, where Dem Korea is located. Divided into 7 zones, this party room was arranged irregularly in each room. At the end of one room, the other room was not visible, and the passage connecting the room to the room is bent at a strange angle, giving a sense of mystery, as if exploring a new area. The walls of the room were all red and black, and there were no other lighting fixtures other than the real burning torches hanging on the wall. Because of this bizarre atmosphere, everyone gathered in the party room was simultaneously feeling strange excitement and fear, as if exploring the belly of a cave or a monster. Then, what are you doing now? In the crowd, a man in a hurry cried out. He was a man wearing a 2-star beret. Since he was wearing a military uniform, sunglasses, and boots, it was easy to infer his identity. On the name tag, which means guest, there was a cute letter, 2 stars, written on it. If you gather people who are busy, you shouldn't have to announce a countermeasure soon. Stay here until some time. Most of the people who heard him shout frowned, but some of them nodded and sympathized. What everyone in this party room is waiting for in common. That was GM's statement. Cataclysm. And because of this access impossible error, the game was suspended for nearly a day and no one could ever enter the game world again. Kutinting. The cataclysm is in progress. Simply this notification window filled the user's view. How much for 20 hours? That's right. Where are you doing this big patch without notice? It's not just that the damage is caused by the sudden loss of access. My son said this was an important item, because it suddenly bounced right before eating. All related businesses are all stop. I won't do whatever it takes to become a game. The stock price has already fallen by 3%. This society is going to be upset. I must have already begun. Place. What the hell is GM thinking? It's not just that the game has stopped. That's a bigger problem, as the numerous related businesses connected to this game have all been shut down. Of course, the officials have no choice but to ride a child. So, after hearing the news that GM was making a statement, they ran from dawn and gathered in this eerie party room. Right then, the last light from the sunset from outside the window rides on the stained glass and colors the inside of the party room red. At the same time, the wall clock screamed 6 heavy bass. All the crowd who heard the sound erased their laughter from their faces and fixed their reddish faces in one direction. At the innermost of the 7 rooms, a door decorated with black curtains opened. I'm sorry. Those who opened the door were men in neat suits. All of them were wearing masks with the face of Goblin. In that strange dress, the crowd trembled once. Among those who work for a game company, I knew that many of them were free geniuses or grotesque geeks, but, even so, this atmosphere is a little peculiar. However, the situation was not reversed because their atmosphere was a little different. Those who have been threatened with everyday life. Among them, the impatience of those who had it was quite considerable. When will the server be normalized? I am. What the hell is a cataclysm? Why did you do such a big update at will? Can't you see the stock price shaking? Please say something quickly. The angry crowds clamor as if they could explode anytime soon. Then a man in a neat suit climbed onto the podium. He looked back at the center, shining dark eyes in the mask. Well, dear officials, please calm down a little. As the turmoil subsided a little, he spoke in a quiet voice into the microphone. Obviously, I'm the best person in charge of this job. Unfortunately, my authority is to manage the Korean branch office, and among them, only a small portion of the marketing schedule. It was focused on coordination. This kind of technical thing I don't know very well, but I can tell you this one thing for sure. GM's chief executive stood in front of the left and spoke in a strong and clear tone. This cataclysm was something we didn't expect at all at GM. When he heard the words, he began to flirt with amazement. Why did the massive update that GM doesn't know about happen? The person in charge sighed with great confusion before his eyes. This situation leaves our hands. I will make it clear that it was caused by the hand of a user who had no name or face. It was also shocking news. Who the hell has brought about such a great change to this land that it has encroached on people all over the world? Some game magazine editors, who smelled a huge scoop, asked questions urgently. Are there any users you care about? Is that user Korean? What did you do without monitoring that user normally? The manager shook his head when the reporters asked questions. Our Deus Ex Machina is basically a game with a high degree of freedom. It is technically impossible to monitor and intercept the user's play in real time, unless you're following it yourself. Also, even if we find out the personal information of the user standing at the center of this cataclysm, I can't do anything more to make public announcements. Of course, I won't be able to figure it out, and I don't want to. It can be quite irresponsible to say that GM's remarks are. However, at the words of the person in charge who followed, the crowd was fluttered once more. All of this is also under the command of William Wilson, who is the final decision maker. Headquarters, it is also a guideline from the top. There is no specific word to say. The crowd murmurs in place with a grievous and dissatisfied expression. To them, the person in charge gave a short notice. The head office is deeply reflecting on a series of accidents, such as the inability to connect. As the person in charge, I will take great responsibility for this situation. And I will definitely promise one thing about the normalization of the situation before that. The supervisor placed a large holographic clock on the wall. I will bring everything back to normal within the next 72 hours. That said, most of the spectators expressed their expression. If you clarify how long the loss will continue, prepare accordingly. It's better to be able to do it. Several reporters were seen running somewhere with their cell phones in a hurry. Probably a movement to spread this scoop all over the world. The person in charge continued the next action silently, seeing the series of fuss. Next, this is a guide to the cataclysm. The hologram changes its shape. It was Dem's world map. However, it had a very different appearance from the appearance of the world map that I have always seen. The moment the map pops up, the crowds come out of their mouths one after another. Completely due to cataclysm update. The world map is completely different. The supervisor said in a subdued voice. What has changed since the cataclysm patch? What has been added and what has been removed? I will brief you on everything. From now on, there will be an explanation from someone who is more professional than me. Having finished speaking, the chief executive came down from the platform. Yet, that way, that way, that way, that way. Walking on the dark red veil and beyond, people in white masks and black hoods walked out and stood on the podium. Those responsible for making all information about the cataclysm available to the public. The small man at the front tapped the microphone a couple of times with his finger. After tapping, he opened his mouth in a low voice. This is Senanam, the head of GM Processing Class 2. From now on, the cataclysm briefing will begin. Torn Newbie. Korean novel Torn and Torn Newbie 302. Previous talk next. Chapter 303. What has changed too? This is Senanam, the head of the GM Processing Class 2. From now on, the cataclysm briefing will begin. Because of her husky voice, it is difficult to estimate the age. Nam Sena opened her mouth in a careless tone. As she stood in front of the microphone, several reporters asked me questions. If you are a class leader, what is your exact position and position? How do we know that you have the expertise to represent this position? If you are in the second class, where are you in the company? Are you feeling responsible for this? It is a preemptive attack to wield the interview at will by placing a flag in the grass, which is a common appearance before a press conference. However, Nam Sena did not care about reporters as much as flying flies on a summer day. She certainly had a strange charisma. Based on his own solid world, he felt the will not to let anyone go into it. In a word, it is a 4D my way style. Sena Nam chewed away all of the reporters' questions. This is because the absolute gap. Here is a company, and this is a place to notify, not a place to clarify. She continued to say her words, ignoring all of the reporters' questions. You'll find out in 72 hours, but Cataclysm will change the ecosystem in the game drastically. Sena Nam pointed at the hologram. The world map of Deus Ex Machina. It had a very different appearance from what was previously known. Pangea in the shape of a large cross. Largely, the desert region in the east, the jungle region in the west, the tropical region in the south. A rather simple terrain that was divided by the glacier in the north. But it looked completely different. Scarred, Sanghun, pierced in the center of the cross. From that point on, all cataclysms took place. Continents and continents are split so that they do not connect, and sea level rises. At the same time as Persimmon, numerous lands and islands that sank under the seafloor. On the other hand, in some places, you can see a new continent and a number of islands rising above the sea level. One of the officials looking closely at the map raised his hand and asked a question. If you look at that shape, it feels like a meteorite-like thing fell from the central continent, and the terrain has been greatly distorted. It's like the era of dinosaurs. Like a meteorite that destroyed. Sena Nam nodded. Yes, as some of you may have noticed, in fact, in my worldview of Deus Ex Machina, there is a large island of heaven. It's an island floating in the sky. As she pointed her finger at the sky, some of them looked up and then lowered it without knowing it. The crowd began to flutter. A heavenly island? How is the island floating in the sky? Is that important in the yard where the world map follows the old world view of the world of heaven and earth? I was guessing. When the weather was nice, big shadows would appear in the wilderness of the central continent. There is a huge shadow that can hardly be thought of as a shadow of a cloud. Right. Since my compass, which is always supposed to point in the direction of NC, is fixed toward the sky and does not move, I was also expecting something in the sky. Some did not know the existence of the heavenly islands, and some did not know it. Sena Nam continued. But recently, an unidentified user approached the mainstream quest, cleared all the quests on this celestial island, and eventually crashed it to the ground. When the crowd heard the word, they focused their gaze with hot expressions. Someone did not even know its existence, an unknown map of the heavenly island. It was not enough to all clear it, and it was made to be put on the ground. What kind of crazy guy are you? Everyone's thoughts were the same. To get ahead, you have to get ahead as much as you can, and if you are ahead, you feel embarrassed rather than respect and admiration. Who the hell is it? None of the world-class rankers would do anything like that. If I had caused that great cataclysm, I would not have done it myself. No, there must have been a crowd. It's also a huge scale. But then, the words would have come out. There weren't any rumors or scolds. What? Where did the operational forces intervene? Falling stock prices or halted factories are not as important at this moment. Who the hell is the questionable Torah? The crowd was running around because of the curiosity about whether it was. Sena Nam also looked at the crowd's facial expressions and halted her head several times as if they were sympathetic. I've already said that for security reasons, we cannot know the user's personal information. In this position, I would like to talk about the future in the future, rather than covering up the wrong or cause of the incident. That's right to say, whatever the truth is, it is meaningful only after you finish adapting to the change and survive. Senanam pointed to the world map divided into pieces. With the influence of the Sky Island, which is 20,000 meters above the air, a large hole was made in the central continent. Of course, it goes without saying that this has caused a tremendous shift in the Earth. Because of this, mainstream AI. In order to save a number of players from death, we have restricted access for about 100 hours. Nam Sena has greatly expanded several places on the world map. There were 3 major changes. The ground that was split, the ground that sank under the water, and the ground that soared above the water. However, the aftermath of this cataclysm was terrifying. The terrain has changed and a huge shockwave has consumed the whole world. Of course the climate will change, right? When a meteorite falls, the shape of the Earth changes due to an earthquake. The enormous dirt generated by this masks the sunlight and drives the ice age. Earthquakes can also trigger major eruptions by touching the veins of volcanoes sleeping under the ground. Senanam enlarged and pointed to an area on the world map. Originally, a peaceful wetland with clear lakes and green forests. But now it was all dark red with dirt and lava. Some terrain will become infernal under the influence of volcanic volcanoes that suddenly begin their activity. A new vein or underground bulge from the bottom of the ground. Circles may appear. That could be a good thing for blacksmith meta players. Nam Sena expanded one area on the other side again. Originally, a tropical resort where palm trees and green seas were attractive, but it was now covered with white frost. Some areas are completely isolated from the sun's sphere of influence. Will do. In this barren climate, it would be impossible for the native monsters that originally lived to survive, right? Senanam said to the crowd. This change in climate is not just due to the effects of natural disasters. Then a water note floated above the crowd's heads. Some asked with questioning expressions. No, didn't you just say that the weather has changed because of meteorites? Yeah, right. However, other new factors lurk behind the climate change. Let's look at the information that our processing team has collected. Senanam answered the question and expanded the eastern part of the world map. What used to be a dry desert area has now turned into inferno. Magma boils through cracks in the earth and sulfur gas bursts out. However, there was a strange land in the middle. A fortress frozen alone in the hot inferno. Only there was not suitable for the old desert map or the current lava map. Nam Sena sparkled her eyes. Some of the monsters who have adapted to the harsh environment also control the climate in the surrounding area based on the power they have gained. For example, the East Continent was originally a desert area, and now it has been changed to a lava area. But after the cataclysm, this monster called Lich King, who appeared and brought power, manipulates the surrounding climate according to his will. Yes, since the topography and climate have changed, it is time to change the monsters. Weak monsters did not survive the cataclysm and became extinct. The surviving monsters adapted to the barren environment and evolved even stronger and repressively. And a lot of new monsters, vicious enough to win the competition with these surviving indigenous monsters, began to appear. Nam Sena briefly explained the appearance of some new monsters after popping it with holograms. The overall difficulty level of the monsters will be leveled upward. The ratio between old and new monsters is likely to reach 5 to 5. About half of the familiar monsters have disappeared, so players have fun checking which monsters survived and which monsters disappeared. I think there will be. Also, the numerous quests arising from this can be enjoyable content. Senanam took a breath. Around that time, a reporter asked a rather sharp question. I have a question. What is it? What's your title like? Title is a perk that players can get. When you defeat a Class A or higher monster, the title system allows you to use one of the monster's characteristics as a passive attribute. The reporter seemed to be worried about the balance. If the monsters are leveled upward, there will be more A-class monsters, and what will happen if the perks overflow due to that? However, Senanam pointed it out relatively simply. From now on, when you defeat A-class monsters, you will not be given a title privilege. In addition, all the perks that were given by Class A monsters that were hunted before the patch will disappear. If so, from now on, you must hunt A+ class or higher monsters to give the title. Can get perks. The competitiveness of users will also be leveled upward to some extent. Aren't it too much to open the gap between the water and the sewers? As the reporter grabbed the horsetail and drooped, Senanam grabbed the microphone. Although she was wearing a mask, she couldn't see her expression, but I can roughly guess what kind of expression she might be wearing. Balance matters are not my jurisdiction, so I don't know. It's an annoying expression. The answer was, it's not what I know, But the reporter lowered his hand. It's a waste of time to ask questions here. Not surprisingly, Senanam is right. Subsequently, everyone here made a shocking remark. In addition, a new system is introduced that is completely different than before. This is one of the changes that will have the biggest impact on your play. Senanam slowly scattered the faces of the crowd stained with the red light of the sunset, and threw a short word. It's a race, Jongju J. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 303. Previous talk next. Chapter 304. What has changed 3. Race, Jongju. Noun. 1. A word that refers to all living things of the same kind. 2. A social group that has the same ancestors and has the same language and culture. The race. A reporter asked with a quizzical expression. Senanam nodded. Everyone will have experience of clearing the tutorial tower when playing Deus Ex Machina. You must clear the towers of the tutorial on the 1st to 10th floors before you can fully adapt to the game world. A very basic D-class monster appears on the 1st floor, and if you move it with the help of the guide, you can also defeat the C-class monster, the boss of the tower, with ease. And when you clear the tower of this tutorial, you will receive a scout offer from both factions. You will receive Dragon and Devil, the dominant species that dominate by dividing the current worldview. A corps of dragons under the command of the 7 dragon lords reigning at the top. Also, the demon corps under the 7 demon constellations reigning at the top. Players who have cleared the tower of the tutorial are recognized as adventurers who have the potential to grow up as strong in this worldview. And you will receive a love call from you. Here, the player who accepts the offer from the dragon camp can receive rewards such as stat buffs and additional experience points when hunting monsters under the Demon Legion. Players who accept the proposal from the Demon Camp will also get the same effect when hunting monsters under the Dragon Legion. Both camp scout offers. If you refuse, you will not be able to receive experience-related rewards. When you clear the tower of the tutorial, everyone made a choice. And it can be said that you have enjoyed the rights and benefits of that choice. Senanam glanced through the crowd gathered in front of the platform. She wears a mask, so she can't see her facial expression, but her voice has a strange power to convince people. It was loaded. Yet, 3 human figures appeared on the hologram. The first hologram was an ordinary human figure. However, the second and third are slightly different. The second human being is quite peculiar. I was having an older brother. The skinny and stiff body is packed with compressed muscles. The green or yellow scales that cover the skin. Both arms were as long as the legs, and sharp nails were visible at the tips of the fingers. The pupils glowed yellow, and the black pupils were elongated vertically. The teeth were sharp like that of a beast. He had a tail long enough to remain on his buttocks after a few turns of his waist. The second race. Introducing Lizard Man. Senanam said, pointing to this strange reptile man. The crowd gathered in front of the hologram with a rather excited look. It looks sharp. Look at that tail. It's disgusting. The teeth and nails are sharp. The scales also look pretty solid. Many people admire the imposing appearance of lizard men. Namsena continued to explain. Players who joined the dragon camp after clearing the tower of the tutorial are contaminated with the power of the dragon faction, which began to move in earnest after the cataclysm. It's possible. This is an inevitable evolution and exchange. The following is a briefing on the third human in the hologram. Namsena stretched out her finger and pointed to the human at the very end. The third human also had a unique appearance. A large human with green or brown skin. The whole body was full of bursting muscles, and the dreadlocked face and the protruding molar teeth are impressive. Although he was shorter than the lizard man, his body looked bigger because his shoulders were wider and his waist was thick. The third race. It is Orc. Are you familiar? Senanam said in a voice mixed with laughter. The crowd continued admiring the stretch. Wow, look at those muscles. It must be strong. If you swing a hammer or an axe with that body. Are you a character that competes with strength? It's macho. It looks dull, but when you look at your calf muscles, it doesn't seem to be as slow again. Who will be this long if you get along with lizard men? The crowd compares the orcs and lizard men and argues between them. Namsena continued to explain. Players who joined the demon camp after clearing the tower of the tutorial are contaminated with the power of the demonic forces that began to act in earnest after the cataclysm and take on a whole new look. This, too, is an inevitable evolution and exchange. Then, a reporter raised his hand with an anxious expression. So far somewhat standing me. If it was a question, it was a sense of personal worries now. Excuse me, but I think lizard men is better than orcs. By the way, I chose the demon camp from the tutorial 3 years ago. Then, when the server check is over and you connect, is it going to be okay? Unless it is a special case, it is. Can I not change my job? It's been 30 years since I played reality as an orc. I don't want to be an orc until the game. When the reporter quizzically questions, laughter bursts out from the crowd. Namsena shrugged. Officially, no way has yet been found to avoid the job change. It means that it is impossible. The reporter looked up with a disappointed expression. I had to drop it. Senanam continued to hold briefings. You have been receiving various buffs and privileges from dragon lords and demonic constellations. It would be their thinking that they have enjoyed their rights and now have to fulfill their obligations. What is that duty? In response to another reporter's question, Senanam nodded, saying it was a good question. As you well know, the two forces that divide the worldview, the dragon and the devil, are struggling. The fall of the heavenly islands, splitting the continent, and causing cataclysms was a signal of war. Each other would have perceived it as an attack on each other. In other words, the Cold War between the dragon and the devil due to the madness of one another user. The state of Cold War is broken. The fall of the heavenly island. The dragons regarded it as a declaration of war wrought by the demons, and the demons viewed it as a declaration of war wrought by the dragons. In other words, the two forces have now started a great war in earnest. Namsena lit her eyes behind her mask. The 7 dragon lords and the 7 demonic constellations will wage constant wars across the continent. You are conscripted in this war as soldiers belonging to each dragon camp and demon camp, and each one must fight while serving his own king. Some will be prisoners, and some will be heroes. What if I refuse to be drafted? Another reporter raised his hand and asked a question. Namsena smiled at the words. The words are conscripts, but in fact, it will be conducted in the form of unexpected quests, hidden quests, and daily quests. There is no specific force, so you can escape or hide. However, if that happens, you will have to give up growth based on achievements or achievements. This time, a question came from the other side. The designer of the popular fashion brand Nordic Face raised his hand and asked, but if you kill the opponent's player, won't karma figures build up? If you look at it, it's like PK, right? Senanam answered this question relatively clearly. Human, lizard men, and orcs will treat each other as monsters. The eyes of the crowd grew all at once. Senanam continued to talk, slowly watching their reaction. Each race does not speak a language. The automatic interpretation service provided will be discontinued, and communication between different races will become impossible. For example, in the human ear, the words of lizard men or orcs are classified as dead languages on Earth. It sounds like it's an ancient Greek or Tohara. This has been proven with the help of linguists from around the world. The appearance, the camp, and the words have changed. Even the institutional devices that could prevent each other's slaughter war have been completely stripped off. When this happens, each other is nothing more than just a monster or less. No, maybe it could be a better prey to hunt than a monster. Namsena's words that followed proved it exactly. Also, the number of kills per race is counted in real time on the big board of the world map. The number of lizard men and orcs killed by humans, the number of humans and orcs killed by lizard men, and the number of humans and lizard men killed by orcs are displayed in real time. You will decide which of the 3 is the strongest. Then the designer of Nordic Face, who asked the question a second time, raised his hand. You mean, you're trying to stop ethnic cooperation and encourage competition? But can we induce such an effect simply by increasing the number of kills per race? Of course it's possible. Senanam nodded and said, this generation kill 1 number gives stat buffs to players of that race at a certain rate. By dividing the number of kills by the number of heads, the percentage is calculated and the percent buff is added. This leads to 2 effects. First, killing other races. To become. Second, to look at those who avoid fighting within the same race and seek peace with different races. First, it is natural that the more enemies you kill, the stronger you become. But the second could be a slightly violent change. If you hesitate or neglect to kill enemies while filling your head count and population count, that's because it reduces the rate of stat buffs for the same people. There are many users in the current Deus Ex Machina who hate fighting. They play games to enjoy dancing, painting, hiking, or fishing. But now, they are just a burden for their own people. If you die by the enemy without killing the enemy, you will eventually develop your own people. It will hinder you. Senanam said, brushing her hair. Actually, it is natural. Since a huge natural disaster occurred and the entire continent became barren, it is a natural phenomenon that everyday life becomes a war. That doesn't mean you need to blame anyone. This cataclysm was a natural occurrence on the 5th year after the original game was released. It was questionable why the cataclysm, which should have occurred in the 5th year, took place in less than 3 years, but that is not important in the current situation. Meanwhile, league officials unwrapped their arms, which they had been wearing silently so far. They began to raise questions in earnest. Then what happens to the tournament? If the players in each club turned into lizardmen or orcs and became enemies of each other, isn't that a big deal? Aren't you saying it won't work? I can't even play with the raid, but this one. The concerns of league officials or club officials continue. Namsena did not say much about this. I know that many clubs have been enthusiastic about recruiting rankers. In the meantime, the owners and sponsors who have managed the club by focusing only on the number of players' rankings will need to make a more difficult choice. In other words, the picks and combinations are all rewoven. The officials of the competition were upset, but it was not possible. I have no choice but to follow the macro-like answer as much as possible. The club must be completely reorganized. Which camp did our players choose? Please, it would be nice if we were unified as one race. Then, all of the professional teams that have competed in the Asian Champions League will have to pick again. The Pro League must be rocking once. Where's the only professional league going to rock? The whole market will be overturned. It's a cataclysm even in reality. The crowd was upset. Everyone runs somewhere, busy calling and filling out documents. New documents are packed and old documents are burned. The invisible heavy vibrations were making people's hands and legs tremble sweetly. Originally, such huge updates and additional patches for expansion packs are usually released after spawning or marketing. But there is nothing like that here today. The sudden release of the Cataclysm expansion pack and the enormous changes that resulted from it. The world started to be busy. Meanwhile, as time passed, everyone here had one question in common. Many questions bite the tail of the tail. Perhaps the most fundamental initial question boils down to only one. Who is X-Foal that caused the catastrophic alternative? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 304. Previous talk next. Chapter 305. Worn and Worn Newbie Club 1. Cataclysm broke out. The new morning is bright. You and I will get up and take care of a new village. A good raid to run. Make it with our strength. I was humming by changing the lyrics of the Simol Undong song to the Cataclysm. Buong. The heavy engine sound of the sports car erupts, and dry dust swells in the wide new road. I was thinking as I watched the roads passing by quickly behind me. After the cataclysm occurred, the game's server became inaccessible. There was no notice of when the connection was possible again. There were rumors spreading like a ghost story, saying that the game broke, a permanent bug occurred, and that you can't connect again anymore. However, I wasn't agitated by rumors like that. It was something I've already experienced before. It's also an incident that I caused in the first place. I knew roughly how long it would take for the server to get back to normal. In the meantime, I decided to deal with the reality that was pushed up until then. First, we compete with a single hit to purchase stocks. This is possible because we know that the game will normalize in about 70 hours. Suddenly, the Cataclysm patch took place and the stock prices of all the stocks involved in the game began to fluctuate. The one who caused the Cataclysm. Obviously, we knew that this stock price decline was very temporary, so we released all the liquid assets we had and bought some theme stocks that had a big drop. 44 and now. If you sell your stocks back in 70 hours, you can make huge returns. I was scared to speak, and a notification appeared on my cell phone. Internet news was pouring out scoops too. There was no big problem with the system, and it was reported that the game would run normally soon. Probably, GMs gathered only celebrities in a secret place and made an announcement. At the same time, stocks that were on a slow downtrend raised their heads again and draw an uptrend. As the stock price graph went up, it was natural that both my mouth and the tail were rising. Right then, weighing. The stock screen was turned off and a call came in. I answered the phone with the car on the shoulder. Hello? Owner Lord. Are you doing well? It was Song Sung Woo, team leader of YouTube View's strategy office. He called me the owner, and the reason was simple. I started the club in the name of King Ma Dong. Receive a spawn from YouTube. Considering the fast-growing game market, YouTube View's spawn timing is rather slow. Not even setting up a club by yourself, but in the form of spawning. Jumping into the market can be seen as a pretty dramatic attitude. But there is a reason for this as well. Apart from the game market, YouTube is currently in a very difficult situation. The YouTube View market, which became oversaturated, was no longer a blue ocean. It is close to the red ocean or the blood ocean beyond that. In this situation, YouTubers who could not generate distinct income other than advertising income could not prevent the situation from becoming poverty apart from online popularity. Although he is a great star in YouTube View, there were some people who were selling drinks at parties because they weren't enough income. Of course, the top few percent make huge profits, but most of them weren't. Therefore, YouTube View was making various efforts to expand the source of income for streamers who entered the market by increasing the ratio of advertising revenue to creators or by providing various benefits. However, it is difficult to get even the operating costs of a company called YouTube View only if you do this. In the process of distributing the money earned to streamers, the company reserves are getting thinner. It was a factor that made the Tube executives urgent. Eventually, YouTube View began to examine the new business model from various angles. Movie, documentary, paid video market, download flat rate. One of them is to take the form of spawning in the game club. Get a good reaction within the platform. It invests and pushes the budget centering on the pro debut of the star streamer who is currently in the process. However, the ownership of the club itself was transferred to the private sector and its core responsibility was avoided, which was a rather smart strategy they chose. In short, I will suck the honey for success and will not take responsibility for failure. But this is rather a good opportunity for me, because I have confidence that I will never fail. Why will I fail when I'm getting information about the cataclysm? What I can remember more accurately than my palmistry are the terrain, dungeons, monsters, quest items, NPCs, and various strategies after the cataclysm. In the future, the memory of the dam will become clearer. As it becomes clearer, it will not be blurred, so I really don't have confidence. Confidence to fail. Owner. While I was thinking about things by myself, I heard the sound of team leader Sungwoo Song calling me again. And, yes, I've been teasing for a while. Alas, are you not busy? Can you speak for a while? Of course. My sponsors are WA, so I have to make time to get it. Ha, you do it again. We owe it a lot, Bishop. No, owner. Team leader Sungwoo Song was more accurately grasping the market situation than CEO Park Suhan of YouTube View Korea, who gave me permission to invest in me. He said that he wanted an unprecedented achievement for the natives of the mainland even after entering the YouTube View headquarters in New York, USA, and decided to take an adventure through me. So now, it's like riding a boat. This time I bet my life on our owner. After the cataclysm of the Torn Newbie Club, it's a good job. Home, but for such a thing, I'd like to have a small amount of money. Black. If you say so, I'm sorry. This is also a really big draw. Isn't that a completely new club? Owner. No. It's a team that has virtually nobody except Ma Dongwon. Well, that's also the case. There is no one in this club except for me, the manager and player. I was already suffering from financial difficulties. It seemed to me that I could understand some of the guidelines of YouTube View, which is cautious about the initial risk. I pointed out to such a team leader Sungwoo Song. It's wrong. There are 2 members of the Torn Newbie Club. Yeah? It's one of the Madong Kings right now. Player and manager. No, but in the first place, do those 2 positions become concurrent? I can't take a second job. There are 2. There is someone else. At the question of team leader Sungwoo Song, I smiled. Director Jae-young. Director Jae-young, the master of K1. When his name came out, the team leader Sungwoo asked in amazement. No, the last time you offered him a scout, didn't you say that you were rejected under the ground? He said he was chasing me because he had no intention of transferring. Betrayer baby. Well, it certainly was back then. By the way, how could you recruit him? I said with a wink that was invisible to the other person. This is a trade secret. Since then, I hung up after talking a little more with team leader Sungwoo about attracting additional investment. Boom. Then I drove back and headed to the destination where I was supposed to go. The place I headed for was a hospital in Suwon. After I pulled over to the hospital parking lot, I stepped over and headed for the cancer ward. Hospital. When I come to the hospital, I am strangely soaked with appreciation. Wasn't it a hospital when you first opened your eyes after regression? The smell of disinfectants, the smell of dirt, the smell of food, the smell of medicine, the smell of fragrances. All the scents are mixed together in a fishy and smoky scent. It is the smell of the boundary that separates life and death. As I breathed in the hospital air, I recalled the purpose of the day. I stand here today to meet Director Jae-young. Just before the cataclysm, when I revealed that I was a deceased person and at the same time as the king of Madong, he was amazed and was very sad. It was because he hid secrets from himself. And apart from that, he said he didn't want to leave K1, where he was working. The attachment to the team that had been kept so far was unique. A person named Jae-young is. It was unavoidable because it was a personality that values loyalty and loyalty. The reason I like this person is because of this personality. It will be difficult to see you again now. Go quickly. Hear more. He deliberately stiffened his face and drove me out with cold words. However, G.I.N.G. Let's go into the Guardian's room next to the hospital intensive care unit. Oh, Director Jae-young, who was covered with tears and a runny nose, jumped up from his seat and ran toward me. Warwick. As soon as he sees me, he is a bearish bear. Dive the same size. Spine. My waist. I received Jae-young's hug and trembled. That cold appearance before has nowhere to go. But, ahem. Thank you, Yeojin. You saved me. It's all thanks to you. Even if it was a little late, it almost would have been a big deal. Jae-young was hugging me and dripping his thick eyes. It's calm, brother. I patted Jae-young's back several times. When his sobbing calmed down to some extent, G.I.N.G. The door of the intensive care unit opens, and inside, the nurse walked out. You can visit from now on. She gave us a name tag necklace with the patient's bed number and name on it. Me and Jae-young hung it around their neck and followed the nurse's guidance and entered the intensive care unit. After disinfecting the hands and feet, I went inside to see a few white beds. Jae-young ran with an expression that seemed to burst into tears at any moment and stood in front of a bed. There, a woman wearing an oxygen respirator was waving her hand towards Jae-young with a bright smile. Oh, Hee-sun, you will be our wife, Jae-young's wife. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 305. Previous talk next. Chapter 306. Worn and Worn Newbie Club. The visit time is over. The nurses announced the end of the visiting hours with a stiff voice. Jae-young held his wife's hand tightly and said with a dull expression, if the operation went well, I will be able to leave the hospital soon. Just be patient. As his wife nodded, Jae-young nodded with his mouth closed. Huiying. When he left the intensive care unit, Jae-young's stern expression collapsed again. I found it early. Glad to say. He hugged me again and started flirting. I looked down on my shoulders dampened by Jae-young's tears and fell in thought. When I visited Jae-young's house in Yongsan before, there was a piece of future knowledge that passed through my head. Director Jae-young loses my wife after the cataclysm. About 5 years after the game was released, Jae-young, who was rumored to be a master leader of the K1's team, suddenly announced his retirement. This was because of my wife. Oh, Hee-sun. She will soon die. The cause of death was thyroid cancer. I thought it was just chronic fatigue and a sore throat, but the situation was much more serious. Cancer cells spread throughout her body little by little over the course of 5 years, and by the time they were discovered, they were already in a state of being unusable. Jae-young, who left his wife first, is caught in tremendous sorrow and spends several years like a ruin. It is said that it will be so in the original future. Based on the facts I already knew, I persistently encouraged Oh Hee-sun to take a health checkup, and she couldn't overcome my sincerity and had a cancer test. And again, cancer cells were detected in her body just before metastasis to the next stage. Fortunately, it's in the early stages, so it's easy to operate. The power was high. Jae-young was afraid of his wife's diagnosis of cancer, ran away, and put everything down and devoted herself to nursing. And the result is today. After confirming that his wife's surgery had been successfully completed, Jae-young collapsed. It's probably because I've been overly nervous. You're fly full, that's right. I support Jae-young and try to raise it. Thud slash. Jae-young suddenly bent his half-stretched knee again. It wasn't because the legs were loose. He turned to my side and was kneeling. Thank you, Yeojin. Thanks to you. Hey. What? I just thought it was a little strange because my sister-in-law's complexion was bad. You saved my wife. Thank you more than you saved me. Ugh. That's okay. If a man is willing to kneel, give it money. I raised Jae-young and raised it up, and looking at his glances, asked, then what I was sorry for was this. Okay. Tongue. Sack. What the? Jae-young rubbed her red eyes and smiled. It was quite a dramatic reconciliation. Me and Jae-young are in the common room of the hospital. He squatted in front of a small amusement machine in front of him and started playing the game. I asked Jae-young's character while making a stretch combo. Looking at it, all the kids' races were different anyway, so it seemed like the K1 team had to be disbanded. Are you completely moving to my club at this time? The salary is twice as high and the old age is guaranteed. What was the name of your club? It's a Worn and Worn Newbie. It was built well like you. Is that right? I continued talking by feeding Jae-young's character a lower kick, a frontal regime, and a Sung-ryongkwan combo. Looking at the Cataclysm news, it seemed like a completely different game. Soup. The K1 union is now ruined. The kids will also be scouting from another new club, and the contracts are all pieces of paper. I know that a few spawning companies were missing at the same time. There are companies that are taking their feet away from this floor, and some companies that have been MA by foreign companies. Okay, I got it. Wouldn't it be okay to go? Jae-young grunted and put an additional 501 coin into the entertainment machine. Before long, Jae Young began to blow a wave to my character. So, if I come as a manager, are you coaching? No. I'm going to get rid of the coach and go to the two-man system. Two directors? Yeah. I am the hostess who is in charge of the inside work, and my brother is in charge of the outside work. The outside owner. The inner and the outer supervisors are like a couple, right? When I asked, Jae Young started to put a combo by moving the joystick. Did you get some investment money? A little bit on YouTube view. It was a very salty stone. It has to be. Esports has a short history and a wide variety of genres, so the fan base is divided. Actually, there are too few benefits for commercial companies to invest their money. The market itself continues to grow. The market is growing honestly. There is a clear limit to the profits you can get through the club. It is aiming for a promotional effect even at the expense of a deficit, but with that money, using an unknown celebrity or a sports star has a much greater publicity effect. Yes, it breaks a lot of money. Right. The money spent by a pro gamer is huge. Salary and welfare expenses. In addition, the club's own facilities and association fees cannot be ignored. So, can you sell soccer shoes or basketball? Don't sell capsule sheets or other ancillary custom parts by branding. Someone will spend money on it. Well, anyway, as you can see that there is almost no additional income. Because the club is going well. There must be something falling on the side of the spawning company. Well, nonetheless, spawning in game clubs these days is beneficial. This is because the promotional effect is unknown. If it goes well, it's a great deal carrot. If it doesn't work. In this period of cataclysm, isn't it worth taking a walk on that uncertainty? Get on. Jae Young moved the joystick dazzlingly and eventually burst into a flashy combo on the whole body of my character. The two letters of K.0 that open in front of you. Jae Young shook his head as if he would succeed, and I shook my head. We stretched out our cramped legs and sat on the bench next to the entertainment machine. In time, Jae Young asked me, "So what is the cost of running the club?" I'm thinking, if it seems difficult, even if I don't get paid for a while. That's okay. Get it when you give it. Jae Young makes a puzzled expression. I smiled at him like that. Everyone has a hole for money, so I mean, of course, the money I have earned will remain even after running the club. But I was looking a little further into the future. To attract a spawn, you can't just say that I have a lot of money, and the club itself is strong enough. You have to prove that you are strong. In order to do that, it would be good for the picture to get money directly from the club level. I'll show you how much money a professional club is. I smiled with my eyes closed. Cataclysm. The enormous benefits to be gained from this have already been noticeable. Meanwhile, when Jae Young calmed down a little, he started to continue what he had not been able to complain about before. Hey, but how have you been fooling me so far? Standing water, you guys, say anything. I really thought you were wearing a mask and a voice modulator because you had a burn on your face. There was a situation. Anyway, this child is tough. Then what was the show that the deceased and the Mad-On King got together? Fighting yourself? If I left it alone, it seemed that I would continue to grumble until the next visit, so I hurriedly shook hands with Jae Young. Now, let's have a meeting about the future of the club in earnest. Jae Young, who heard my words, looks in the eyes. The poll was raised. The urgent problem right now is finding the players who will belong to the club. Whether I am a deceased person or a Mad-On King, I am the only one who can compete in the tournament. Therefore, at least 4 more people must be qualified to compete in the tournament as one club. Jae Young said with a thoughtful expression. The Asian Champions League is coming soon. Probably, the addition of the race system caused other clubs to be upset. Probably, as the pro teams are completely reorganized, there is a high probability that the Korean national team will be held again. The last double-breasted boat is an invalid liger. Again, a professional league will be held to determine the best team in Korea. At least 4 players had to be recruited to run for this competition. Did you think it would be difficult to recruit players because it is a new club and there is not enough money? Jae Young's expression is a little dark. However, don't worry, I've already got 4 members. I woke up while striking Jae Young's shoulder. Wearing a mask and a voice modulator, I took Jae Young and headed to the parking lot behind the hospital. For today, I have put together 4 of my professional teammates in one place in advance, excluding me. Really? Really? Have you already hired 4 pros? Wow, you're crazy sales. You are the outer owner. Should I do it? Jae Young came down the stairs, admiring my skills. However, soon he followed me to the meeting point. What is this? Jae Young couldn't stop being embarrassed after seeing the faces gathered in front of her eyes. A sigh leaks out. Even the famous master Jae Young was greeted by a group of haphazards who made him lament. Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 306. Previous talk next. Chapter 307. Worn and Worn Newbie Club 3. I guided director Jae-young while wearing a mask tightly. In time, for players who will join our friendly and Worn Newbie Club appeared. Jae-young sighed the moment he looked at their side. What are these haphazards? You can see everything on your face what you're thinking. Devil, who are these people? A player and a player. Our players. Excuse me, but are you the ones who made your professional debut? No. I shook my head, and I looked back at the four athletes in front of me. The first face I saw was a pretty wife standing with a long expression. It is Yoon-sol. The second face I saw was a good-looking foreigner sitting on a wheelchair. It was Drake. The third face is still full. A girl of small stature who has not lost her breast fat. This is Yoo Se-hee, the youngest brother of Yoo De-hee. And the last face you see is a youth with a blunt expression. It was Matthew Tae-gang, a second god who followed me from the K1 team. Jae-young, who saw their faces, made a distressed expression. No, it's Tae-gang, even if you say yes. The rest of them aren't even pros. Isn't it? Are you going to take the amateurs to the game? Yeah. You have too much confidence. On what grounds? At Jae-young's words, I laughed bloody. Because I only have friends who offer to work unpaid. Unpaid? Player salary. What about all the investments you have received? The money from YouTube view? I spent all of my brother's salaries. In my words, director Jae-young touched his forehead with his palm. Somehow I wanted to give it a lot. Don't worry. If you have money soon, you will be able to pay it all. That's not the problem. Amateur. How do I trust them? If you couldn't feel hot, would you like to have an interview once? I shrugged. Jae-young stared at me once, then turned around and approached the players. The first interview starts with Yoon-sol. Jae-young narrowed his eyes toward Yoon-sol in front of him. Then he asked questions in a hard tone. What is your gaming experience? Oh, this is my first time. Jae-young opened his eyes wide. This is your first time? He thought he was wrong with the question and asked again. No. I asked him how long he had been playing Deus Ex Machina. Yeah, this is my first time. When Jae-young opened his mouth halfway, Yoon-sol laughed, as if he was cool. 1 week. Jae-young touched his forehead with his hand. There is a feeling of something fat in my head. Let's calm down. Jae-young took control of himself. Obviously, this woman has something too, so I must have recruited her as a member. He tried to ask other questions. Then Deus Ex Machina. Are there any games you were playing on? If so, what is your career? No. When Yoon-sol answered clearly, Jae-young stumbled once more. What the hell is Yoojin thinking? He looks at me with disbelief. I avoided my gaze and smoked tanching. Soon, Jae-young asked as if he had given up. You haven't played games before. It's been a week since you started the dam. It's good. It's the perfect condition to become a pro gamer. Having finished speaking, Jae-young posed the last question that he did not expect, just passing by. So, what is your level? After playing for a week, the level is obvious. At best, 15 to 20 people. If you have a genius talent, it would be around 25. However, following Yoon-sol's answer, Jae-young had to question his ears. 60. Jae-young frowned for a moment. Level 60? I'm not kidding right now. He laughed and looked at Yoon-sol. The young wife is really. You shouldn't joke with adults. I wonder if the number 1 in Korea's official ranking will exceed level 50. However, when Yoon-sol entered the account information on his mobile phone and showed it, Jae-young had no choice but to open his mouth. Level 6? Do you have level 60 in Korea? No, it wouldn't be abroad. There is a level 60 on Earth. Are you not a bug user? Jae-young makes an expression that he cannot understand. I gave it a brief note to help him understand. We are the ones who caused the cataclysm this time. Heavenly Island's final fight. In that fight, when the bad endings turned into happy endings, Yoon-sol was released from her intent with Nettie and made a huge leap forward. The experience that the bad endings drove. This is the body of a level 1 newbie. It can be said that it is a reward and a privilege for having passed through all kinds of difficult water fields without ever dying. Meanwhile, Jae-young even bit a bubble around her mouth. I was a little bit more steamy and said, if so, you may have passed out. Isn't it a really worn newbie? There is a similar word for experienced newcomer. Jae-young turned his head a little. Drake in a wheelchair opened his mouth in awkward Korean. My level. Replaced by 62. And I also Korean, naturalized. It was a little weird, but the context was clear. A whopping 62 level. Maybe your name? Drake Cat. As soon as Jae-young heard that, he screamed. AKA Yongya. The man who was the hottest in the early rankings. At some point, it disappeared from the rankings, and even rumors were not heard at all, so it was just sparkling at the beginning. I thought it was a ranker who disappeared. However, he must have accumulated countless achievements like this while working in the dark. Level 62 is not only the number 1 in the US ranking, but also a number that can aim for the top in the world rankings. How many alternate levels are you? Jae-young looked at me with an expression of boredom. I just shrug my shoulders and smile. I'll open the status window once when I connect to the game later. Jae-young is so surprised that he only nods. A young girl in a week of gaming experience, and a foreigner in a wheelchair. The two who thought it would be the most whole in the group turned out to be out of the standard fraudulent characters. A light of hope floated on Jae-young's face. He turned his head with a bright expression. Yu Se-hee, who was now healthy, was looking up at Jae-young. I still had little eyesight, but my interest and talent in the game. He is an unrivaled child. Is this the one you talked about last time? Yeah, I'm a genius. Please raise it well. That episode. You know, I said, stroking Yu Se-hee's head. No matter how vigilant I was, I heard that I almost lost while doing PvP with Yu Se-hee. This is Jae-young. Jae-young nodded and shook hands with Yu Se-hee. He prefers people who have the potential to people who are good at it. Is that side worth growing? Yu Se-hee is still a genius like Baek Ji-jang, and as he is young, the possibilities are endless. From Jae-young's point of view, he would be the most coveted talent. The last runner was Matthew River. I stood in front of him and said, "The club hasn't bloomed yet, so we may be squatting for a while. I didn't come for money." Matthew said, looking straight at me. "I felt it when I was in the K1 team, that I don't deserve to be your colleague. But if you are a master, I am confident that you will be." Matigang, the trustee, the being who was my idol before returning. Hear these words from such a person. I feel very strange about you. Tushin recognized me as being one of the highest and bowed my head. And he chose to raise his level rather than pride. You're smart. He's really a pure person who cares only about the game itself. I happily held Tushin's hand and shook hands. Tushin also shook hands with Jae-young. Welcome to you, Taegang. Yes, Bishop. The relationship between the two is quite good because Matigang, the trustee, was discovered and raised by the master director Jae-young. Even if it wasn't me, he would have followed director Jae-young. Anyway, as a result, my direct disciples have increased to 2. Matthew and Se-hee. They are also very similar in their age, so it might be a good friend. Meanwhile, Jae-young nodded after seeing the entries of the 5 players. It is a satisfactory expression, as if when did he show a desperate expression. Now, let's start with the domestic league again. From the beginning. As the rankings have been reorganized and the teams have been reorganized, they will probably be re-electing a team for the Asian Champions League. I don't have much time, so I think I'll do it in short form. There was someone who thought the same thing as me. It was Jae-young. Because we don't have much time until the Asian Champions Little League, we probably won't be able to play the big game like the previous one in the Challenge League. Like the best league, it may be a little straightforward. Maybe it could be simpler than that. Indeed, it is a sharp analysis like a master. I think of the memories of my previous life. Done. In the past, when cataclysms occurred, all competitions were rescheduled. The new schedule was always simpler than the previous schedules. There is a high possibility that the first round will go to Battle Royale Ground Zero, and the second will go into a multi-point competition or playoffs. You're right. I think so too. Jae-young made a high five with me. When I think about playing the domestic league again from the beginning, I feel the future is far away. It would be fun to stick with the clubs made up of lizardmen and orcs. The guys who will stand on their backs with the power of demons and dragons on their backs. However, the counterattack of humans, a minority ethnic group that has no backing or anything, will be quite fierce. Especially in this life, because I am on the human side. Oh, previously, Jae-young dragged me and went to a quiet place and asked 2 things. I think you're the same person as the deceased. Should you keep it secret from the kids? Only for Ce. If this fact goes into Yu Dehee's ears, it would be annoying, so it was necessary to have a new Shindang office in advance. Jae-young nodded and asked the next question. But what are you going to do with your real salary? It's money for the kids. Even so, it takes quite a bit of money to recruit potential players. Can I ask for a spawn? Fortunately, with me, there are quite a few company executives who still have a good relationship. But I shook my head. You can do it yourself. I already have enough money to run the club for decades. However, I can't just invest my personal assets in the club. The club needs to figure out how it can raise its own funding. And I knew the best way to secure the club's funds on its own. Raid. Yes. A dungeon raid that must be played during times when the club's professional players are not playing. If you can get enough money to run the club from this raid, this is not the best self-help book. However, Jae-young, who heard my plan, is a long-going look. But can you earn enough money to run a club with raids? It's a lot of money for individual dogs. It won't be enough to run a group. However, it is a word that only one knows and two do not know. I tapped him Jae Young's shoulder and said, "So far, the raid must have been that way. The raid after the cataclysm is different from the raid before it. If you run well once in the raid, it is said that you are not envious of the lottery. And I intend to show it for sure from now on. What really is a big hit? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 307. Previous talk next. Chapter 308. Worn and Worn Newbie Club. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina Your. Welcome to visit. How long is the notification sound you hear? As soon as the server maintenance was over, I immediately logged into the game. Seeing the appearance of the Earth in an elapsed time gives me new feelings. My character was moving to the East Continent Abyss Terminal. The whole body is burnt black, and the head is fried. It seems to be the result of being caught up in a fever when Chonggong Island fell. I scratched my head and muttered, if it weren't for Kraken's shell shield and the eight-legged king slime, I would have really died. Kraken's shell prevented all heat damage like a weapon trained in a harsh deep sea environment. The mucus of the eight-legged king melted in the hot air, and it became like a giant bubble gum. It floated us up and looked down to the ground. Anyway, I am fortunate to have saved my life like this. I hurriedly looked at the surrounding terrain. Originally, the terrain that was merely a vast wasteland has changed a lot. The ground was cracked like a rice paddy after a severe drought, and hot lava flows beneath it. Yellow sulfur gas was making the atmosphere hazy, and gray ash and debris fell from the sky. Although it was certainly daytime, the sky was colored black. When I looked closely, it wasn't a dark cloud, but smoke and ash completely covered the sunlight. Rumble. In the distance, the sky trembles lightly. Although thunder struck, only the light could be seen dimly due to the thick curtain made of ashes and dust. Little by little, the oasis and vegetation had dried up, and the flat land was littered with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Lava flowing all over the place, the ashes of Napoleon falling. It's a scene where I can't breathe. It's the end of the century. I kicked my tongue. Right then. Weeing. Weeing. Two In Youngs flutter with the connection effect. Drake and Yunsol connected just in time for the appointment. Haha. It doesn't make sense. I laughed at Yunsol and Drake. They too had a lot of soot on their faces. Drake admired the new world as he looked around. Down. What is this? The first thing he showed curiosity was a number called race kills or generation kills floating in the corner of his field of view. Race kill. Generation kill. A T-Gango. Lizardman. Choncho, Year 0. It was always fixed at the top right, like a semi-transparent status window. Probably it seems to be a screen that is aggregated in real time and broadcasted all over the world. It's simple. When a human kills an orc or lizard man, the number of kills in the place marked as human faction there increases. And humans can divide that number by the number of population and receive them as bonus stat points. The same is true when the lizard man kills a human or an orc, and the same when an orc kills a human or lizard man. In other words, it's a buff reward to encourage fights between each race. Drake screamed as I explained the concept of numbers. He nodded after much thought. Then you did a good job of choosing the human race. Then Yunsol asked back with a puzzled expression. On. Why? Rather, in the post-cataclysm world, lizardmen and orcs with a certain backness survive. Wouldn't it be advantageous? I think that the basic physical would be much better. Certainly, the dragon stands behind the lizardman, and the demon stands behind the orcs. A desperate world where only humans have no corner to lean on. But Drake said firmly, it's better than turning this guy as an enemy. Upon hearing that, Yunsol turns his gaze toward Drake. There, I am excited to see the kill deck graph. There are plenty of experience points everywhere. Ah, so good. Happy. Now, even if you kill a person, there is no PK penalty, because they were no longer human. Yunsol and Drake trembled when they saw me with a reminiscent expression. Anyway, after rejecting both the dragon and demonic scout offers, I remained human after the cataclysm, and neither did Drake. It's Yunsol. Well, from the beginning, I've only played the way I'm a god, so it's natural to be a human. Meanwhile, Drake opened a game site window in one corner of his field of view. Oh, the beginner village in the central continent has changed a lot. Where? Wow, really? Yunsol and Drake are admiring as they look at the screenshots on the market. The novice village in the central continent was split into 3 pieces by a huge earthquake. Each of the villages of humans has turned into a village of lizardmen and a village of orcs. At a glance, each village was a bird that clearly showed differences in culture. Humans have a medieval European architectural style, Lizardmen have medieval Eastern nomadic architectural styles, and Oaks have a fairly primitive architectural style. Okay, from now on, I'm going to play in earnest. To earn the cost of running the club, I made a pair of Yusei and Matthew Kong to adapt to the game, and then came out to make money with Yunsol and Drake. It's right for adults to make money by sleeping. Yunsol nodded. Then, I'll have to buy what I need for the raid. She looked around. At the beginning of the Abyss terminal, you can see the village of Lizardman, which we previously attacked. Unexpectedly, there were people who appeared to be NPCs wandering around. Boy with cloak and hood over. NPCs wandering around with Adari. Drake, who had previously conquered this village with me, walked to the barrier with a happy expression. 5. Did people return after the Lizardmen were wiped out? But it was a mistake. Shoo. Along with a light chirping sound, the hooded NPCs turned their heads. There was nothing particularly strange. They are Lizardmen. What's different is that they, who were originally monsters, are imitating NPCs. With the addition of a race called Lizardman, the original Lizardman monsters have changed like NPCs. Of course we still just drive. It's a stupid. As soon as I finished explaining, Drake lifted a crossbow. Per fuck. Arrows flew to the Lizardmen. It's a neat headshot at any time. Right. If you're not an NPC, you don't have to worry about karma figures. Of course you don't even need to give money, right? Drake stole the bot load of the Lizardman NPC, which appears to be a general store. Inside, there were potions, jerky, chunks of cheese, small job orders, simple repair tools such as a blacksmith's kit, and several bottles of mercury. I nodded, packing all the supplies. I can't stop by the village for the time being. Anyway, since the cataclysm, the number of villages has been large. It's shrinking, so it will be difficult to find a middle town now. Then Yunsol nodded and lit his eyes. Then, should we take the consumables by attacking the orcs and lizard men in the middle? It's quick to adapt quietly. If you want to take care of your kid's salary, you have to put your spirits firmly and start. The moment we are about to start the raid with a determined expression. Liquor tea, Durwan human namdal? Somewhere, I heard an incomprehensible grotesque. As I turn my head, I see 3 shadows cast over the barrier. Increase the behavior radius of general NPCs. You were acting out of the way, so it's correct to regard it as a player. However, their appearance was very different from that of the general players we've seen so far. Green or yellowish skin, bursting muscles and molars protruding from the stomach. Muscular monsters tens of centimeters taller than ordinary humans. Orc. We are facing players who have been converted to orcs. They snorted with an axe and a sledgehammer around their waists. Buminim umbu hello? And Iani Uma. Nagu abuji maasino? Orc users were talking loudly, but I can't tell which country they were talking about. No automatic interpreter service was provided. Yojin, what are you saying? Drake turned to me and asked. Of course, there is no way to understand their language just because I am. Human language is the rune language used by ancient Vikings. Lizardman's language is ancient Greece. The language of the ancient Greek, orcs used by the peoples was Chinese Tur. Tohara used in the northern part of Kistan, no relation to Tohara in Toharistan. These are the sounds heard by the other race. Languages that have disappeared as dead languages that no one speaks now. Now, it's not about nationality, it's about race. The difference in nationality and reality is in communication. There is no problem, but communication becomes impossible if the race is different in the game. However, you asked my parents how they are. Nevertheless, I understood some of the orcs' language. I have lived in the world after the cataclysm for 10 of the last 15 years. No matter how lizardmen and orcs speak, even if you don't know, I remember some of the swear words that have come in countless times. There was a time when it was popular to learn a language of a different race because it was an essential ancient language in the community, etc. No matter how much you evolved into an orc, you must have been human before that, but you don't know me. At the moment, I realize the situation now. As we were caught in a cataclysmic storm, we were all overwhelmed. Is it because your whole body is soot and your hair is so thin? Orc users did not recognize me at all. It can't be helped. I pulled out the shaving hem that was tied to the waist dance countless times. If you ask for your parents' regards, I suppose it's the answer that I'll give you. Now, he's a pretty good match for Drake. Yunsol prepares heel from behind. Drake lifts 2 crossbows. And I'm doing the cutting. Now, the time has come to go out into a cataclysmic world. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 308. Previous talk next. Chapter 309. Golden Mining Age 1. I have to tell you in advance. I've been playing this game for the past 15 years before returning, and 10 of that was spent in the post-cataclysmic world. Naturally, they interacted with numerous orc and lizardman users, whether it is the good or the bad, and he had acquired some unique culture and language. Why? Isn't it a natural phenomenon that when you like Japanese anime, your Japanese increases, and when you like American dramas, you speak English? While working with lizard men and orcs, I naturally became able to understand their words roughly. No matter how much it is a dead language, Seu, that has disappeared from the earth. I gave a hand at the orcs in front of me. In your SSAGAG up, none jot man han gut die. Maybe it's awkward in their ears, but the meaning will work. You, who don't know politeness, have a size similar to your small penis. When an orc fish comes out of my mouth, the orcs in front of me are amazed and look into my face. MOG? Dong Jokin Ga, Sang Jin Gun by Set Honda Orc on him? The orcs looked into my face and looked as if they were doubting if they were of my kind. I started PvP right away, so I was confused by that appearance. Puck. The upside-down sharpener flew like a baseball bat, breaking the head of an orc like a pot. The orc user screamed while covering his head with both hands. Then 2 other orcs took a vigilant position. Pappet. Soon 2 orcs, and the one who had just been struck in the head finished preparing to counterattack. Ho, look at this. I narrowed my eyes. Hagaya, if you came to the Abyss Terminal for a long time, you would be quite a stickler. There are strong strength and strength buffs unique to orcs. Ma must have a much stronger power than when I was human. As I expected, the players in front of me seemed to be wondering at the sudden increase in strength and stamina. Wow. An orc pulled out a huge axe from his back and rigged it vertically. Quackwang. The floor is split into 2 pieces, and stones and sand splatter. The shock wave from the axe ate the ground and flew away, blowing away the shade of the mushroom rock above it. Rumble. The orcs are immersed in joy as they see the rocks collapsing from a distance. The tremendous results they have produced. I was drunk on, but I just dragged my tongue out. I see. I'm still less adapted to my body. If your strength and stamina have risen, you should know how to moderately slow down your strength when attacking. In particular, in the case of orcs, who have special powers, you should do well in the usual power distribution. There will be no shortage of stamina. Because the body is an honest law. I just used my strength to quickly approach the saggy orc. Sasher Sack _ As I wrapped myself up like a snake, the orc was shocked and shook his arm. The reaction was delayed due to numbness in the arm muscles because I had given too much strength just before. Wooduk. I grabbed the orc's shoulder and dislocated the bone as it is. And in that state, he pressed the back of the head and threw it on the ground. Grenade. The orc quickly tried to raise his head, but it was impossible. It's because I was already stepping on his head with the soles of my feet. Badly. He grabbed my calves and ankles with one available arm, but... Sliding tack. Sliding tack. Tack 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 tack. As I hold my breath and let out the mucus, I just hold my leg and shake it up and down hard. Because of the devil's mucus, which makes the friction force 0, he was trampled by me and couldn't do anything. 2 other orcs rushed with swords and spears, seeing that their companions couldn't get up or catch the enemy. However, both of them were also quickly overpowered by Drake. Perfuck. As the arrow pierced the forehead, the high HP of the 2 orcs quickly revealed the ground. Trang. Trang. They died, dropping items and money. Throughout the arms and armor bars scattered across the floor, I could see jerky, drinking water in a leather pouch, potions, herbs, and so on. Now more than a spearhead. It was food and supplies that became valuable. I also looked at the race kill number in the upper right corner after organizing the life of Orc, who had been stubborn. Race kill. Generation kill. Incan 3. Lizard man. Oh, the new number went up. It seems that I ended the start as the first point. I left this record moment as a video and posted it on my YouTube homepage. Cataclysm enemy complete 2. I've got the Orc pub. First blood. Short video in less than a few seconds, but the number of views rises sharply. Started to go. The reaction was obvious even if I didn't see it. Wow. The deceased person remains human. Loyalty, loyalty. All true humanists of this era, dirty orcs, filthy lizard men. Orc, lizard men fall into fear. The deceased remains human. One thing, dirty pseudo-humans. Human is out. I was worried because humans were the least number of people, but FFT. I'm relieved that there is still a deceased person, phew. Originally, the real masters like pure innocence, hooray humans. Yeah, I'm a lizard man, but I'm a TTF *7T deceased person, and I'm raising the character again as a human. That's the chairman of Goinmol's fan club. Anyway, I lost my account during the last meeting and deleted my account. We will cultivate again as a human. Comments run in an instant. Comments on I have been left as a human being. Meanwhile, Yunsol tilted his head. But why did these people suddenly turn into orcs and lizard men? What else is the reason for fighting? I would like to inform her of the approximate elements of this game world. Gave. Well, in this game's worldview, dragons and demons are constantly fighting for power. The two forces were in the Cold War for a while. Didn't we drop the Sky Island on the ground? Probably starting from that, the war between the two races will be activated in earnest. Alas, you think each other pressed the switch of the nuclear bomb towards each other. Right. That's it. And I looked around here all the way. Lava and sulfur boil S1. The sky covered with ashes. It is a terrible terrain. I pointed my finger to the earth on which we are standing. This is the best conflict between dragons and demons. As I opened my mouth, Yinsol and Drake twinkled as if interesting. I continued to explain, thanks to the response of the audience. After the fall of the cannibal Emperor Bokesa, the nerve war between the 7 dragon lords and the 7 demonic constellations has entered a countdown. Among them, the most controversial are the phrases of odds, the black dragon and mammon, the demon constellation of greed. It's a station. Yes, the conflict zone, where the black dragon, Oz, and Mammon, the castle of greed, overlap. That's what this Abyss Terminal is right here. The Abyss Terminal and its vicinity are known for producing a lot of underground resources, especially gold. There are many abandoned mines all over the map. It proves this. Oz and Mammon, who are interested in underground minerals, are constantly fighting to get their hands on this conflict zone, and players are also getting involved in this trend. Among the 7 demon constellations, Mammon is said to be the most greedy for treasure. He summoned the Burning Legion under his command. Numerous orc players are Mammon. It will be brought to the conflict here by calling. Oz is known for being the most greedy for underground minerals among the 7 dragon lords. He also summoned the Immortal Legion under his command. Numerous Lizardman players will flock to the conflict here by Oz's call. Lizardmen and orcs flock to the conflict zone here to complete daily quests. At the same time, it is clear that you will be eager to find gold mines hidden throughout the map. Before the cataclysm, the place filled with lonely abandoned mines has now turned into an Altoran gold mine. As the ground is turned over and the strata are cut off, the red veins of gold flutter alive and run wild in it. Death Dragon vs Greedy Demon. The dragon and the devil led by these two monsters. The war broke out, and their powerful energy covered the entire continent. The players, who have fallen into their minions, flock to this place with a dream of gold and fight for their lives according to the will of the king who controls them. The gold rush has now begun. Here, a huge amount of gold is collected in a randomly generated gold mine dungeon. It can be earned, and when you kill other races, experience doubles. Even in conflict zones, even if you stand still and breathe without fighting, your experience will increase little by little. After hearing my explanation, Yinsol and Drake nodded with admiration. Then lizardmen and orcs will flock to this place because of the daily quest to kill each other. Because the reward is so full, the level rises even if you can sleep in the world. Well, of course, as it is a disputed area where there is no safe zone, you have to be careful about the assassination. In the meantime, if you find a gold mine dungeon that occurs as a random event, it will be a lottery. There is no reason not to come. I nodded at their words. It's still the first day of the cataclysm, so it may be a little out of business, but soon a huge number of people will be here. It will flock to the Vis Terminal or a dispute zone. It is with the dream of Ilwachiangium. And, in the meantime, we have to earn the operating expenses of the club. I came up with 2 proverbs that would later become popular. Lizardmen do the tricks and humans take the money. I earn it like an oak and write it to humans. You have to get up and move quickly. In a little while, Oz of the Tomb of Death and Mammon, the demon constellation of greed, will be ordered to mobilize in earnest. I was going to monopolize the empty honey hunting ground and intercept all the silly, as people weren't flocking yet. Isn't the original life a timing? You can't lose to similar people. No, let's start quickly. I beckoned to Yinsol and Drake. We passed through the village of Lizardman and headed to the Abyss Terminal down there. Before long, a vast cliff emerged. We found the old rope ladder to climb down the cliff. But, the moment I tried to get on the board without thinking in search of the rope ladder going down the terminal, something strange came into my eyes. With my eyes narrowed, I read the holographic text floating on the rope ladder. There were written letters that doubted my eyes. Ku Abyss Terminal Rope Ladder. Toll, Adult 10,000 G/Youth. 5,000 G/1, OOG under 7 years old. Cumulative number of users, 993,021 Ren. Human, 993,021 people. Lizardmen, 0 Ren. Orc, 0 Ren. 10% of the toll is vested in the first discoverer. The first discoverer privilege is valid for 2 years and cannot be transferred to another person. The enormous cumulative number of those who used the Abyss terminal here before the Cataclysm, and the first discovery of this rope ladder. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 309. Previous talk next. Chapter 310. Golden Mines 2. Event Dungeon. A dungeon that appears temporarily only in special cases, not a dungeon that always exists. Fever Time. An opportunity to get better rewards than those obtained under normal circumstances within a limited time. Gold Rush. The era of gold mining has begun. 19th century. The enthusiasm of the gold mines that flocked to California, USA, dreaming of the American dream, was recreated in virtual reality in the 21st century. Of course, all of the gaming community sites are upset. Hey, the bulletin board is noisy. What is this vent dungeon? 1T, what is it, like a gold sprinkling event? There is a gold mine dungeon that occurs randomly, and if you find it, it is a lottery. Gold mine dungeons have big ones and small ones, but the big ones are awesome. Even small ones are good. So I hope you only find them 7T. It's like the gold map in Crazy Xcade. Some gold mines have already been found, but they were eaten by large-scale guilds. You said there was a medium-sized gold mine in the Northeast? See, that's already eaten by the Lizardmen Guild, or Lizards. Breaking news. There is a medium-sized gold mine in the Northwest too. The orc kids lit their eyes and ran to eat that. Humans wouldn't work. The bulletin board is busy. The enthusiasm for gold mining was heating up all gaming communities. Residing at the Abyss terminal from today? So honestly, there are more people who became rich by selling potions or beer than those who became rich by digging for gold. Is it real? Then should I go and sell pops and beer? When the original gold mine is found, the miner. It's not about making money. It's the owner of a nearby inn or a bar making money. Wow, but there is only one rope ladder that you can get down to the Abyss terminal? There were so many people there in general. I think I should go in line. So can I ride that for free? You have to pay a toll. Wow, the toll will be lifted with the Abyss terminal line bridge. But who doesn't eat 10% of those who say it was the first person to find it? Is that real? Run. It must be rumors. What individual is eating tolls? I was skimming through the comments on the bulletin board. What the? I don't believe it either. I used to be a lizard man. I grabbed it and got a privilege for a rope ladder. Continued. LV73 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special, Poisonous, /Sandworm Landman, Privilege, Drought, /Dark King CESH Privilege, Selected, /The Devil Sunk ST, Privilege, Deep Sea, /Tombstone of the Dead, Special, Undead, /Hellwheel Great King Crab, Special. Before, Beakjin Veteran, /Horny Catfish, Bonus, Hidden, /Kraken Killer, Bonus, Paleontology, /Pet of Judy Lope, Queen Weu, Privilege, Knockout, /8 Dari Great Beheader, Special, Incomplete Metamorphosis, /Lizardman Slayer, Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Psychiast, Privilege, First Cataclysm, New. HP 730, /730. After the original Cataclysm patch, all the benefits of A-class monsters and lower have been bought. It should be correct. So, didn't the mana burn trait gained from holding Medusa disappear? However, nevertheless, the title of Lizardman Slayer did not disappear. Perhaps it is because it is classified a little specially because it is not a title obtained by holding the Lizardmen all in one, but a title obtained by annihilating the Lizardman village. In the first place, Lizardman Massacre. It's not because he's also a Lizardman Slayer. Anyway, up to this point, I had already predicted it for a while, and although I had forgotten it for a while due to a lot of work, I quickly understood. Well, it must have been used a lot in the meantime. I zoomed in on the gram floating on the rope ladder. First discoverer, the deceased person. I have disabled this text so no one can see it except me. However, only 10% of the toll has been steadily flowing into my virtual account. I had forgotten it for a while, but I didn't know that it would be piled up like this. How much is all this? I opened my mouth to the unintentionally gained money. Even now, it's about this level, but I wasn't sure how much the replacement profit would increase if more people rush in after a goal was revealed. But this is not enough. Strictly speaking, this money is the joint property of me and Delake. Also, even if I fully invest my share in the club, it is difficult to run it in the long term. It has no choice but to be insufficient. I need more money to continue my steps after YouTube view. Not enough to be a millionaire. More than that, I will be able to draw the picture I want. So, I can never be satisfied with the profits from the tolls of the rope ladder that I got now. This is a wealth income to the last. And now it's time to go to earn state income. Drool. Me, Yunsol, and Drake climbed to the platform and pulled the pulley. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The salted ropes are rubbed against the rusty bolts, making a bizarre sound. Wow, something comes down after a long time. Seems to be. Yunsol looked around and cried out. As you pass through the huge primeval forest that has sprouted horizontally, you can see a waterfall flowing backwards and spilling lava. The sulfur mist that remained as cloudy steam and spore bombs of giant flowers sprang up were still there. The strata where familiar monsters, such as toothpick hornfish, sandworm, etc., are cut off. Things wriggling in the cross-section of the story also caught my eye. They also survived. Drake scratched his head as he saw some young sandworms wriggling in the distance. Most of the monsters, who were powerful even before the cataclysm, seemed to be barely affected by the disaster. Chi geek, drool. Drool? The pulley keeps going down. On the way down, when the length of the rope was reached, I moved to the pulley next to it. We continued to descend through a sea of fog, a vast network of nets, and an endless virgin forest. Down, further down. How long has it been? Yet. At the bottom of the abyss terminal, as we did before. Arrived. A floor that looks like a black wasteland. Originally, there was a fire spirit who managed Akashic records. But now he has nowhere to go. Only one pit was dug out on the empty floor. Now that you have completed the mission, it must be natural. Yunsol looks down the pit. I was so impressed. Here it all started. That pit was originally where Nettie, an angel girl who fell from the sky, was asleep. It was also where Yunsol first started his game life. However, there was a huge crack in the place of that memory now. The huge pit that the fire spirit made into a flat land opened its mouth again due to a huge tectonic movement, revealing its deeper depths. The pit where the angel girl was asleep was waiting for us as the entrance to the deeper underground after the cataclysm. Kuriak. Inside, you can hear the sound of burning fire and the flowing lava. Also, sometimes a blinding golden color erupted. It's a gold mine, I said, looking into the crack. Gold mine, Jinwang. It is also an extra-large gold mine that won't be envious of being the #1 lottery. Originally, the sealed place was lifted due to the fight between the Death Dragon and the Constellation of Greed. Drake and Yunsol muttered quietly. Is an unopened area open to the fight of S+ class monsters? Are you sure the difficulty of attacking the inside will be considerable? Yunsol's judgment was correct. The world's work is not as simple as the internet celebrities say. If you could make the jackpot just by discovering it, the lucky wanderers, not the large guilds, would sit and occupy all the gold mines. Most of the gold mines in conflict zones are managed by large guilds. It is because they are thoroughly prepared. What? Right. There are people who sometimes forget that gold mines are also dungeons. I asked Drake and Yunsol the difficulty of the gold mine dungeon. Big profit comes with big risk. Get ready. When it comes to targeting an oversized gold mine, you need to be prepared for it. Gaza, I am ready to dive into the gold mine. Right then. There was a tragedy that passed in front of me. I stopped running and stood. Up close / the sound of a hard, sharp thing scratching a hard stone floor. Past my toes and nose. A knife mark drew deep gold in the ground. There are a total of 5 strikes. I raised my head. Saskatchewan. Across from the entrance of the gold mine that I was aiming for, I became popular. Several shadows obscured by gold were draped over the walls of the gold mine. Lizard Man. At first glance, 12 players were staring at us as if they had gone through all the prenatal battles. Green scales and yellow eyes. The moment I faced them, I had no choice but to recall memories of a long time ago. You know faces? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 310. Previous talk next. Chapter 311. Golden Mines 3. With my eyes wide open, I stared at the 12 lizard men in front of me. Lizard men have to look at their skin color, body size, tail length, etc. because it is not easy to distinguish their appearance by face. In general, lizard men get bigger and bigger as the level goes up, and the scales get bigger and thicker. High-level lizard men have muscle strength that is not pushed even when compared to oaks because the skeleton becomes huge and the muscles are attached, not just the height. In addition, considering the agility and resilience of lizard men, the magic resistance and physical defense of the scales, Liza, demands race balance gets closer to the golden ratio as the level goes up. It is the norm that the physical of the same level humans can hardly catch up with. Of course, it's not just an advantage. Of course, there are also drawbacks. 1. Monsters under the Dragon Core are classified as friendly and can no longer be hunted. 2. The hop yield and fuel efficiency of consumable items, are very inefficient. 3. The meta and variations of wearable equipment are quite narrow. These three are the biggest drawbacks of lizardmen users. The biggest drawback among them is the first. After the cataclysm, the nerve war between the dragon and the devil has entered a countdown, and whether a number of monsters will join the dragon. I had to choose whether to join the side. Therefore, almost half of the monsters were attached to the dragon side. In the main story, a race called lizardmen under the command of the Dragon Corps cannot hunt monsters belonging to the same Dragon Corps camp for this reason. Even if it is possible to hunt, the reward or experience is poorly reduced, and sometimes even a penalty is suffered. The second drawback is also daunting. While the human race has the fuel economy of a light car, the lizardman race is similar to that of a sports car. Humans are a tool-using race, and as they have been, they can freely use numerous potions, spellbooks, and various buff potions. Using a potion exerts 100% of the potion's effect, and writing a spellbook activates 100% of the effect of the spellbook. However, in the case of lizardmen, the fuel economy was very low. Even if you eat the same potion, you sometimes get half or less efficiency compared to the amount that humans recover. As it was large and physically good, the amount of food and water to maintain it was incomparable to that of humans. The third drawback is also that it annoys many lizardman users. It was phosphorus. Lizardmen are basically big. The skeleton is thick and has a lot of muscle, so it is suitable for a style of battle where the enemy sticks closely to the enemy. Therefore, most of the weapons and armor that lizardmen can wear were on the side of simple types of items. The magic book that has to turn pages one by one, or the book that has to be gently gripped. Crystal beads, delicate bows, and orders with complex characteristics are not suitable for lizardmen. For this reason, lizardmen's evaluation was slightly better than its own powerful performance. In a way, it can be said that the correct answer style is just decided, and it is a very expensive race. Because they couldn't afford the maintenance cost, there were also those who erased the character and raised their race again with good fuel economy orcs or humans. Is it so? The 12 lizardmen who were in front of me now looked very hot for gold mines. Susuk Chuck. They are in front of us with an urgent attitude. Blocked. And I noticed the tallest of them, the lizardmen in front. Thick bones, tough muscles, and thick scales. The lizardmen next to them also had 2 heads larger than the general lizardmen, but the interest in front of them is 1 head taller than their peers. Real name Carolyn River. The nickname in the game is Sleeping Dog. Lizardman user of Russian nationality. I already knew his name and face. Before returning, he was quite famous. It's a monster lizardman. He was a ranker who did not stand out before the cataclysm, when all players were unified as a human race. However, after becoming a large-scale tribal patch, he abandoned the human body and changed into the body of a lizard man. And from then on, he began to glorify a talent he did not know. He always walked fiercely on the front line and reigned as the myth of many lizard men, winning the neck of countless humans and orcs. Thanks to that, he was recognized by the 7 Dragon Lords and was the first lizard man user to receive the title. Have you already adjusted to the cataclysm? That's a great talent. Well, so I must have kept the number 1 in the official rankings of Lizardman for several years. I looked at the Carolyn River in front of my eyes. Before returning, he was smaller than the one in his memory, but he is still close to 2 meters tall. As it is now, it was quite overbearing. I remember working for the press in Russia. Then are you still on the way? Is it so? His whole body was spewing out an indescribable semi-bone temperament. I thought I knew roughly why the nickname in the game was Sleeping Dog. Then, Chong. Carolyn Kong pulled out his index fingernail, long nails like the blade of a long sword. Chan. I narrowed my eyes. I wanted to attack right away. It wasn't. Carolyn lifted her nails and began to write on the ground. Adava Nasha Oblast. Soon after, a simple message popped up when I quickly turned the translator into an image scan because I wanted to say something. This is our area. A really simple message. They say they will monopolize the huge gold mine that has been created in the place where the angel girl Nettie was asleep. I laughed bloody. If you guys go, you can attack quickly. What have you not done in the meantime? I logged into the game as soon as the Cataclysm patch was complete, and it took me about 2 weeks to get down here. I don't know how they got here sooner than me, but in fact it doesn't matter much. The important thing is who is the owner of this land now. As I was sarcastic, the lizardmen looked at each other as if they couldn't understand what I was saying. Meanwhile, the Carolyn River, who appears to be the leader of the group, calmly subsided the turmoil. Then, calmly, I continued writing. We were hunting in the Hongya of this area. When we accessed after the cataclysm, the plane that we were in became a pit, and we were lucky. Fortunately, I was able to find this dungeon. We tried to attack this dungeon, but the difficulty at the beginning was so difficult, so we decided to rewrite our strategy. Meanwhile, you guys. It seems that the character has been in the coordinates here before the Cataclysm patch, and the character has been moved to the right place after accidentally connecting. If it's a coincidence, it's a coincidence. It's a tremendous luck indeed. They seem to have tried various things to attack the dungeon during the 2 weeks we came down to this place. That's why I was a beggar like that. I looked at the lucky lizardman in front of me. The area that was before the Cataclysmic would go down and become a deep sinkhole of 40,000 meters. Who knew? However, if you unconditionally run into it as a large, delicious chunk of meat, you will lose this redness or get indigestion and pretend to be. No matter how good the opportunity is, you can't catch it unless you become competent. Move. I only said one word. Some lizardmen are excited by my single smiling attitude. But they couldn't attack. This is because the Carolyn River reached out and held back his fellow colleagues. He was staring at me with a thoughtful look. It seems that you know my face, a popular YouTuber. As Carolyn murmured a few words at her colleagues, their expressions changed suddenly. It seems that I have only recognized my identity now. Soon Carolyn wrote another letter on the floor. This time, it was a nuanced Korean. A large gold mine. Gold. Enough reserves to share. Anyone can see it as if he just turned the translator. Knowing that I am Korean, it seems that I have adapted it. I can see my willingness to rectify the situation without going against my planting as much as possible. As usual, the devotion would have allowed me to do whatever I wanted, but no, I don't want to give you gold. Go back. But I too was in desperate need of money. It takes a lot of money to roll the club and provide the kids' salaries. In the first place, what else would you dare to share with other people in net treasure that you can eat all by yourself? I shook my head. There were only 2 paths they could choose. Either escape or die. Lizardmen seemed to understand my words. Breakdown of negotiations, Xiashang Juliet. Q a dance, 1 Da Wu Yong. The battlefield is full of tension. Soon 12 lizardmen surrounded us. Then, Carolyn, the leader, came out in front of the group. He stepped his hand towards me. Between bosses. Won't you play a game? It looks like he wants to do a 1:1 Great War, Da Jang John. Well, a suggestion that is not particularly bad for me. It doesn't matter if you deal with all 12 at once. It is also one way to abbreviate the troublesome battle that you have nothing to gain in this way. If the captain is brutally broken by self, the group's momentum will also diminish. The moment I am willing to step forward. Down. Drake held me back. You are the club's signboard. Signboards don't consume images by going out. Then, when I asked, Drake smiled and stepped forward instead. The miscellaneous merchant filters me out of my line. Drake Cat, number 1 in the official ranking of the Future Human Group. vs. Future Carolyn Kong, number 1 in the official rankings of the Lizardmen. Yongya and Sleeping Dog stood face to face. 2 rankers representing the United States and Russia, respectively, while representing humans and lizardmen respectively. It feels like watching a world war. I opened the popcorn bag with Yunsol. The neurological warfare between dogs and cats has just begun. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 311. Previous talk next. Chapter 312. Golden Mining Age 4. Drake Cat, number 1 in the human race official ranking. He is a user who has kept first place in many categories, such as PvP, the user's grave, and level, until he disappeared from the rankings, the theory that he closed the game the most. Meanwhile, Carolyn Kong also had a career that was second to none. Although it is a future affair, he will be a representative figure that comes to mind when thinking of lizardmen. Since these 2 strong people met as enemies in such a place, it is inevitably exciting for me to know the future. Hey, is this interesting? It's just a few meters away that you're intuitive watching the fights of the powerful who would not have been able to make eye contact if it had been before the return. It's a remarkable thing. Meanwhile, I was coldly weighing the odds of my teammates' victory. Human Archer and Lizardman Warrior. Drake is a meta that fights with a crossbow, iron, and dagger while spreading the distance with agile movements. Strictly speaking, it is more appropriate to see him as a thief or assassin rather than an archer. First of all, with a small body and light weight unique to humans, it moves quickly to increase the distance from the opponent, and uses the crossbows of both hands to pour arrows. Most opponents are filtered at this stage, but occasionally they have come through this rain of arrows. If the enemy is rushing while being hit by an arrow, it will continue to shoot the arrow while widening the distance. But if the enemy is approaching from the arrow with a quick movement, the movement is sealed by placing a calf on the floor. Drake's style is to finish the game with an arrow or a hidden dagger if the enemy is weakened by the damage of arrows and irons. On the other hand, Carolyn Kong is a melee dealer who enjoys close combat. Among them, a melee dealer who specializes in evasion and critical hits. There are often people who underestimate the defense and strength of Matuga, whose specialty is avoidance. But in fact, it is very wrong common sense. In order to avoid the opponent's attack, you must have excellent body vision, as well as the muscles of your legs, neck, and back must be very developed. Quickly turn your head or turn your back. This is because it takes enormous strength to change the direction of the body by bending or applying force to the toes. In order to turn freely in any posture and avoid the enemy's attack, you must have such excellent strength, which is a weapon that enables a counterattack with lethal power. Lizardmen, who bent at a strange angle to avoid attacks from the opponent's room, usually have sharp nails, toenails, and thick skin. It comes back with a silver tail. It would be difficult to obtain this with a human's small and fragile body, not the orc's solid body. In terms of Sangseong, Carolyn is more advantageous. I watched the battlefield with an exciting expression. Yet, the PvP of Drake and Carolyn has begun. Papa Slash. It was Drake surprisingly that the first person to hit the ground was. Even if the distance was not enough, he narrowed the distance and dived toward the Carolyn River. Puffer Fong. A crossbow held in Drake's hands fired an arrow. The Carolyn River was frightened. I had a lot of experience dealing with archers, but this is the first time I've ever been a buffalo like this. Shooting an arrow while moving forward was much faster and stronger than shooting an arrow while moving backwards. Heck, the Carolyn River struck an arrow with his armored forearm and bounced it off. However, the arrow broke through the vambraces of the Carolyn River and tore his skin a little. It was a tremendous power indeed. What arrow is the power? The Carolyn River hurried back. I got it. Therefore, the distance naturally widened. Oops. The Carolyn River wanted to miss the moment he retreated from the arrow rain, making the stupid mistake of giving the world a distance against archers. The other party suddenly ran so violently and was mistaken for a moment. Not surprisingly, Drake spreads further and further, saying that the distance to Carolyn is right. It seemed clear that he was planning to end the game early. Puff, puff, puff. The rain of arrows began to pour down. It is an arrow made of the solid exoskeleton of the bad endings. Shoot it with an A+ grade crossbow, but the armor will be fine. If the Carolyn River hadn't used Lizardman's unique flexible body and genius reflexes to block arrows, the vampires would have been pierced in no time. Easy. The Carolyn River gave out a strong breath peculiar to Lizardmen. Soon, he hid behind a rock popping out of the ground. It was a temporary measure to avoid the rain of arrows pouring right away. That's why I just made a little more time. Drake aimed his crossbows toward each side of the towering rock. The first pillar of mushroom rock cut off by the Carolyn River by swinging his nails. The rock is a little thick to do penetration damage. Carrick. Drake widened the two crossbows in both hands. Anything can be aimed, either protruding to the left or protruding to the right of the rock. However, it was the result of not considering the physical of the Lizardman race. Papak. The Carolyn River drove its claws into a rock wall and quickly burned it. And, not on the left or right side of the rock, he showed up at the top and jumped towards Drake. Up. Drake was a little surprised. I shot several arrows, but with those few shots, the opponent's armor and tough blood, we couldn't penetrate wealth. Slash. The Carolyn River swung 5 nails to attack Drake. Enormous physical attack power. Lizardman's nails, which split the rocks like tofu, rushed back and forth, left and right. Drake leaned over and plunged into the arms of the Carolyn River. The crossbow can also be used like this. Drake released the crossbow protest, tied it up like a wire, and tied it to the wrist of the Carolyn River. Then he wrapped it once around the thick neck of the Carolyn River, then pulled his feet against his chest and pulled it with force. Carolyn has her own wrist. I was embarrassed to be getting closer to it. More precisely, the tip of one's sharp nails rushing toward his face. If it is hard, it is in a situation where he will pierce his face with his nails. Damn it. Carolyn hurriedly gave strength to one hand, but rather than that, Drake used a wire to cover the whole body. The pulling force was stronger. However, Drake had to be embarrassed to see his body suddenly soar into the air. Tail. For Lizardmen, he forgot the existence of the tail, which is said to be used more often than the hand. Tsar. The Carolyn River stretched out a log-like tail and wrapped around Drake's waist. And as it is, the Carolyn River, trying to put it in the ground, screamed and released the power of its tail. Tuck ye. The tip of the tail and pieces of flesh fall to the ground, struggling. Drake can be seen shrugging with a dagger dripping with blood. The instantaneous trait was activated. How are you alive? Drake cut off the tail of the Carolyn River with a dagger with an instant death characteristic at the moment of crisis. Of course, if the Carolyn River hadn't cut off his tail at that moment and felt a sense of crisis, the victory or defeat would have already been decided. At the moment of despair, the lizard man cut off his tail and was Drake's mistake, not knowing that he could escape. It's pretty good. That's annoying. The two rankers, who cannot communicate with each other, confront with the same mind and the same will. Meanwhile, wow, is this fun? I was opening popcorn and watching PvP. Yinsol turned to me and asked, Ujin, who is advantageous? Her questions are difficult to answer easily. Drake itself is high in fighting skill. Drake was dominant in items and levels. However, the Carolyn River had a race physical that could narrow the difference between items and levels. Also, since the Carolyn River was once a human, he knows exactly the racial characteristics of Drake, but Drake. I am not familiar with the characteristics of the new race, Lizardman. I just missed the timing to put the combo because I didn't know the break the tail, which is the racial trait of Lizardman. I was a little worried and finally came up with an answer. It will become clear if we stick together a little more, but if it is right now, it looks like Drake will be able to win. It was as I said. As time passed, the battlefield gradually tilted toward Drake. Papa. As Drake covered the ground with calendars, it became almost impossible for the Carolyn River to narrow the streets with its characteristic swift movement. The scales are so thick that the lozenge sticks well. He was a lizard man who didn't speak, but the soles of his feet weren't thick. Plenty. Blood. Oops. Since there were no shoes items that lizard men could wear, the Carolyn River had to step barefoot on the various types of irons that Drake sprinkled. Poison, mana burn, penetration, and other characteristics erode the body of the Carolyn River. There, the powerful arrows that Drake has been shooting from before turned the Carolyn into a coward. He had no choice but to hide behind a rock or lie down on a hollow floor to avoid arrows. But in such a place, the irons that D-Lake had laid in advance were spewing out a wicked evil spirit. As time passes and the range of their movement increases, the charter. It is becoming increasingly disadvantageous to the Carolyn River. Drake narrowed his eyes. Don't be awesome now. I just saw the Carolyn River hiding behind a rock. Beard. Drake pulled the protest and quickly pulled the lever. Poop. A foot of a thick battle flew toward the rock. Pop. The rock exploded, followed by a brief scream of the Carolyn River. The lake noticed that the rock was thin. It took a single damage to the flesh and fired a penetrating shot. It's not fun. I was curious how strong it would be because it was a new race. Now we are done with the grasp. Drake returned to the back of the rock, holding a dagger with an instant death trait. As I turned around the corner, I saw the Carolyn River, whose belly was pierced by an arrow that broke through the rock. Like a lizard man. The wound healed quickly, but the arrowhead was too big, but the barbs were sprouting up, so it couldn't be easily pulled out. The Carolyn River was staring at the lake with bloody eyes. Even if the terrain wasn't just the wilderness. He muttered grievously towards Drake, but no interpreter was available. Because it was, conversation was impossible. Then go well. Drake picked up a dagger and held it in the heart of the Carolyn River. However, poop. I couldn't stop the enemy's breath because of the shock that struck my head out of nowhere. Drake bounced away, defending his head with vampires. Several scales flutter. The yellow eyes of lizardmen were seen through the dust. 11 lizardmen were besieging Drake at some point. Wasn't it 1-to-1? I think even you guys suggested it first, Drake said, staring at the lizardman who just slapped his head with his tail. Then the rest of the lizardmen, except for the sorrowful Carolyn River, snorted. Saying something was a nuance of ridicule. It's a gold mine, but 1-to-1? Where are those things, that kind of feeling? Anyway, the tide was reversed. 11 lizardmen, except for the Carolyn River, surrounded Drake in a circle and surrounded it. Ready to run right now. However, look at these. The battle was delayed for a while by the head protruding from the rock. A smiling face with a funny expression. Of course I am. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 312. Previous talk next. Chapter 313. Golden Mining Age 5. Damn it. It took a damn thing. Carolyn thought, pulling an arrow through the abdomen. Everything started in Gray City, the outermost part of the South Continent. Tower of Murderers towering on the outskirts of Gray City. It was when rumors were just spreading that a vicious villain had appeared there. The Carolyn River headed to the Tower of the Murderers in response to a quest from the mayor of Gray City to defeat the villain. Unfortunately, however, the The villain wasn't alone and had quite a few powerful loads. Carolyn River, who failed to attack the tower, gathered 11 trusted friends and headed for Gray City once again. The Tower of Murderers was already a hideout for villains, and a thorough collection of data was required for the attack. While ambushed around the tower, looking for a break, he could overheard the villains' chatter by chance. "Oh my gosh, who knew we were going to hold hands? Isn't you and me in the same situation after all? Used and abandoned. What are you going to do from now on? Foofs. Everything is like we did in the closed beta. I want revenge. You look like a crazy guy. How do I do it? Well, shall we start lightly with the first cataclysm? If so, you should go to Heavenly Island. I'm from a goblin, so the story is still fast. There is a good way to get there. Of course you know. You mean terminal? It was difficult to grasp the reality of the conversations of the villains simply by eavesdropping. He seemed to be envisioning some great future that his common sense could not understand. However, the Carolyn River was able to figure out what the villains wanted. A huge sinkhole abyss terminal in the East Continent. The villains seemed to have chosen this place as their next target. It's a cataclysm in Heavenly Island. I don't know what it is, but it looks like something big will happen. The half thought that we should stop their conspiracy, and the half thought we could get something good by pursuing these guys. 12 players, including the Carolyn River, secretly pursued the villains. However, the villains who finally arrived at the Abyss Terminal were greatly embarrassed. Hey, was this the original 7? Crazy, / an orphan touched a meteorite? It can't be like this. Is there any more NOI who hit the close? I do not know. As far as I know, you are the only one who survived Cleep. Amon must have gone to Heavenly Island. Do you have anybody who knows? Foofs. I have one, but I don't know if he's right. Wouldn't it possibly cause a cataclysm? It is absolutely impossible, because it is not easy to always choose the correct answer in a number of unexpected situations. Isn't it something you don't know? I can't say that there is no probability at all. It's a probability that the orangutan will play Chopin's piano concerto while playing the piano keys randomly. It means that there is a possibility anyway. The bad guys went around for a long time around the Abyss Terminal, which had turned into a flat land, and then disappeared somewhere. Asterisk 3.2191, we'll see you again. After mentioning the odd numbers, the Carolyn River noticed that it was a coordinate value, and then waited in hiding near that coordinate. All of the coworkers we have been with are those who are connected by a strong friendship even in reality. Until this time, they were ordinary human players, waiting for the villains who had been chasing them with anticipation. But what is this? The villains did not appear, and a sudden, massive update was made, and they were all thrown out of the game. When they reconnected to the game after a long wait, the wasteland where they had been turned into a huge abyss of 40,000 meters underground. The 12 players, who were placed on the bottom of the abyss, could not climb up and continue to wander nearby, believing in only one number, 3.2191. And after that long enduring time, he discovered the entrance to this huge gold mine. It's a gold mine we found because of how hard we worked. I can never give up. 44, a little bit coward, but I can't help it. I'm sorry. We have work to do for our country. 11 other lizard men stepped forward, except for the sorrowful Carolyn River. They broke the 1:1 promise and intervened on the battlefield. And Drake, who was driving the Carolyn River, was besieged in reverse. But, look at these. The situation is reversed again by me who intervened in the battlefield following them. I laughed at the lizard men who couldn't communicate. That alone scares the lizard men. After eating, he stumbles back. But, as if they weren't going to give up the fight, they weren't biting their nails aiming at Drake. This is why celebrities are tired. They knew that my fighting style was a melee combat style using dot damage, so they were holding Drake hostage with the distance apart. I was in a pretty difficult situation. No matter how fast I move, it's not faster than the nails of the lizard men who are besieging Drake. In fact, there was no way to overcome this situation. All I have to do is to unconditionally accept their requests. If it hadn't been for Yunsol behind me, it would have been Pappet. As soon as I sent a signal, Yunsol activated the divine inviolable trait. Wow. Shoo. The 12 lizard men vomited a futile breeze. Seeing it, I smiled. Of course, there aren't any players in the world these days who don't have a dark trait. After the cataclysm, the number of monsters with dark properties increased. Players, too, have no choice but to follow the dark tendencies in terms of titles and items. As it is a world where darkness strikes the plate, of course, the only characteristic of Yunsol, the Shin Songbulchim, shines more and more. It has no choice but to be. The bodies of some of the lizard men who touched the bright protective film stiffen. There were some good guys, but those guys are quite far apart. I dive without missing the gap. Did you say Vicky? I'm 2 lizard men running. After picking up the fist, it was blown away with reflection damage. Then, I hugged the lake, which had been stiff, in a princess's hug position, spurred the rock, and returned to where I was. Several lizard men who were not paralyzed stepped forward. Those who had been stiff were also injected with paralysis treatment from the inventory and started moving again. One fighting spirit is awesome. However, the momentum of the lizard men disappeared at once as I pulled the shavings out of the waste. I smiled and pushed them down. You know what this is? The holiday season that symbolizes me. There aren't many who can survive by being stabbed here, especially in remote areas where there is no such change of treatment means. Creepy. As I revealed my power, the lizard men glanced away. The fear of dealing with a deadly plague, not a beast or monster. If you have a head, you know the answer is to step back. In the end, the lizard men also defeated the momentum. The Carolyn River was looking at me, filling the hole in the boat with cotton soaked in potion. There is a deep sense of fear and awe in that gaze. Meanwhile, Drake frowned. I opened my mouth. Those guys have to be killed here, so I don't think there will be any remorse. He snared with an arrow on his crossbow, as if shooting at any moment. However, I raised my hand and held back Drake. Well, normally, I would have been like that too. Not this time. 2%. There is only one way to use it more efficiently than killing the lizard men. I closed my eyes and looked at the future for a moment. It is not an investment made with confidence, but a way of making sense. It's close to the night. A certain sense peculiar to the deceased person. I patted Drake on the shoulder a few times and then turned my head, and he rode on the ground towards the lizard men under the rock. The lizard men opened their eyes wide when they saw the message I was sending. The meaning written on the ground was simple and clear. Watchdog or dead. I now need gatekeepers who keep the dungeon for some reason. Watchdog, become or die. The faces of all the lizard men who read my message were hardened. Soon, all eyes on the battlefield were directed towards one place. There stood the Carolyn River. This was a message I was sending to Carolyn River or Sleeping Dog. I am hiring these lizard men now. These different races who are ready to hit the back of the head anytime. Then Drake and Yoon Sol expressed expressions that they couldn't understand. Would you like to keep these people alive? It seems to be a little carcinogenic. Wouldn't it be that he left behind unfortunately? You broke the 1:1 promise just before and betrayed you. What if you let all the people who want to go into the gold mine? This is the same as saying that you would believe in the Haba monster. This is because lizard men and humans have completely different attitudes toward each other even if they are the same player. There is no deposit and no karma value is applied. It was absurd to have the dungeon gatekeeper in the yard without any means to prevent betrayal or PK. He even asked me with an expression that he couldn't understand the Karel 4 emphasis car. Are you saying to stop those who want to enter the dungeon after you? Don't you think we'll betray you? However, I just smile brightly. Rather, that's why I leave it to you. Like seeing and believing in humanity, whether friendship has sprung up after fighting, or seeing truthfulness in your eyes. I don't believe stupid words like that. But, the rubs I have them do will do a little different work than the regular gatekeepers. The more insignificant guys are, the better they can perform. I was saying, from now on, kill all humans who come out of the gold mine. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 313. Previous talk next. Chapter 314. Catacombs 1. Catacomb. It is a word derived from the Greek word catacomb and means the corner of a low land. Deep in the basement room, corridors, closed rooms, and long corridors. It refers to a space in which thousands of small tombs were dug underground. In other words, it is an underground network made up of tremendous number of cemeteries. Ransom. Payment. Surely. Guaranteed hidden around our neck. Lizard men write letters on the ground. Have been writing to convey their intentions. I nodded, then raised my head to look into the abyss sky. Of course, there is no sunlight at all below 40,000 meters below ground. Only the eerie yellow mist and the lukewarm saltwater raindrops that wet the face can be seen. Now let's go in. I beckoned towards Yoon Sol and Drake. Netherlands play class A. A crack that emits yellowish light with a boiling sound. We dive underneath with 12 traders watching. 12 lizard men, including the Carolyn River, were looking down through the cracks. Other lizard men urged the Carolyn River. Hey Carolyn, are you going to let them monopolize the gold mine? It was only when I was a player of the same race that I kept my business. Now they are monsters. It's no different. You have to be faithful now and stay still. If we retire, it's like the entire lizard men race will retire. I have to hit it now. It may seem cowardly, but if you don't hit it now, the human race will go too far. And we have a job to do. I need money, my friend. They opened their mouths in a heavy tone. The small spirit for the cause. In the eyes of friends who take life in their mouths, a longing for more than money can be seen. Carolyn's yellow pupil shook. Long silence. Soon, he rolled his dry tongue into his mouth like a grave. Meanwhile, me, Drake, and Yoon-Sol were going deep into the gold mine. Shall I betray you? Yoon-Sol asked me with an anxious expression, and I nodded as if my mouth hurt when I said 2 words. Of course. Maybe they will sneak away and sneak away. Yoon-Sol listened to me more and more. They made a look that it was difficult to understand. She asked at Drake next to him. Aren't you curious about Mr. Drake? Why do you know why the old man saves those people? I guess the unit price is not right. Drake replied briefly. As Yoon-Sol tilted his head, I explained additionally. Drake is right. If you want to kill it, you can kill it, but then it's inefficient. The 12 lizard men, including the Carolyn River, are large, presumed to be quite high level. Carolyn, the leader of the group, was a capable person who could do a diary with Drake, and the other 11 physicals were quite good. If you tell them to kill them all without taking damage, the possibility is only 98%. After listening to me, Yoon-Sol made an embarrassing expression. Doesn't that mean 98% is sure? But there is something she overlooks. Certainly, the average person would trust the 98% probability and distrust the 2% probability. However, gamers doubt the probability of 98% and believe in the probability of 2%. In the game world, the probability of 2% is quite large, and it is a probability that can never be ignored. A 2% probability means 1 out of 50. It is also a secretly frequent occurrence that items with a 98% chance of reinforcing success spells burst. I didn't want to take even the slightest risk, especially at the time of this important task. They are not as reliable as they are of different races, but nonetheless, they can be eaten quite efficiently when a crisis strikes. I hope it doesn't happen if possible. I'm the lizard men coming after. In preparation for this, the rear was clearly indicated. Those are some kind of insurance. Meanwhile, Drake and Yoon-Sol continued to move forward. This enormous gold mine consisted of a total of 3 basements. Even though it is underground, a tunnel that is bright like broad daylight and lava flowing along the wall will blind you. It emits a reddish glow. However, the scene changed as we went underground. Gold. Huge golden veins can be seen fluttering in the dark strata. A gold vein, thicker than 5 fingers, was flowing through the cross-sections of the black stratum. Attracted by the deep and vivid gold color, I approached the wall of the gold mine without my knowledge. Like a ghost who is possessed by money. It was Yoon-Sol who grabbed my back. Oh, wake. I woke up to her voice. I looked up and saw a few monsters crouching near the gold vein I was about to approach. Cricket riding upside down. Level, B+, / characteristics. Poisonous, explosive, change temperature, reverse. Forms 1. Conflict zone across the rotting and burning land. Yi size, 1m. It is a widespread insect in a gold mine that wants to be a bit deep. I've never seen it go into a gold mine, but a gold mine. There are countless things creeping out. A plump belly with a shiny black luster. All the non-black parts of the body glow in yellow gold. Unusually, this cricket crawls with its tuck and stomach upside down. And it sticks flat to the ceiling and grinds the sand mixed with gold into metallurgical metallurgy. I am eating. I went far away from these crickets, who weren't good to touch. These worms have the characteristics of either changing fire damage to water damage and water damage to fire damage, or by changing their attack pattern from side to side. And it's very annoying because if one person self-destructs, the other ones also self-destruct, because it crawls upside down. If the discovery is late, it's a big deal. Fortunately, these crickets didn't seem to be interested in anything other than sticking to a gold mine wall or ceiling and gnawing on gold. If only the feeding area is not invaded, it will not show aggression. So it is necessary to circumvent damage. Probably, the lizard men above seemed to have been struck by the gold veins and then suffered their self-destruction. So you must have been begging like that. I laughed as I recalled the rumors of the lizard men that were covered with soot. Meanwhile, Drake, who was following me, was curiously looking at the crickets. I want to catch it once. I'm curious what items to give. Well, they give you good items. Okay, so, isn't it that you have to grab it and go? It hurts because of the explosion properties. And the items you can get from them can be obtained from below. Then, Shijup KK. A strange sound began to be heard from the front. As you turn around the corner of the gold mine and enter the deepest part of the first basement floor, you can see the underground staircase leading to the second basement level. And in front of him, the middle boss, who was the chief of the gatekeeper, sat down and kept his seat. Golden Mine Tree Frog. Level, A/ characteristics. Poisonous, dark, conservative, overeating, reverse. Rheumatic esophagitis, change of temperature, inversion, Youngorium. Habitat, abyss, terminal, Netherlands, play, first floor. Ye size, for M. There was a tree frog who made the opposite of what his parents said for a lifetime. Parents wanted to be buried in the mountains before they died, so they left a will to bury themselves by the water, but the tree frog, who was sorrowed by the loss of his parents, followed the words of his parents for the first time and for the last time. And one rainy day, the tree frog cried sadly as the graveyard of his parents was swept away by the swollen water. Seeing the tombs of their parents drifting away, the tree frog felt a strong heart. Yes, all I need to believe now is money. Rather than a tree frog on a toad. Looks close. This giant amphibian monster is in the midst of an underground passage of gold veins. I was sitting and groaning for something. When I tried to chew something in my mouth, I saw some cricket legs sticking out of my thick lips. You look bad. Drake frowned at the frog. He fed an arrow on the crossbow and immediately blew it away. It was an action taken under the calculation that there would be no difficulty because he had dealt with a lot of A-class monsters. However, it must be hard. I laughed at Drake like that. Just as expected, the golden frog returned the arrow that touched it and shot it at Drake. Ugh, comma. Drake was startled and had to roll the floor. This is because the arrow rotated 180 degrees in the same trajectory and flew away. That's not enough. Gia. The golden frog finds and attacks Drake. Scratch. Clapper duck. He put it in his mouth and started vomiting the crickets that had lingered. Golden liquids flew towards Drake. The digestion is halfway, but the cricket's ingredients are mixed. Oh, it's hot. Drake rolled around the floor to avoid the liquid, but he couldn't stop the splashing of a few drops. It goes without saying that he suffered from poisoning abnormally. I laughed at it. Because he's a monster that started to appear after the cataclysm. Stronger than A-class monsters. Be careful with the passive nature of reflecting the attack backwards and the attack pattern that spits vomit farther away. You say it reflects the attack backwards? That's embarrassing. So how do you catch it? I have to catch it with dot damage or terrain damage. Fortunately, both are one of our major fields. I shave. Drake is a lozenge. We circulated around the golden frog and ate its enormous HP by metallurgical gold. Yunsol's heal magic was behind him, so he could withstand it even if he was struck by poison sometimes. It fiercely resisted with the tough leather and heavy weight, the solution and vomit stored in the stomach. That way, it cannot last as long as it is an A-class monster. Thud slash. Eventually, he collapsed with his head pounding on the floor. Patter, patter. There weren't many items and gold dropped while dying. Surely, it's like a guy with saving characteristics. I have a small amount of gold and some items dropped by the golden frog. He looked down and muttered. Q inverted integer /d. It is a marble with the power to turn it upside down. It is applied in various places. Small beads that look like silica gel desiccant. As the golden frog died, it vomited countless numbers of essences upside down. There was something that he himself trembled. Most of them were items of cricket riding upside down. Drake looked at them and admired them. So you said you don't need to catch crickets yourself. Right. There are a lot in this guy's stomach. I nodded, taking the essence upside down. This is a material item. It will be useful in the future, so it would be good to stockpile them in advance. After collecting all the items left by frogs and crickets, we quickly went down to the second basement floor. Yet, Drake and Yunsol had to open their mouths when they entered the entrance to the second floor, which was guarded by the frog. If the previous place was an unsmelted layer of gold veins, this place was a dazzling gold world. Oh my gosh, is this all gold? Yunsol opened his eyes round and looked at the wall. The interior of this huge underground cavity seemed to recreate the scenery of a catacombs. Countless skeletons are drooping. It forms a labyrinth of bones and ashes. The peculiarity is that these skeletons are much larger and thicker than humans, and the whole thing is sparkling golden. The maze of golden skulls. This majestic, fleshy, glamorous, and gloomy majesty. What? Is it just a sculpture made of gold? Drake went close to the skull that made up the wall and looked at it with his head. The face is reflected on the shiny gold surface. The skeleton looked closer and looked more and more real. A smooth surface with alternating black luster and golden hues, and a few teeth smeared with platinum. Red rubies or blue sapphires were located in the orbits of several skulls. Can you take these? Drake tried to pull out the skeletons that were firmly stuck in the wall. It was quite firmly attached, but surprisingly, it wasn't very fixed, so it seems like you can pull it out if you decide to pull it out. But I reached out and held Drake back. Calm down. Now is not the time to be confused with this change. After listening to me, Drake and Yunsol opened their mouths halfway, putting this huge golden incense, Aongjin Shang, and making a change. But I know the real exhaustion hiding in this dungeon. Compared to that, the catacombs of the golden remains here are not even noticeable. I followed a path of bones and went deep inside. As soon as we came down some depth, a strange sound came into our ears. Low and gloomy, like an addiction to opium. The sound of a sick patient being lodged in a den and moaning. The sound of a song that seemed to be crying and laughing was leaking low from the end of the dark and cold golden incense. I shouted and shouted for joy. I finally found it. Treasure Goblin. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 314. Previous talk next. Chapter 315. Catacombs 2. Tiring. You entered Guangqingshan's Gukjuk 2. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Standing water. A notification sound in your ear. At the same time, new warnings continue to flash. You have found the Golden Cave. The Wraith, with a sleepwalking, begins to wander around the catacombs. Is it even hitting the ringtone? A nasal sound of half and half of groaning and laughter came out in the dark-soaked Golden Cave. It was damp and cool goksong. Eventually, something faintly appeared between the towers of the skeleton. It was Hyoyan cloth, about 1 meter and 30 centimeters high. It's like a furoshiki that appears in the west. Like a spirit, it floated, gliding between the golden and black shadows of the cemetery. When I looked closely, it was very dirty, and it was rattled here and there. It looks like you're wearing a large mop upside down. The ghost wandered like dancing in the center of the bone corridor, struggling with grotesque movements. It seems to be trying to catch the air. Sometimes, I was chased by something and moved happily, or between the walls of the bones, I repeatedly curled up and hides in a deep gap. The appearance was so creepy that both Drake and Yunsol had to harden their expressions. Except me. It's up. Treasure Goblin. With my eyes shining, I looked at the vein in front of me. After hearing my words, Yunsol asked with a puzzled expression, "Is that a goblin? Are you hiding in the furoshiki?" Well, no. To be precise, it's not a goblin. Goblin is a different pronunciation of kobold, which is often used in German folk tales. The original meaning means child in Greek. It mainly refers to a small spirit that plays evil jokes on humans, but in modern times it has a slightly different meaning. Usually, when it comes to Treasure Goblin, it means event monsters that appear randomly in the game. The key feature of this event monster is that it drops rare items or a large amount of money if caught within a certain amount of time. A buzzword called Treasure Goblin was created in that it usually appears as a goblin carrying a treasure bag, and if you catch this fast-running guy within a limited time, you can get a big reward. The force is absurdly weak, but if you have a lot of money or good things, you are ridiculed as treasure goblins, and you may be spoiled. I grabbed the shaving and stared at the ghost of the furoshiki in front of me. The ghost of the Golden Cave. Level. A/characteristics. Halloween. Overeating. Rowing. Habitat. Abyss Terminal Netherlands Place 2nd floor. Yi size. 1.3 m. A ghost wandering the catacombs while drunk asleep. No one knows what kind of dreams except him. It seems clear that it's a very bad kind of dream. Event monsters that appear only in catacombs like this maze. You have to catch that guy within a limited time. Only then can you discover hidden quests that can take you to the next level. It's the most important key to unlocking the gold jackpot. I once again asked Drake and Yunsol the importance of this raid. Here is the life and bow of this dungeon raid, and the future of our club to compete in this Asian Champions League. Meanwhile, Drake pursued Boja's ghost with a calm attitude, like someone who played many other games. No. Me and Drake faced each other and nodded. Even if you don't say anything, there is a bar that communicates. I narrowed my eyes and went after the furoshiki ghost. Event monsters that appear in a specific area according to a set probability. He doesn't attack, but the moment he takes only 1 damage of any kind of damage, he starts to run away at a tremendous speed. My cutting edge was the first to blow the bread. Okay, Hodadak. The ghost of the furoshiki wondered if he was frightened, and began to run away through the corridor of bones. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It's like taking this and dropping some gold as if to stop chasing. Wow, whoa, what is this? Great. It gives a lot of money. Yunsol bowed down and picked up large gold coins. The gold coins were sized to fit into the tissue core of a roll of tissue paper. On the surface, strange letters that could not be understood were engraved with curls, but at a glance, it could be seen that the gold was of high purity. However, Soul, it's not time to worry about change. Pursuit. Only pursuit. All the money or items dropped when hitting him are nothing more than bait. If someone you don't know sees it, you'll have been busy picking it up. To my eyes, who knows what's waiting behind it? It looks like a little money. Yeah, I got it. Are these bait? Yin-Sol, who immediately understood what I was saying, nodded and followed me closely. Hodadada. The Furoshiki ghost flees into a narrower and deeper corridor. The walls, ceilings, and floors were already covered with golden valleys. The red light of rubies was shining like a torch all over the place. I pursued the ghost with all my might. When it comes to moving speed, he is almost the same level as me. Ping yi, ping yi, ping yi, pingu. Drake flew an arrow, holding the back of a Furoshiki ghost like a hedgehog. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whenever a ghost is attacked, it drops gold from its body. Even damage caused by cutting was intrusive, so the amount of gold he emit was quietly large. Whenever he broke the corner once and ran away, more gold coins were falling than when he killed quite a few elite monsters. Seeing it, Drake looked at me with a strange expression. Look, the gold piled up on the street is amazing. Can I really not pick it up? It's a little money. Don't be fooled. The real is in there. I cried out, pouring slime on the Furoshiki ghost. The time limit is running out. The Furoshiki ghost has a high threshold of stamina to escape. It disappears in front of you for a moment. You don't know how long it will take to find him again in this complicated catacomb maze, so it's best to catch him early. Therefore, it is best to catch the deal by exploding it in a short period of time. However, a better way is to calculate the monster's stamina and the amount of deal that goes into it, and then catch it in time. To do this, you have to clean the area around the monster and drive it to the wall or corner to catch it. It literally takes over the entire field. Madongwang mode is perfect for such a raid. Hence, because it is an underground space, it is awkward to fire wide areas such as earthquakes and eddies. It can't be much. Narrowing the streets. Inevitably, I kept chasing the Furoshiki ghost closely. Drake, the lozenge in front. Loose. Drake sprinkled a lozenge on the front at my request. Rather than. Pushpins with a few sharp thorns are lodged throughout the bumpy floor. I drove the Furoshiki ghost into the iron field. If he hits a different path, it sprays slime to make it slip and induces him to move to the alley he wants. Although, due to his Halloween characteristics, the damage of the lozenge is halved, but yes. Also, the amount of deal that goes along with the damage is not negligible. Squeak, 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 thump, thump. The Furoshiki ghost kept dropping gold coins. At first, the coins fell into meme, and now the rather heavy gold coin pockets also fall. Well, this is a little shaken. I walked through a corridor made of bone. As she sneaked up, she picked up a pocket of gold coins. As the knot wrapped around the dirty leather bag was pulled, a bright glow shines from within. Old-looking gold and silver coins, red rubies and blue sapphires, green emeralds and amber topaz sprinkle light among the gold coins. Jean. Drake looks at me with some leather sacks. Yin-Sol also looks at the gold coins piled up on the road and is in conflict. But again, I firmly resisted the temptation. If you collect dust, it is dust. If you're stuck with change, you're going to make a lot of money. I ran forward, ignoring the gold coins and precious stones piled up on the road. Only those who are devoted to work without being obsessed with mischievous temptations can achieve their big dreams. Give me money, asshole. I kept catching the Furoshiki ghost. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Furoshiki ghost spewed out bigger and bigger sacks of gold coins, as if to stop chasing them, but I do not need. I kept catching the Furoshiki ghost without even paying attention to the money. Replying to at Mr. _____. The Furoshiki ghost wriggles itself whenever it is hit. Now they were dropping male gold bars, not purses. A heavy gold bar with mythical characters and monsters engraved on it. In addition, gold coins and jewels piled on the floor were piled up enough to form a low hill. The ghost's health bar is gradually reaching its limit. Tiring. The Golden Cave's ghost is suffering. The Golden Nightmare becomes lighter. The sleepwalking disappears, the ghost regains his sanity. Eventually, several beeping sounds circulate around my ear. At the same time, flapping. The dirty cloth covering the ghost's body has been peeled off. The inside of the cloth, where the treasure was constantly pouring down, was unveiled. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 315. Previous talk next. Chapter 316. Catacombs 3. Just in time for the time limit, the HP of the Bojagi ghost became 0. After 60 seconds, the Furoshiki ghost's clothes were removed and the inside of it was revealed. Who woke me up? Appearing in the Furoshiki was a woman, about 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. The moment I saw her, I and Yin-Sol the Lake both stopped at their seats. A woman who was short but with a fantastic proportion and a voluminous body. All elements of the face, except for blue eyes, such as a lake, were all small and dense. There was no blemishes on the dark skin, and even the brown gloss flows. But what made her look unique was the long, shaggy beard growing under her nose and chin. The last dwarfed Murph Belmat. Balat. Even though she was beaten hard by us, she woke up as if she hadn't been hurt at all. It was because her body was protected by heavy rain. I finally met you. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the dwarf in front of me. On the outside, she looks like a young woman, but in fact, she is very old. That nice Mustang mustache proves it. Yinsol whispered a little to me. Ujin, what is a dwarf? Tolkien is a small group created with motifs from northern mythology. Similar in this game. It is a special race that handles underground minerals well. Well, it is now known to be extinct. I said, paying close attention to Balat. I was originally in the ghost of the Farashiki. The NPCs that appear are different for each race. In the case of lizard men, a half-serpent and half-human race called Naga appears, and in the case of orcs, a goblin appears. Because I was a human race, dwarves appeared. Thud slash. Balat stretched out a huge gauntlet that wrapped around his fist. Rather than. Then, all the gold coins that had been off the road began to be sucked into her grasp. It is to recover the gold that has not been picked up. Alas. Drake sighed with regret as he watched the gold bars and jewels disappear, but I didn't use it. Because the real jackpot starts now. Dwarf NPC Bellet asked, taking care of us. I have sleepwalking, so I often wander to the outskirts of the cemetery. Looks like it was you who woke me up. She took us to her home, saying that she would give an example. The deepest part of the gold catacombs. So, there was a space where she lived in the deepest part of the second floor of the Nether's play. A pit close to a burrow, pitted like a small room. There are messy skins and pieces of metal scattered throughout. The space that looks like a bed is indented in various places to match her body shape. There was a fish, but at first glance it looked fluffy as if it was covered with sawdust, but when you touched it, it was all hard and cold metal debris. Bellet searched the corner of the oyster and served a few items on a golden tray. A bowl with hot steam coming up. Inside, there are groundwater with dissolved sulfur and gold ingots that have just been quenched. There is nothing prepared, but eat a lot. At her words, I scratched my head. Then I remembered it. Dwarves are a race that lives by eating gold and diamonds and drinking sulfur and mercury. Their bones are made of gold or silver, their flesh is made of clay, and their skin is made of cast iron. The eyes are often made of ruby, sapphire, emerald, or topaz. Naturally, the foods they usually eat are those that we cannot eat. Bellet smiled and offered us hot gold. It will cost a lot. Do humans like gold? What should I say to say no to this? If you say you can't eat it, you won't be able to eat it. What do you like so much? I had to refuse it as politely as possible in order to be liked. Oh, we come after dinner. It's still 4 p.m. For tea yesterday, I ate in advance until today's dinner. When I finished speaking, I quickly pulled the item out of the inventory. It was the mercury obtained by killing the lizard man general store before. When Bellet saw a bottle of mercury, his eyes sparkled. Oh, isn't this mercury? It's a valuable item here. She took the mercury and gulped it, as if the basics were good. Never do good children. Balat, who drank mercury, loosened a little hazy. It seemed to be a mechanism similar to that of alcohol in humans. She twinkles her sapphire eyes. Her eyes, full of water, sank to a dark blue like a deep lake. Around that time, Yinsol asked the question I asked. Why are you alone in a place like this? Actually, this is a question that I am not very curious about. It is honest feeling that he wants to dig out the golds here quickly, rather than knowing Bellet's story. However, the body could be split into 2 joints with Bellet's axe approaching after spitting out such a man's hair. Jig should notice. I decided to silently listen to Bellet. Fortunately, Bellet's dwarf-like personality was straightforward, so the conversation never went round. Woohoo, I will. A young woman with a beautiful beard at the height of just a few hundred years old like me is alone in a place like this, so she might wonder. Bellet said, emphasizing his bursty mustache and long, straight, smooth chin and beard without any fat. She soon came out with bleak eyes and opened her mouth looking at Yinsol. I'm doing a graveyard here. At that, Yinsol and Drake opened their eyes wide. Actually, I was guessing it from before. Dwarves are a race that wears mud flesh and iron leather over bones made of gold or silver. The numerous golden bones that make up this catacombs are probably from dwarves. And it was clear that it would not have anything to do with the modifier of Bellet's NPC name, the last dwarf. Before long, Bellet's blue eyes were filled with snow. She stroked the wall, dripping aluminum tears. A bone oyster made of gold, a torch made of ruby. These are all my parents, brothers, and friends. It is the current address of a dwarf village that existed a long time ago. After all the dwarves died, she survived alone and still guards this huge catacombs. In a distant tunnel of 40,000 meters underground, for hundreds of years, for days, Yunsol covered his mouth with his hand as if he was sorry to see such a bellow. She wanted to hold Balat's hand, but it was a bit difficult because of the simmering aluminum tears. Balat, the last dwarf. She soon began her own story. A long time ago, there was a peaceful village. She stopped crying and took a glass of mercury. After that, he spoke with a voice of silvery cries. And there was a small child. The story already shows signs of lengthening. Feeling bored, I swung my eyeballs and glanced at the skip button next to Bellet's line of dialogue. But soon my attempt to skip was crossed by Yunsol and Drake, who slapped my forearm. Perhaps my colleagues are quite interested in Bellet's story. Bellet traces the past with a faint glance. The town has always been rich. The farming was always good, and the vault was overflowing with gold. This was made possible by the power of the two spirits taking care of the village. One of the ancient ruling species, a spirit. Although the spirits of the present world have weakened a lot, some spirits have lived since ancient times. The spirits still possess quite a powerful force, even though there were also a number of beings who had fallen into pets of dragons and demons. There were two ancient spirits caring for our village. One was the grain spirit Gyaxa, and the other was the golden spirit Gordic. Gyax gave me grain, and Gordian gave me gold coins. It was a prosperous era with no obstacles to eating and consuming. Outside the world, it was always noisy due to the war of powerful monsters. Even King Solomon, who was rumored to be wise in the neighboring country, was corrupted. But in my town, I didn't know anything like that. I only thought that Tepeong would be forever. But, as anyone would expect to see the numerous skeletons of this catacombs, peace is forever. Did. Velet rubbed the skin of his face once. One day, the two spirits who took care of the village fought big. According to the circumstances, it was revealed that only one of the two spirits who have given long-term favors to humans can rise to the position of the king of spirits by being recognized for their merit. The help of two spirits for many years. The humans who have received the message are at a crossroads of choice. One side gave me valuable grains that I could eat in the meantime. The other gave me gorgeous gold coins that allowed me to stay better than the other villages. Humans were fiercely opposed to each other. Who wants the grains that are essential to life that can be eaten right away? These. And the opinions of those who wanted gold were sharply mixed. Finally, people decided to vote. Bellet smoked a hookah filled with mercury and spoke in a drowsy tone. The expression, which was full of sadness, is in a state of vagueness. The elections were held day and night. Grain and gold confront each other. The debate over what is more fundamentally necessary for human survival also continued endlessly, with the tail on the tail. The result was the same vote. It's a draw. Balat laughed. What is more necessary for life, grain or gold? Humans could not finally come to a conclusion. Eventually, the last option came back to the youngest girl in town. Except for that child, everyone had already voted. It was also because of the judgment that a child without prejudice would know better what humans need a little more intrinsically. Balat gave off a hazy smoke. Silver smoke is golden wet in the dark. Touches and blurs. The two spirits who took care of the village spoke to the girl who became the last voter. Choose me. I will turn all the weeds of the mountain into grain. Choose me. All the stones of the mountain will turn into gold. Yunsol and Drake held their breath and focused on Bellet's words. Within, Bellet's mouth opened. Who would you choose? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 316. Previous talk next. Chapter 317. Catacombs 4. Dak Fuji. Shut up and the ladder. I tapped my knees and said, no, if you choose between gold and grain, of course, isn't it gold? Is this something to worry about? Receiving IO billions versus becoming a villain. It feels like seeing this balance. Isn't it overwhelmingly good that the back is unconditionally? After listening to me, Yunsol laughed at me and blamed me. It's so realistic. In this case, you have to choose grain. That's right. You lack fairy tale sensitivity. Drake also confronted Yunsol's words and blamed me. I just said according to the worldview of the world I live in. Isn't the reality a world of all-round goldenism? Why are you treating me as a snob when you say I'm going to choose gold here? No, look at this. I opened an internet window in the corner and compared the prices of rice and gold. Never shopping. In order of low price asterisk, in order of high price asterisk, in order of registration date asterisk, in order of most reviews. Lego stepped rice, 20 kg, 39, 801. Hermit crab, future rice, 20 kg, 48,710 won. Bebacoin Pyo show me rice 20 kilograms minus 51,000 won. Let's see. Well, rice costs about 50,000 won per 20 kilograms. If so, shall we look at the gold price? Domestic gold market price. Trading standard rate W/G/ asterisk mon asterisk sun /18:00 the round LG equals 192.57 compared to the previous day. 581.73 fluctuation rate minus 1.36%. Account. When customer deposit 42,614.49 KRW account. When customer withdrawal 41,770.65 KRW real. When customer buys 44,302.19 KRW account. When customer sells 40,082.95 KRW international gold market price. KRW $1,183 and 47 cents exchange rate. KRW 1,109.00. 20 kg equals 843, 851, 400 KRW based on sales standard rate. It's gold. It's gold. Yunsol and Drake nodded, saying they were convinced. Since rice costs 50,000 won for 20 kilograms and gold costs 850 million won for 20 kilograms, is there a difference of roughly V7,000 times? So, the promise of the two spirit kings that they put out to the boy who has the right to vote is really the difference between the sky and the earth. Gayax is a very bad spirit. Wherever you want to flirt with the innocent villagers. These days FTAs are very upset because of the plunge in rice prices. I pulled my tongue and shook my head. Whether he heard it or not, Bellet continued the story. Gayaxa said that all the grasses in the mountains were converted into grain, and Gordixa. He said that he would change the stones and soil into gold. My choices. It was the two options that were so badly out of balance that I couldn't even twist them together, but it wasn't that for Bellet. Yet, Bellet's memory slowly began to visualize before us. A vote to Gayaxa. Bellet. This little human girl shouted brightly. It was the decision of a girl who loved the wind blowing in the barley field, the plain stained with golden color, and my sweet notes of roasting grain. The moment she opened her mouth, half of the villagers gathered in the hall laughed. Half sighed. AG1 AG Bushinghao. The barley field began to laugh. It was a warm smile made by Gayaxa, the spirit of grain. As the wind blows, the barley leaves shake in one direction. As if many children were playing in the field, the wind shadows were running clear and cool between the barley and the barley. The bright sunlight is crispy everywhere along the gentle ridges and valleys that are dimpled like a dimple. Spring weather has come all over the mountain. Gayaxa, an ancient spirit, has been rewarded for supporting humans for a long time. Gayaxa, who became the king of spirits, responded to the congratulations of humans with a compassionate smile, and by his power, all the plants of the mountains surrounding the village. It turned into a greedy and beautiful fruit and grain. The barren wastelands quickly turned into farmland flowing with milk and honey. Even if boiled beans are planted, the soil has become full of vitality enough to sprout. The poisonous plants that could not be eaten became fragrant rice and barley. The astringent and sour fruits turned into sweet and juicy fruits. Clear water springs up from dry land, and bright sunlight sinks into the dark valleys and valleys filled with mold. Mushrooms have grown plump enough to be mistaken for eating meat, and vegetables have grown large and rich enough that no one can pick them out. Beneficial worms and beasts were everywhere, and every puddle was filled with beautifully fat fish. The villagers were relieved by seeing the fertile and rich landscape of the village. And he praised the young girls for choosing something that was inherently closer to humans. Everything was peaceful and abundant. The problem was Gordixa, who couldn't become an elemental king. Oh, the state of ancient spirit Gordixa is? Congratulations. Ancient spirit Gordixa has evolved into dark, corrupting spirit Gordixa. Gordiking. The mineral spirit that gave gold and gems to the villagers during that time. He was enraged by the betrayal of the villagers he had cared for so long. The village, which was the only one free from the madness of the war that swept the world, became the center of confusion on this day. The golden spirit, Gordian, sold the pride of standing to the devil as a high-ranking spirit that had been protected from ancient times. It was a really impulsive choice that contained collapse and anger for not becoming a spirit king. It was also a result of disproving that his practice was not deep enough to become a spirit king. Mammon, the devil's constellation, who was contemplating how to summon forces to compete with the dead dragon Oz, readily accepted the corruption of Gordixa, and from that day on, a very powerful corrupt monster added to his army of demons lurking in the ground. It was done. Gordixa, who gained strong power in exchange for surrendering her noble pride as an elemental tribe to Mammon, began to show a terrifying malice to Gyaxa, who overtook himself and became an elemental king. Obviously, from ancient times, he built up strength, pride, and wisdom, and confronted him with his powers to gain the power of a Lord Gyaxa or a king. On Saint-Class Zhong now, the spirited Gyaxa is held. Gyaxa gains power from the life energy of the grains on the ground. Under the ground, Gordixa gains power from the energy of desire of minerals. Gyaxa worked hard to stop Mammon and Gordix, who had fallen under her control, for the villagers who lived on the ground, as well as Mammon, who showed tremendous greed and ambition related to the land. However, even with the power of the ancient spirit king, it was not possible to stop the power of the fallen spirit who had fallen into a demon's dog. The devil, the strongest dominant species in the world. And among those demons, the 7 constellations of the devil, the one who rises to the top and reigns as far as no one can surpass. And among those 7 demon constellations, Mammon, a demon constellation that rules all greed and underground minerals. Gordixa, who carried the power of Mammon behind him, had the power to overcome even the spirit king. Gordixa, who became the devil's pet dog, led a collapsing body and mind to attack Gyaxa. Gyaxa fought Gordixa for the benefactors who made him a spirit king. The 2 giant spirits competed for strength over a long period of 7 nights and nights. How many times did the mountains sink, rise again, and collapse again? The winner and the loser were clearly determined after that long enduring period. Gyaxa was nailed deep in the great crack, dodging it, with all limbs cut off and both eyes plucked. All the granaries that were near town. The belt has turned into a wasteland. Vegetables and fruits were all dried and twisted, and soon rotted and rubbed. The grains were burned, and Sam and the city were crushed by the soil. The beasts left or died. The mountain collapsed and overturned the village, and lava and sulfur burst out and swept over it. Gyaxa, who became the king of spirits, lost everything and was lonely, miserable, and solitary in a place where no one cares for it. It was destroyed. What's left now was the terrible anger of Gordixa against the villagers who had elected Gyaxa as the spirit king and against them. Huge golden eyes looking down at the villagers. It was burning with the boiling medium ointment. It looks like the great king of fear, the starting point of distant despair. How can I endure the clear anger where I will go with a human body? The last sentence of Gordixa was handed down before everyone was terrified and shook their heads. You will pay the price from now on. The sound of a throat so terrifying that it is hard to believe that it is made by the spirits. It resonated in the town that has now become a dark underground mine. Each of the humans who faced Gordian's resentful young eyes knelt with painful screams. Those whose eyes are shattered by the dazzling golden light. They fell blind, and soon their entire bodies began to turn into gold and precious stones. The bones became gold, the flesh became mud, and the leather became iron. I saw it with my eyes, but I couldn't see it. I felt it with my skin but couldn't feel it. The clear water was a luxury, and the sunlight was unthinkable. No one could escape the curse. All of them, from the oldest to the youngest children in the village, were nothing but big and small targets of the curse. The quiet village fell into a single vein overnight and was buried in billions of layers of soil. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 317. Previous talk next. Chapter 318. Show me the money 1. Hook. Silver water vapor emanating from a hookah pipe wraps around a dark-soaked golden skull. Catacombs' last dwarfed Murph Belmat, she recalls with a sigh. The video window that was naturally played in front of us also gradually faded and disappeared along with the smoke. Since that day, we have become such a body. I can't leave the basement. In order to prevent the bones, flesh, and leather from weakening, they had to constantly dig and consume metal with a pickaxe and hammer. Naturally, the sunlight went away and everything on the ground had to be turned away. That is how the dwarf race was born. I lit my eyes. So, where is Gordixa now? In a fairy tale, the whole story and the ending are important, but what really matters in reality is the story that unfolds after the ending. Where did he really go after turning healthy humans into dwarves? That's the problem. Bellet frowned slightly in his forehead. Attitude that it is uncomfortable to bring out a sensitive topic. However, as a dwarf who likes to be straightforward, it did not seem to be inferior in favorability. Soon Bellet opened his mouth and answered my questions. After becoming a dwarf, most people died or went crazy. However, There were some who kept their sane, albeit hard. Just like me. Bellet pointed his finger at the outer corner of the catacombs. There were sergeants made of iron and dark red metal with unknown identity. Axe, great sword, spear, sledgehammer. All are heavy weapons. We made weapons by smelting metal from the ground. And I fought against the one who made the town like this. Truly for a long time. Bellet gazed sadly at the huge maze of bones. All of the golden bones here belong to those who lived in the same village as Bellet. And Bellet remains alone, the last graveyard to keep their traces. Meanwhile, when Drake heard Bellet's words, he had no choice but to bow his head with a gloomy complexion. It is because the work he did as soon as he first entered the catacombs came to mind. You did a good job not to touch the skeletons. Right. Yunsol also lowered his head in a sign of reflection. The gold and jewels here were all the bones, flesh, and blood of human beings. I knew it was an object included in the map of the game, but when I got to know history, I felt somehow sad and creepy. Right then. Suddenly the ground shook. The entire cemetery of gold incense sways up and down, and gold debris and jewels rallied on the road. Balat muttered, inhaling mercury. It started again. Dark S1 huh? Thick strata. The sound of screaming through. Bellet said, wiping the mercury around his mouth. We worked together to seal the Gordian in the nether on the bottom of the ground. Well, even though all the survivors who remained on the way left or died, I was left alone. There was a terrible loneliness and a faint terror in Bellet's words. Since that day, I can hear such a non-saucer occasionally. I don't know if that's the screaming of Gordixa sinking to the bottom of the nether, or the screaming of my coworkers who were dragged together. She began to tremble thinly, crouching deep in the golden cave. Screams and earthquakes are getting more and more frequent. I heard, but Bellet's body continued to tremble. Her sapphire-like eyes hold hot aluminum tears. Eventually, all the echoes in the ears disappeared, but Bellet is still covering his ears with both hands. I opened my mouth toward such a bellow. Can you guide me to the nether? What? Bellet opened his eyes wide and raised his head. I said a straightforward word to her. It will break this damn nightmare. This way. Balat took us deep into the dungeon with a big hammer. The play of the nether here is an underground dungeon with a total of 3 floors. Even in the eyes of a deceased person like me, all areas of the catacombs here look the same. You cannot find the secret door to the 3rd basement level without the voluntary guidance of NPC Bellet. This is because the secret passage, hidden only by her, reacts. Right here, Balat stopped in front of the receding ground at the innermost part of the catacombs graveyard. She took out a few silver stakes from the sack she carried on her shoulders, put it on the ground, and held it in her hand. I hit him with a hammer. Land. Tang. Land. Large silver stakes were stuck in several places where the ground was weak. Dwarf's silver peg/A. A stake that can pierce and fix anything. It can only maintain its power in places out of sunlight. Bellet put the stake round the ground. And, tongue. With a big hammer, I struck the central part of the place where the stake was stuck in a circle. Then the ground began to sink in a round shape, as if the wine bottle was pressed down without removing the cork. Dig. A tremendous amount of light began to explode from a round hole in the ground. The fiery flames of lava and the radiant golden scent of light that makes you blind. It was nothing compared to the light of the gloomy golden cemetery that I had ever seen. Oh my gosh. Drake and Yunsol opened their mouths to the golden light bursting from the depths of the earth. The expression that I now know why I dealt with gold coins and jewelry I've found so far. Tiring. Guangqinshan entered the 3rd play. Yes. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Standing water. Eventually, I entered the deepest part of this golden incense. Unlike the upper floors, this place had a rather ordinary underground cavity. It looks like there is nothing special except for the occasional lava falling. The dark red metal veins of unknown identity were fluttering on the reddish soil and bedrock that seemed to contain blood. A large lake can be seen in the center of the spacious communal. A quiet lake with no blowing flow. The top of the clean water surface is as straight as a mirror without any ripples. Unusually, this lake is yellow gold. It was shining, but as if blinded, a brilliant golden energy was emanating from this lake. Balat, who came down after us, trembled looking at the lake. This place, be careful where he is sealed. He will be lying on the bottom of this lake. He still knows he's a spirit, but you can never forget it. It's been a long time since he's just turned into an ugly demon. Bellet repeats the lines that give tension like an NPC. But I wasn't very worried. Anyway, the timing of the boss monsters has been decided. Until then, it's service time for players. Fever time. Finally, I found the reward to come here. Fever time corresponds to the number of seconds before the appearance of the boss monster and the seconds after the death of the boss monster, during which time players can earn a lot of money. Down. What can I do? Even if it's fever time, there's really no gold here? What do I have to mine? Drake and Yunsol asked me. I showed the answer back to action. Fondant. I picked up a stone rolling next to me and threw it into the lake. Okay. Fondant. 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 Surprisingly, the 3 stones. It spurs up the water's surface and falls at my feet. They were stones of the same volume and weight as the stones that had just been thrown into the lake. 3 stones that look exactly like the ones that fell in the water. The problem is the stones are not just stones. Unbelievable. The stones turned into gold and silver. Yunsol shouted in surprise as he saw the 3 stones. One of the 3 stones rolling on the floor was a gold lump, the other was a silver lump, and the other was an original stone lump. I laughed hard. Throw anything into the lake. Then the same gold and silver blocks pop out. Yes, like the gold axe and the silver axe in the fairy tale, all the objects in this lake are reproduced with gold and silver and come back with the original objects. A miracle from 1 to 3. This is the real jackpot of this dungeon, the real Bay Gold Incense. Ongjin Shang. I've been searching for so much. Me, Drake, and Yunsol began to throw stones and irons into the golden lake without hesitation. Pop, poop, pop. Every time the water surface is smashed and all sorts of miscellaneous things go down. Pop, 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 pop. Countless gold and silver blocks. It pops out of this lake. It seemed as if it was a reward from the mountain spirit for being honestly down here without picking up gold coins or jewelry. I shouted in joy. Pick them all together. Here, let's take all our club's lifetime operating expenses. Golden Spirit Gordikron. A bad guy who buried a village long ago under the dark underground. The power of such a bad guy must disappear from the world as soon as possible. Therefore, I was going to use up all the power of the Gordians in this golden lake. Boo boo boo, one ju boo boo boo. Me and Drake down the lake. All kinds of things were dumped without permission. Iron stakes, stones, soil and sand, items that are not used. Anything that was bulky and heavy was thrown at random. Yunsol eagerly picked up the gold nuggets and silver nuggets protruding from the lake and pushed them back into the lake when the original object came out. Despite the fact that the silver was picked out and collected only as a grain of gold, the inventory has become somewhat full. Yunsol exclaimed in surprise. Oh my gosh, I thought there would be no limit to the inventory. Is this almost full? Inventory increases with level. Maybe no one has a bigger inventory than us. I picked up the gold nuggets and laughed at them. The amount of gold you get here is far more than all the gold you've ever seen and touched in this far. Right then, quackwang. Heavy seismic waves shook the underground cavity. Oh. As the middle of the nether lake boiled, that creepy scream of courtesy began to erupt. At the same time, the fever time also paused. Now, no matter what you throw into the lake, gold and silver blocks do not pop out. Alas, Yunsol and Drake stopped throwing things in and expressed regret. But what should I do? Now it's time for the boss monster to come out. I don't even notice. It pops out a little later. We grumbled towards Gordixa, which emerged into the center of the nether lake. It's the first time I've been so mad that a boss monster pops out. However, okay, if you catch Gordixa, fever time comes once more. Yunsol and Drake's eyes shine when they hear me. Is it because you only have about 2/3 of your inventory filled? Everyone's tenacity is not a joke. Where are all the pure people who first chose the golden horse and grain? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 318. Previous talk next. Chapter 319. Show me the money, too. Appear. Bellet's complexion rapidly deteriorated. The monster, which buried all the people he knew hundreds of years ago under the curse of gold and earth, is about to reappear. It's a soft thing. Eventually, the yellow water surface is smashed, and a giant monster climbs up from under it. Inmate of the Nether, Fallen Spirit Gordixa, Class A+/traits. Darkness, Rock, Minions, Earthquake, Vortex, Reclamation, Yoshi. Boast, Mana Burn, Saving, Gold Incense, Favorite. Habitat, Abyss, Terminal Netherlands. Third floor of the play. Size, 49 m. Look up and look at the words of those who have not been chosen and have given up on being chosen. Isn't it ugly and poor? The Spirit King Gyaxa. Golden Spirit Gordikron. It pulled a huge body out of the water. Easy profit. When it pulled out of the water, a huge amount of steam filled the cavity. Boo, 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 boo. Its whole body was flowing down as if it were collapsing, and it was a boiling liquid gold itself. Ooh-ah. Gordixa was a monster whose body and mind had collapsed, and there was no longer a mysterious and classical aura peculiar to the spirits. The only thing left for him is a liquid golden body that flows ugly. Both eyes were round and hazy like large pearls, and the nose and ears were not crushed. The lips were also covered with flowing gold and disappeared, and only a few deformedly twisted teeth popped out of the open mouth. Oh, it's disgusting. Yunsol frowned. The appearance of Gordixa was terrible and ugly enough to hurt her stomach, which was not hurt even after seeing the bad endings of the Qianyol labyrinth on the island of heaven. I scratched my head. Well, without pretending to be a spirit, it's an unconditional evil spirit. Is this? Of course, appearance is not everything in the world. Maybe it's your first meeting, so you should pay attention to what you see as well, right? That's why Gordixa is an unconditional evil spirit decision. But on the contrary, it was bitter. Gyaxa, the spirit of grain, and Gordixa, the golden spirit. The legend of a child who chose grain between grain and gold is a story inserted to give a lesson to modern people living in the present age. I don't have that. Money is the best. I rather seem to be able to understand the anger on the part of Gordian. He supported the villagers with money, but he was abandoned because he didn't know the worth of 17,000 times. Gordic's reevaluation is urgent. I muttered, as if it was a pity. I have no doubts, believing that if we met early, it would have been a good relationship. But now, between you and me, the player and the boss monster are human. You are a monster. I'm a player. You are the dungeon boss. I am a gamer. With some romantic lines, I started the raid. Quackwang. Soon, I and Gordixa faced each other at the border of the nether. Oh. Gordixa lifted up a fist dripping gold and put it down where we were. Quackwang /erong. A heavy earthquake occurs with an impact, as if a meteorite fell. But what was scarier then was, pew, scratch, scratch, clapper duck. The boiling liquid of yellow gold will splatter in all directions. Money thunderbolt. Gordix's attack was indeed a thunderbolt. If you are hit by a golden fist falling like a thunderbolt, you will inflict enormous physical damage, and even if you avoid, you will suffer annoying burn damage from the hot gold splashing around. Woowook. He approached with boiling gold in his eyes and mouth. A whole body with no distinction between the two arms, chest, and waist on the upper body. And the lower body was completely melted, and it looked as if you were seeing the body of a slug. Rumble. A golden slime path appeared on the ground following the trajectory it moved. It became hard and slippery as it cooled down shortly after it fell from his body. Gordixa climbed onto a small land and began to dig in earnest. Wee! Yellowish liquid scatters all over the place. Hot and sticky golden shower. Drake, holding a crossbow, frowned and stepped back. Ugh, it's dazzling, so I can't shoot an arrow. Just light. Gordian, you the hell. The gold he pours out is so shiny that it is difficult to accurately aim at the aim. It possesses passively the ability to sprinkle real name damage, albeit weakly. Pong. The arrow that left Drake's hand got stuck in Gordix's body. Puck. A few drops of gold splashed, and the shaft trembled. Wow. Gordixa was struck by an arrow or not, or simply ignored it. And as it is, it pushes toward Drake. I warned such Drake sharply. That guy unexpectedly has a hitbox. It's small, so it's tricky to judge effective damage. You have to aim for the hard part that is fixed to the upper body, not the flowing gold. Gordixa reacted horribly to the end of my words. Pewee. Like a drunk man who drank to the limit, he shook the yellow things in his mouth. Again, sticky, hot liquids are scattered all over the place. I ran to Yunsol to avoid burn damage. Oh, what's the damage to this floorboard? I like gold, but treat gold as vomit and let it wear even damage. Is it a social accusation by the production crew that criticizes materialism? I don't know that, but I don't care who vomited. I like gold. I glistened my eyes as I received the heel that Yunsol walked on. Because Gordix's eagerly leaped, the surroundings are full of gold. Although the gold and silver impurities that Gordixa spit out are mixed with a lot of impurities, the product value is degraded. Still, where is this? Besides, after catching Gordian, fever time comes again. At that time, you just need to fill up a little less filled inventory with gold. Wow. Gordixa stepped back, as if annoying, as he was hit by a rain of arrows from Drake. Drake's arrowhead was made by carving the exoskeleton of the bad ending, and it has the effect of rusting the surrounding metal, but it seemed to respond. Drake laughed confidently. You hate rust because your body is made of minerals. Aren't there rust on gold? It doesn't matter like that, Jing. Drake continued to blow arrows to keep Gordixa in check. With a plop, Gordixa sneaked away from Drake's arrows, then went back into the boiling nether. Chudiok, 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 chudiok. After soaking in the nether, he scooped up mud mixed with gold from the floor and applied it to the body. Yunsol frowned. Defense has increased and HP has been restored. Gordixa had a really tricky attack pattern as a class. First of all, the hitbox is small, so it doesn't match the big body, so it's difficult to judge damage, and both the wide area and extreme popularity are perfect for the floor damage. It has a passive skill that deals blindness and burn damage, and physical damage is reduced by half because of her soft body. In addition, when HP falls to a certain level, it returns to the nether and applies gold to the body to increase defense and even restore stamina. There aren't just one or two specs that flash. I muttered as if I wasn't going to go to Gordixa. Okay, nowadays, I can't live if I do only one or two things well. After the Cataclysm, most of the boss monster specifications were leveled upwards. Gordic specs prove this. In order to catch such a Gordixa, you can constantly add magic damage or, if you do, you have to put in a blow deal with a technique that deals damage with one shot. That's how it is. I quickly ran forward. Wow. Gordixa struck me head-on with a hardened fist. Quackwang. Soon, my fist bumped into Gordian's main prey. Woojajik. It was Gordic's arm that was smashed. Poop poop. Gold is shattering. My reflective damage sealed Gordic's arm nicely. It is a bonus to add the dot damage of the cut. Wow. I was barely left in the state of 1 HP due to the angling characteristics. But the crisis came after that. Golden droplets scattering in all directions. Even if only one drop of them touches my body, I am immediately affected by thermal damage. Will be forgiven. I couldn't even afford to take the potion bottle out of my waist. Right then. Oh, backwards. Yunsol put the heal in at a great timing. I was barely able to recover my HP and get out of the back. Sol, thank you. It was nothing. I'm a healer to do this. I drank a potion and raised my thumb to Yunsol. Yunsol also smiled brightly at me. Soon, Yunsol used the MP he had saved and struck the inviolable barrier. Flash. The white curtain bounced off Gordian's teeth, which had been chasing me closely, and pushed me back. Goo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh. Gordixa struggles with both arms and gropes the bare floor. I was lucky. 100% probability of entering the primary state paralysis. 50% probability of entering the secondary state fear. There is a 25% chance of entering a tertiary state or higher hallucination, and a 12% probability of entering a tertiary state or higher real name. A total of 4 abnormalities went into it at once. Good. Now, every time a blind attack comes in, you just have to inflict reflection damage on your feet. If you calculate the dot damage of the cut out there, complex calculations are made in your head. So far, it's been very smooth. However, be careful. He's coming back. Bellet warned sharply. Boo, 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 boo. Gordian's whole body began to boil fiercely. Soon, he lifted his face and opened his eyes full of mid-autumn. Oh! The dark and cloudy eyes like pearls explode toward us with a golden glow. Bellet, seeing it, cried in astonishment. You can't look at that guy's eyes. It turns to gold. It's Balat, who lost everything hundreds of years ago in that attack by Gordian. All of us who heard her scream hurriedly closed our eyes. However, Gordix's attack was not just a glance. Thud, bow, thud, bow. He moved his heavy body toward us, sprinkling eyes that turned everything into gold. Bellet closed his eyes and despaired. It's over. Now I can't fight him with my eyes open. I didn't come down here. However, despair is a little early. Qua one bang. Soon it goes with a huge shock wave. One arm of Gordixa burst out. Patter, patter, patter. Gold scattering backwards. Gordixa retreats from the main dance, as if greatly embarrassed. After reflecting Gordian's fist damage, I slowly took a bite of the potion. Then he said to Bellet, who was looking blankly, "It's my specialty to close your eyes and fight." Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 319. Previous talk next. Chapter 320. Show me the money. 3. Run gold. Sajin. It refers to the fine gold mixed in the sand. There is a panning dish as a tool for collecting these golds. 1. With a vortex-like groove. Puts a mixture of stone, sand, and gold dust in the center of a large plate and drops a drop or two of dish soap. 2. After that, half-fill the dish with water and shake it slowly, and the heavy impurities are thrown out of the dish by the centrifugal force, Yunshinli. 3. Fine gold grains and some impurities are trapped in the eddy groove in the bottom of the plate, and eventually only grains with high gold content are collected in the center of the plate. In the end, It can be said that it is a process of filtering out impurities using the rotating force and selecting high-purity gold. I remember the old days after a while. I smiled with my eyes closed. The concept of holding even with closed eyes. Shortly after starting the game, I met a monster called Crying Angel. A monster, a crying angel, was a hot topic in the internet's ghost story community. It is a monster that has advanced to the material of drama because of the grotesque setting that it will attack if you take your gaze away even for a moment. This crying angel evolves into a monster called Medusa, which is also a difficult monster to deal with. This is because if there is a rule that a crying angel must not take his gaze, Medusa has a rule that he must not face the opposite gaze. However, it doesn't apply to me. I grin with my eyes closed. Quackwang. Gordixa's dull wielding. After avoiding the fist a few times, prepare for a real attack that will follow. Oh! Gordixa went back to the nether, soaked in a swamp of gold, and began to whisk her whole body like a dog soaked in water. Puff, puff, puff. Enormous amounts of golden droplets were poured out in a boiling state. Burn damage spreading over a huge area. Iron defeat I cholkuk, heal for slash. Cheelpuck I iron puck slash. Golden cannonballs the size of a human head flood all over the world. All of them are boiling in a liquid state. Drake and Yunsol were astonished as they looked at me with their eyes open. Oh my gosh, it's not a Damika shooting game. Cack, how to avoid that? Balat, the last dwarf, also struck the floor with his fist while holding his teeth. Shit, I also had to lose all my colleagues in that attack. There is no way to deal with that. But 4 Sierra Leonean Leon Z5, 2.F 4X4, 3.BC4, QH4 plus, for KFLB5. With my eyes closed, I avoided all the golden shells that flooded. Poop, pop, poop. With my backs of gold shards exploding from behind, I continued to zigzag forward and sideways. 5.BXB5NF6, 6.NF3QH6, 7.D3NH5, 8.NH for QG5. Every time I stepped on, the golden cannonballs brushed me all away and bursting within a close range. Gordix aggro was 100% focused on me. Drake and Yunsol, who fled behind the rocks, looked at me and opened their mouths wide. Gene, the translator seems to be broken. So does our words sound right? Drake and Yunsol look at my play with horror expressions. Even the NPC, Balat, was showing an embarrassing expression. Meanwhile, I keep muttering alone. L.E4E5, 2.F4X4, 3.BC4, QH4 plus, for KFLB5, 5.BXB5NF6, 6.NF3QH, 67.D3NH, 5.8, NH4, QG5, 9.NF5C6, 10.G4NF6, LLRGLCXB5, 12H for QG6, 13.H5QG5, 14.QF3Ing8, 15.BXF for QF6, 16 NC3BC5, 17 ND5QXB2, 18.BD6BXGL, 19. E5 XAL plus 20. Q2Na6, 21.NXG7 plus KD8, 22.QF6 plus NXF6. Oh, are you crazy? No way. Of course, it is not a translator's error. This was the notation of chess. Ooh-ah. Gordixa once again prepared for a barrage shot while Youngtrim in the swamp of the nether. In my memory, the countless golden cannon eggs it shoots recognize as a chessboard with 12 meters in radius around the target player. Chess recognizes the player who has the most aggressive aggro as a chess pawn. The barges that narrow the distance with the pattern of horses. The rules for characterizing and quantifying this as a notation are as follows. Holding the lower left of the bag as the reference point, the vertical columns are from left to right, from A to H. The horizontal column is a combination of Arabic numerals 1 to 8 from bottom to top. For example, the upper left ear is a white ear, and it is A8. So, the ear in the upper right corner is H8. Chess pieces are marked with initials. K for king, Q for queen, B for bishop, N for knight, R for rook, and P for pawn. The movement of the horse is indicated by adding the initial of the horse and the coordinates of the moving position. For example, K2 means the king has moved to space E2, and E5 means that the pawn has moved to space E5. With my eyes closed, I laughed at the Gordian chess pieces. Now look, I already saw it right after the first attack. The next notation pattern will be B7 hashtag. Hashtag means checkmate, so I'm going to blow up a big one here. Ike, it was almost dangerous. Am I right? It's easy to avoid it if you just memorize the chess notation and move it as it is. After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake make hot expressions. Me, I'll just block with a shield. Well, I can't understand this even if I hear it. Eojin, you are not saying. Going to the hospital. But isn't it somehow cool? Go with you. I laughed at the conversation between Yunsol and Drake. In fact, just knowing that Gordian's attack pattern follows the rules of chess doesn't tell you what kind of attack will follow. There was, in fact, a reason I could perfectly foresee the attack of Gordixa. Deep learning, a technology that clusters and classifies a large number of data, discovers a certain pattern, and predicts the future through it. AlphaGo's technology, which was hot in 2016, is a prime example. The total body of Baduk artificial intelligence that collected the notation and data of numerous Baduk users that existed in history. Like this, deep learning learns a number of opponents' patterns and collects songs and compete with accumulated data. However, in the case of Gordix, there is no experience with players so far. First clear. It is my first challenge to challenge Gordix, and there was no challenger before that. Therefore, Gordix's deep learning is a pure state that hasn't learned anything yet. In other words, the cumulative value of the amount of learning is insignificant. In the past, it was the same when it was the devil's. I muttered with my eyes closed, avoiding all Gordian attacks. Gordix's AI had no experience with players, so it was playing a classic game based on the most famous game in the chess world. June 21st, 1851. Adolf Anderssen and Lionel Kieseritsky's outstanding performance, aka Immortal Game. Gordixa changed the notation of this immortal game in a pure blank state. It is showing off an attack pattern made with Tang. Qua 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 quang. The golden cannonballs that Gordixa shoots fly as king, K, queen, Q, bishop, knight, N, look, and pawn, P, respectively. The pattern was always consistent as long as I did not move against the notation. Now it's checkmate. I grabbed the cut and stepped forward. Bishop, B. I jumped diagonally with all my might and ran myself with E7's coordinates. It was the place to go to Gordixa's chest. Quakwang. I made a deep crisscross groove there. Gu wook. Gordixa is unprotected and hesitated to see if he was greatly surprised by the damage. It was right now. He got stunned. Gang, no, it's the timing of the hitting. As I said, Drake and Yunsol. Bellet rushed out. Oh, how do you know what the hell do you think is such an extravagant thing? I won't let you know if I ask anyway. At least one more at that time. Yunsol and Drake quickly came to the sides of me. And bang, slash bang, slash bang, slash bang. Puck, 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 puck. Everyone eagerly squeezed Gordix, whether it was unfair for them to close their eyes and tremble. I, too, continued to inflict pile damage on Gordixa. Give me money, asshole. Gordixa twisted and spewed gold. I do not need. I kept doing damage while avoiding it. Finally, Gordixa, who was sprinkling gold, was really angry. Oh. His attack pattern has changed. Qua 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 slash. Cannonballs emanating from the whole body at once. It is dense, as if trying to fill the whole world. Drake opened his mouth wide, looking at the spicy barges full of sight. I think of a game called The Bug Princess that I played a long time ago. The final boss of the game also sprinkled a barrage like that. As explained earlier, the chess notation is hashtag 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 hashtag. It can be said that it is a state in which the check can be called indefinitely. A massive attack where there is no way for the opponent to block or avoid. However, perpetual check. It's really, I'm scared. I borrowed the famous line of a game user and fixed the cut. Then he shouted backwards. Stand in line behind me. Unsal ran first, followed by Drake, followed by Bellet. I stared through the pouring golden barrage. Then he rushed toward the small barrage in the corner. Nice billion. I was struck by the barrage with authenticity. It feels as if you were hit by a steel ball demolishing a building. Your vision turns red in an instant. Wujijik. Heavy physical damage crushed my whole body like hamburger dough. In addition, terrible burn damage. It's because it's a monster that appeared after the cataclysm, or the damage level is different from the slime bullets of Theodables that you faced in the past. I barely survived with 1 HP, thanks to the angling trait. Are you okay? Look, wasn't it something that could be avoided? Yunsol and Drake were startled, but I moved forward without worrying about it. And surprisingly, shoo 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 shoo. Since I was first hit by a barrage, I could never have been hit by another barrage. The golden cannonballs deflect me at an exquisite angle and fly away. He had only 1 HP left, but he didn't need any heals or potions. I talked to Yunsol and Drake, who were looking blank. No matter how complex a barrage pattern in a normal barrage shooter game, there is a chance to avoid anywhere, and the stereotype that it must be avoided is obsessed with it. But sometimes you have to be right on purpose. Of course, all of these things are the things that many of the deceased people of the future have organized in the internet community. It was just memorizing it by following it. This is the power of collective intelligence. I cried out to the staggering Gordian. Yun Sol, who saw it, mutters a little behind him. Wow, that's cool. Drake is that kind of Yun Sol and me. He looked alternately and shook his head. Then, hey you guys. NPC Bellet has moved next to me. Is it due to the increase in likelihood? Her way of speaking was somewhat younger. Fighting with Gordix and wiping out some of the old years. It may be because of it. Balat asked as if he was embarrassed. The trick to avoid is quite useful. That's why it's not possible to fight, right? It was definitely what she said. We were avoiding all of Gordian's attacks, and when Gordian took damage, he returned to the nether and reapplied gold dust on his body to recover HP. It was only this that it was obvious that the raid would be infinitely long. However, do not worry. It's real from now on. Now that we have sealed Gordian's attack, there is only work left to make our attack work. I rolled my arms together, although I was naked. And in the middle of the nether, I looked at Gordixa, who was applying mud mixed with gold dust all over her body. From now on, I will show you the essence of putting out gold dust. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 320. Previous talk next. Chapter 321. Show me the money. 4. The naturally formed public opinion resembles a genius intuition. Edgar Allan Poe. This is the power of collective intelligence. I've smashed up Gordix's golden barrage shooting pattern by putting together a number of strategies I've seen in the gaming community. Ancient person vs. deep learning. Just as Seidol Lee beat AlphaGo, I also beat Gordixa. After Lee Seidol, #1 in the world Go ranking, suffered his first defeat by AlphaGo, he said, as if you left the word lost. I also have something to leave. It's not that humans won, but I won. What? Nobody helped me in this era. I decided to be a little brazen. By the way, if I catch Gordix in the first play, the latecomers could be a little difficult. But I don't have to think about it. It's because there's no one who can catch Gordixa anyway without me. Right then. You can't defeat him just by avoiding it like this. I heard Bellet cry. I nodded to her words and agreed. In fact, the best defense is offensive. From now on, I will show you the essence of putting out gold dust. I widened my eyes toward Gordixa. Widely. What I reached out and picked up was a sack hanging from Bellet's back. Dwarf's silver peg/A. A stake that can pierce and fix anything. It can only maintain its power in places out of sunlight. There were a lot of silver stakes in the sack. It was a tool used to drill a hole leading to the third basement floor. Huh? This is a mineral mining tool. What are you going to do with this? Balat asks with a puzzled look. I beckoned at that Bellet. Now, you, who have high defense and HP, need to help me well. Using that hammer. The sound of me whispering into my ear. Bellet nodded with a thoughtful expression. Will that really be? There's a lot of suspicion, not like an NPC. Is it because the call sensitivity is not so high yet? Still, how could he convince Balat? The purpose of catching Gordian was the same. Soon I and Balat quickly approached Gordixa. Ping ping ping. Gordixa reacted immediately when Drake fired an arrow and dragged aggro. Ooh. He throws a big fist at us. I was looking at the fist and immediately reached out. X-Cub. What I aimed for as an X-shaped target was Gordian's little finger. Die, you bastard. It's not a curse, it means that it's a little finger. I persistently inflicted reflection damage on Gordix's little finger. I almost died several times, but I was able to survive by putting the heal at the proper timing of Yun Sol. Within. Fuss. Gordian's little finger was cut off. A finger, made of soft gold, thumps down to the ground. Just, Dondru. Now it has only 3 fingers. Ooh woo woo. Gordixa tried to regenerate her fingers with flowing gold, but that didn't happen so quickly. Well, anyway, when the little finger disappeared, Gordic couldn't make a fist. This is because there is no force in the grip due to the structure. He started attacking with his open palm instead of his fist. And that was what I wanted. Quackwang. The moment Gordix's palm hits the ground. It's now, I shouted to Balat. Drake and I took out a large silver stake and put it on the back of Gordian's hand. On top of it, a massive hammer, swung by Bellet, falls. Bang. Silver stakes make a loud roar. Stuck in Gordian's palm. As it is, it goes down through the thick palm of Gordixa, penetrates to the ground, and goes deep into the ground. Once more. I shouted, pulling out another silver stake. Bellet immediately retrieves the hammer and heads over the silver stake one more time. struck the hammer. Bang. A hammer that falls down like a rice cake hitting rice cakes. The second silver stake was also driven deeply by the heavy blow. Oh. Gordixa hurriedly tried to withdraw his hand, but he couldn't. It is a dwarf stake that can hold and fix loose metal. Now, next is the other hand. I quickly moved towards Gordian's other hand. Gordixa left one hand, immobilized, and reached out to grab us. I went over to the other side of the hand that I held on the stake. Gordixa again punched me at me, and in the same way, I destroyed the cub and the ring finger so that I could use the palm instead of the fist. Quackwang. Jajik. Soon, both palms of Gordian were nailed to the ground. Gordixa, whose hands are fixed at 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock, respectively, works hard to get rid of the stakes stuck in his hand. Fix the stakes so they don't fall out. I shouted at Balat, and then moved again to draw aggro. Puff, puff, puff. I approached the bank of the river, avoiding the pouring barrage. Boogle, boogle. The hot nether is boiling loudly. I put one of the king's gunlets on my hand and soaked it in water. Mawfish, catfish, thistle, knuckle, / one-handed weapon / A+ / Voryu. Vortex, characteristic. It is the power to create a giant small dragon on the field. Qua. I began to stir in a circle, holding the water of the nether in one hand. Okay. Oh. Gordixa also has her own Voryu special. Sex was expressed. Qua. The vortex I created collides with the vortex created by Gordian. Two fiercely tumbling golden tornadoes. Drake and Yunsol were looking at the scene with nervous expressions. Excellent. Who will win? However, the situation does not go astray as they expected. Kururuk / The two vortices collided and did not cancel each other. Rather, they merged into one and began to gain more and more power. Yunsol and Drake were embarrassed, but good. I wasn't. In the first place, I had no desire to compete with Gordian's vortex characteristics. The vortex I created is in exactly the same direction as the vortex created by Gordian. In other words, it was a concept that added more, not against his power. Character. Turn. I grabbed the entire lake with my hand and started spinning it round and round. The vortex created by the fusion of the powers of Gordix and the angler catfish was truly violent. Qua. Would it be like this from an ant's point of view when the toilet was flushed? A massive vortex swallows up all the space. Drake and Bellet, who entered Yunsel's shield, looked at this side without even opening their eyes properly. Only I was standing in the heart of this twisted nether, facing Gordian. Turn it around. I shouted, turning the nether. Core, rush. The rotating current with tremendous momentum swallows up the whole world. Surprisingly, the Gordixa standing in the center was slowly taking damage. Oh. The rotating current was slowly shaving his waist around Gordixa. It was possible because both his arms were nailed to the shore and fixed. Quackwang. I took refuge on the ground to avoid the rushing currents. The vortex has already gotten on the flow. The powerful whirlpool was born by adding the power of the deep-sea monster to the power of Gordian Bonin, and it was impossible to prevent it with the power of Gordian. The current is getting more and more acceleration. The body of Gordixa, trapped in the center of the twisted nether, is gradually being cut off by the blade of water, panning dish by centrifugal force, like impurities bouncing out. Gordian looked at me and screamed. However, that doesn't mean that you can prevent your body from being shaved by the eddy currents. Scratchy, chubby, chupper duck. The gold mixed with mud and stone splatters here and there. Quick, look at the placer splashing. I made eye contact with Gordian and laughed. Now, there is no need to worry about turning to gold even when we make eye contact. Because, boo-woo-wook. Gordixa was closing her big eyes and dripping tears. Quackwang, rumble. However, the cries were swallowed up by the fierce roar of So Yong-dol. Haha, die, it's a monster. Throughout their lifetime, gold coins were provided to humans for free, and eventually, even as a spirit king. You couldn't be selected, and you should pay the price that has been sealed in the underground gang here for hundreds of years. Yet, qua. The interior of Gordixa's body, which was almost completely shaved by the whirlpool, began to be seen clearly. There was a dark red metal lurking inside it. Core. That is the essence of Gordix's core. In terms of humans, it was a part of the heart. I finally found it. I lit my eyes. The core of Gordixa, that, in addition to the Nether's fever time, was one of the real purposes I came to this dungeon. Yet, thud with a splash. The prisoner who was trapped in the middle of the Nether knelt. Gordixa fell with all the golds of her entire body peeled off, and then the storm of the yellow gold lake sank. At the same time, the long-awaited messages began to appear. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first inmate of the Nether, the corrupt spirit Gordic human raid. Reward is paid. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Would you like to leave your name? Yes, deceased water. Raid ranking is being compiled. 1 SD place / number of tries, 1 time. Inmate of the Nether died. The morale of the demon camp burning legion is reduced. All players gathered in the disputed area became known to the name the deceased water. The amount of gold mined in the conflict zone will be reduced by 50% until the Nether inmate is resurrected. The 2 great kings who are confronting in the conflict zone express interest in the deceased water. After catching Gordian, several perks began pouring out. 1 by 1 is not light, indeed tremendous benefits. But even if you say anything, the benefits that are far superior among them. Fever time starts again. That's it. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 321. Previous talk next. Chapter 322. Show me the money 5. Continued. LV74 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, /Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, /Dark King Attacker, Privilege, Select, /The Devil's Sink SH Privilege, Sim. Hey, /Graveyard for the Expectant, Special, Undead, /Hellwheel Great King Crab Catch, Special Privilege, Undead, /Horny Catfish Tagong, Privilege, Hidden, /Kraken Killer, Special, Paleontology, /Whatado Queen Judelope's Pet, Privilege, Beheaded, /Eight-Legged Great Beheader, Privilege, Incomplete Transformation, /Lizardman Slaughter SM Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Victim, Privilege, First Cataclysm, /Twisted Nether Survivor, Privilege, Saving New, HP 740, /740. Indeed, it is a status window that is checked in an elapsed time. After catching Gordian, the level rose by 1 and the title of Survivor of the Twisted Nether followed. The perk accompanying this title is a passive skill that protects against loss of items, experience, and gold with a certain probability upon death due to the saving characteristic. It's a bit ambiguous to say that it's a survival characteristic, but it's an insurance characteristic. As the end of the game increases, the risk of dying increases, so it is a characteristic that the value of use increases more and more. Drake and Yunsol also got the same title and privileges, so even if the results aren't good, it's not that bad. If it's Li Wong, I wanted to take it. Oops, it overlaps with Kraken's break. I'm glad this much. Even though the characteristic of Water Giano is better than the characteristic of saving. The more you chew it, the more regretful it is, but even this much is actually a sense of devotion. I'm not a lump of energy from the sky, so this moderate level of luck is rather natural. I look at the titles and characteristics. After finally checking the changes in the status window, I close my regrets. I rose by 1 level, and Yunsol and Drake rose by 2 levels each. Of course, the size of the inventory has also been greatly expanded. Then, it's an item. The light radiating from the shore where the water and the lake touch. Found. Golden Mine's Blood Eyes /eye patch. /A+. It was dried by removing the eyeballs of those who were crazy about gold and could not see anything. If you meet your eyes with this bloody eyeball, a terrible thing will happen. 1 vision -5%. Concentration -5%. Dark property resistance -5%. Can use characteristic real name, special. Attribute mana burn can be used, cool time, 12 hours, special. Quite a good item fell. This is Gordic's mana burn, which is a higher order compatible with Medusa's mana burn. It has a skill that can make an enemy in eye contact with gold. Although various stats were reduced by 5% and a cooldown of 12 hours was added, it was a very good item nonetheless. Wouldn't it be possible to build a 4-story shopping mall on the Yoke land in the center of Arrow 1 Soul by selling it at an auction house? I gave the eye patch to Yunsol. Soul, you use this first. Wouldn't it be better for you to use it than me? I'm still inexperienced in buying items. There is no specific usage for this item, because what a healer needs most is survival. Well, let's use it by someone who needs it at that time. If so, I see. I'll keep it for a while. Yunsol nodded and put on an eye patch. But in fact, there are people who need this item more than me or Yunsol. Well, is that really talking about me? Drake raised his hand, but I shook my head. There is one person in our club who can use this item usefully. You and I are not. Who is it? Drake asked again, looking through the eye patch. This item will be useful because of the nature of archers who often use eyes. Quite the shape I want this eye patch to have. Unfortunately, Drake is not a candidate. I smiled and gave me a hint. The only weakness of mana burns is that you can be beaten by the glances reflected off the mirror or the surface of the water. Isn't the story of Medusa that turned into a stone when he saw himself reflected in a bronze shield? Hearing my hint, Drake immediately realized it. Who is the best use of this item among our club members? 1. Drake nodded and understood the situation. I think you're definitely right. Isn't it? Then let's see the next item. I looked at the second item dropped by Gordix. Gordian core / even gold, which is said to have the highest value among minerals, was not the main body of Gordian. This mysterious metal wick, which Mammon, the demon constellation of greed, planted in Gordixa's body, is the key factor in the corruption of Gordixa and is a more solid and rarer material than any other mineral in the world. Unknown grade, unknown item. It looked like a material of black iron mixed with blood with the elongated metal embedded in Gordian's body. It was like the core of a pencil and the wick of a candle. Anyway, it's a dark red stick that feels ominous overall. Good. I finally got this. This is the item I have been waiting for so much. Drake asked as if he was curious. Lost. What are you using that stick for? This is an item that catches a fixed S+ grade monster. After listening to me, Drake opened his eyes wide open. He sees and knows. Kraken, Lord of the Deep Sea, Eight-Legged King, Ruler of Floating Island, Bokesa Pharisee, Cannibal Emperor of Heavenly Island. These 3 S-class monsters showed off the power of this plus grade that they exerted for a while at the last moment. However, due to its deep-sea characteristics, the Kraken who powered up, the Eight-Legged Great King who evolved into fall-down mode, and the Cannibal system that evolved by pulling their own heart compared to all fixed S+ grade monsters, it was the same as a child. Fixed S+ class monster. Drake trembled thinly. Once upon a time, the Lava Dragon, Morgmer, and Boo. When I saw the constellation of the hand, Belzebub, I was only standing in a sense of fear. But you want to catch such a fixed S+ class monster? Only with this stick? Is that really possible? Drake asked with a blank expression. Not because of doubting my words. It's all that reflexive question. Based on the common sense of the person playing the demo, what I said was that it would sound as frantic and absurd as humans claiming to shoot down the sun by shooting a bow. However, I don't say vain words. Catch. Fixed S+ rating. I muttered as I stroked the red stick of the sword shining in front of my eyes. The 17 substreams that make up this world. The absolute power of the 17 who represent them. I will squeeze in between and become the backbone of the system, dominant of the mainstream. But that's not what matters right now. I clap once, hit it, and gathered the eyes of Yoon Sol and Drake. The moment they tilt their heads, fever time starts again. The notification sound I was waiting for rang out. At the same time, boo, 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 boo. The yellow lake began to bubble up again. It was a sound that made someone's mind impatient. It was only then that Yoon Sol and Drake started to panic as if they wanted to miss it. That's right. I said that when Gordixa dies, fever time will start again. Oh my god. Go. Come on. Take a stone on the lake. They quickly run to find something to throw into the lake. I also picked up fragments of stone and stalactites scattered all over the place. Now, there is a limit to our inventory, so let's ignore the silver and collect mainly gold. Wang. The gold is more expensive. Yoon Sol and Drake were excited when they heard me. Sense spirit. I lived honestly, so please give me a gold axe and a silver axe. Actually, the legend of the gold axe and the silver axe is a legend derived from the ancient Greek Aesop's fables. In Korea, Hermes seems to have been indigenous as a mountain spirit. Again, we threw rocks into the lake with excitement. With a plop. Pappet. The rock that broke the water's surface and sank is bounced back in 3 shapes: gold, silver, and stone. The gold nuggets were collected by us, and the silver nuggets were picked up by Bellet and ate. Silver is the most delicious for dwarves. Does not work as a food. She whimsical, as if eating silver lumps in Ingialmi. Looking at the expression, it feels really delicious. We can get gold, and we can eat silver and silver. It's a win-win strategy. Yet, Yoon Sol, who was picking up the gold, exclaimed, OMG. Oh, now it's the limit. No more going in. It's full. Well, I'm in a similar state now. Awesome. Drake also showed an almost full inventory and shouted with excitement. The amount of gold was so large that even the inventory that had expanded to the maximum level was filled. We dropped the Japtum and pushed the gold tightly to its place. But nevertheless, we couldn't take all the gold that overflowed like a pile of gold here. Anyway, the dungeon is still there, so I can go back and forth to the village a few times. I can fill the warehouse. I looked at the remaining gold and wondered how many times to move to the village. Right then. Futpusususu, are you going to convert game money into real money? What about the exchange rate? To end the market order? Somewhere I heard a voice beating candles. Me, Yunsol, and Drake turned their heads in a hurry. The place where the yellow wave flows. I could see a man sitting astride on a stalactite protruding horizontally on the wall and smiling. Dark circles with a pale complexion like a corpse and fluttering up to the cheekbones. The black all-back hair that turned back. Zodiac Bundy Veil. It was the appearance of a man who once killed me in this dungeon. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 322. Previous talk next. Chapter 323. Villain Alliance 1. To end the market order? A shuddering voice. Zodiac spoke. He was sitting on a stalactite in the distance and looking down at me. The road was so relaxed that I felt as if I was welcoming the guests who came to my house. However, the relaxation feels like a prince on the stage of a play. What? When I entered the dungeon, I didn't feel good. I muttered with my arms folded. Can you say it's your intuition as a deceased person? Bad foreboding still does not miss. It is also true that the old saying that good things usually involve a horse. Right? This was his military funding source. In my head, I recalled what I had gone through before I returned. Long ago, when this dungeon was just discovered, thousands of people flocked to this gold mine 40,000 meters below ground. The process of finding this gold vein, for times deeper than Everest's height, was long and difficult. Fighting between countless pulleys and Libra dishes, fought with strangely formed subterranean monsters. Numerous NPCs hiding in the middle of Garo Forest and their circumstances. Unsurpassed variety of hidden quests. The number of those who have harmed the whole sequence and reached the bottom of the ground was extremely small. With luck, and while I was able to be included in those few, well, I did see some of the large guild ducks. I laughed bitterly. Large guild search team, AK discarding hand. I became the leader of gold vein investigation and was the first to be put into the most dangerous places. Likewise, fighting monsters, suffering various natural disasters, and investigating the golden labyrinth. Again, numerous personnel died. Some became poor meals for monsters, others were strangled by sulfur gas, and others. Zoom became firewood, and somebody logged out because my mom told me to go to the academy. Having advanced through all those terrible dooms, I was included in the final raid to capture Gordian. After dozens of hours of melee, I finally succeeded in catching Gordian, the final boss of dungeon. After that, it was real. The final content of this dungeon is unfolded after you catch Gordixa. The moment when fever time came while holding Gordixa, a notification sound rang out in everyone's ears. Tiring. Alliance status is cancelled. Kill your opponent and take away the gold. The karma value does not apply in this space. The moment this message appeared, the market became a mess. Relief and refreshment. It was the difference that was formed in a similar way to the comrades we have been with. Of course, those things were shattered instantly as soon as the guide sound was heard. Swords were swung everywhere and magic poured out. The bodies of the colleagues we've been with are cut into pieces like fish on a cutting board. The old furnace burned down like the firewood inside. And the Zodiac Bundy Veil was the one who suddenly popped out in the middle of the slaughter battle. He laughed and stabbed countless people to death. Rankers who say flying and survivors of quite a few large guilds are also grouped. I didn't last long in front of Dyak. He acted as if he had intended to collect military funds here. The Zodiac wielded damage that has no answer if stabbed by the cut came in until death, and turned to gold when you saw the eye egg of the Zodiac. He trembles when Gordian dies. He took all the items and tried to get all the gold in this dungeon. However, it's the story before I returned to the last. I lit my eyes. The name Feast of the Zodiac at that time was in my hands. Also, the golden miner's blood, which made him so annoying, also came into my grasp. Above all, the Zodiac guy is a guy who hasn't been able to become the final master of this dungeon before. He or I are in a failed situation. You or me. Ting Tengu. I spit towards the Zodiac. He looked at me and looked at me, but soon he started complaining about me at his own pace. You guys aren't having fun. It's fever time, but we don't even kill each other. That's obvious. I, Yoon Sol, and Drake are close even in real life. Trouble with such money has been overwhelmed by a lot of life and accidents. Does not occur. I brought it in the first place. But the Zodiac didn't seem to understand that there was such a relationship in the world. He looked at me with a funny expression. Are you? The one who caused the cataclysm. When I shut my mouth and there was no answer, the Zodiac guessed at will and laughed. I was really surprised. Cataclysm is going to happen already. Already? Does the Zodiac guy originally know the timing of the cataclysm? I threw it towards the Zodiac. What happens when a cataclysm occurs? Where is it already? What kind of game are you involved in? Or maybe I did a regression. It was deliberately focused on the word regression. Then the Zodiac broke out. Fuss sus. Are you in charge of the game? Maybe that's right. I was a closed beta tester. Closed beta? Was there anything like that in this game? Anyway, the Zodiac guy didn't even pay attention to the word regression that I spit out. There is no even subtle reaction that can be seen anyway by humans. It doesn't seem like I'm in the same situation as I hear what I've said completely. Hey, if the Zodiac was a regressor, there must have been no place for me to stand already. The Zodiac is the one who has come this far with tremendous luck and talent. If he was a regressor, from the beginning to me, from cutting to heaven, and now to Gerdixa, not all of this would have been taken away. Meanwhile, the Zodiac, too, looked at me and narrowed his eyes. Nothing happens when you hear the word closed beta? What the hell are you? Maybe the Zodiac guy also tried me. I used the word regression, and he's the word closed beta. We tested each other, and both did not get the expected answer. Zodiac rose up and stood on stalactites. And he looked down at me with an annoyingly distorted expression. How did a guy who wasn't even a closed beta tester cause the cataclysm? Did you even come to catch Gerdixa? What is that closed beta test? I asked the reverse question. I really didn't know, so I asked. When I was discharged and came to society, the game was already in service. It was a time when the whole world was amazed that such an enormous scale game appeared on the market overnight. The Zodiac had a dry laugh. Are you asking because you don't know? Is it teasing you knowing? Friend, look at Deus Ex Machina. What a broad and precise view of the world. Do you understand that a game like this is made and appeared overnight? Usually, technology advances in a stepwise fashion. If any new technology emerges, the foundation is usually actively discussed and studied for a long time. However, Deus Ex Machina has not formed such a debate. Suddenly, it appeared on the market and engulfed the entire game market. Obviously, there was room for thinking that it was something weird. But it's a typical cheap conspiracy theory. I just smile. This type of conspiracy theory has already been seen countless times in the future world. Usually, those who like to hide behind and delusion have created a huge conspiracy theory like this to confuse healthy users. It's a game I've been playing for the past 15 years. This game was made by a huge number of story writers and technicians, and of course it was made by man, so there were many errors. Sometimes human and heartwarming. There were also events, and there were funny bugs that made the belly button fall out. This game isn't that much more skillful than I thought, and it's not so perfect. It is a game that smells like a man-made one. If I was a shy newbie, I might be agitated by the words of the Zodiac, but it was a sound that the seeds didn't work for me, a stagnant and deceased water. It's because it's God game. Ding. Always thank you, little penis. And I also Gadjajoa. When I opened my mouth and said something, a line of blue blood sprang up on the Zodiac's forehead. This boy, I can't make any sense. It is a failure to agitate. Zodiac raised both hands. However, it wasn't just a surrendering motion, and Drake, who had a good eye, found it first. Look, fake. At the same time as Drake's cry, Kururuk, slash. A black flame sprouts under my feet, and the stems of my legs are burning. It seems that the embers were planted under the ground in advance. However, Papit, the divine shield that Yunsol unfolded temporarily suppressed the flames of Zodiac. Thanks to that, my legs couldn't be burned. I quickly spew mucus out of my shoes and cleanly brushed off the black flames. The Zodiac, who saw it, laughed as if absurd. Where did you find a good healer? Not even blinded by gold. Where did you get that loot item? Yunsol's item baby angel's cooing was dropped from the celestial island. As you don't know, he's definitely not a regressor. Then there is nothing more scary. I have knowledge of the future, and I preoccupied all the representative items of the Zodiac. Level, stats, items, and knowledge are all overwhelmingly superior to me. If there is a difference, talent. But that's something that can be overcome with a team quick. 4 units are? This is me, Yunsol Drake, and even the NPC, Belmote. On the other hand, there is one Zodiac. If all of them are masters, in fact, there is nothing like a gangster. No matter how genius and talented items you have. Isn't it a game that there is no way to do it? It can be seen by looking at the first episode of various game fantasy novels. Because the main man-made, who has no enemies with 1:1 daily, dies after being beaten by the hostile guild. I smiled and looked at the Zodiac. We are 4. Could it be possible? Okay. Zodiac laughed, revealing white teeth. Of course it is possible. Because we are 5. At the same time, several shadows rose like ghosts from behind him. The moment you check those facets, Creepy. Goosebumps came to my back. As I said before, it was the Zodiac that killed me before returning. However, he said that even the Ong Sin, Yang Sen group of the world did not become the final owner of this dungeon in the end. In other words, it is said that there are demons who held down that Zodiac as well and took the final dungeon. And now they have appeared here. Ong Sin holding hands with the Zodiac. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 323. Previous talk next. Chapter 324. Villain Alliance 2. It's been a while, my boyfriend slash. A fleshy tone that does not suit the heartless golden cave. It was a voice that sounded sticky somewhere. The one who appeared on the stalactite is a wizard wearing a large floppy hat firmly. It is Kim Jong-un. After that, two giants appeared. Bang Xiaowu, a land battle tanker who mainly uses a rushing machine like a buffalo. Bang Xiaohei, a tanker who uses a huge body to crush them. Two tanker brothers were escorting Kim Jong-un from both sides. Mad Dog. Those who once worked as a professional team have now appeared here. Things that are unlucky. I frowned. The guys who finally occupied this gold mine dungeon before returning to the bar. It's these guys. They were strong and cunning enough to push the Zodiac out of the world. In the current time zone, it seemed that they were forming an alliance in English. Whether they knew my heart or not, Kim Jong-un and Zodiac had a peaceful conversation. Look at it. Did you say that if I go alone it will be dangerous? Fuss sus. Shut up. How long have you wandered through the labyrinth because the nucleus, whether it's your helper or hell, tastes good in the middle? Even if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have stolen a player like that. When we were wandering in the catacombs labyrinth, I didn't know there were guys who came down to the third floor right away. No, who would have known there was a guy faster than us in the first place? Look at avoiding responsibility. Really, yes. Nothing has changed in years. I want to cut off my tongue. Ho 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 ho. Wherever you go. Didn't you try once before, but didn't you stop trying? Kim Jong-un and the Zodiac are sharpening the day without stepping back from each other. An attitude that seems to beat each other's backs as soon as they see a gap. Isn't that a very alliance? I was a little puzzled. In fact, it wasn't that important right now. The situation wasn't very good right now. It is clear that there is a Zodiac, a mad dog, or something decorating a physique. They must have come here to seek military funding for that wicked booby. I'm sorry, but I can't give you a dime of gold. I shrugged and picked up the shave. The Zodiac also smiled and looked down at me. Yet, the Zodiac and Mad Dog group jumped at me. Die. The Zodiac opened the book of magic towards me. The rain of black flames is about to pour into me. But there was something that moved much faster than that. It was Drake's crossbow. Per fuck. At the same time, two arrows flew into Zodiac's shoulders and thighs. The Zodiac fell in the same position as it had fallen from the stalactite, and soon fell on top of a pile of stones. I can't adapt. I saw the inverted Zodiac and kicked my tongue. Hagia, he was originally a mutual assassin, so it's a wizard meta. Will not get used to it. Meanwhile, there are two shadows blocking me from running towards the Zodiac. They were Mad Dog's brothers Bang Keelhee and Bang Xiaowu. Xiaowu Bang has the same power and speed as a water buffalo. Bang Xiaowu has the same strength and weight as a hippopotamus. Both guys are spherical with me. At one time, I had a history of going out to the pro league and having two of them retire one after another. Of course back then, it was Mad on King mode. It's annoying because it's difficult to make a big deal as much as the Mad on King meta with the late figure. But apart from that, Xiaowu Bang and Xiaohei Bang had evolved to be more difficult to deal with. Orc, the Sang Macho race with strong power and tireless physical strength. After the cataclysm, the two brothers had been former orc fighters. Iget Ipragamerda, Nyak Haningon. The two guys looked down on me. He is doing a torso with one muscle mass body. Sutsuk, if you thought I was the Mad on King, I wouldn't make such stupid mistakes twice. I replied in a simple Occitan, Toharan, language that I can speak. Pro bile gu up ini. Occitan popped out of my mouth. Bang Xiaowu, who heard Bang Xiaohei, looks as if he was shocked. But it was only a moment. Quackwang. I grabbed the shoulder buns of Bang Xiaowu and Bang Xiaohei running at the same time with both palms. And the heavy shockwave was reflected and shot at them as it was. Uji string. A light earthquake occurred, and their backs struck the ground and burst out. Two giant orc warriors are thrown to the ground like garbage. Meanwhile, I stood on their heads with both feet and drank the potion leisurely. Foofs. Don't you know his reflective damage characteristics? The Zodiac was sarcastic towards Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un brushed and bit his lips, but he did not particularly protest against the Zodiac. Aren't you even sharing information between team members? It's a mess. As I was sarcastic, blood lined up on Kim Jong-un's forehead. What else is this guy doing? So it's disturbing. She doesn't seem to know at all that she and I are the same person. Kim Jong-un quickly casts a fireball. However, Yunsul's shield was a little faster than that. Flash. When the wholly impossible shield is activated, all those with dark properties are bounced farther away. Xiao Wu Bang, who tried to fight back from the floor, and the Zodiac, Kim Jong-un, all fell behind. Eojin now. Behind the scenes, I hear Yunsul's cry from a nearby place not far away. She took the risk to match the range of the shield and followed me up to death. Nice soul. I raised my thumb towards Yunsul and quickly ran forward. Character. It's true education time, villains. When I pulled the cut, the Zodiac. His expression was completely rotten. Get rid of those damn scams. It enclosed me in a veil of black flames. Then he brought Bang Xiol Wu and Bang Xiol He behind him and placed them under his own firewall. A runaway pattern that unconditionally yields and retreats. It seems that the close battle with me seems burdensome. It is natural that I died like that. Right then. I noticed something strange. Obviously, when the Zodiac first appeared, they said they were 5. However, there are only the Zodiac, Kim Jong-un, and Bang Xiol Wu and Bang Xiol He brothers. If so, what is the remaining one? There is also the possibility that the Zodiac was bullshit to confuse me. In the first place, he's a genius who is cunning enough to think he's not intact. But over 70,000 hours of play. Gam as a deceased person was shouting. Avoid it right now. Quackwang. As soon as I stepped back, the floor dense. The whole space where I was standing just before has become ammuxable. Woo 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 woo. The nether began to boil. Eventually, a huge swarm of water rises, and the melted gold nugget appears in it. Bellet exclaimed, frightened. Oh my gosh. Gordixa is alive. Surprisingly, Gordix's resurrected Gordix's risk rating was grade A, which had only been demoted by 1 step compared to his lifetime. Why? Originally, undead monsters are 2 levels lower than their previous rank. As I narrowed my eyes, the Zodiac laughed. Fuss. That's because of this. He pulls out a black spell book in front of me and shakes it. KU Dark King's Diary /7, 8, Class Magic Book /A+, S/enhancement, +10. The long and dire experiences of the Dark King's battle with the demon are recorded. If you are an ordinary person, just reading a single line is eaten in the dark. 1 magic attack, +4400, +5800. Dark property resistance, -10%, -5%. Written magic? Dog, 2 ministry, Yuguk A+ grade item. But it is not just an A+ grade. Surprisingly, a sign was floating next to it indicating that it had been strengthened 10 times. Suhoho. The black energy rising from the Book of Magic became 10 times stronger. Polgang. I opened my eyes wide. The end of the item is to be strengthened 9 times, and from the 10th quarter, you need to have a special order to strengthen it. This is because if you apply the reinforcement order recklessly, it will burst unconditionally. However, it is rare that even the 9 reinforcements are successful in the first place. Once at a time, it is only possible to break through the extremely thin probability. It is Gangwa. I know well because I've had the experience of consuming my life while strengthening. Zodiac succeeded in applying a reinforcement order to his main weapon and strengthening it. That's not enough, and I made the +10 level, which is the stage of legend. Darkness vs. King's Diary is an A+ grade 7 class with a bonus of +10. The class has risen from a smart book to an S grade 8 class magic book. As a result, the characteristic of 2 ministry has also evolved. As a result, the revived undead monsters suffer only a light penalty of 1 rank, not 2 ranks. Fussasusu. How is our 5th member? Is not it cute? Zodiac is Gordixa, who became the undead. I giggled while manipulating it. Wow. How far will the high-ranking spirits who once aimed for the seat of the Spirit King fall? Quackwang. Gordixa unstoppable charging to the protective shield made by Yunsul. Pajijik. This ugly golden monster breaks in the white curtain and conveys the evil will of its owner inside. Go away. Bellet lifted a huge hammer and confronted Gordixa. However, Chin, go. The brothers Bang Xiol Wu and Bang Xiol He came into the hole made by Gordixa and blocked Bellet. Karuraruk/. The dark red flames of the Zodiac and Kim Jong-un mixed together, intercepting Drake and Yunsul at the same time. Puff puff puff. Golden barrage from Gordian. It is a bonus to hear. Drake shouted, cutting the flying golden beads with a dagger. Hey, I guess it's hard because the number of pages is attached. Yes, in such a melee, each ranker level personnel is desperate. Even that would have been wiped out without Yunsol. Now we are at a disadvantage with the number of pages. Above all, the resurrection of that big Gordixa was the most annoying factor. Fuss sus. Quiz here. How many times have I died by you so far? The Zodiac is pushing towards me with eyes glowing with revenge. I threw a word to provoke him. Do you remember the number of loaves you've eaten so far? Proud. A blue bloodshot stood in both eyes of the Zodiac, who heard me. Foofs. Please don't kill me. Must. It spread out a black flame and burned even Yunsol's divine shield. And he keeps moving forward, hiding behind Gordixa's aggressive body bust. Balat had lost a lot of stamina during the Gordixa raid, and now Bang Xiaowu was struggling. Me, Yunsol, Drake, Bellet, vs. Zodiac, Kim Jong-un, Bang Xiaowu, Bang Xiaolhei, Gordicrun. A total of 4 to 5 matches gradually tilted. There was. Obviously we are at a disadvantage. It is natural that the number of pages was insufficient and the raid was just finished, so it was natural that the fatigue was severe and even a surprise attack occurred. In this situation, in fact, it is common to lose unconditionally. However, I am not normal. After listening to me, Drake and Yunsol turned to this side. Look, is there any way? If there were 2, or even 1, people to help us. Drake and Yunsol look at me with eyes looking forward to something. Because it was me who always made breakthroughs in the moment of crisis. And, again, I do not betray their expectations. Hang in there. I'll call the reinforcements. After reassuring Drake and Yunsol, I stepped forward. The opponent I was looking at was the Zodiac. Hey, yeah. You mean me? Hearing what I was calling, the Zodiac looked around and pointed to his face with his index finger. I lifted up a little gold nugget off the floor and asked at him, is the gold nuggets here yours? Bing. Zodiac, who did not understand the meaning of my question, tilted his head. Kim Jong-un struck his side with his elbow as if not to answer, but the Zodiac nevertheless steadily answered my question. Fuss. Not yet, but it will soon. Anyway, not now. People ringun. I nodded, looking satisfied with the Zodiac's answer. Then he asked the following question. Then, is this silver ball yours? Zodiac frowned. Then he replied sarcastically, I don't take a piece of silver even if I give it to you. It just fills up the inventory. Anyway, you mean it's not yours? Don't take your time with too much questions, you bastard. As I nodded, the Zodiac screamed annoyingly. However, I have already made enough time. I glanced and looked at the fever time at the top of my field of view. About 1 second until the end of the fever time. I gave the final line to the Zodiac. You are honest. I'll give you gold, silver, and oh shit. At the same time, what I did was jump with all my might. With a plop. To the Golden Lake. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 324. Previous talk next. Chapter 325. Villain Alliance 3. With a plop. Yellow ripples arose in the lake. Bing. The Zodiac and Mad Dog members turned their heads and twisted with puzzled expressions. I looked at the Nether. Drake, Yunsol, and even the NPC, Bell Mode, are embarrassed. Then, boogle 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 boo ghoul boo gong boo gong boo gong boo boo gong boo gong. Suddenly, the ripples on the lake spread out. A tremendous bubble of water boiled, and the entire yellow cloth was twisting, as if he was embarrassed by swallowing an unfamiliar foreign object. Yet, dig. The Saccharomyces in full bloom on the lake are removed, and 3 branches of light come out. Zodiac and Mad Dog members, Yunsol, Drake, even Gordix and Velet stopped fighting and watched the 3 pillars of light soaring in the middle of the Nether. A golden pillar of brilliant light. A silver splendid pillar of light. A bright, flesh-colored pillar of light. These 3 pillars of light are so colorful that they blind everyone. It was dazzling. Drake and Yunsol muttered without knowing as they looked at the pillars of light. Big and beautiful. At the same time, 3 people protruding from each of the 3 pillars of light. Sweet, sweet, sweet. 3 men fall down on the ground in a sleek posture. Everyone who saw it had a blank expression like one. He would be, because all the men who appear now are age. I looked up and looked at the Zodiac in front of my eyes. To be more precise, the 3 me looked up and looked at the Zodiac. Gold stature. Is a deceased person. The deceased person. Among these 3, the gold and silver are the deep learning ALs that completely copy my actions and are like NPCs that move only for a certain period of time. You are honest. I will give all 3 of me as a prize. I gave the Zodiac a short congratulatory message. At the same time, Papa Pat. 3 deceased figures started running towards the Zodiac. Aha! Zodiac frightened and stepped back. but there is no corner where you can escape. When I was mobility, it wasn't this body that I would be saddened of if I was the second person. Sweet, sweet, sweet. The ancient figure of gold stood in front of the zodiac, and the figure of silver high stood behind the zodiac. Then where is the deceased person? Let's play at the top of your head, right above the head of the zodiac, going downhill, aiming at his head. Fook/. A terrible sound echoed. Ah! Zodiac screamed. My shaving struck his cheeks vertically and passed it through his shoulders and armpits. Because he bowed his head, he failed to stab on the head. In fact, that doesn't mean much. Shirdan was a scary being just passing by, as if passing by. At the same time, it's not over yet. Don't reward an honest child. I'll send you to heaven, ya boy 8. The gold and silver ancient figures also pull out their cuts and stab the front and back of the zodiac without any reason. Demis that cuts 0.01% of the maximum physical strength in seconds. It overlaps 3 times. I did it. The zodiac was amazed to see the stamina bar evaporating 0.03% per second. Damn it. What do you do? Stop it. As Kim Jong-un gave instructions, Cheol-woo Bang and Cheol-hae Bang moved. They rushed to me with a strong body unique to orcs, but it was because they had received a large refund of the reflection damage before. It's warm. And this kind of shy girl like Rush is a good prey for a remote dealer. For T. Drake, waiting. Drake, who was in hiding, stepped forward. Rather, stomped on the floor. The brothers Bang Cheol-woo and Bang Cheol-hae stopped rushing in great embarrassment. Drake did not miss that time. For pow! 2 huge arrows carved out of the bad ending's exoskeleton flew like a siege weapon, pierced the ships of the 2 orcs, and struck the floor diagonally. This is the first time I've ever caught an oak. The number of race kills will increase. Drake continued to shoot arrows. Numerous barbed arrows flew and were stuck in Bang Cheol-woo, Bang Cheol-hae's palms, insteps, armpits, and groin. The 2 orc users looked like stuffed insects fixed on styrofoam with tweezers. Kim Jong-un sharpened his teeth while watching Brother Bang's struggles stuck on the floor. Shit. Those who don't help. She quickly stirred her hands to create a red flame. It looks like he has changed from a mental meta wizard to a flame wizard. However, he, too, was blocked by Yunsel's divine shield. The divine inviolable trait is a dark attribute. In addition to resistance, it was possible because he had a certain degree of physical and magical defense. Meanwhile, the Zodiac is surrounded by 3 me and gets stabbed and stabbed insanely. I was this lighter with my nickname in my previous years. No, I have confidence in one stabbing thing. What? Are you a soldier? Yes. Wish repair kick. I picked it up again and stabbed him behind Zodiac. Having completely lost the initiative of the front and the back to me, he was in a situation where he was constantly going at the threshold of the retire. Shit. Zodiac coming out of the wound. He stopped bleeding and retreated back. He shouted backwards. Gordixa, what are you doing? Then Gordixa, struggling at the foot of the nether, got up after regenerating her body. Wow. Gordixie opens his huge hand again and tries to attack us. However, Quabang. GGGG. A heavy hammer flies and smashes Gordian's head. Enemy of my family and friends. Balat, the last dwarf. She's a huge stake of silver. And fight against Gordian with a hammer. Gordix, whose ratings were down, did not have an easy edge against Bellet. Quaquang / Balat stabbed Gordian with a silver stake, then hit him with a hammer and pushed Gordian into the nether. Boom rumbling. It is a dwarf stake that can fix Gordian's fluttering body. The stake is hit by a hammer and is shot into the deep floor, with the shapeless Gordixa upright. Seeing it, the Zodiac shouted a wail with bloody eyes. Is there any damn thing like this? In addition to that, I sweared a few more words, but the swear filter did not make me hear it. He even ate up chat bans, so he can no longer communicate with his teammates. Even in the midst of that, the deceased gold, the deceased Un, and the deceased Gen eagerly circulated around the Zodiac. A gold sculptor lifted the cut and stabbed it in front of Zodiac. Table 3 is grilled on skewers. The silver deceased figure smacks behind the Zodiac with a torch taken from Gordian's body. Yeah, let's put it on fire. The deceased person gently wrapped and hugged the tattered Zodiac's body back and forth. Here I'm adding a mucus topping. My play is crazy like serving at a restaurant at peak times. The Zodiac literally rushes to retreat from the Hornbabakson. Hey, it would be better to fall out. Kim Jong-un grabbed the nape of such a Zodiac. On the other side of her hand was a teleport scroll. How regrettable it would be to use that difficult and expensive thing in the deepest part of this Nodaji mine. However, even I didn't allow it. Everyone look here. Kimchi, I clapped and drew the attention of the enemies to one place. And there, I'm smiling like a photographer and I'm crouching. Yinsol was standing. Within, a tremendous golden glow exploded from Yunsol's eye. Golden Mind's blood eyes / eye patch. / A+. I'm crazy for gold. I can't see anything. It was dried by removing the eyeballs of those who had done it. If you meet your eyes with this bloody eyeball, a terrible thing will happen. Vision -5%. Concentration -5%. Dark property resistance -5%. Characteristic real name can be used, special. Attribute can be used mana times, cool time, 12 hours, special. A special item that strengthens the mana of those who meet the eye. Gordian's golden eye covered the whole world. Aha! All the Mad Dog members who looked at me inadvertently fell into my trap. Blah blah. It hardens from the tips of the fingers and toes. Kim Jong-un's expression, who felt that the mana in his body was condensing hard, also changed hard. It was impossible to tear the teleport scroll due to the nature of the mana burn that hardens from the tip of the finger. See you guys. Mad Dog members wanted Siren vote. He glared at me with Jong. But that's the end. The 3 Mad Dog members turned into gold statues with regrettable expressions. A gold statue with no value as a commodity because it contains a lot of impurities. Ooh. Poor Gordian also. I was never free from gaze. Gordixa, who made eye contact with Yunsol, also became a huge golden statue. However, puss sus if you do this you go out. Zodiac. Only this tough guy survived. I don't get caught by my fake. I open my eyes. It is because it is tightly wound. He took something out of his arms, and it was a potion that was concentrated to a high density. I looked at it and frowned. This is the item obtained from the Tower of Murderers of Grey City. That potion is a high-ranking wizard-type monster, such as Lich, Old Spider, and Drew. This item is mainly dropped by monsters like droids. The Zodiac giggled as he drank the rare concentrated potion without hesitation. You're still in debt today, damn guys. I didn't know the chat ban would be lifted so quickly. The moment I try to run towards him. Ping. My head is dizzy at the moment. I sat down on the floor as I felt the bodies that had been divided into 3 return to 1. The gold and silver ancients disappeared. Fever time is over. Oh, okay. Yinsol quickly ran and supported me. Drake also stood next to me with a tense look, staring at the Zodiac. Yinsol cannot use all of his mana to hit a shield. Mana burn, a treasure trove of weapons, is also sealed until the cooldown returns. Drake, too, used the iron and arrow. It was exhausted. Zodiac smiled and stepped back. It's a shame. If you have enough potions, you can withstand that crappy dot damage. If you can only find a nearby town. Abyss terminals, pulley climbs, and NPCs that recover travelers are displayed in Garo Grove. It often appears everywhere. It was quite rare, but not very difficult to detect. Is it easy? As for the Zodiac, I would be very uncomfortable in my heart. Whether to live or die, the probability is about half. However, hey, let's ask one question. I caught the Zodiac trying to run away. When the Zodiac stopped running and turned, I asked a question. What does it feel like to die? What bullshit, crazy guy? You're not dead? Zodiac is the middle hand towards me. I lifted the tune. But he doesn't have time to fight with me. Since his physical strength was being reduced by 0.03% per second, it was difficult to sustain it with a bare body. No, you are lucky, Furinunrindo. Zodiac poured a potion into his mouth and hurried up to the exit. Drake looked around to find the remaining arrows and said, as if he was angry, "Down. Is it okay if I don't chase?" But I just shook my head with a tired look. Thank you, my child stayed there. Full without space left in the inventory. Full Huangu. This is all it takes. Well, the rest is good if it goes according to plan, but not. Asterisk. After some time has passed. Fuss sus. Damn things. You know I'll die? It's a big mistake. Zodiac crawled out of the dungeon. He completely removed himself from the hole leading to the play of the nether, and looked at the remaining potions. Chaling. The few remaining potions were showing the bottom. Damn it. It must be fair. Where's the nearest new building from here? There was. He frowned and walked toward the pulley. I was thinking of going up as quickly as possible and meeting the Sage of Garo Sup to remove the curse of dot damage. Found. Zodiac hurriedly reached out when he found a rope ladder going up on the outskirts of the bush. That moment. Sprout. There was a sound of something thick and hard being cut off. It was the sound of the vertebrae of the Zodiac. Zodiac sleeps with both eyes wide open. I looked down at the waist of God. Jigong. Eventually, Zodiac's upper body, cut diagonally, slides to the side. Dump. The Zodiac was thrown on the floor with the upper and lower body separated. Phew. Fu, fu. As if he couldn't believe that he had two bodies, he reached out and touched his lower body. Along with blood, the high-quality potions that have been filled in the stomach so far are squeezed down and soaked in the soil. 12 dark shadows cast over the struggling Zodiac, with only the upper body remaining. Those who come out of the dungeon. I told you to kill it, right? 12 lizard men, including the Carolyn River. Eventually, they did not enter the dungeon and kept their promise, looking down at the end of the Zodiac. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 325. Previous talk next. Chapter 326. Villain Alliance 4. 40,000 meters underground. A distant space completely isolated from sunlight. The yellowish gas and groundwater oozing in the atmosphere explode and come out of the salty, lukewarm rain. Although it collapsed, only the gold veins that were blown out through the black soil cast a pale golden light. Netherlands play class A. A fissure with a golden glow, gin lit. Between these huge gaps, only golden auras are swaying like curtains with a boiling sound. And there are 12 shadows that don't move easily even before that golden light. Carolyn River. And the 11 colleagues who followed him stood in front of this great rift. They were smoking on their skin, sticking to their skin like a mist. Every time I grind my tongue, it tastes nasty. Hey Carolyn, would it really be okay? A lizard man colleague asked. Carolyn nodded. Can't I help it? I made a promise. First of all, my colleagues asked me to step on the deceased person entering the dungeon. This is because I thought that the deceased creatures of the world would be struggling, as there were crickets that crumble by breaking diamonds and huge tree frogs that live countless numbers of crickets in the golden cave. At the moment when there is a gap in the cricket core, where the deceased is crowded, and the changing attack pattern of the giant gagging let's kill and dominate the dungeon. That was the opinion of my colleagues. It may seem a little mean, but it's a situation that cannot be helped. What about employees if we can't take the money? Isn't it a company founded by meaningful people? The sacrifice of cattle for the great can't be helped. Colleagues asked, but the Carolyn River shook its head. I'm sick of the word cattle sacrifice for the great. Carolyn, it's a journalist made for the oppressed few. You can't kill an innocent person to get that money. This is a game. Whether it's in reality or in a game, I mean. I don't even do a bit of immorality. I don't want to do it. You may feel like you're a knowledgeable idealist, but I'm sorry. The Carolyn River bowed his head deeply. Then the 11 colleagues lose sight of what to say. The one who persuaded Carolyn most fiercely said with a sigh, if it's your decision, it can't be helped. I'm sorry. I have nothing to apologize for. He turned and sat down on the rock next to him. Then he said a word like spitting out. Because everyone follows you against that side. Me too. Carolyn Kong smiled nicely when he heard his co-worker's words. Lizardman's long lips did not seem to laugh, even though he laughed. Right then. That way, that way, that way. You can hear footsteps inside the dungeon. MJ9. The Carolyn River jumped up and picked up his nails. Kill all humans coming out of the gold mine. Before entering the dungeon, the words left by the deceased echoed in my head. Even just before, he had killed one of a considerable level of warlock. It was like a monster. That warlock guy at a glance. Edo was in a state of quite serious injuries. The level seemed quite high, so it was hidden among the bushes with the stealth ability, which is a characteristic of lizard men, without hitting it head-on. Then he grabbed the rope ladder and smashed the body of the guy trying to climb. However, the upper body and lower body are separated. It has been fighting back even in the state. Of course, contrary to the expectation that it would be silent and dying. Until the last moment he stopped breathing, he poured out curse, and extremely hot hellfire magic. Thanks to that, the Carolyn River had to suffer from a burning tail and right arm. There were also some colleagues who had lost one of their arms, legs, or tail, or an eyeball. Creepy. When I recall that eerie eyeball of that warlock guy, my whole body was creepy. The Carolyn River watched the entrance to the dungeon, alerting what monsters would come out this time. However, voila, it was me. Unfortunately, it is the deceased person who came out of the dungeon this time. It was me. What? I asked briefly at the 12 lizard men who were guarding the dungeon. If I'm weak, attack me. I must have been thinking of coming. Unfortunately, I came up after taking a break in the dungeon. Yunsol and Drake are also in their best condition now. When I opened my eyes, the lizard men who had pulled out their nails carefully stepped back. Why are these things like this? I was a little surprised to see that the lizardmen's physical condition wasn't normal. Most of them had fatal nodules or burns. I was soon able to reach a reasonable reasoning. Did these guys catch the runaway Zodiac? Then the Zodiac is really great. Even with a dying body, these tricky lizardmen users, and 12 of them, are made into Mansion Chang. Didn't you ever see a single prize run away? I turned the translator and showed me the letters on the ground in a cut. The Carolyn River with an indifferent expression. When I saw it, I glanced backwards. I turned my head. There was nothing where the Carolyn River shook. I wonder if I'm trying to do a dark attack after turning my gaze to another place, so I quickly turned my head back. But the Carolyn River is just standing farther away. He shook in the same direction once again with a gaze as if asking what he was doing. Ding! Again, I turned my head in the direction the Carel Mo River was pointing. Okay, now I can see something dark sprinkled on the ground. Surely, I stepped forward with a willingness. As the distance approached, the identity of the black spot on the ground was revealed. It was the Zodiac. To be more precise, it was once a Zodiac. Lizardman's nails are long and sharp like a blade. It even has a lot of barbs on the surface, and after going through a lot of melees, it becomes black and white like a saw blade. There are 5 such nails on one palm and 10 bells on each arm. The number of heads of lizardmen gathered here is 12. So, think of a total of 120 large and powerful barbed saw blades. They were probably chopped the whole body of the Zodiac. A piece of flesh could not be retrieved, but it became stained and soaked into the soil. Well, very hamburger steak. No, they almost made meat juice. Asterisk. If the body was in this area, the death penalty would be great. I nodded, 120% satisfied. Squeak. I threw a sack in front of the Carolyn River. This is the promised commission price. It's unexpected. Honestly, it was an unexpected result that they kept their place without betraying. The reward of calculating 765 routes that can naturally hit the enemy that follows sneakily has disappeared. But thanks to that, he was able to kill the fleeing Zodiac, which in the end worked well. Meanwhile, Lizardman's eyes widened when I checked the inside of the dungeon bag. If it were Reglui's farm, it would have been full of coffee grounds. I am not such a vicious employer. Carolyn Kong exclaimed, sincerely surprised. Man Many. Yes, it means a lot. Carolyn was embarrassed and gibberish, realizing that I couldn't understand his language, and then wrote back to the ground. Why do you give it so much? I just laugh. What I gave them was a fraction of the rewards they got inside the dungeon. It's not too much. It was just the level that Bellet had picked up a few bags of gold. But this alone would be a lot of money for them. I spoke firmly to the 12 lizard men. I don't stop. Lee saw the message I wrote on the ground. Agitation occurs among the Zadmen. I laughed hard. I wish they had a chance to listen to me in the future. And hope. Why? Because I become money. Honest guys, coward guys, and money lovers are the same. Both heroes and villains need money. Money is your best friend, and you don't betray it. I added a message to the ground. I don't know if there's anything to be done next time. The lizard men who saw it grumbled among us for a while. Soon, the Carolyn River nodded. Reliable for humans. Call me anytime. Someone will think that he is a lizardman in the real world. Yet, the lizard men who took all the rewards left. The gold coins I gave were not distributed among the 12, but went into an inventory of one of the Carolyn Rivers. No one had a problem with it. Carolyn Kong seems to be a fairly trusted leader. There are many places to use lizardmen. I fluttered a piece of paper with his contact information on it. Before the cataclysm, the lizardmen were only monsters with low intelligence. If you have a small amount of money, I can do it. In the past, some lizardmen tried to pick up gold coins spilled by other monsters and fell down the cliff. However, even if the players changed to lizardmen after the cataclysm, the situation was the same. Lizardman characters cost a lot of money to raise, so they are always struggling with money. Still, money is the best for subscribing and running lizardmen. See you again. Monkeys less evolved. The Carolyn River on the pulley said briefly. It was not for me, but for Drake. I wonder if the dirty lizards will throw arrows on their backs. Drake laughed at the Carolyn River, moving away. The two men stare at each other and move away. There is already an atmosphere of contempt between humans and lizardmen. Of course it's the same with orcs. In reality, we will eliminate all discrimination and conflict between races and nationalities. It seems to be going well with Dem's intention to create new discrimination and conflict in the game. Meanwhile, Ujin, what are you going to do now? Yinsol asks, whose inventory is full. I nodded. First, I have to go to the village and sell the gold. If you dispose of everything too suddenly, the market order is disturbed little by little. However, it is true that it must be disposed of as soon as possible. As time passes, the exchange rate of game money decreases. When I'm thinking about this or that, Drake asked Yensel's question. After disposing of the gold, what do you do after that? I have a clue as to what answer he might be looking for. From what he's been through, DeLake always wants new challenges. He asked with his eyes narrow. Wouldn't you like to do a daily quest Nogata again? It seems that the memory of the exploitation of labor in coffee farms in the past came to mind. But I shook my head. This time, I was thinking of granting Drake's wishes. I'm going to catch a fixed S+ grade monster. Somewhat overflowing. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 326. Previous talk next. Chapter 327. Pet's Daily Life 1. Fixed S+ grade monster. The 17 giants dominate this enormous worldview. Exactly about a month has passed since I declared that I would bring one of them down. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. A player logged in with a bright glow. Yunsol. She set foot in a central continental town with a beginner zone. Wow. A lot has changed here too. She stuck her tongue out. This village is the first village you encounter after creating the original character. A huge, densely populated area that is closer to a city than a village. It starts with the beginner's zone, where the tutorial tower is located, and is a large market, temple, library, general store, and so on. Eutorus. Originally, players have developed a culture using this large town as the center. The market of Eutorus was also where all quest items and material items gathered, and all the NPCs that became the center of the thick quest lived here. Beautiful architecture, lively market, lively artists, big and small. The hustle and bustle of the festival. The city Eutorus was the home of all players, and at the same time a haven of mind. However, it's really skinny. The Eutorus landscape that Yunsol is seeing now was very different from what she saw when she just started the game. The Eutorus-style car, called hometown of all players and Mother's City, could not escape the aftermath of the cataclysm. A huge earthquake split the city into 3 pieces, each transformed into a novice village of humans, lizardmen, and orcs. The most developed side of civilization is the human area, characterized by magnificent and elaborate buildings. However, as the number of population was smaller than that of lizardmen and orcs, it was inevitable that it was somewhat desolate. Standing in the center of a splendid square without people and looking at the empty ghost town, you feel that you are holding onto the end of an ancient civilization that is declining. On the other hand, the villages of lizardmen and orcs in the distance are different. 3 villages isolated by deep rifts. The only connection path is a single-row bridge that sways precariously over a cliff. Even that, because the NPCs of the guards of each race were guarding them, access was severely restricted. Lizardmen show the culture and lifestyle of eastern nomads on the wide plains. The village is surrounded by barriers and clay walls, and beyond it, tents, huts, and simple wooden buildings stand out. Most of them wandering around the village were lean livestock. The culture of the orcs is characterized by crude, prehistoric architectural styles. There was nothing that could be called a building, and what was used as a landmark was a shaman who plays the role of a priest. Other than that, it was a memorial monument or a graveyard made of bones to honor orc heroes who died in the war. Most NPCs live in crypts, grottos, or homeless, and are always full of war. Is it the most popular demonic influence? The number of users is the largest, so the town is always full of vitality. It seems like a different game every morning. Yunsol muttered while looking around the changed city. The word Mixujitan, Mai Shudri Khan, has never been realized like this. Then, hey, above the temple, on the gargoyle statue, a voice calling for her was heard. Yunsol raised his head and waved his hand with a bright expression. Mr. Drake, it's a long time. It was Drake who jumped in front of her. Yunsol and Drake shook hands. Are you familiar with living in Korea? It's not bad. The club provides all of the accommodation and meals, so there is nothing wrong with it. Drake has moved to Korea after joining the Worn and Worn Newbie club. Yunsol nodded and replied, That's fortunate. But Eojin, isn't it with you? Yunsol and Drake crossed arms at the same time. It's a big deal that Eojin is late for the appointment, and always comes 10 minutes early. When I talked on the phone yesterday, he said that he spent several nights changing game money. Do I have to wait to get the upper limit timing? I don't know where I heard the information, but it seemed like I was aiming for a specific time zone. Oh, then you may still be oversleeping. Then first about, will you go to the inside place? Yunsol and Drake nodded and headed to the place the 3 had originally agreed to meet. The meeting place was a kids' cafe named Angel and Yours. The Horse's Kids Cafe. It doesn't take care of you. This is actually a place where pets are entrusted, and in terms of the concept of reality. Kid, should I compare it to a dog hotel? Yunsol tilted his head while looking for Angel, Yours. By the way, why did you want to see Eojin here? It's not a very famous place here. It was hard to find it because it was rarely used by people. I would rather see it at the entrance of a temple or a market. At that, Drake nodded. Maybe I left something there. Is it a Yojin? Yes. I'm sure you're trying to find it on this occasion. After listening to Drake's words, Yinsol nodded. The two walked along Utoris Avenue for a while. Originally, the streets that had to be crowded with wagons, horses, and all kinds of NPCs were quite busy. It is difficult to distinguish whether they are NPCs or users of the vagrants scattered on the stairs or on the side of the road with a helpless expression. However, Yinsol even looked at such a landscape with a warm gaze. I didn't know that the game world would be a place full of realism like this. She recalled all the things she had been through. A long raid from the Abyss Terminal to the Ghost Ship and Sky Island by flight. In the meantime, Yinsol accumulated countless memories that he would never forget. Meeting and parting with an angel girl. The rise and fall of one race and civilization could all be directly experienced. Therefore, I have no choice but to be grateful to my friend who introduced me to this world. I am grateful for more than making myself debut as a beauty YouTuber. Yinsol walked with Drake and asked about it. Have you been playing games with Yojin for a long time? Well, if it's old, you can say it's old. How was Yojin before that? When you were a newbie like me? I don't think there was much difference from now. Why do you ask? Do you like him? When Drake asks mischievously, Yunsol's face turns red. Yunsol, who was a little swaying, soon avoided his gaze and made a small voice. I muttered. I like it then. You're friends. Upon hearing her answer, Drake laughed. I like him too. Isn't that a strong-willed and future-oriented friend? Alas. Yes. Yes. Where do I get game information? I don't know what to do, but apart from the information, it's really admirable to see the maneuverability and execution power that actually use them. He is a man who can be recognized as a comrade. A smile gradually spreads on Yunsol's face as he listens to Drake. Like that. He is a handsome man, even for a man. Yunsol mumbled little and moved his feet. How come my feet feel a little lighter? Just then. Yunsol and Drake's conversation stopped. They stopped as if they were nailed. With your mouth open. Oh no, what is this? Drake opened his eyes wide with an embarrassing expression. Angel in Yours. A kids' cafe located outside the human dwelling area. Beautiful and small, like a small hotel, this nursery facility was now terribly destroyed. 9 large holes were drilled in the white, clean walls, and all the windows visible on the exterior walls of the building were all shattered. Even inside, dark poisons are rising like smoke. What the hell? Did you get attacked by lizard men or orcs? Drake rushed to Angel in Your Earth. Sometimes there is. The terrorists secretly went into the villages of other races and attacked them. If this is also the case, it shows human fear. A spirit of favor and hostility toward other races rises rapidly. Drake with a crossbow and arrows. He quickly crossed the wall and turned around the corner of the building. The moment he arrives at the entrance of Angel in Yours. I heard a tearing scream. Mother Terrera, the nanny and director of Angel in Yours. She is a good-hearted woman who always treats her children with a loving smile. Then she was screaming with blood feed in her eyes. Kaihaha. I wish everyone died except me. Damn it, this guy's world. It is not a non-spotted place to scream in a crisis. She was exploding from extreme nervousness and irritation. Drake, trying to ask what was going on, was amazed at her momentum and had to shut up. Then, brightly, Mother Terrera and Drake's eyes met. Was it tasted by the cataclysm? Mother Terrera, who always gave thanks with a gentle smile, blew her eyes toward the lake as if she was killing her. These grandchildren. No more pets anymore. Go back. Fuck off. I don't want to take it. Go back quickly. Then Yunsol, who arrived late, is also surprised. Let her cast the heal magic. It was then that Mother Terrera stopped yelling a little seriously. Yunsol asked anxiously, holding Mother Terrera's hand. What the hell must have happened to you, boss? Why is the building like this? What's the saying that you don't receive pets? Then Mother Terrera complained to Yunsol and Drake with a crying expression. A few days ago, some evil villain appeared and entrusted me with a pet. Our building was shaped like this because the pet ran wild. Terrera trembled. That terrifying guy, he must be a demon, leaving such a monster on me. I shouldn't have accepted him. I had to refuse and return. Black. Mother Terrera seemed to be a little weird because of the extreme stress. As if she had a neurosis, she was embraced by Yunsol and wept. Drake looked seriously. The pet facility is also an important facility. What kind of evil terrorist would have done this? Whatever it is, it must be villain's job to combat it. Bad guy? Yunsol also faced off with an angry expression. Right then, Mother Terrera's eyes were torn apart. Veins rise from her forehead, and her eyes are swollen and trembling. That guy? The devil who left a terrifying monster to him. Dot. Her fingers, trembling from fear, pointed in one direction. Drake and Yunsol turned their heads in the direction directed by Mother Terra while in combat. And there. It's been a while, friends. There was me who arrived a little late at the appointment time. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 327. Previous talk next. Chapter 328. Pet's Daily Life, 2. The gaming communities are outraged. And Deus Ex Machina is great. Originally, such as the Cataclysm patch was done only when the game's popularity withered. It bursts when its popularity is at its peak. Rumor has it that the timing is not intended by the company TTT. The theory that a certain user triggered it after breaking the main quest is influential. See belt? Is that possible? Isn't that your fiscal? It is possible because it is a game with high degree of freedom. People who were far more advanced than us might have done it. But there aren't many people who can do that. So it must be one of those who don't have a lot of Japanese people. Or people who have never appeared on the official line. Fong, thanks for letting me know. Why are you swearing? Do you know anyone can't swear? Dong mom long big. It's a shit mom's play race orc, right? Is it real? I'm sorry I'm an orc too. Long live the orcs. Anyway, it's a big Cataclysm patch, and I live in the pleasure of catching dirty orc chicks. What is your race? Teamy, lizard man? The filthy lizards are embarrassed to speak as honorable and imposing orc warriors. Oak, isn't it a lazy, muscular pig head? Ma, shall we think about the PK ship in his plow zone? Aiko, Ru, come to the 7th conflict zone. Take a hammer right away and break the pot. Shernim, even after that cataclysm, the human race is still being maintained. Can you watch it? Despicable humans who stick to the liver and the gallbladder are out. Honestly, humans are the most hated among the races. Honestly, the human camp is too unfavorable FF. Compared to the orc and lizard men, the basic physical is different. CLL still, among the high rankings, there are many secretly humans. That's right. Most of the items that have been released so far are only for humans. Also, humans can catch both dragon-type monsters and demon-type monsters, so they grow faster. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Onaji. Shirinryu the Cubs are now talking over 5 CRAN lizardmen spending. The lowest number of kills for the human race, but the distant Gasol. That's right. But how do the pro leagues do this? All players have renewed their contracts. It seems like I have to rewrite all the team picks because the club combination is fucked up. Shirinko Cataclysm will happen even in reality. After the Cataclysm, information exchange between users became more and more active. Deus Ex Machina became a huge issue after the Cataclysm and became a box office hit, and the stock price, which had fallen due to it, surged again. The number of concurrent users has increased significantly, and related industries are also more prosperous. Was achieved. The market was still growing. I was monitoring the flow of public opinion and shining my eyes. Shall we release it now? There was something I was worried about from a while ago. I fall asleep in my external hard drive. For covert videos, each file name is as follows. With Kraken, the tentacle monster wet in the water.avi. A spider queen with 8 thick legs in a sticky cave.avi. Angel kidnapping confinement play with pure white hot flame cannibal emperor.avi. In the tower of the tutorial, my whole body is. With a tide torture engineer.avi. A video of hunting 4 S-class monsters. I wondered looking at them. If you unlock it now, it's a world-class stardom. As soon as any of these are released to the video market, the game is over. Countless gamers will go crazy. This is especially true of the Cannibal Emperor raid video, which is most directly related to the Cataclysm. It was clear that I would enjoy the highest popularity and profits as an individual among YouTubers who exist in Korea and in Asia. It is also an opportunity when the inside of the game is cluttered due to the Cataclysm in the midst of the upheaval and the attention of luxury players is focused. However, not yet. Let's wait a little more. I held back my desire to release the videos. These videos are a treasure trove of weapons in the future. It is inefficient to get a handout already. Kimchi should be cooked until it tastes the best. I took out the external hard drive and put it next to the kimchi refrigerator. Hopefully the value of this video will be cooked as delicious as kimchi. After completing some of the game money exchange and video editing work, I connected to tiring Deus Ex Machina. Welcome to visit the outskirts of Utoris, the busiest city among human villages that have not long since the Cataclysm. In the distance, I can see the tower of the tutorial standing alone and lonely. When I just arrived at Angel and Yours, the place where I decided to meet Yunsol and Drake. A terrible scream that can only be heard from the bottom of hell. The sound in my ears was a hysterical scream from Mother Terra, the head of the pet care facility. Oh, I saw the condition of the building and hit my forehead with my hand. Angel and yours condition was terrible. There are 9 huge holes in the walls, and poisonous luck like smoke rises from the broken windows. Yunsol and Drake were nearby. Hurriedly jumped to me. Oh, what did you entrust here? You are the culprit. Why the hell is a pet hotel this shape? I scratched the back of my head. After the cataclysm, there was a function called a pet hotel, so I gave it to the test car once. After all, the care was unreasonable. The village I heard after the gold mine raid. Since there are many new features added, it was a frenzy that I left it as a test to see if it became like the memory before the regression. Get the monster you entrusted right away. This evil devil. Mother Terra yelled at me. She has sporadic hair and the road runs wild, showing dark circles that look tired. Wow, I know. I will check out. I pressed the Recover Pet button in the floating status window in front of Mother Terra. Okay, Jing. A bright beam of light appears inside the building, and soon the pet I entrusted to me moves toward me and crawls. Ugh. Drake and Yunsol looked at my pet and swallowed up the wind, with the expression of understanding why the building became such a mansion chong. Chill. Standing out of the building was a snake with thick scales mixed with black and green. The problem is the number of heads is 8. The head, split into 8, leads to a large, thick body, yellow eyes and red tongue. A jet black snake with 8 heads. Ku hydroloids, Yo Shung Keep. Class, A/characteristics, infinite growth, long battle, overeating, poisonousness, rapid regeneration, magic immunity. Forms, giant Guk's thoughts of making a difference, Yi length, 32 m. A mythical snake that has 9 heads. Little is known about the fact that the growth range is close to infinity. Hydra. This giant snake acts close to me by rubbing 8 heads on me. Drake and Yunsol open their mouths looking at the Hydra. Oh, did you leave this guy here? The building is shaped like this. It makes sense. While no matter how many times I look, I can't adapt to this size. Looks like it's bigger than you've seen before. I laughed bloody as I watched the reactions of my friends. This snake, which now rubs 8 heads to me, is an evolutionary form of Bihorn Black, which was originally my loyal pet. I closed my eyes in the past a while ago. Recalled. At the time of the Heavenly Island raid, I was faced with one big crisis. It was shortly after the appearance of the bad-ending nightmare form, aka Utopia Fall, which evolved after the cannibal Emperor Bokesa pulled out his heart at the end of the day. Boka's saga falls into a bad ending. At the moment, the flames surrounding him burned all over the place, and Drake and I were destined to be swallowed up in the flames. The existence that saved me at that time was the double-horned black. I like it a little. Open the way. I gave a little sorry order to the double-horned pitch black, recreating a corner of hell. It is to jump into that same fire pit. At that time, the double-horned jet black threw himself into a fireball without any worries. And it did a great job of acting as a firewall, saving me and Drake's throat. In the process, he swallowed up a bit of the flames of the cannibal Emperor Bokesa, but it seemed to be the cause of the evolution. Oh, the state of the Bihorn Chilguk. Congratulations. Bihorn Ebon has evolved into a silver Hydra larvae, Yo Shunki. As a result of eating and digesting the flames of an S-class monster, the double-horned black is Hydra. It has evolved. Chill. Pretending to be close, I gently stroked the head of the Hydra, who was struggling with her body. Child. Finally, it has risen to the same level as the ring. In the past, the ring that he had obtained by holding Medusa was an A-grade item. Sook, who lives in the ring, is now an A-grade and the same level as the ring. As I stretch out the ring, Hydra hesitates as if he doesn't want to go back to the half. It seemed like the ring was overwhelming with Hydra. The Hydra also looks cramped in the ring. I guess he doesn't want to go in. That's why I left it to the pet nursery school. As I muttered alone, Yunsol and Drake heard it and looked at me. No matter how big you can, you shouldn't leave this big guy to a pet hotel. 1. How hard it will be to manage. That's right, it was too much to entrust the Hydra. Mother Terra is stressed out like this. However, when Mother Terra heard what they were saying, she looked as if she was saying what she was talking about. What are you talking about? Hydra is rather quiet, so it's okay. How nice he is. She reaches out and gently strokes the area where the 8 Hydra's heads gather. Then, even Hyde showed Egio. I responded to Mother Terra's touch. Yunsol and Drake opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene. No, if the Hydra isn't the problem, what is the problem? Then Mother Terra stretches her finger toward the inside of the building with an angry expression. You mean take that monster right now? The place she is pointing is a hole in the center of the building. Then, a loud cry burst out like an explosion. Wei Chang. It shakes the whole building and breaks all the remaining windows. Thud. The Hydra, who heard the cry, shook her body as if dizzy. When his head hit the wall, he saw a hole popping up again. Oh my gosh. Yunsol and Drake were astonished after looking inside the hole. Inside a pet nursery school, there was a young child who cried sadly as if he had lost his country, striking the floor with his small palm. A swarm crying at a decibel enough to leave the world gone. Girl, Queen Wadadu Judiloff, was there. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 328. Previous talk next. Chapter 329. Pet's Daily Life 3. Kwadudu Queen's Egg / The eggs of beings, neither insects nor plants. Inside, there is a dreamy girl, Judilope, asleep. -5% chance of being noisy. Incubation conditions? Judilope, Queen Wadadu. Originally, she was asleep in a transparent eggshell like a capsule. No way, the hatching conditions must have been cataclysmic. I moaned and brushed my head. Previously to win the Pro League, I once visited the Wadudu community camp for this. With the buffs I received there, I ended up winning the championship cup. And in the midst of that, what I got as a bonus was the egg with this Judiloff. The incubation condition was treated as, so I was curious about what it was, but it turned out that the temperature in the atmosphere was raised to a certain level due to the cataclysmic flame storm. Beo Hying. Judiloff was lying on the floor and kept crying. Seeing it, Mother Terra grabbed my flesh and shook it. From the very moment you left, you've been crying like that. Please stop it. 32 employees have already lost their hearing. In her words, there is no means that has not been mobilized to stop Judiloff from crying. However, this troublesome little princess kept crying in search of the only one in the world, and a vassal. I touched my forehead with my hand. Hagen, I have no choice but to cry. After the cataclysm, a race called Wadudu became extinct. Only one, except for the young queen Judilope. When she wakes up from her egg, she feels that all her people have disappeared. What is her feeling? Meanwhile, the anxiety reached its peak when I, the only vassal and pet, could not be seen. Now, here is your pet. Let me clap! Exclamation point. Judiloff stopped crying. Hodadadada. She soon ran with fierce momentum and held me in my arms. As if I'd never fall again, I lifted the hem of my cloak with just one hand. Seeing that I hold it tight, I thought the kid was a kid. Hoem. I quietly petted Judiloff, who had hiccups. Looking at me like that, Yunsol asked as if it were a wonder. Ujin, is this your pet too? No, I am this pet. Huh, no I do. Is this your pet? No, I'm this pet. Ting Pru. Yunsol is also the same reaction that Drake first saw. Anyway, I pet Hydra and Judilope. I got it back from the hotel. Judilope was very angry that she had left herself. The intestines are crispy, and quook, quook, quook. He's a very grumpy kid, constantly hitting my head with my palms, biting my cheeks, ears, or pulling my hair. It's not so long since I was born, so the sensitivity is very low. I looked at Judiloff's eyes, who had a lot of heartache. She stares at me with her cheeks inflated. My embarrassing expression is contained in those deep eyes. Don't do that. Now we are like. I'm in a situation. I put my arm in the armpit of Judilope and held it round. Human civilization also fell sharply after the cataclysm. Wadudu's civilization has disappeared altogether. In a world dominated by dragons and demons, we were akin to each other in that we were a tribe of selves. Huin. Judilope began to cry with tears and a runny nose, knowing that there was nowhere to rely on in the world. I packed everything towards Judilope like that. Don't worry. I'm also honored with two. I will take responsibility and bring your clan back to life. Originally, this Judilope should have disappeared from this world in the aftermath of the cataclysm. But because of me, the future has changed. Thanks to one surviving female king here, the Wadudu race will once again be in a glorious period. I'll be responsible and help you do that. And this child is the key to a new major update, the second cataclysm. I gleamed my eyes as I watched Judilope, the young queen, fluttering. Right then. Disappear, you demons. Don't come again. Meanwhile, Mother Terra, who has been caught by neuros by the cries of Judilope, swings a staff at me. It looks like she can no longer control her stress and anger. I can't help it. How to change the anger control disorder to the anger control disorder. I handed such a sack to Mother Terra. Squeak. This is a gold coin from Gordic, which is still long after currency exchange with real money. I briefly expressed my gratitude. This is child support. I put in more in case you had a hard time. Then, Mother Terror's expression, who glanced at the weight of the gold coin pocket, changes rapidly. She's the angelic beauty of the past. Retrieving the cow, he bowed his head gracefully and greeted him. Please come again next time, sir. Uh-huh. Look at our Judelope pretty things. After all, the human race is fun. Meanwhile, I'm a Judy loaf that's sticking out tightly. They are in trouble looking at. Huh. Judy Loaf acted as if he had intended to show me only the back of his life. When I take a step and look at her face. Round. Judy Loaf turns around like a top and turns away from me. SEC, Bingle, SEC, Bingle, SEC, Bingle, SEC, Unyul, SEC Bingle. Judy Loaf spins around in its place like a star, and I spin around like a planet around Judy Loaf. The faster I step, the faster the Judy Loaf spins. To the extent that we are moving so fast that it looks like a Saturn is playing a hula hoop. Eventually, I gave up on seeing her face only after Judelope hugged her knees and turned around until the seat was hollow. Huh. Judelope is not tired or is still turning away from my face. It was a state. Drake shook his head as he watched Judy Loaf. It seems that the likelihood is very low because I am away from the egg just after waking up. Well, that's a big deal. I couldn't take it in Gordix because it was dangerous. In order to cause the second cataclysm, her affinity with him must be up to max. Only by having a strong bond with Judy Loaf can cause the second cataclysm. But now, the relationship between her and me was really the worst, and the likelihood was almost zero. Yunsol came up with this idea for the car I was contemplating. How about giving a present? That's a good idea. The most difficult and easiest way to increase your affinity with NPC is to give a gift. However, be careful when giving gifts. If you give a gift that the NPC does not like, not only will your favorability be lowered, but you may even accumulate karma. For example, I lost my leg in the war. This includes giving a soccer ball to a child NPC as a gift, or giving baby clothes to a couple NPC who are suffering from infertility. In this case, a gift that can be used in all situations is. This is it. I took a gold bar out of my inventory. The best gift to please the recipient in any situation. Isn't it just cash? Not 6. Huh. Judelope chewed the corner of the gold bar I gave him for a while, and then threw it on my ground. In the wind, the sensitivity of the call, which was not very long, was further reduced. I scratched my head. What? Do you not like the gold content? If you know this is 18K, I want to praise it for being amazing. Then, should I inevitably give 24K? Wow, Yojin. That's not it. Yunsol, who was less than that, stepped forward. Jam. She went through the inventory, and I pulled out a shawl with a fresh lace. This accessory was purchased at the Angel's Night Market before the Heavenly Island crashed. Judy Loaf's eyes, who saw it, instantly glow like a pomegranate egg. Home, home. Pow. Judelope stretched out his cute palm toward Yunsol and swayed. When Yunsol puts on a shawl, Judy Loaf touches the rich fur with an expression of happiness in the world. Tiring. Judy Loaf's affinity for seeing Yunsol has slightly increased. Yunsol shrugged at me as if to see it. This kid was naked soon after coming out of the egg. If you give me a present. From the child's point of view. Ah, that's right. Do you like clothes? Go through your inventory right away. First, I saw some clothes that could be used roughly. I give a gift of ending clothes. I'm going to get one of the most useful and efficient armor suits. I brought it out. Deathslayer's human blood-pickled skin vest /armor/A. It is a memento left by Ma, a serial killer who likes to crush human heads with a hammer. It is made by peeling and stitching the skins of those who have been killed in the meantime, and smells rotten with an eerie energy. Dark property defense minus 10%. Yi defense plus 2,500. Max HP plus 20%. Able to use characteristic odor, special. Available to use the characteristic high-speed playback, special. Number. The armor that is the kanji itself. When worn, it has a body that is rotten and rubbed as if it became a zombie, and an eerie black aura blooms around the body. The optional performance is also pretty good, passive. 2 skills are also attached, and it is traded at a super high price among Jira enthusiasts, which are essential items for completing the zombie look. In particular, orcs and lizardmen are raging to see this armor. Want. I shook my armor and smiled arrogantly at Judelope. However, people love. Instead of sending a gaze of envy, Judy Loaf began to weep and groan through the ground. I swear I've never seen a child crying so sadly and unfairly in my life. Meanwhile, I had to be amazed to see the increasingly dropping arc sensitivity. Why not? You want clothes? What a wonderful armor this is. Odor special. Sonjian horse smells bad and doesn't actually smell. You know how many deceased characters are eager to try on this one. I waved my armor, but Judy Loaf was disgusting and disgusting. Wouldn't it be nice to give me that armor? Black aura would be cool. For nothing. Only Drake is looking at me with his eyes twinkling. Then, oh really? There were palms slapping me and Drake on the back. This is Yoon Sol with an angry expression. This is a girl. You should give the girl clothes that suit her taste. At those words, both me and Drake nodded to cry. 30 years of my life. After dropping out of kindergarten, I have never interacted with a little girl. Drake also has similar sensibility, so there seems to be nothing to tell me. I asked Yoon Sol, then what should I do? After listening to me, Yoon Sol quietly looked at Judy Loaf. Judy Loaf was showing a very happy face, fiddling with the shawl that was wrapped around her shoulders. Yoon Sol nodded. The shape I want to have. Hey, I know the view. Someone who knows beauty well. Yoon Sol is a popular beauty broadcast streamer. Isn't this her specialty again? I listened to her and nodded. I still need a couple of clothes to catch a fixed S+ class monster. I did. While we live, we can go buy it together. It is a necessary process before the raid, anyway. Dress? Where to buy clothes? Is there any place to buy pretty clothes? Yoon Sol asks with a puzzled expression. There is one place. Instead of answering the correct answer, I turned my head and looked at the large building across the village. There is an auction house. A world where money is directly connected to combat power. It was a place where all the people who had money and money flocked to and prevailed. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 329. Previous talk next. Chapter 330. Surprisingly, this game is a look game 1. What is power? There is one problem, but there are many answers. Power. Noun. A person or animal has it on its body and allows it to move by itself or to move other objects. Muscle action. Action that makes a stationary object move, changes the speed of a moving object, or stops it very much, the ability to do something, helping or relying on a job or activity, drugs, etc. The power or power to control and compulsorily follow an individual or group, the ability to know or realize the reasoning of things. The power or power of a country, and the ability to govern and control emotions or impulses. The ability to be able to, the intensity of the action of natural phenomena, the action that affects other objects, the invisible action that affects the affairs of the world beyond human will, the degree to which the object is strong or hard. The word strength, and its definition is used in more than 10 or 3 different uses. Even in English words, there are many things that mean power. Strength, energy, force, brawn. It is clear that the concept of power is understood and used in various situations But here it is different. Power equals money. There is a very clear order in justice. That's the auction house. In the auction house, money, especially the one who has cash, is king. The strongest, the best, and the noblest is the one with money. You can't do anything without money. You have no choice but to watch with your fingers suck on what others achieve, others laugh, others cheer, and others win. A world in which a person without money can't hold anything and get anything. It's really simple and really cool. There is no shortage to call it the heart of capitalism. Inside the patty room, a large chandelier sprinkles colorful lights at 108 angles. Neat wooden chairs are placed in front of the elegantly decorated stage. This is an auction house, and users. Number of NPCs managing space. You can pay a fee and put the item in auction. There are quite a few private auctions in this way throughout the town, but today's auctions were a bit special. Usually, the auction is a short form of a tavern or a simple tent in the village. Antiques or ash that are not appraised as items that are usually listed at auction. There are Rio items, rare weapons or armor, or corpses of monsters that must be collected as quests. However, occasionally, there are special auctions that are different from the usual auctions of this type. It is an auction hosted by real-life companies and is intended to sell items that exist in the game. Rather, it is for the purpose of publicity. For example, if a famous confectionery company makes a new product, the taste and design of it are demonstrated in the game as well. Clothing companies, sporting goods companies, etc. also costumed and displayed in-game items with the same designs as new products made in reality. Demonstration meeting. Show. It is an auction in the form of a very luxurious party room. Those who are interested in this place are, of course, VIPs in the real world. Celebrities who are interested in such a place want to maintain their superior position in both reality and games. They taste and wear the designs of new products that will come out of the game earlier than reality, before the public. Seeing was regarded as the keynote of the latest fashion. And today, the famous outdoor brand Nordic Face demonstrates a new design of clothes in the game. This auction takes the form of a fashion show, and when models are wearing clothes and standing proudly on the stage, numerous celebrities bid for the clothes. In reality, numerous designs that are difficult to describe due to technical issues shine out in the game world. Of course, celebrities interested in fashion cannot miss this auction opportunity. Is it a thorough their own league that is difficult for the general public to understand? Just as expected, before Nordic Face started the auction fashion show, thousands of people are coming in. Most of them were women, and they wore dresses that completely ignored defense and efficiency. They laughed and chatted. I'm really looking forward to this Nordic Face fashion show. Right. It is famous for having both design and practicality at the same time. It's really very warm when you wear it, and it's a brand that originated in a cold northern country, so the warmth is really good. However, it also emphasizes the white skin and distinctive features of northern people. To be able to capture both exposure and warmth at the same time, Nordic Face is the only brand that can do this design. It's a design that can't be found in real life, so you should wear it to your heart's content, even in the game. How much the masses are. Will you envy me? Then, there was a woman coming in a wagon to the entrance of the auction house. Woman with long blonde hair and blue eyes. There is no option to increase stats, but wear a gorgeous off-the-shoulder dress and get off the chic carriage. Hayes Haddison Danilova. This is the restaurant of the Danilova family, which is famous for being a Uzbek catering conglomerate. She put on thick horn-rimmed glasses and looked at the entrance of the auction house. Did you start an auction? Then, the women who were about to enter the auction house pretended to be close and gathered around Hayes. Hey, why are you here now? Just now. It must have been small. Sorry, I have a breakfast appointment with my brother. Oh, with President Gordon? Cool. You are still caring. What is the cut? The subject of being a chef is a person who doesn't cook once at home. Hasi sticks out his tongue with a wacky expression and then with his friends. Together, we visited the fashion show and auction site of Nordic Face. Meanwhile, a few of the guys who were with him, who were infrequent, responded that they couldn't understand such girlfriends. Asterisk, no. Are you just buying items with bad options just by looking at the design? I am. Even if you have a lot of money and no interest in hunting, it is. Fashionly. I don't understand the friends who say that. Then, Hasi Danilova turned his head and looked at his boyfriends with an elegant expression. What do you guys think is the final content of the game? Then the men struggle for a moment. That's it. You're catching the boss monster. Getting the ultimate weapon? Then Hats asked again. After getting all that? After defeating all the monsters? Then, the men immersed themselves in thoughts. After long ago, they scratched their heads. Well, the character is tickling. Wouldn't it be unknown? Then Hats laughed. Right. The final content of the game is, after all, look. In other words, all games are look games. Character design is what gamers usually do after conquering all the content in the game. Decorating your character with new skins or pretty cool equipment. That's the look. Hasi swept her long hair with an elegant expression. I'm enjoying the final content of the game right now. It's sewage to play while catching monsters. The men who listened to her looked blankly. It was not because I was persuaded by Hat's logic, but because she was persuaded by her beauty and momentum. Yet, the friends who were influenced by Hayes' logic entered the auction house with her first. To see the fantasy design of insulation plus exposure of Nordic Face, a luxury brand that will be introduced for the first time in the game today. Sorry, the morning auction is already over. The manager of the party room with a nice mustache stopped them with an embarrassing expression. Hasi looked at the watch and asked with a puzzled expression. It's still 10 o'clock? Didn't the auction start at 9:30? Usually auction in the morning is until 1 p.m. It will continue. After that, the auction in the afternoon is often held until the night. But the manager is still embarrassed. Because the first person who came in the morning bought all the goods at super speed. Bing. Of all the ladies including Hasi, a question mark floated above my head. What guy's auction ends 30 minutes after it started? It is not manners to clean things up in this way. There wasn't even time for other people to see and enjoy things properly. Although taking the form of an auction, it is definitely an event for the purpose of a fashion show. Designers of the auction organizer Nordic Face are unlikely to be grateful for this situation. It's always hot, it was her guess. What? What was it that you bid so aggressively? Are you the designer of the hostile brand? Hasi frowned and asked the manager. So when is the afternoon auction? It will be held from 2 o'clock. I can log in again after eating. I know. Hats greeted the NPC politely as if he were dealing with a person. Then he turned back and left the auction house. Guys, Find out who was the one who wiped out the items at the auction in the morning. I already recognized it. When Hayes asked, a man replied with an attitude that seemed to buy her favor. I heard that some Asian guy came and screamed for a superior bid unconditionally, as if one was crazy. Are you an industry person? It seemed like no. No look. He looked like someone he wasn't interested in. How can I make it look like I'm not interested in the look? You have a look that doesn't seem to be interested in looks. If you are a gamer, whether you have a good fashion sense or not, everyone has customization that only they pursue. No matter how good the performance is, if it looks ugly, it is natural that you don't want to wear it. What the hell, and how would you wear it? This was Hayes's curiosity. But my friend's answer wasn't good. Well, I haven't figured out that far. After hearing that, Hats bite her lips. I don't know what kind of look he is. To stimulate the planting of look duck like me. She opened her big, beautiful eyes into her horn-rimmed glasses. How long have I been waiting for this fashion show? I will pay the price of lock-in by taking this Nordic new statue. Hats thought that he must see his face at the auction in the afternoon. Beating at the auction in the morning. If you put it, it will surely appear in the afternoon. And her prediction was correct. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 330. Previous talk next. Chapter 331. Surprisingly, this game is Ryujin, too. The afternoon auction began. Models with 9-headed bodies walk around the stage in beautiful clothes. The movement of models who walk on stage with artificial intelligence is truly admirable. Every time they come out wearing dresses or one-pieces that show unprecedented exposure, the audience bursts with excitement. Oh my gosh, that avant-garde design that covers and exposes at the same time. With such a design, I can show off my body and show off my body while being warm. It is a design that cannot be realized in reality. So pretty. You must buy that one. It's a game item, so the price is good. Unconventional designs that cannot be described in writing are demonstrated one after another. I don't know how it is possible to maintain warmth and expose clothing, but the brand Nordic Face was doing it right now. However, 50 million, this is a superior bid. 65 million. 7,000. Bid with 75 million. 8,000. Raise your hand. There was a man who overwhelmed the atmosphere and aura by sucking it up like a vacuum cleaner. A person who bids all the items above all by himself. Profit. Buy some replacement clothes. I'm trying to. Although some of the ladies looked up high on the sign announcing the bidding of the superior trade in order to take their clothes. 5 million gold more than that. 5 million more than that. 500 more of it. You owe more. Gotta. Oh. He's ironically nearing the end of the auction. Aiming at the point of view, the minimum unit, 5 million gold, is added to sweep the item. Besides, it was strangely reduced to the end, whether it was bothersome from the middle. The price is cheap even if it's a brand item because it's in a game, but it's not quite normal to see such a huge quantity alone. There is also a limit to making items, so the quantity is limited. Because of this, everyone who gathered here at the show was grinding teeth. 165 million. I bid. Another person who raises his hand high. From the morning to the afternoon, they are sweeping all the women's clothes on the fashion show. Overwhelming wealth. Genius bidding timing. Ghostly auction strategy. Most of all, he is a man. It's also naked. Phew, it's been a long time since the auction. I had to sit at the front of the fashion show stage and keep raising the sign to announce the superior bid. Quick. Got it. Ju is hiding behind the hem of my cloak. Dolof laughs, fiddling with the coat she just bought. The small thing is the greed of the clothes. I stuck my tongue out for Judilof's love of clothes. I don't know what you're buying like this to use those armors that don't have any defense increase options. However, the more you buy clothes for Judilof, the more favorable it is. As I commanded, I raised my hand again. I pay a lot of money, but this is the only one who can control the second cataclysm later. The market value of cataclysm is enormous. To hold it in my hand and shake it, it's about the current bleeding. It's nothing. In order to catch a fixed S+ grade monster there, you need these clothes anyway. I used all of my auction skills. In fact, auctions aren't just about money. Stuff, emotion, ability. Quarrel with the opponent. Bid timing. The momentum to cut the flow of the enemy's bidding. Capturing the auctioneer's fine body movements. And you need the courage to know how to die at the right time. Of course, over the past year, I have participated in fierce auctions for quest items and hidden pieces at the auction house several times and have seen countless bloodsheds, so I was familiar with such a system. Auction is a war. NPCs at the auction house. It also does not restrain behavior. If you pay the right amount of money. It is clear that Nordic Face held such a show that it will promote its first in the game is an advanced strategy. There is definitely a problem with the low price of clothing as a game item, and that it will expose it to as many people as possible. Because people like me like game clothes more than real clothes. In other words, if the price of game clothes is set lower than the actual clothes, this situation will happen now. Game Look Duck often places more importance on decorating the game character than the real body. Now, I'm a dead person, I'm Hanani, I'm afraid, and if I go later, it's clear that this fashion show will explode soon. Unable to accommodate crowds of people. Meanwhile, in the party room where the show was taking place, there was a lot of humor. What? Are you a man? Why are you naked? I've been buying women's clothes from before, dirty. Where do you think he saw a lot of people? No famous person on YouTube. Hey, famous for going naked. But why are you buying so many women's clothes? After all, that pervert wasn't a concept, he is real. I could hear gossips around me, but I ignored them all. I just want you. I reach out to the back. He stroked Judy Loft's head. Then, a weak notification sound rings in my ears. Tiring. The Queen's sensibility is slightly upset when she sees the Gushinsang dress. The Queen pretty much likes the brand. The Queen wants to have a new one piece. Phew, it would have been obvious if we hadn't caught Gore and Dixa. I looked around the stage with a sad expression. Perhaps my annual salary as a pro gamer this year should be invested here. It's like a dirty world that can't cause cataclysm without money. I sighed and opened the bidding sign. The moment you lift it. 500 million. Somewhere, I hear a suspicious amount of my ears. There's a crazy guy who calls 500 million won for the lowest price of 30 million one piece. It is also a game item. Let's turn my head, blonde hair and blue. I see a foreign beauty with eyes looking down at me and making a contemptuous expression. You are pathetic if you do not know the value of look gem. A foreign woman was looking down at me. Long, rich blonde, beautiful teeth, and slim figure. But I saw even if I couldn't see. She frowned. Her beauty doesn't stand out. I'm only looking at the items that I couldn't bid. What did you say? The thorium bar that I bid for. No, don't bid a new one-piece deal. I picked up the sign and stopped trying to call 55 million gold. To be honest, money is a waste. When I looked up and looked at the stage, I could see a dress with a shawl. Well, the models are wearing it, so it's pretty, but honestly, 5-year-old Judelope would buy that. And where would he use it? If you try on it, you will be dragged to the ground. The manager NPC next to him at that time. He pointed at me. Game items change according to the wearer's body type, so don't worry about size. Please be quiet. I frowned and touched the sign of my hand. It is a one-piece piece that was able to live at around 50 million if the bid timing was good. That weird girl, it's outrageous. The price was raised without it. What to die? After paying $500 million, I decided that there was no reason to follow the top-selling race, so I skipped this sale. Okay. Home. Judy Loaf in the back is crying. It started. Tiring. The favorability of the Queen who missed the Gushinsang one piece slightly decreases. I'm going to turn it. In the meantime, I bought it all but didn't buy it once, so it looks like this. Being too eloquent. I wondered if this wasn't it, but I was sorry that I had left it to the nursery for a while right after I was born, so I thought I couldn't help it. I even left it to test the facilities of the nursery school. Meanwhile, models continue to wear clothes of the next design. The people gathered at the auction house all spoke and praised the designs. I sent it. Cac. This new image is also very cool. It's a design that is pre-released exclusively in the game. But the price is completely out of touch with the real reality. I guess the author is not sure of the price of luxury goods. Meanwhile, I was constantly frowning at it. I can't shake off the favorability of Judeloaf, which I've been trying to raise, so now I have to buy inside. Is that really pretty? When I opened my wallet, I thought and struggled hundreds and thousands of times. I honestly don't know because I've never spent a lot of money on clothes other than when I was touted by big boys in Dongdaemun before. However, Judy Loaf's sensibility was clear. He was staring at Hayes in the distance with his glowing eyes. I bid. I bought one of the next dresses and presented them to Judy Loaf. But nothing happened. Judy Loaf's favorability remained unchanged. She seemed to be happy with the clothes she had now piled up. But, tiring. An object of the Queen's hostility was created. When you defeat an opponent, the likelihood is greatly higher. It seems that Judy Loaf has an object that interests him more than clothes. It was the foreign woman who was choosing a design she liked with a tricky expression. Hey, it's hot. Did you just see that Asian expression? Cuck. The cheeky expression was fun. When I see women gathering clothes naked, they look like perverts, but they fed me a shot properly. Showing the overwhelming difference in financial power. Sleep. But didn't you just spend too much game money on it? It would take some time to exchange money. Will I do it? Those who seem to be her friends are crowded around. It looks like your name is Hatsian? It was a name I heard from somewhere, but I wasn't really interested. The important thing is that my queen recognized her as an enemy. I'd rather be good. It's because you only have to deal with one person to buy this outfit with no bottom or end. He who pursues look gam wins with fashion. It's a little unfamiliar to me, who only caught the boss monster. How much gold is left? Game money and gold that have not yet been exchanged for real money are piled up in their inventory. The inventory with the unrivaled number of level 74 is so large that it cannot even be compared to that of ordinary users, so my wealth is worth knowing. I look down at Judilov. He is struggling with his fists clenched, looking at Hayes in the distance. I'm going. My pride was so hurt that my eyes were so big that even my tears were full of tears. All I have is a queen with no cramps, but one pride is great. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was left alone in the world, and I was sent to a nursery school without knowing the English language. At the highest place, and for a moment. Since it fell to the lowest place in the city, it would be empty in my mind. And I am the last person in this world that Judilov can lean on. Last vasset, left by the extinct race queen. So, with a little sense of duty, I stroked Judilov's head. Honestly, I'm not sure about fashion, but I'll make the auction win unconditionally. It was a mistake before, and now it's time to raise the face of the queen. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 331. Previous talk next. Chapter 332. Surprisingly, this game is a look game, 3. The fashion show was getting more and more ripe. As time goes by, the costumes worn by models become more and more distant from the modern sense. Fashion far ahead of mankind. For example, they come out wearing a square or triangular cloth. Their whole body is made of a mirror. Their shoulder pads are protruding excessively like a horn, or long thorns are sprouting all over the body like a sea urchin. Whenever astral fashions come out, people are complaining about being pretty. Is that pretty? Except me. I was thrilled with the incredible costumes on the stage. They knew that fashion was originally their own league, but it's probably not that much. None of these clothes I could digest. I put something like a bush all over my body. Seeing a model passing by is a surprise. It wasn't like a ghillie suit. However, cool. I can feel the wildness of the wild itself. Similarly, the tension of the assassin hiding in the bush. Yes, this is a thrill. Fashion is a thrill. Oh, isn't this a costume that can hide and expose at the same time? I hide my body and expose the flesh toward the enemy. I drank alcohol, but it looks like I'm not a main driver. It's a contradictory beauty. People are crazy about those models. What is he saying now? It is familiar to others to send such gazes toward me, but it is rare that I have sent such gazes to others. I became increasingly unable to understand this world. Meanwhile, Hone poing me. Judilov claps a stretch of applause while looking at the clothes the models are wearing. What do you know about this? I guess there's something I don't know. The world that I do not know and will not know in the future. While I was in doubt, the models' clothes were getting more and more grotesque. A woman with a leather signboard on her whole body appears, while a man with a large bag of bread comes out. After applying whipped cream to the body, it looks like a shawl that looks like a lot of sirloin or a crocodile. There was also a long padding that felt like the leather was completely peeled off and overturned. But all of that was just a prelude. Even at some point, models began to come out naked. Only a few fatal parts, clothes, and everything else is naked. All of the visitors who saw it looked up in admiration. Oh my God, that avant-garde and omnipotent design. Go beyond see-through, just go through. I reproduced progress and conservatism at the same time. It's as if the Democratic Party and the Republican Party joined hands with tears. The degree of exposure has risen to the limit, but somehow it becomes warm. It's a new genre that couldn't be showcased if it wasn't for a game. Everyone is busy complimenting them without hesitation. What's that different from me? Except for me again. I frowned at the models, almost naked on the stage. As you can see, there is little difference between them and me. I was naked, and they were also naked. What is the difference between the face and the body and the proportions of the body? What's so important about that subtle difference? No, it's the same thing that I go naked, but why am I swearing for perverts and praising them because they are fashion? It's a crime of obscene performance, no matter what. As if I didn't know the English language. Hayes heard it. Sounds ignorant. Naked and naked look are definitely different. What's different? Different. Anyway, different. So, do you think that silky look and silky look are the same right now? Fashion people, including Hayes, began to criticize me violently. Right then. Hasi's eyes wide open. The next thing that came to the stage was the Chinese-style one-piece Jong Sam, with the thighs clearly exposed. Its sophisticated and elegant design catches the attention of everyone gathered around the stage in one place. Hasi quickly raised his hand and shouted, 1 million, comma. As she shouts out the bid, everyone puts down the sign with no confidence. That one piece was very pretty, but it was because it seemed that I couldn't handle the tenacity and wealth of Hots. Then, 150 million. There was a hand in Hayes's bid to make an above bid by attaching only the smallest unit. I am again this time. When I laughed, a bloodline appeared on Hayes's forehead. She knows I have enough money. The desire to compete is inevitably ignited. Hasi made a bid to outperform at a price that was several times the smallest unit. 130 million. I get 130 million and 500 more. Unfortunately, I continued to add the minimum amount of money to the amount of Hayes. Hasi is upset and holds up a sign. T 500 million. President, please give me another 500 cups here. I received it with a very relaxed expression. One piece with the lowest price of 50 million broke 200 million in an instant. Do you have some money? Hasi glared at me with a clenched tooth. Her pride was properly lit. Let's see where and how long. My money is. Hasi glanced at the second clock indicating the auction time. There is no time. Climb without knowing that the sky is high. La needed a certain blow to kill the ignorance nose. 500 million. Hasi sang out loud. It was the highest cut line of the amount that I had the desire to invest in that one piece in the first place. Everyone was silent at that great momentum. Hasi nodded with a satisfied expression. Money doesn't matter. She thought that if you had the design you wanted, you could pay the price. However, received 500 million. I'm very easygoing after such a Hots. Everyone was astonished by the sign of the merchant bidding that I had lifted. The fluffy queen. Hasi looked down at me and grabbed me for 2 weeks. I shrugged at her. If you're scared, do you roll? I have already piled up like a pile-up. Among the clothes, I picked up a dress similar to Chong Sam. Then I looked at my leg and pretended to wear it. Why don't you give me this so expensive? In fact, I don't care much about who or how much they spend on what. I don't mean to intervene. It was just a provocation. Then, after hearing my provocation, Hat's face rose with anger. I can't let the above pervert wear that rare Chong Sam skin. She quickly lifted the sign. 10 billion, comma. It is a hot trend to double the auction price in an instant. The moment the left center tries to swallow up the wind. Get 1 billion and add 500. There was a declaration of my superior bidding that stopped it in an instant. Please call me anyway. I am dealing with Hayes with absolute confidence. It doesn't make sense to become a fashion people and face as a third-generation chable after retreating. Hayes, who was trembling, ended up taking extreme measures. 2 billion. She was dense and screamed. Today she took out all the available gold. Moment. Hatsi was surprised to hear himself, even though he had made it. The money of 2 billion is too big. The Chong Sam in front of me was pretty, but it wasn't just a game item. No matter how much she is a chable family, she still goes to school while receiving pocket money. If you invest such a large amount of money in the game, there will surely be a strict blame. But it's okay. Obviously, that pervert will come in pursuit with 500. Hasi looked down the railing with a sigh of relief. Right then. I'm dead, I'll give up this time. I threw the sign in my hand to the floor. Hayes's face is distorted with anger once more. Then, the sound of the auction stick to inform her of the final successful bid rang out. Congratulations. You have been successful. The manager sent a Chong Sam to Hasi with a smiling expression. Behind the scenes, the designers of Nordic Face were seen screaming of joy. Congratulations. I, too, waved my hand toward Hasi and turned my head toward Judy Loaf. Judy Loaf nodded with a satisfactory expression. In fact, in the first place, she was cheating this time. Oh, he didn't show much interest in One Piece. The only purpose is to win Hayes by auction. Hasi was unable to participate in the auction anymore because all the game money he had in this auction was exhausted, and naturally, after that, it became the stage of Judy Loaf. Now this stage is entirely mine. A show just for me. Second-generation chables, fashion people, and now all are just third-class standing audiences. Overflowing money, competitors, and anger. When the perfect situation was established, Jadilo P's mood seems to have improved considerably. Tiring. The female king who fed him a shot is very satisfied. The sadness of the extinction becomes a little lighter. Queen's favorability increased significantly. Hayes, who saw me buying the auctions to my heart's content, trembled with both fists clenched. She looked back and shouted, "Exchange. I have to exchange money. The game money in the inventory is empty." To recharge game money with real money, it took quite a complicated procedure, and it took a long time. To participate in the auction, Hats quickly opened an internet window and accessed a site where items and gold were traded. However, since most of the game money sold was small, it had to be divided into several purchases. And the waiting time for payment and the actual deposit process is too long. If you do this, you can't participate in the auction. I have to beat that pervert. Hasi shouted, rolling the floor with high-heeled heels. And, talk. There was a finger tapping her shoulder like that. I can exchange money right away because I have a lot of game money. A man who can exchange money right away without the time required. Although the fee is a bit high, it is also me. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 332. Previous talk next. Chapter 333. Surprisingly, this game is Ryukgum 4. I ended up getting everything I wanted from the Nordic face fashion show held at the auction house. Oh my gosh, I've never seen anyone who buys so many game money at once. I also have a lot of fees. I got it expensive. It was also a great harvest this time when he sold enormous amounts of gold in his inventory to an excellent customer named Hayes Danilo Bar at the end of the auction. The huge difference that you can never get when you sell game currency in the normal way is a bonus. The commission alone was enough to cover all the money spent on buying clothes at the auction house, so we were done. Well, it's not illegal, so if you pay other income tax properly, there will be no problem. After consulting with a tax accountant, I decided not to release the game currency at once. This is because, pursuant to Article 32 Number 7 of the Game Industry Promotion Act, it is possible to be treated as a business entity selling game currency. Well, I'm not doing this as a karma, but also Deus Ex. Makina's game currency is irrelevant because it is classified as a game currency of RPG games, unlike the game currency of betting games with strong contingency and gambling. And I was relieved that there was no exchange of money using other people's personal information or illegal copying of the game currency itself. Rather, in the case of gold obtained by holding Gordian, the surprise lotto prepared by Deus Ex Machina, it is more appropriate to see it as winning a warball event. So, in this case, it means that there is no legal problem with other income. But there is nothing bad about being careful and prepared in advance. This time, since I sold a large amount of game currency to a user named Hayes Danilo Bar, it is essential that foreign currency is involved in my bank book. If money from other countries flows into it, it could be a big deal, so I was advised by a tax accountant and a legal advisor, and I thought I would not snoop around the currency exchange market for a while. Safety comes first. To be safe, you only have to play legally. I muttered as I left the auction house. I heard a screaming sound from behind, asking where Hayes was running, but I decided to ignore it. After leaving the auction house, I found a secluded vacant lot with a warehouse building. Even after the cataclysm, the area where warehouses are gathered remains unchanged. The safest places in any village were the temples, banks, and warehouses. I looked for the warehouses I had been sold to. A huge warehouse full of japdoms with agile options. These are the most expensive and sturdy warehouses that individuals can rent. In the first place, there are a lot of users who have so many items that they need a warehouse, so the warehouse has quite a lot of spare. And I already owned 3 warehouse buildings that would be useless if I was an ordinary user. It's been like this, it's been so thick, for the past 3 months. With a proud expression, I looked up and looked around the 3 warehouse buildings. All of them are warehouses full of japdoms that have been collected while playing games. If there is one thing in common between japdoms, is it that they all have agility options, whether more or less. I looked around the warehouse and headed towards the entrance. These warehouses are guarded by an indestructible iron gate that never opens without a key. Wujii. Only after unlocking the 7 locks with the key could the warehouse door be opened. When the door opens, the smell of old dust mixes with the smell of oil prepared for application to leather and metal. I walked under the dim light in the back of the warehouse. Necklace, eye patch, shield, vampire, shoes, ring, gloves, helmet, earrings, armor, pants, cloak, mask, gaiters. It can be seen that all kinds of items form a mountain. It's all one. Zakpashita. Bar people rock. Loud noises coming from somewhere. The sound comes from the mountain of items. Drake was organizing the items according to the grade. It is also seen that Yun Sol, who majored in taxation and statistics, analyzes the quantity and ability of items in a diagram and organizes them systematically. Mr. Drake. That's a C+ grade kid. It's a class, but the stats are too bad, so I think it's okay to classify it as a C class. Just throw it to the left. I know. Looking at the chart, there were surprisingly many high-grade items with a C+ grade or higher. This is why people have to organize and live. That's surprising. There are more C+ grade items than C grade items. Will the graph bend strangely? I used to catch lizard men at once. I think it's what I got there. On. Lizard men? Did you PK? No. At one time, there was a time when lizard men were not just users, but simple monsters. Before the cataclysm. It seems that Drake and Yunsol have been quite awkward. After all, there is nothing like a game story when it comes to making friends with gamers. On the other hand, Yunsol was writing charts and graphs, and tilting his head. What is Eugen collecting all this for? Well, at first glance. Then, I'm Drake and Yunsol are agile. We entered the field to determine the quantity of items. The auction is over. This is what I say with a pile of clothes on my back. When Drake and Yunsol saw the clothes I brought, they opened their mouths in amazement. Lost. I bought some women's clothes like this. Ah, did you have such a hobby? I didn't know. Respect. Although there was a report on the game community site earlier that a naked man was buying women's clothes at the auction house, but it wasn't. It wasn't my choice, but Judy Loaf's choice, but, well, I didn't specifically give a second speech. I'm a happy expression on a pile of clothes. Sighed, looking down at Judy Loaf. Then he raised his head and said, well, actually, these clothes are essential items for future raids. The path we will walk forward is the path toward a fixed S+ class monster in the dungeon. The first route is the extremely cold dungeon, a place dominated by a much more intense cold than the severe snowy mountains in the North Continent. In order to go to such a place, it can be seen that warm and light Nordic face clothes are essential. It weighs little and has warmth, so it's perfect for wearing under or over armor. To wear something like this? Drake picked up a lace dress with a black mesh attached to it. A garter belt is enclosed underneath. Even the fur hat worn on the head is long, black rabbit ears. There is also an agility option, so it is perfect for archers and assassins. Help yourself. I raised my hand to Drake. Meanwhile, Pure. Judelope began to cry sadly. I bought a lot of clothes because there are limits to what I can wear. This greedy queen insisted on wearing dozens of dresses at once, causing her to quit and become fat like a grand ball. Everywhere. As soon as I stumbled, I sighed as I watched Judelope roll over the sloping warehouse floor. It's calm. I can't wear all that. Moderation. He should know how to distribute it to his subordinates. Upon hearing my advice, the queen nodded with a very heartbroken expression. In time, Judelope takes a dress and walks happily. This is where Yunsol is. Oh, are you giving this to your sister? Thanks. Yunsol blushed after accepting the off-shoulder dress from Judelope. When she put on the item, the perfect fit was shown, as if with wings. The model who was walking on the stage earlier is not envious of the model. Judelope claps and laughs at the sight of his clothes glowing. Within. Tiring. The queen shows willingness to take you as a Vesset. A notification sound popped up in Yunsol's ear. Then Yunsol smiled as if sorry and stroked Judelope's hair. Sorry, my sister is different from you, so she can't be Wadadu. Not surprisingly, the sound of a notification in Yunsol's ears. Because of the different species, I am not infected with spores. Failure to become a myth. However, tiring. The queen's will is stronger than I thought. The queen is working hard. Queen is a steady personality. I shook my head. I used to think so too. Judelope's AUX can't be overcome. Finally, Yunsol also went through the same procedure as mine. Tiring. Searching for the connection between you and the worm. One search result was found. The number of friends on the connected SNS account exceeded 3,000. Congratulations. This is a great insight, real chum. Considering that only a certain part has an insect property, only a certain part is infected. I was successfully infected by the spores of Queen Wadadu. You have been appointed as the Queen's Vesset. On. Am I a bug? Yunsol looked at the small orange mushrooms that had sprouted and sprouted above her head and made an embarrassing expression. Glimpse. Judelope's next goal was Drake, who was next to Yunsol. What? I'm done. Weird with mushrooms on the body. I have no hobbies. However, before Drake's refusal was over, Judelope's attack began. Tiring. Searching for the connection between you and the worm. I found one search result gameplay time exceeded 10,000 hours so far. Congratulations. This is an obvious game bug. Goo in consideration of the fact that only certain parts have insect properties. Infection will proceed only in certain parts. I was successfully infected by the spores of Queen Wadadu. You have been appointed as the Queen's Vassage. Drake had to follow the same procedure as me. Ugh, what is this horn mushroom? Why do you grow up in such embarrassing places? I saw Drake in embarrassment. I stopped laughing. Finally, the number of comrades has increased to 3. I can't be alone. I was thinking of taking out the mushrooms that were covered with Akumlov's infinite costume ring and showing them. Character. Just kidding. Now that we are ready, let's start playing in earnest. I clap a few times, and then I'm a friend. A large map was spread out in front of the field. Yunsol and Drake look at the map with curious expressions. What are you trying to catch this time? Are you so serious? Did you say you should go to a cold place? If the monster lives there. I decided to answer all of my friends' questions at once. Widely. My fingers point to the red-marked area on the eastern continent. The 7th conflict zone. Dozens of kilometers deeper northeast of the Abyss Terminal, not far away. Despite being in the middle of a burning wasteland, a land of cold weather is filled with frost. I put in my mouth the name of Monster, who appeared anew after the cataclysm and became the ruler of this district. The Lich King. Torn and Newbie. Korean novel Torn and Torn Newbie, 333. Previous talk next. Chapter 334. Oddsland 1. Some of the monsters who have adapted to the precarious environment are also controlling the climate of the surrounding area with their strong powers they have in their hands. For example, cohabitation was originally a desert area, and now it has been changed to a lava area, but after the cataclysm, this new monster called Lich King. By controlling the surrounding climate according to your own will. Synonyms Cataclysm Press Conference. Asterisk. An area called Oddsland, or spent burning land. Everything in this wasteland is either dead and decaying or burning. Do things that die and rot become gas and burn because they become oil, or die and rot because they burn? It's a strange map where you can't really tell whether the chicken comes first or the egg first. However, it is clear that this terrain is harsh for all living things. And everything rots and burns. Even in this harsh land, there was an exceptionally barren area. Fire pillars soaring into the sky from moment to moment, thick sulfur gas, and waves of lava flowing over the whole world. In a way that did not match this inferno-like atmosphere, a frozen zone surely existed in the outskirts of the northeast. Frozen Decay. It is a fortress of ice that stands in the middle of Inferno. It wasn't that big, but because it stretched to the basement, the actual scale was much bigger than it looks. Meanwhile, people who have flowed all the way to this place in search of gold gather at the snack bar near this dungeon and chatter. Wow, this land is so crazy. It was cold and then hot, and then I was very nervous. All the trees rot, and the volcano burns. There really is no hell. This is all because Oz, the Death Dragon, and Mammon, the constellation of greed, are fighting. The black dragon that controls the undead and the demon greedy for underground minerals are competing for strength, so they all have no choice but to rot and burn. It's an undead and underground mineral. Do you have anything in common? I have. Whether the dead or minerals are buried underground. It's a very barren environment. It's surprising that there are simple taverns and NPCs. Because of this, the humans, lizardmen, and orcs gathered here were drinking quietly without fighting each other. Is it a temporary lull, so to speak? But that didn't relieve my tension. The atmosphere of the snack bar where the 3 tribes gather and take a break is precarious, as if it would explode anytime soon. Whenever they are ready to carry out weapons and swordsmanship. It was like a time bomb that didn't know when it would explode. Pig duck bang. If it wasn't for the 3 princesses who suddenly came into the bar. Hey, it's cold. Me, Yunsol, and Drake opened the bar door and came in and sat at the table. Drake, wearing a garter belt, crossed his legs and covered the top with the hem of the dress. Even though the exposure is severe, the warmth is good. It's a good brand. Most of the clothes made by Nordic Face are light and have good warmth, so they are good for layering. The 3 of us are sitting here wearing dresses and dresses in abundance. All race users in the tavern saw us and opened their mouths. Well, that's because I'm a lizard man. I can't understand. Is it because I'm okay? I can't understand. Well, is it because I am human? I can't understand. All who had gathered in the tavern got up and walked out of the tent, losing their devotion. It's because crazy guys are scarier than strong guys. Anyway, it's good because the snack bar is empty. We ordered a warm beer and checked the equipment. Drake, who was checking the arrows and crossbows, grumbled. Items made with the body of the bad ending have good performance, but it is a headache to rust other metal items around them. Set kids. I think I should only use these as if it were a product. All other items get rusted, so I won. I think it would be enough to just have a harp and an eye patch. What it would be better if there was even armor. Both Drake and Yunsel's comments were important, so I decided to keep it in my mind. I drank a beer and spread the map on the table. Underscore the 7th dispute zone. We are now on the northeastern outskirts of the East Continent. in an area where the realm of the dead dragon lord Dodds and the realm of the demon constellation Mammon of greed and minerals overlap. I explained to my friends. Soon there will be a large-scale ethnic war in this conflict zone. Originally, this place was ruled by Mammon, the demonic constellation of greed. Mammon was interested in a specific metal mine in this land called Volcanos, but unfortunately, Oz, the death dragon, also needed the same mineral. Oz, the death dragon, was taking over Mammon's Volcanos mine without permission after the cataclysmic cataclysm, while the terrain was twisted and spread its wings. In response, Mammon leads the Burning Legion, who follows him and tries to drive out Oz, the death dragon, while Oz, the death dragon, leads the Immortal Legion that follows him to face it. Soon, a huge corps led by the Dragon Lord and the Demon Constellation will fight in the conflict zone here, and the players will also split into lizardmen as the dragon's minions and orcs as the demon's minions and fight. In fact, everything is because of us. The reason we dropped the Heavenly Islands is because the dragon is the work of the demons, and the demons regard it as the work of the dragon. They think each other's preemptive strikes. The small perforated island that I launched had a tremendous ripple effect in the end. I lit my eyes with my chin clasped with both hands. About a month later, there will be a great war here. Countless players get involved. Yunsol and Drake listened to me with serious expressions. I declared once again, and in this vortex of chaos, we kill a fixed S+ class monster. When I finished speaking, I lifted the dagger and cut the map. The place where the blade is stuck is Zod's land. It was a vast territory covered by the black scale Dragon Oz. Death Dragon Oz. It's the first target we'll pull down from the top. Drake trembled at me. It's a thrill that I feel because I've ever experienced the dignity of a fixed S+ class monster. He asked me, "What number do you take this guy? Are you going to go right there and go get it?" No way. There is a procedure in everything. I took my finger back to the map. The place I took with the dagger, from there, if I go up a little to the northeast, the place where we are now comes out. Frozen decay. The fortress is frozen so that it does not blend in with the surrounding landscape, like Inferno. I said, staring at the blurry wall of the city over the entrance to the tent. Death Dragon Oz will lead his soldiers down to the 7th conflict station to confront Mammon, and there is a strong commander who will be commanding those soldiers asleep here. In the past, it can be seen that Belzeb, the demonic constellation of corruption, visited the 8-legged king of Bayou Island to save the allied monarch. Oz, the death dragon, also has quite competent lieutenants. However, when the war begins, the players are forced to die as ground riders because they are almost impossible to reach. So, in the first place, I was thinking of removing Oz's minions before the start of the war. For me, who knows the future, I already know who are the most annoying guys. The Lich King of the left-wing logistic base. This guy is the left arm of Oz, and the Death Knight of the right-wing logistic base. This is Oz's right arm. The boss monster Lich King, that controls the dungeon Frozen Decay. The boss monster Death Knight, that rules the dungeon Swordsman's Tower. The strongest and worst undead two-headed horse car must be removed in advance so that it will be a little easier to catch Oz in the future. And finally, after removing Oz, the Death Dragon, I will take that privilege and capture Mammon, the demon constellation of greed. A plan to repel 2 fixed S+ class monsters that are struggling with each other with a straight line. It sounded like they would laugh at someone as a crazy guy, but Drake and Yunsol didn't laugh. No, I couldn't laugh. It may be because of the vague belief and the thrill that comes from that I really think that the plan will come true. Then, Yunsol asked as if he suddenly remembered it. By the way, Ujin. Huh. Well, then what will happen to the players who came here by the call of Oz and Mammon? Yes, Death Dragon Oz and Greed Constellation Mammon are not simply a dispute between monsters. Probably, it is likely to be a huge main quest. When the main quest is activated, a mobilization order will be issued throughout the world map, and numerous lizardmen and orcs will move in search of their king. Also, countless humans will flock to wonder if there is nothing to benefit from the basket of the conflict. This massive race war is a main quest and a daily quest designed to allow users of all races to participate evenly. All 3 races have enough moves for their own quest rewards. Eventually, an enormous number of people will cross the Abyss Terminal and flock to this rotting land, the 7th conflict zone. But what if someone had already captured Oz, the death dragon who called them, and Mammon, the constellation of greed? Everyone will be in shock. It's going to be very absurd. Drake and Yunsol said, touching their foreheads with their hands. Not 6. I shook my finger. There won't be a chance for that. A question mark floats above the heads of Yunsol and Drake, who listen to me. My friends understand what I mean. It seemed like I couldn't, so I dare to add a second speech. Because everyone will die. I laughed as I put an item on the table. Get. It's a mask dyed red. It was the picaresque mask. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 334. Previous talk next. Chapter 335. Oddsland 2. Dungeon Frozen Decay, located in the northeast of Oddsland. In this frozen fortress, the dead are infested. It is the Lich King that dominates this field of death. Along with Death Knight, it is also known as the strongest undead two-headed carriage. Weeing. I stood here in front of the frozen fortress, struck by the wind, recalling memories of a long time ago. At that time, the Lich King was a monster that couldn't be hunted. A giant wizard holding a staff with a large axe blade. It suddenly appeared in the northeastern part of the battlefield at the height of the war, with numerous undead monsters under the mountain. The most annoying monsters, the frozen hop blood demons and frost wolf swarms, and some of the Lich King's loyal pets began to dominate the battlefield in no time. Most of all, the annoying thing was the grave ministry, one of his characteristics. It was a terrifying sight for the bodies of lizardmen users who were dead and fallen on the battlefield to stand up with only bones left to fight like a berserk. If you don't catch the Lich King in advance, you will be incredibly troublesome later. For this reason, I'm Yunsol and Dre. He took Ike and stood here in front of the frozen fortress to set aside the most powerful obstacles in the future. Land. Dang. As he crosses the cold wall using Sheila, Hammer, and Harkin, he quickly sees a sinkhole in the open ground. Frozen Decay level. A huge sinkhole in the black ground. Its surroundings are covered in white frost. Strangely, the temperature in this land alone was overwhelmingly lower than in other regions. Drake admired. It was a dungeon connected to the basement. Even though everything around me was hot, it was cold here, so I was curious about where the cold air was coming from. If you're exploring underground, you're already familiar with the Abyss terminal experience. Neither Yunsol nor Drake felt any reluctance to go down to the basement where the depth was unknown. Because she was wearing a bunch of princess dresses from Nordic Face, the cold was no problem. However, that's it. The moment Drake stepped in, I wondered if the darkness in the hole wriggled, and then he made a hazy wall like a fog and pushed Drake away. Tiring. This area is not allowed to enter. I didn't qualify for admission. Yes, this place hasn't been implemented yet. Formerly, it is a locked space for future events. Drake made a look of absurdity. No, you don't qualify? I opened 2 fingers to Drake like that. In order to enter this place, you must satisfy at least one of the 2 qualifications. Something. You will be connected within the first event period. But it is impossible. The event will be triggered a month from now, only when Oz, the Death Dragon, is fully prepared for war. Then the second. I crackled my second finger. To dot. Drake and Yunsol, who listened to me, looked embarrassed. I said as if I couldn't help it. Death Dragon Oz has a lot of suspicion. Living things never enter their realm. The only thing he believes is, there are only dead, Wangjura. They. Because I don't betray you. So, after death, you must enter the coffin in the state of a corpse to enter this dungeon. Well, it doesn't mean anything after all. Drake clapped his hands. Right. Come to think of it, there were only 2 elixirs left on the island. With elixir, immediately after death, you can survive once, so if you enter the dungeon after death and come back to life. Elixir is also a spell book, but it can only be activated by tearing it. How the dead man tears the main document. Well, is it? If so, how are you going to get in? I can hardly understand with my head. I laughed at Drake's words. I waited only for this moment. I activated the Kraken's Break trait, the unique ability of an octopus to be able to poke anywhere with a very small number of holes. There, I decided to apply some bugs. I am at the border between the darkness in the hole and the bright space outside. Noted. If it were reality, the darkness in the depths connects to the outside and fades very slowly. However, in the game world, darkness and light are clearly distinguished. The 2 are unmixed and are bisected with each other in the atmosphere like water and oil. So this sinkhole is also bright up to a certain section, but from a certain section. It is rapidly darkening. I inserted my body at the border between light and darkness. Woojik, woojik, woojik. Kraken's character slips through the light and darkness. Timing. Only timing is the way to live. I thought in a distant vision. Then. Work. This. 3, 4, 0, 6, 7, 8. From outside, I could hear Yunsol crying out loud. I had Yunsol to count the numbers out loud before digging into the gap between light and darkness. Because of this, I could not lose my sense of time even in the twisted void. It's now. I took a quick jump motion when my body went into the void to some extent. Finally, the bug has been activated. After spending a certain amount of time at the border between light and darkness, if you make a jump-like motion at a specific timing, the character will fall endlessly down. A bug that has become famous because it occurs mainly in 4X monsters or Sword X Desert. Originally, it should be applied so that the motion falling down from a high place rises, but when it is applied to a flat place above the ground, it sinks to the bottom of the ground like this. Hey, it might be a bit unfair from a developer's point of view. Who is like this? I asked if I would get to the place and do something like this. There is no common sense that there is a truth about exploiting the set point bug after coming to the inaccessible zone and forcibly entering the inside by triggering the gap characteristic. So, even though there is a bug, you may not have felt the need to fix it. However, tiring. Impossible dungeon frozen corruption. You entered the first basement level. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. That is, in reality, happened. I rolled around on the frozen floor and hit the wall before I could barely stop. It was good. I lifted my head as I brushed off the ice flakes from my hair. Incredibly spacious underground space. It's dark so I can't see it well, but I already know roughly the structure of this dungeon. Let's see, was it the Frosttooth raid? Before the regression, as soon as the event starts, there was a raid that attacked this dungeon. Those who were famous orc users attacked this dungeon with enormous numbers of heads and colorful equipment, but, unfortunately, the result was a failure. However, by preemptively attacking the Lich King's dungeon, the Lich King and the left wing of the Immortal Legion led by him were able to achieve a somewhat delayed arrival on the battlefield. From now on, all the tricks I will use are excerpts from their memoirs. Now let's think calmly. This dungeon has a total of 28 basement levels. The monsters that inhabit items that fall. The pitfall to watch out for is the location of the hidden piece is the timing of the boss monster's appearance. All of the strategies are gradually taking shape in your head. The remarks, quarrels, arguments, and regrets of the raid members who conducted the interview at that time. At some point, we quarreled for disagreeing with each other. And at what point were we disappointed? And at what point we were surprised? I remembered everything I remembered. It's good, it's ready. I turned my head. Tongue. That's it. 2 coffins fell off the entrance side. The coffin came down with a loud sound from the uneven entrance to the ice cave and was buried on the floor. I quickly pulled up the 2 coffins from the ice pit and placed them side by side on the floor. Good job. As soon as I lifted the cutting edge and poked it between the tube and the tube lid, the space inside the casket was revealed. Inside the coffin, you can see 2 corpses that have turned pale. Yunsol and Drake. My friends were willing to throw their lives to follow me. Do not worry. There is no death penalty. Since the body is intact, there is no problem with using elixir. Early store/order form /A+. An order made to save a patient who was buried hastily. It is also called elixir by some alchemists. Can only be used once. Property revival can be used, special. I bought only 3 copies at the night market in Chonggong Island. One was used to bring the cannibal Emperor Bokesa back to life, so now 2 are left. Let me tear the last 2 elixirs. Oh, what? Soon Yunsol and Drake opened their eyes. You asked Drake to stab 1, 2, 3. What do you do if you poke both? I'm sorry. It was because I was also scared. I think it would be better to finish it quickly. As soon as they wake up from death, they shut up. Why did you do that while you committed suicide in a good relationship? I dried Yunsol and Drake and turned my head. In the distance, you can see a long spiral-shaped ice stairway that leads underground. Now it's time to explore this ice cave in earnest. When I, Yunsol, and Drake try to go underground. Pooh. As if asking you not to forget yourself, something popped out of your arms. It was Judelope. Dressed in a fancy dress, this young queen pulls my collar out. Maybe I have something to say. Oops. I stopped when I saw Judelof's finger pointing at the wall. Then I petted my little queen. Thank you. I almost forgot. When I finished speaking, I turned and looked at the wall on the first floor. The thing that hangs on the ice wall. It was a crown made of thick ice. At first glance, it looks like a part of the map or a sculpture. Not true. You have to destroy all the coffins on the wall. If I just went, it would have been a big deal. I made an impression. Inside this casket are numerous vampire heroes who will play an active part in the Dragonma War in the future, frozen and asleep. I just passed by without noticing it Frosttooth attack. It is a very easy point to leave day, until the distant future. As I was thinking too much about the future, I forgot the most important present. I was once again grateful for Judelof's thoughtfulness for pointing out the coffin containing the frozen vampire. Meanwhile, shit. Drake asked after tapping his finger at the thick ice tube. By the way, by what water can this coffin be sealed? It looks very hard. That's a good question. I nodded and pulled out quite a few items from the inventory. Dalgraki, Sun LOLE. The item I kept because I thought I would use it someday. Dwarf's Silver Peg/A. A stake that can pierce and fix anything. It can only maintain its power in places out of sunlight. It was a silver stake received from the dwarf NPC Bellet after defeating Gordixa. I said with a hammer in one hand and a silver stake in the other. Do you like piling up? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 335. Previous talk next. Chapter 336. Oddsland 3. An underground cavity made of ice. Huge sculptures hang on the dark wall. Tube. Gone. Ice caves dug deep in each wall. Inside, there were always coffins carved in a beautiful style. The tube has 6 corners and is quite long. It was standing vertically, and there were elaborate and elegant sculptures engraved on the lid, so at first glance it could be mistaken for an ornament. I said, sweeping away the ice dust that had accumulated on the lid. The guys in this will become the most annoying enemies later on. The elite undead soldiers led by the Lich King do not die even if they are killed. This is especially true of the frozen vampire soldiers asleep in this ice coffin. To defeat these guys, you must have a weapon made of silver. Subsequently, the side had no choice but to suffer a great deal of damage. So it's good to kill vampires one by one when they are sleeping. I burned ash wood to make a bonfire, then buried silver stakes in the hot ashes. Easy profit. Eventually, the ends of the silver stakes burn hotly. A soft, hot light pushed away the nearby darkness and touched the frozen coffin lid. I held the cutting edge upside down and hit the silver stake in the head with all my might. Dang! The silver stake quickly broke through the thick ice casket and pushed inside. Nope. Every time a stake penetrates the coffin lid, a bizarre sound comes from the inside. The sound of water filling up in a hole. Yet, rumbling. I felt like the lid of the tube was shaking violently, and I felt a tremendous struggle under it. Something was fiercely scratching the underside of the coffin lid with his nails. Poop. Soon, the casket lid made of ice is completely smashed. What walked out of it looked terrible indeed. Frozen Vampire, Level, A/Characteristics, Darkness, Minions, White Warfare, Blood Predation 1, Inner Claw. Forms 1, Frozen Decay. Yi Size, 2M. The Lich King is a vampire soldier frozen underground in preparation for the time of the war. It is made up of people who are poisonous and drank a lot of blood among the hops. Whenever the owner calls it, it is defrosted and ready to run. A tall knight wearing iron armor was staring at me as if to kill me. Yellow eyeballs burned darkly through the cracks of the frozen steel helmet. Amazed by the overwhelming momentum, Yunsol and Drake stepped back without even knowing. But, thud, this frozen vampire knelt in a position holding his chest and soon died as it was. Easy profit. The black energy escaped through the cracks of the frozen iron armor, and soon only empty armor and helmets remained on the floor. Wormwood. I pierced my armor and pulled out a silver stake. It was dug deep enough to the location of the vampire's heart. Now, shall we drive the next stake? The friends who heard my clear lines turned their heads with a blank expression towards the procession of the ice tube, which is densely listed all the way up there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yet, silver stakes were lodged in all coffin pairs in the vast ice cave, from the first floor to the 13th floor. High-level monsters with a danger level of A each. In the future, this horrific army of monsters, who would sink countless players in front of the Wailing Wall, couldn't make a small resistance and were killed one after another. Sometimes there were vampires with the right side of the heart and came out of the coffin and resisted. That didn't mean it could harm me. Every time a stake is made in a casket, a frozen heart is destroyed without fail. By the time so many coffins had all piled holes, I was able to level up. Going. LV 75 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Privilege, Poison, /Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, /Dark King Attacker, Privilege, Select, /The Devil's Sink SH Privilege, Sim. Hey, /Graveyard for the Expectant, Special, Undead, /Hellwheel Great King Crab Catch, Special Privilege, Undead, /Horny Catfish Tagong, Privilege, Hidden, /Kraken Killer, Special, Paleontology, /Whatado Queen Joodle Lope's Pet, Privilege, Defeat, /Eight-Legged Great King Beheader, Privilege, Incomplete Metamorphosis, /Lizardman Slayer, Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Sihi SM Special, First Cataclysm, /Twisted Nether Survivor, Privilege, Saving New, HP 750 of 750. 75 level. At this point, no one will be able to keep up with my level. Drake and Yunsol, who were next to each other, called for joy. 5. I have also raised my level. Now, 65C. Oh, I have risen to level 63 too. It's been a while since everyone's level has risen well. It seems that the contribution and experience required for leveling up by chance remained similar. Meanwhile, wow, Judalo picks up the items that fell on the floor and brings them out to me. A face that resembles a child hoping for praise. I stroked Judalo's head and accepted the item. Well, vampire's hair and neck hook. It has an agile option, so I have to keep it. In addition to that, items from B+ to A class are hot and cold. Those with agility items were sent to the warehouse, and those that could be used were sent to Yunsol and Drake. I gave it. Unfortunately, there were very few items that I could use. Other than that, most of the miscellaneous weapons, such as high gang attack power or high gang defense power, were intended to be sold to the auction house. Rankers around the world will light up their eyes. I will make a lot of money. I laughed bloody as I looked at the items dropped by the frozen vampires. There was a time when I too hung up on items of this level. However, the items that were barely obtained would have been just the sweets left behind by the top rankers. It's not enough to use it, and it's too bad to throw it away. Waste from the top layer. As I recall the past when I had to buy flags for a high price, my appetite was bitter. Yet, I stood in front of the stairs going down to the 14th basement level. This is just the middle point. Now that you have entered the 14th floor of the 28-story dungeon, the dungeon is about half cleared. There's only half of the water, half of it isn't just your problem. Having attacked half of the dungeon also means that intermediate bosses will appear from now on. We walk down a long spiral of ice stairs to the basement. The more you go down, the more briskly your hair rises. The cold felt even when wearing a few more layers of Nordic face dresses strongly dominated the underworld. Eventually, monsters living at the entrance of the 14th floor greeted us. Patter, patter, patter. Thick hail grains pour out. If you get hit in the head and stunned by these, it's over. Hailthorn Scarab, level, C+/traits. Minions, overeating, poisonous, freezing. Habitats, severe snowy mountains, frozen decay, glacial forests, ancient conservation zone. Size, 0.1 m. It is a powerful ancient Chungwang species monster that survived the cataclysm even though it looked like an insignificant little bug. If hail pours out of nowhere while walking through the ice cave, it is obvious that they are these guys. The hailstones that fell on the floor stretched out and turned into a single beetle. These worms began to dig into all the warmth around them, with sharp teeth like a blade. Drake was astonished by the crowd of scarabs. What are so many? Although each beetle is small and weak, it is burdensome because a huge number of them gathered together. They hurried around us in an instant. I warned Drake and Yunsol. Be careful because if you are bitten by this insect, your body will freeze and you will be poisoned at the same time. I stepped back, avoiding the beetles falling like hail. Then, benefit. Suddenly Judilov popped out of my arms. Originally, Wadudu is a spore-type monster that lives by parasitic to insects. Judilov seems to have judged the scarabs in front of him as excellent prey. She breathed at the multitude of scarabs flocking before her eyes. The jade-colored spores are soon scattered like pollen. However, ye tiring. The queen shows a willingness to take the scarabs in front of him as gods. Your opponent's level is too high. I failed in mythology. Unfortunately, Judilov's experience is so low that it seems impossible to tame the scarabs. The scarabs attacked us without hesitation even with their spore-covered bodies. Oh, okay, you can do better next time. At the same time, I summoned the Hydra from the ring of my finger at the same time to soothe Judilopeh, who had become rapidly gloomy. Eat as much as you like. The Hydra protruding from my ring blocked the horde of scarabs in front of me with 8 heads. Easy. The scarabs bitten the Hydra using their freezing and poisonous properties, but it was useless. This is because Hydra has tremendous resistance to poison and magic. Wajik, 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 wajik. Hydra ate a lot of scarabs gathered in front of her, as if eating a snack. The scarabs are also being silent. There is not. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. They were stuck all over the body of the Hydra, obstructing the movement. However, it is an attack pattern that only works for opponents with normal joints. Hydra is a snake-shaped monster, and lost scarabs cover the body. However, it does not make the body movements unnatural. Yet, dig. The Hydra stretched 8 heads forward. Then, the biggest head, disguised as a tail, pops out and swallows the rest of the scarabs at once. The scarabs realized they weren't good at partnering with the other, and quickly started to retreat. Judy Loaf climbed above Hydra's head and squeezed the scales, as if angry because he couldn't play. Meanwhile, I got a single item from the trail of scarab swarms coming and going back. Cold key/D. It is a metal fragment that will only hold a statue in your hand if you hold it. A small piece of iron that is colored blue. This is the key that opens the door to the 15th basement floor. In my memory, the 15th floor was probably the middle boss room. And at the same time, I lit my eyes. Interviews of rankers a long time ago are played back on their own in their minds. There was a tricky middle boss on the 15th floor, and there was also a huge hidden piece hidden. Maybe that hidden piece was more massive than the final boss of the dungeon, the Lich King. If we had succeeded in getting it, we might not have failed the raid. Hagen, what would you do if you come now and regret it? Interviews with rankers who attacked this dungeon before returning. I recalled the conversation and picked up a piece of the key. Yet, thud, rumbling. The heavy iron gate was opened and the area going downstairs was lifted. Engar and ***. Was it reacting to the energy of the monster lurking down there? The Ganshamaru's shoes in the inventory was vibrating hotly. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 336. Previous talk next. Chapter 337. Midland's Monster 1. Cheek. The heavy iron gate opens. The area going downstairs has been lifted. Only for the Madong King in the inventory. The Shuganshimaru's foot skin was shaking hot. Oh, is this a kind of people? I smiled and entered the middle of the 15th floor. Tiring. You entered the middle ground of frozen decay. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. As soon as I entered the field, what I saw was a vast field of snow. The basement is incredibly expansive, and you can see the vast plains, even gorges and mountain ranges in the distance. However, there was something that came into our view before the vast landscape. A giant body, sharp teeth, and two twisted horns upside down. A sludge with only bones left is dead in the middle of a snowy field. Drake muttered as he looked into the huge corpse with only white bones left. Is it Kanshamaru? Risk Class A+. Among the Oni-type monsters, there is no one who can be beaten with a vicious head. For reference, what I am wearing as a shoe dedicated to the King of Madong was made by peeling off the porridge of this guy's feet. Oh, it looks very scary. How did this terrifying monster die here? Yunsol looked at the bones of Kanshamaru and tilted his head. Upon closer inspection, the cause of this monster was quite obvious. A huge cut that divides the skull vertically. This was the fatal blow that killed Kanshamaru. What happened to you? I burned the mountain of bones and examined the skull of Kanshamaru. Something like a fierce tragedy seems to have attempted to knock down this monster's large, strong body. Because of the lack of strength, he ended up splitting the skull, but that alone would have had enough reason to die immediately. Right then, greatly, from the other side of the darkness began to hear a low shout. Ian. Drake stands at the end of the sludge's horn. I looked through the darkness. Down. Enemies are coming. As expected, it was as Drake said with bright eyes. Puduk, puduk, puduk. Along with the sound of compressing the snow, numerous footsteps were taken. The beasts with white fur are appearing toward this side. I did it. Frost Wolf, Class, C+, / Characteristics, Battlefield, Hit and Run, Ice, Beast. Form S, Severe Snowy Mountains, Frozen Decay. Yi Size, 3M. A wolf adapted to a cold place. They live in groups, hitting and falling until their prey weakens and eventually cuts their breath. They are familiar faces. In the past, a monster I encountered several times while crossing the severe snowy mountains in the North Continent. It didn't matter because I was moving fast, but the pursuers who followed me at the time were heavily damaged by this swarm of wolves. These guys also have a huge number of. It's a lot of headaches. His stamina and attack power are also quite tough. I stepped forward and kicked a wolf's side. No, I was about to kick it. Oh what? The moment I reached out, I had to panic. The wolves approaching us. I didn't slow down at all and started running through this side as it is. Bing. Drake also tilted his head. The wolves passed through the cage as they were, then buried the body of Kanshamaru and disappeared in the distance. Yunsol muttered with a puzzled expression. Where do you go in such a hurry? And, as soon as I listened to Yunsol's words, I was able to realize it. The wolves were not going to somewhere now. It is to avoid somewhere. The moment when I realize it, I just open my mouth and try to shout. Quack 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 quack. With a roaring sound as if a meteorite was falling, the skull of Kanshamaru, which had been sitting down, was smashed. Drake? I raised my head scared. But, indeed, it moves like a rancor in the heavenly world. Drake didn't even look back at the moment, right below. I went straight down to. Thud. Drake, who fell from the shoulder to the ground, lost quite a lot of HP, but saved his life. Yunsol put the heel on Drake right away. Let's fall. I have Yunsol and Drake at the same time. I ran back with it on my waist. There was a reason for the wolves to run away. Kwasajik. The giant Sauls crushed Kenshamaru's body. Woo woo woo. As darkness clears, something unprecedented beyond it reveals its identity. Started betting. What is that? Drake opened his mouth in horror. It was the head of a giant sludge that protruded from the dark. However, from the appearance under the head, there are fish lungs to say that it is a general sludge. One hand wriggles with 10 fingers. Long, unorganized nails were twisted around the snail's shell, creating a grotesque feeling. The other hand had no fingers at all. Instead, there was a huge hole at the end of a blunt arm, and a number of deformities sprouted in it were rotating like a crusher. Harimaru, level, S/characteristics, dark, undead, minions, giants, earthquakes, drought, blood predation ST, fighting maniac. Forms 1, frozen decay. Yi size, 50 m. The Lich King revived the dead Kenshamaru's body and created a powerful demon. In general, the undead entity has a lower combat power than it was in life, but this is not the case with Harimaru. This monster, with the left arm made from the data of the Dark King and the right arm made from Sandworm's data, is implanted in Kenshamaru's body, is dare to be said to be the strongest among all the Oni monsters. Harimaru, a demon-type monster that is more compatible with all aspects than the A+ grade Kenshamaru. Kwa one bang. As Harimaru rolled over, a huge natural disaster struck. Earthquake, the specialty of Sandworm. Drake exclaimed in surprise. Crazy. S-class monsters are coming out as middle bosses. Is it because it's definitely after the cataclysm? The dungeon is different. Insanely high HP and defense, unimaginable attack power, plus such a ferocity. Drake shouted at me, barely centered on the turbulent earth. Look, are you sure you made it to catch that too? Too big and powerful, so dozer. I don't have a hard time hunting. But I nodded. Sometimes there are monsters made to be unable to catch, like Hyangok's torture engineer at the top of the tutorial. Not in the case of Harimaru. But, except for muscle strength, the level and stats are low among S-class monsters. I put down the Yunsol on my back. He gave it up and ran forward again. Boong. Harimaru's fists fly in like a meteorite. Quakwang. I squeezed his fist with my whole body. Jik. The reflected wave rises and inflicts heavy damage to his right arm. I survived with 1 HP left, but thanks to Yunsol's heal, I was able to do it safely. However, Harimaru, who wrapped around his tattered right arm and squeezed, also has a means of recovery. Oops. His left arm was stretched out. If all 10 fingers of the Dark King were pulled out and put into place, a total of 10 twisted fingers fluttered in his left arm. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Blood predator traits are revealed. Seeing it, Drake laughed. Haha, none of us have the stamina to take away. Yes. It goes without saying that I am naked, so Yunsol and Drake are also healers and archers, respectively, so their HP is not so high. To the extent that it steals 0.01% of our maximum health every second, it is absolutely necessary to keep Harimaru's large HP barrel. I won't be able to cry. However, Pyong Wukwuk. Harimaru's HP was rising rapidly. Oh, why? Drake raised his eyes wide. Among these, only me the HP of Harimaru. No one has a skin pain that can fill it up. But soon I could see the reason. Damn it. Those wolves didn't run away quickly. What did you do? Yes. Harimaru was casting blood predation on a swarm of wolves that had fled far away. Any enemy within sight can suck blood without blocking. Harimaru is sucking the blood of a swarm of wolves that have fled far away with their enormous size and wide vision. Kong. Grunk. Keek. Kegum. The wolves that used to run in the snow just a moment ago are mummy in an instant. It dries and turns over. Ooah. Soon after, Harimaru, who recovered to some extent, started rushing. It uses 2 horns twisted upside down, 2 horns protruding in a forward direction, and a total of 4 horns to push in like crazy. Kudaduk. In front of the overwhelming momentum of Harimaru, who rushes like a bulldozer, we couldn't do anything much. All back. It would have been dangerous if Yunsol had not delayed Harimaru's assault by activating the god's impossible trait in a timely manner. It's nice timing. I put my thumb towards Yunsol. It was uplifting. It was felt from the time of the pirate ship's mummy raid, but she has a good sense of game. Yet, pop. Hydra revealed a huge body in my ring. I'm sorry for just asking too much. Could you stop him for a moment? Hydra nodded unconditionally at my request. Soon. A dark poison mist spewed out of the 8 heads and covered Harimaru's front. Harimaru unexpectedly suffered poison damage because he did not have a poisonous characteristic. Besides, our vision is all dark, so the direction we are in. I started to get mixed up. Poop. In the gap, the Hydra blew 8 heads into Harimaru's body. Quack quack wang. If the Hydra was also quite large, La Harimaru had to fall back as it was. I quickly called Hydra into the ring and shouted, "Let's bounce." Then Drake, who was doing rust damage with the arrow of the bad ending, turns his head in surprise. "Are you giving up?" I nodded. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't catch the middle boss. Compared to the effort required to catch Harimaru, there are not so many things that you can get, because it's a monster. It's still difficult to catch only 3 S-class monsters. It would be possible somehow to catch it, but I don't know how long it will take in the future. In the future, there is not much opportunity to replenish consumables such as potions and elixir, so the raid must be decided carefully. To the last, Harimaru is only an intermediate boss, and it is not the final content. Sorry, if my Blood Predator trait wasn't from the Dark King, but from Countamon, I would have been able to catch him, too. Depending on which monster you acquired the same characteristics, the power varies greatly. For example, the drilling characteristic of the oyster spider and the drilling characteristic of the sandworm are the same, but the class is different in terms of power. Whatever, Harimaru raid gave up at this point. I decided to throw the game. Yinsol and Drake agreed with my opinion as usual. However, Drake only expressed a little regret. If you judge that way, that would be the right path. However, I've subtracted nearly 20% of my HP, and that's a bit unfortunate. But there is nothing to be disappointed with. Do not worry. I have a guy who can catch Harimaru instead. I fixed my gaze on the 15th floor, which was like a hell, at the edge of the abyss. Hidden piece that the world's rankers talked about before returning. Toward where the best output of this dungeon is hidden. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 337. Previous talk next. Chapter 338. Midlands Monster 2. Thump 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 thump. Slash. The ground fluctuates up and down. As the ground rose and then fell, the snow moved a little later than that. The waves of snow are fiercely everywhere. It was rocking. Large footprints were left where Harimaru passed. Whoa. With a terrifying roar, it crushes everything that stands in the way. The huge rocks and high conifers were all smashed and scattered. Thud 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 thud. Harimaru fluttered with bloody eyes and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, are you gone? I peeked up, lying on the floor of the snow, not long from those large footprints. Playing in the dirt. If you are on the ground, you will have a protective color and are fully assimilated with your surroundings. It is difficult to distinguish by color and texture, and the probability of being spotted by a first-class monster is reduced by up to 50%. Thanks to this characteristic attached to Sandworm's cloak, Harimaru's eyes could barely be avoided. Flutter. When he raised his arms, he saw Yinsol, whose face turned red, under the hem of his cloak that turned white like snow, covering his face with both hands. At the moment of crisis, I spread my protective-colored cloak wide and fell over the snow, hugging her tightly. Yinsol hesitated, covering his eyes, and then opened his mouth with a creeping voice. "Oh, Yojin. So close I think my body is touching too much. I know I can't help it, but I still have a little butt. Still 2-0, so it's important to avoid monsters for the last time. What am I saying now? Say nothing, great feast." However, most of the words were hard to hear because of his shy tone. It seemed difficult anyway, so I quickly nodded. "Yes. You mean your ass? Judy Laffy, this guy? Come on, let the brush fall off your ass." Was it you? I removed the Judy loaf from Yunsol's buttocks and sat it on her shoulder. Yunsol stroked Judy Loft's head with a subtle expression. Soon, we came out of the white cloak and looked down at the gorge in the distance. After running away without mind, I broke up with Drake. I scratched the back of my head. I don't care much about it. If it were Drake, there would be no big crowds to run away. Drake possessed the agile movement unique to an archer and a stealth ability unique to an assassin, and the level of items currently equipped are also high. Even the game sense is excellent. In addition, Harimaru has a poor mobility level for an S-class monster, so when it comes to escaping itself, there is no big deal. However, Yinsol seems to be worried about it. Are you okay with Mr. Drake? Oh, as it is a dungeon, there aren't many places to hide. Do not worry, because I am a good friend without me. I can tell. We communicate with each other. It's never cold and snowy, so I don't want to go to rescue. Also, you are firmly trusting each other. Men's friendship. But before Yunsol's admiration was over. Lost. I die? Come to. In the distance, Drake's scream echoes. Yinsol looked back at me with a bleak look. You don't think it's okay anyway? That's probably a strategy to attract Harinma Lu. It's deliberately pulling aggro in case we're in danger. However, by any chance, this is not a disguise strategy. It's really dangerous. Help. This guy is really 3. Coming again. Help. Help. Drake's echo flies as if waiting. I shook my head hard. It could be a monster that imitates Drake. In the past, a guy doing vocal cords during the bad ending. However, for reference, I am the real me. Real name Drake Cat. The social security number is 03-0321. Oh, and wait, birthday blood type, the bench press record is. TMI. There is no too much information. After hearing it, Yinsol burst into laughter. They really seem to communicate well with each other. I guess I already know what excuses you're going to make. At this point, there can be no help. Okay, I'll go. To be honest, I didn't want to move quickly because it was cold, but I can't help it. I quickly ran through the snow and headed to the place where I could hear Drake's voice. Bang. Quackwang. Jijik. Oh. Not surprisingly, there was Harinma Lu going crazy. It was also seen that Drake was running away from the soles of Harinmaru's feet. Drake looked at me and fell in love. Oh, you came. I was suffering because there was no place to hide because the flat land came out. He's already on the head of Harinmaru. It was in the state of putting in a few large reloads. 3 feet on each eyeball, 7 feet on the neck, 5 feet each on the center and top of the forehead. I don't know how, but 2 on the crown. If the opponent was a normal boss monster, it would have been left even after he died. Since your opponent is an S-class monster with undead characteristics, you will have a hard time. Harinma are you, who has become a hedgehog with only his head, continues to stir his arms and try to catch Drake. Get back. I changed the item with the Madong King meta and stepped forward. Quackwang. Jijik. When I hit the ground with my fist, it's a deep germ. I had a fever and swallowed Harinmaru. However, that one Harinmaru was taller than the depth of the crack created by the Madong King's tearing. Simplicity and honesty. Simplicity and honesty. Jijik. Harinmaru was submerged in the ground, even his neck. Within 10,000 years, he climbed up the ground with his huge arms. But it doesn't matter, because my purpose was to save Drake. I pulled a kill chain around Drake's waist, which was about to fall under the crack. I have eaten the cut, so you can wait. Time is on our side. But it wasn't like that again. Come. Great. A group of frost wolves appeared on the cliff opposite. Not long after they were annihilated, they were regenerated at a tremendous rate. In the first place, it may be strange that C+ class monsters exist in such a hard dungeon. However, considering the characteristics of Harinmaru's blood predation stall, it wasn't even very incomprehensible. The large number of wolves attacking in groups is itself annoying obstacles to players, but in the end, it plays a great role in raising the difficulty of boss monsters with vampire characteristics to the limit. The wolves attack the player. It plays a tiring role, but ultimately, it was deployed here to become a prey for Harinmaru, the boss monster here. Apart from a simple monster's own stats or skills, even the ecosystem of the environment in which it lives is a powerful weapon for him. In other words, the Harinmaru here is the strongest creature even from the viewpoint of the ecosystem food chain. If the individual value is the individual value, the characteristic value is the characteristic value. Anyway, Harinmaru, who found great blood bags, couldn't just let those wolves sit. It's the prey that I laid out to eat in the first place. Gulp. Harinmaru absorbed the blood and oil of wolves using the characteristics of the Dark King and recovered HP significantly. Frost wolves, who were born as prey in the first place, do not know their fate and immediately turn around and run away as soon as they are regenerated. It was obvious how much I could get away with. Meanwhile, I was running in the opposite direction of the wolves with Drake and Yinsol. Drake frowned because of the sheer amount of snow that got into the eye. He asked me while running, "Look, time doesn't really seem to be on our side." Well, I'm thinking again. Harinmaru's stride is so wide that it can catch up with us even if we move a little. Therefore, it is not a wide plain, but mainly in a canyon where it is difficult for him to enter. You have to choose an escape route, just like the way the frost wolves ran away. However, nevertheless, I run toward a wide, snowy field. Where is it here? Because it was cold, I was wandering in a cold sweat to find the hidden piece hidden around here. I hear Harinmaru's thumping rumbling sound from behind. The overwhelming roar that makes the whole atmosphere tremble. It's like an S-class monster because it's a force that's likely to faint just by listening to it with your ears. Then, Hone, Pooh, Judy Loaf, who was sticking to my side face, pointed at the other side of a blizzard as if he had found something. Ara. I turned my head and looked in the direction Judy Loaf was pointing. Weeing. Through the dark snow. I didn't see anything. Darkness where you can't see even the number of your fingers when you stretch out your hand. Hey Drake, what can you see in that direction? I can't see anything either. Even Drake with good eyesight and a wide field of view tilts his head. But there was no other way. Harimaru's pursuit is right now. If you don't quickly find the hidden piece hidden somewhere on this map, things will get even more difficult. Countless times, I decided to trust Judy Loft's senses. Wasn't she the one who saw the existence of frozen vampires that I forgot and didn't deal with on the first floor before? I ran over the snow field with Yinsol on my side. It was impossible in reality, but my weight in the game was extremely light, so I was able to run on top of the snow piled up without much difficulty. Yet, through the blizzard, I stood on the snow hill pointed to by Judy Loft. Soon afterward, I can see the hidden piece that I have been searching for so much. Judelope, this guy? You are blessed. I hugged Judy Loft tightly and kissed her chubby cheeks. Tiring. Queen's favorability decreases. Judy Loaf didn't seem to be very happy, but that's not what's important now. I quickly approached the center of the snow-covered hill. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Delake, who followed me, also opened their eyes round. Especially, Drake, who has been with me for a long time, was more surprised. Why is this guy here? Me and Drake found familiar faces in the hell of a dark underground world, among them the hardest frozen land. Kneeling helplessly, head bowed as if waiting for a guillotine. A broken sickle with missing teeth. A lamp that has been out for a long time, with no feeling of warmth. Pumpkin mask with only icicles hanging around. Jack-o'-lantern, the thief. He was dead frozen here. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 338. Previous talk next. Chapter 339. Midlands Monster, 3. Tiring. You entered the frozen and decaying mid-zone frozen hell. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. White frost feet in the vast field. It is sprouting sharply. Among the countless ice picks, someone was sitting down and frozen. Tall, skinny body, and a black giant covering the whole body. However, the most unusual thing is the large pumpkin mask worn on the head. Jack-o'-lantern, level, A/characteristics, darkness, battlefield, Halloween, good and evil, Sangok. Forms, the castle of evil, the frozen hell size, 2.5 m. The shoplifter was caught. Sin was not yet repentant. It was a face I faced in a long time. In the past, when I went to capture Dark King, the boss of the evil castle, I had a fight with Jack-o'-lantern, who was imprisoned in a deep dungeon there. At that time, Jack-o'-lantern, who was just a puppet who lost his temper, regained his sanity thanks to me. It was this guy who killed the Zodiac in my place. It's still there. I looked into Jack-o'-lantern's face. Eyes, nose and mouth carved into a large pumpkin. It looks the same as the pumpkin mask decorated for Halloween. The strangely skinny body was covered with rags that had turned black at times. It seemed to be holding something in his hand, but it was buried under the frost, and it was hard to see. Drake tilted his head. Why is this guy here? When we first met Jack-o'-lantern, he opened a back door so we could visit the Dark King. And he said that he had someone to go to meet, and he was found in a place like this. It is also such a miserable Malgal. I have to wake up once. I removed the icicles from Jack-o'-lantern's body. Yinsol and Drake hurriedly helped me. Soon after, I scraped the ice and pushed my hand under Jack-o'-lantern's pumpkin mask. The inside of the coldly frozen pumpkin mask was empty. However, there was something in the middle that looked like a wick made of straw, and it looked like a wick of a candle. If you put something hot in your head, it will move. It was as I said. The hot oil from the torch spilled into the pumpkin mask, and the straw wick inside ignited. The wick inside the pumpkin mask catches fire. A gloomy light burns in your eyes, nose, and mouth. I have a brain to think about. Now, the scarecrows have to put something in their heads. I grinned at Jack-o'-lantern. It was like that before. When Drake put a few arrowheads in Jack-o'-lantern's head, he can't think of it. Because I have regained my ability. Then, Jack-o'-lantern began to emit a creepy scream. It was really sudden. Fallout. Jack-o'-lantern woke up by rushing his frozen body. The frost that had frozen on his body shattered all at once. Woodduck. When Jack-o'-lantern pulled out the frozen hand on the floor, it was revealed that it was tightly held in the hand. It was a giant scythe that was carried around before. The blade part burns dark red. It looks like a sickle, an item that looked like Western Reapers would carry it. However, its appearance has changed a lot. The blade part that directly attacks was still shining eerily with dark red blood, but the handle part was worn and bent all over the place. There were even cracks in the sack. Ah! Jack-o'-lantern attacked with a scythe. The first thing I was aiming for was Yunsol, who is also a healer. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Yunsol screamed at the jack-o'-lantern, which narrowed the distance. It's so great that it's inevitable. There is no time to reveal the characteristics. I patted my tongue once. This is the beginning of this child again. The moment I quickly hugged Yunsol and pulled it out of the back. Blah blah blah. The scythe wielded by jack-o'-lantern split the frozen floor into 2 pieces. A huge crack of half a dozen meters was created. Oh ugh. Jack-o'-lantern. A lanky tall, skinny body, and a sickle that is much longer than his own height. It is truly grotesque to see the black rags fluttering and approaching. I spoke to such a jack-o'-lantern. This is to make him wake up quickly. Woman, my friend, it's frozen in a place like this. Then jack-o'-lantern listened to me and replied with a voice that seemed less awake. Is it frozen? No. You are the end. Did you understand my voice? Jack-o'-lantern stops the attack and looks at me in a vague manner. Alas. I remember, you guys. I met you in Solomon's castle. Did you wake me up? Right. You must not forget Grace. Unforgettable. No matter how much I am a scarecrow without a brain. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Jack-o'-lantern seems to have returned a bit of its original cheerful personality. It couldn't be pleasant because it was the situation. Jack-o'-lantern checked his physical condition. In short, frozen. Your own body that can be expressed as a rag. Jack-o'-lantern asked me in a shocked voice. How frozen have I been? Quite long. As for the game time, how many years would it have been? When I first met Jack-o'-lantern, my level was 37. It wasn't until level 75 that we met for the first time, so it must have been quite a long time in terms of the game worldview. Didn't even a cataclysm happen once in the meantime? Jack-o'-lantern nodded. Right. I came all the way here to bless the lower one. The lowly one is one of the 7 dragon lords. Lyra means one and the king of the black dragon race, Death Dragon Oz. Jack-o'-lantern pulled a frozen cigarette out of his arms. A clunky cigar. This is also a familiar item. It was the Halloween Cloud confectionery that was very helpful when facing the Dark King. Kai. Jack-o'-lantern tucked the cigar into his head and held it to the wick. Then he took the lit cigarette back into his mouth. HP that recovers slowly. I have to take revenge. I came here to do that. But why here? Jack-o'-lantern is Oz. Wants to take revenge on him. However, this scarecrow, who has a terrifying dream, seems to still not understand why he is frozen in such a place. I nodded. Perhaps Jack-o'-lantern had a similar idea to me. Before dealing with Death Dragon Oz, one of his most powerful spearmen, the Lich King, would have wanted to be defeated first. But Jack-o'-lantern didn't get to where the Lich King was. This is probably because the Lich King's pet was defeated by the middle boss, Harimaru. Well, I remember killing the evil ear when I pulled it off the road. Jack-o'-lantern tilted his head. When I heard that, I could guess that he was the one who killed the Ganshamaru at the entrance. It's still great. Ganshamaru is an A+ grade monster. If the grade A Jack-o'-lantern killed 1 grade above Ganshamaru, I can guess how terrible the fight would have been. However, the range of A class, who has high individual value and good fighting ability, can cover, at most, up to A+ grade above 1 grade. It would have been impossible for Harimaru, the new middle boss who appeared after Ganshamaru. Hagiyamaru is the pinnacle of Demon series monsters. The Lich King is also a difficult monster to deal with, so when quarantined in a place far away from the boss room, is it enough to keep it on? Harimaru's overwhelming power would have been enough to retire Jack-o'-lantern in a miserable way here. Is it? Did I lose? Jack-o'-lantern shouted with a cracking voice. And soon, he growled as if he was resentful. Rather than the lowly person, being struck by that guy's Nopal, even if only my big sickle was fine. Then it turned out that the scythe he was holding was broken to the point that it was almost like scrap metal. The day was still sprinkling blood, but the sack part was distorted, as if it had already crossed the limit a while ago. Then, hey my friend, how about using this? I handed a gift to Jack-o'-lantern. Gordix Core Slash? Even gold, which is said to have the highest value among minerals, was not the main body of Gordian. This unknown metal is Gordixa. It is the core driving force that made it move, and it is a material that is harder and rarer than any other mineral in the world. Netherlands polefish, a mysterious metal rod obtained after defeating Gordixa, who is imprisoned. This elongated stick goes very well with the blade of the sickle held by Jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern gets new sack. Shouted in astonishment. Oh, this is volcanoes, isn't it? How do you guys have this precious thing? Volcanoes. legendary metal that is hard and light enough to be compared to dragon scales. For reference, the attempt to reverse Jack-o'-lantern's sickle blade was made of volcanoes. Jack-o'-lantern was truly surprised, muttered as if, "These volcanoes are ancient spirits. Among them, spirits with mineral properties, and little by little. Thanks anyway. Make sure to use it well." When I heard the beeping sound, Jack-o'-lantern's favorability was greatly increased. Yet, the status window of a Jack-o'-lantern equipped with a volcano's scythe shakes a lot once. Jack-o'-lantern, grade A+/characteristics. Darkness, dark warfare, Halloween, good and evil, Sangok. Forms, the Castle of Evil, the Frozen Hell size, 2.5 m. The shoplifter was caught. Sin was not yet repentant. With a bright glow, Jack-o'-lantern's risk rating has risen one step further. I looked at it and thought, I guess, equipped with a weapon made of whole volcanoes. Probably, it will be comparable to that of the S-Class in terms of its attack power. A shoplifter who came all the way here even with worn-out equipment. Too heavy compared to a skinny body. The Avenger carrying the mission of luck. Jack-o'-lantern woke up, staggering with a volcano's scythe in hand. Right then, whoa! A roar that bursts like a thunderbolt smashed the lightly frozen frosts. For under the hillside, the horns were slowly rising. Harimaru must have found us. Ah, you've been chasing this far. Is the enemy that was shot once pursued to the end? That's terrible. Yin Sol, and Drake quickly stepped back while guarding the rear. However, those who have not stepped back, there was Jack-o'-lantern. After being silent for a while, he sprinkled a gloomy look in the pumpkin mask, and I shed a short word. Revenge match. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 339. Previous talk next. Chapter 340. Midland's Monster 4. Shoplifting Jack-o'-lantern. He stood in front of Harimaru with a scythe made of volcanoes. Sealiokjin, Shiru John. He was armed with tremendous vengeance. I looked up at the demon in front of my eyes. Wee-ng. Soon, for giant horns protruded through a blizzard that fluttered like a white curtain. Overwhelming physical S-Class monster. Oh! Harimaru started to run wild. He already rolls his feet and sends earthquake damage before he gets close to Jack-o'-lantern. Quajajajiji. Not only the lightly frosted and thin ice, but also the thick layers of ice that had frozen hard were all smashed. It is truly evil that can devastate the wide area with just a single foot roll. Destructive power down to the apex of an ear-type monster. However, quick, this time it is no way. Jack-o'-lantern escaped earthquake damage by stepping into the air as if stepping on a transparent staircase. Halloween character. Jack-o'-lantern, made entirely of witch's straw, is so light that it floats a little in the air, even normally. Naturally, the damage of land-type wide area technologies such as earthquakes is bound to be halved. Flash. Jack-o'-lantern's scythe cut through the air. A terrifying blow flies and beats Harimaru's chest like splitting firewood. Quack-quack-wang. Pieces of flesh splattered all over the place, and common blood was scattered. However, because of the extreme cold, the blood was frozen as soon as it spewed out of the wound, and it was a bizarre sight, as if black sea urchins were gathered in the wound. Whoa! Harimaru stretched out his right arm, the head of sandworm, and struck the ground where Jack-o'-lantern was standing. Kianji. Hundreds of millions of deformed teeth were rotating and crushing everything. The snowy hills that were frozen tightly changed shape in an instant. The terrain is hollowed out like a lump of clay. Quick, you're still in charge. Jack-o'-lantern kicked in the air several times and then stepped back. Jack-o'-lantern, which is the highest in individual value among A+ class monsters. Versus Harimaru, which belongs to the lowest individual value among S-class monsters. However, no matter how different the standard scores for individual values within the same class, the class is definite. The A+ and S-class have separate reasons, and the gap between the two is clear. Quackwang. Harimaru's fist swinging like a siege weapon. A jack-o'-lantern hit by it fell to the ground. Keep. The moment the jack-o'-lantern is buried in a snow hill, Harimaru's enormous footprints are captured above it. Thud. The earth shook again with a roar. This time, even the Halloween trait couldn't save Jack-o'-lantern from earthquake damage. Jack-o'-lantern used a scythe made of volcanoes to block the bottom of Harimaru's feet, but it was difficult to handle the explosive power and weight from his thick thighs and calf. Oh! Harimaru laughed, revealing the protruding molars all the way to the roots, as if he had an intuition for victory. But, per fuck, soon, two large arrows fly up and get stuck in Harimaru's knees. Question mark. The moment Harinmaru tilts his head and turns his gaze. Quackwang slash. A large shock wave swung Harinmaru's head to the left. It's my fist transformed into a meta, the king of magicians. Look, it's a knee. He has knees. Weak. From afar, Drake said, shooting an arrow. While being chased by Harinmaru, he looked at his weak joints compared to his large body. Who? Indeed. I looked at Drake with admiration. In fact, the monster's strategy is each. However, the individual weaknesses that are more distinct than that are divided by individual values within the same monster. To put it simply, if there are 10 monsters of the same type, all the minor weaknesses they have are different. Now, Drake is discussing the personal weakness that is different for each monster, rather than a traditional strategy. It was an area of so-called talent that would be difficult to accomplish without having a unique sense related to monster anatomy. Okay, following Drake's order, I jumped straight into the battlefield. Harinmaru's body is not small enough to be seen at a glance. From the standpoint of putting in a close deal, it feels like you are facing that big wall. However, I nevertheless circulated around Harinmaru's body and carefully checked the condition of his body. Looking closely, Drake put an arrow in every joint of Harinmaru. The arrows are spaced apart from each other, as if enclosing the joints roundly. It was stuck, and I immediately noticed what the spacing and arrangement of these arrows meant. Cut open place. Perforation. It would mean to cut this part. I just swung the power of the earthquake that fluttered in my grasp. Poop. A seismic wave, swung like a whip, strikes Harinmaru's frozen flesh. Harinmaru's body was shaken with a loud roar. Wooduk. His right joint was broken, and it was displaced diagonally. The sound resonates so clearly. Proud. Pajijic. Eventually, the two fragmented leg bones couldn't overcome his body weight, and they were crossed like a reverse fault, and their flesh protruded through the porridge. It was a scheduled procedure. But nevertheless, Harinmaru did not fall. This is because blood and wounds all froze and hardened because of the extreme cold. It gave strength to the broken leg and raised its heavy body again. Whenever weight was placed on the right leg, the overloaded joints and leg bones were gradually protruding out of the skin, but exposed to the outside of the body. Thanks to the freezing of the blood, it seemed to be holding on. Then Yunsol came out. Everyone stepped back. She expressed divine inviolability toward Harinmaru's enormous body. Flash. Harinmaru's chest, the white shroud. She pushed her back and wrapped it around her whole body. Woowook. Harinmaru staggered, holding both eyes. Paralysis, fear, hallucinations, blindness. A total of 4 abnormalities interfere with Harinmaru. However, Harinmaru still did not fall. It stood on the snowy field like a giant long-sleeved monk and was pressing us by itself. Right then, I'm worried about it. I hear a noise I don't want to hear somewhere. It's like a solid frozen meatball. It seems to be forcibly cutting a child with a knife. Yet, currently, a round hole in the back of Harinmaru's instep is pitted, and a large, cylindrical piece of skin rises above the instep. It was a jack-o'-lantern that crawled out of that dark red hole. I got a new weapon, but can I get the same number? Is it because of the nature of the battlefield? He feels more seasoned. Jack-o'-lantern came up with a hole in Harinmaru's instep and swung the scythe as it was. Dang! With a loud roar, in the end Harinmaru knelt. Since it was cut off, it can't be helped. Quack. The cut-off right foot was still standing like a stone pillar on the ground, but Harinmaru's huge body was in the position to roll over the floor. Left arm. Start with your left arm. I cried urgently. If Harinmaru exhibits blood predator traits, it will recover HP in the blink of an eye again. We can't do anything about the legs that have already been cut off, but when HP recovers, Harinmaru is the one who will press on us even by jumping with a single foot. Roger. Drake was just in the middle of performing his role on his own. Who said that when an archer faces a large monster, the party contribution is inevitably low. Puck. Poop. Puck. Proud. Drake puts a thick, long special arrow around the joints of Harinmaru. They become perforated lines as they are and suffer great damage even with small impacts. Quackwang slash. After I was deliberately hit by Harinmaru's fist, I reflected it as it was and eventually cut off his left arm. When Harinmaru lost his right foot and left arm, he could only raise half of his body on the floor. But, slip. Harinmaru, who tried to get up with his hand on the floor, fell back again. Harinmaru's body can't get up anymore because I sprayed mucus on all the parts that are in contact with the floor. It's just right because the eye level is right. Jack-o'-lantern Harin with a scythe. I stood in front of the head of the floor. It was as if he was a reaper executing a beheading sentence. The sickle harvests his life. This merciless weapon, made of volcanoes, cut the walls of hardly frozen meat and broke the thick bones in it. Thud. Horimaru's neck fell on the frozen field. Wow, it's over. It was a hard raid. Yunsol and Drake sighed of relief. However, quack 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 quang. With a roar, snow and ice debris soar into the sky. The raid is not over yet. This is a silent clamor. There was no roar, but Horimaru's frenzy continued. He gets up from his seat and struggles, even though his throat fell off. Quack quack wang. Jijik. The one remaining arm and leg was striking everything around him. Yunsol, shocked by the appearance of the headless corpse in a riot, exclaimed urgently. Ah, what do you do? Looks like your head isn't the power source. This is shocking. Even Drake of the World was confused and couldn't find a way. Damn it, what a monster like this. I clenched my teeth. I already knew that the Demon series monster's vitality was great, but I didn't know it would be this much. Horimaru has a head and one arm all. Despite losing Lee, he still had HP and was beating violently. Thud. Rumble. Every time he struggles, the snowy mountains collapse. The blood predator and seismic skills are sealed, and the mobility is already zero, and the dot damage caused by the cutting is already in the state, but he still hasn't lost his spirit. Done. He can't forget his fighting instinct until after he dies. He's a mad fighting fanatic. Now what? I put my chin on. Looking at Horimaru's footsteps, the grade seems to be a little longer. Thanks to Judiloff's finding where the jack-o'-lantern was frozen. I had an ominous feeling that I would waste my time saved. Right then. Crumb. Somewhere I hear a sound like an animal howling. As I turned my head, beyond the blizzard, sapphire sparks began to appear. A frost wolf. A tribe of luck who lived in this dungeon only to become a prey for Horimaru. They were staring at Horimaru with their burning hatred. I gazed at the Frost Wolf clan waiting behind me. If you look closely, you can see old wolves with scars all over the body among the newly regenerated young ones. All of them are staring at Horimaru with terrifying momentum, as if they were the ones who were sucked blood by Horimaru. Meanwhile, the wolves were standing still behind me and lowering their posture. An attitude as if asking for my permission. Swipe. I turned halfway and opened the way. Okay. Nod. An old wolf in front of me looked down at me, roaring. At the same time, he ran forward, leading a group of young wolves behind him. Once again, frost wolves are Regan fast. The swarm of wolves, which grew in an instant, rushed to Horimaru's struggling body. Pajijik. Proud. Crackling. Countless toenails and teeth. Horimaru's hard and tough leather is torn apart. Horimaru, who was struggling like crazy, was caught by the frost wolves, and for an instant, her movements became very slow. There. I will finish it. The Avenger Jack-o'-lantern came out directly. He picked up a scythe, hit it on the hard chest of Horimaru, and pulled it to the other side. Of course, Horimaru, captured by countless wolves, could not resist at all. Oh my god. The wound on the chest of Horimaru opens, and the inside is clearly revealed. Pull duck. Pull duck. Pull duck. The darkened heart was spurting blood vigorously through the intricately connected blood vessels. Jack-o'-lantern sucked the cigar in his mouth once. The wick inside the pumpkin mask burns eerily, and the fuzzy smoke stained with fire from the eyes, nose, and mouth fades. Give up your strength. Friends. A voice that seems to be immersed in reminiscence. Those friends would not mean me or the frost wolves. Soon, Jack-o'-lantern's scythe soared high. Pewok. The sound of tough leather tearing raw. Blood that was boiling like tar bursts in all directions. Started. At the same time, a loud notification sound was heard in everyone's ears. Tiring. You were the first in the world to successfully raid the Middle Zone monster Horimaru. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Reward is paid. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 340. Previous talk next. Chapter 341. Wizard of Oz 1. It was a long time of endowment. Tiring. You were the first in the world to successfully raid the Middle Zone monster Horimaru. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Would you like to leave your name? Yes, Jack-o'-lantern. Reward is paid. The Middle Zone monster is dead. The morale of the Legion of the Dragon faction adversary has been reduced. The ecosystem in the Middle Zone will change drastically. The number of frost wolves increases until the monster of the Midlands is resurrected. The Frost Wolf clan called the Helper. Salute to you. Finally, he succeeded in the S-class monster Horimaru raid. But compared to the difficulty level, the result was not very great. Nana, Yunsol, and Drake both gained some experience, but couldn't level up. There was no title or perks obtained. Probably because Jack-o'-lantern carried too hard. At the end, the Frost Wolves also flocked in tremendously. After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake made expressions that it was difficult to agree. No, but how hard we have been. Arms and legs. I did it. I passed the hump that I almost died a few times, but I really do it too much. The potion won't even come out. Look, this is something unfair. How hard did I have to make the perforations? There must be an error in the contribution determination. The two complained as if I was in charge. But it's useless if you look at it like this. This is because Harinmaru, originally in the main story, is in the position of a dead opponent to Jack-o'-lantern. I shook my head as if I had given up. To put it coldly, in the case of an undead monster, cutting an arm or leg does not make the contribution high. Destroying power sources such as the head or heart is the most contributing factor, or make it immovable. Is it so? The most contributing to the Harinmaru raid was Jack-o'-lantern, followed by the Frost Wolf clan, followed by Yunsol, followed by Na and Drake. Looking at the detailed deal meters a little later, who, in what circumstances, how and how much contributions were accumulated are also analyzed in detail and presented in graphs and tables. Surprisingly, Drake's ranking. It was the lowest. Seeing the results, Yunsol and Drake were also forced to nod their heads reluctantly. This is pretty sophisticated than I thought. I learned one. Does it mean that the determination of the contribution degree is flexible depending on the type and characteristics of the monster? I knew. On the shoulders of my friends. Tapped. I said before that Harinmaru is famous as a beggar monster. It's dirty hard to catch, and there's nothing to give. That's why we tried to filter it out too. At the same time, I jerked at the thoughtful Jack-o'-lantern from a distance. Actually, having a strong, friendly NPC is the biggest reward. Let's think so. Yes. Even when catching Gordixa in the Golden Dungeon, work was made much easier thanks to the cooperation of Bellet, the last dwarf. Then Yunsol and Drake nodded. In fact, the biggest reward of this raid is its affinity with Jack-o'-lantern. Drake raised his hands and shrugged. Oh my god, it's the first time I've caught an S-class monster, but it's still empty. Will you give me something good, even an item? However, Drake's expectations were also betrayed miserably. Harinmaru only dropped 3 items while dying. Left arm of the Demon King, / one-handed weapon, / A+. The left arm of the famous demon was cut out and dried as it is. Incomprehensible to users, Bukrajate. Gives muscle strength. Attack power plus 4,444. Right arm of the Demon King, / one-handed weapon, / A+. The right arm of the famous demon was cut out and dried as it is. Incomprehensible to users, Bukrajate. Gives muscle strength. Attack power plus 4,444. Horn of the Demon King, / helmet, / A+. The horns of the famous demon were cut out and stuffed. Incomprehensible to users, Bukrajate. Gives muscle strength. 1 attack power plus 4,444. 3 items with no characteristics or features. However, if you look closely, you can see one unique feature. Kong attack power is insanely high. It doesn't have any characteristics, but one physical attack is really amazing. Drake admired as he looked at the items that fell on the floor of his eyes. Normally, A+ grade one-handed weapons, especially eye gauntlets, have a high attack power at the mid-3000 second level. The physical attack power of the Great King Crabclaw Hammer Gauntlet, used when I was the Mad-on King meta, was 3,600. Maw Catfish. Since the Tooth Knuckles physical attack power was 3,000, plus #attribute damage 200, there is no need to explain how high the attack power of those weapons is. I collected the newly acquired Demon King set items. And he gave it to Yunsol. Sol, it would be better for you to equip it. Huh? Yunsol opened her eyes as if genuinely surprised. I shrugged. I already have items that I use when I'm the Mad-on King meta. I can't use an item that doesn't have a natural disaster characteristic option. But will these items suit me? Well, it would be an unexpected ambush. In fact, Yunsol was the first to be exposed to numerous dangers until now just because he was a healer. If her sense of game had not been better than expected, she would have already caught up a few times. I said with that in mind. Who would think that this physical attack power is hidden from you? Kong attack 13,332. What kind of supporters in the world have such a high attack power? Simply looking at the attack power of the current world ranking top dealers does not fall behind. A healer who tears and kills an oncoming enemy with power. It's creepy just by imagination. Who can think that a healer has such grotesque strength? If there is someone who wants to catch a supporter and sticks close to it, there is a high probability that it will be caught by Yunsol's hand and torn into 2 pieces. Okay, then I'll use this. Yunsol took over the items from me. When she puts on her 2 gauntlets, her 2 small, fine hands instantly turn into a monster hand the size of a pot lid. The explosive power that emanated from Harinmaru's massive body immersed in Yoon-Sol's hands. Her gang attack power may not be of great help to the raid itself, but one day it will certainly become a trap card. Then, thank you, friends. How soon did it come? A lanky jack-o'-lantern bent over and overlooked my head. Thanks to that, I was able to take revenge. I haven't met the real enemy yet. Quick. He laughed sullenly and offered me a cigarette. Oh, it's an item you see in a short time. I was disgusted and accepted jack-o'-lantern's favor. Halloween Cloud Cookies /A. The cigarette used by the witches of Halloween. It is made by pulverizing leaves after drying a leaf containing a terrible drug substance. Minus 100 HP recovery in 1 second when hoping special. Can be used for a total of 60 minutes special. Again, there is a time limit. If you kill jack-o'-lantern, you'll get a semi-permanent cloud snack, but it would be far more beneficial to build a friendly relationship than that. Eventually, the Harinmaru raid ended in this way. No, there was one more reward. Crushing. A number of wolves appeared in front of us who had completed the loot distribution and reward check. Frost wolves that surround us round. It is surprising when the number has increased like this. Drake lifted the crossbow with a tense look. When are these guys here? No matter how many C+ class monsters, if it has this number of digits. The number that seems to be the number of people in the world. But Drake's worries were tiring. King. The head wolf in front of me came in front of me and fell flat. I clapped my hands. It reminded me of the notification sound that I heard when I defeated Harinmaru. The Gusyuri Wolves clan pays homage to the Helpert. Yes, Harinmaru was a longtime nemesis and enemy of the Frost Wolf clan. We are the contributors who have harmed Harinmaru, and unintentionally, our affinity with the Frost Wolves has grown tremendously. Krung, can you? Come. Besides that, countless wolves shook their heads before me. Yoon-Sol and Drake also received the respect and love of all other wolves in one body. Pow! Judalope also licks his cheeks. He is rejoicing by playing with the wolf cub. I laughed bitterly as I looked at it. Probably, it will take a very long time for Harinmaru to be resurrected, right? Absence of boss monsters. During those vacant hours, the Frost Wolves will enjoy tremendous revival. Even if it's not, the population will increase rapidly. Isn't Anna a monster? By the time Harinmaru was regenerated in the distant future, it is clear that he will have to deal with a huge number of Frost Wolves. Really, no matter how many C+ class monsters there are, it's hard to tell who will win if there are so many. In addition to that, the Frost Wolves have the characteristic of Beck war veterans. Frost that gets stronger as time passes and battles go through. Due to the nature of wolves, there is a possibility that they will evolve into higher-level monsters. It's a bit extreme. Harinmaru may not be able to become the boss of this dungeon in the next generation. Well, that's not what I know. I naturally climbed on the backs of Frost Wolves. It was a very rare sight for the Frost Wolves, who are known for their high pride, to voluntarily claim to ride. Yoon-Sol and Drake were also admired by this rare sight. Before long, we broke through the center of the dungeon riding the Frost Wolf. Of course, I am videotaping the process of using Frost Wolves as a means of transportation. I'm so close. It's a lot bigger than the Frost Wolves living in the North Continent. I'm running on those guys, now. This is really refreshing. Brother, sister, and younger brothers recommend, subscribe, favorite, star rating, comment, heart, like please. A man riding a wolf in a fancy princess dress. I am already looking forward to the reaction that viewers will see in the future. Meanwhile, Yoon-Sol, who has good affinity, was talking to Jack-o'-lantern riding the wolf next to him. Why is Mr. Pumpkin going to kill the Lich King? It's not just the Lich King. Even the owner of the guy, Oz, will be killed. Wow, your determination is great. Can I ask the reason? Already, Yoon-Sol and Jack-o'-lantern's favorability is quite high. Jack-o'-lantern began to tell Yoon-Sol his history without any reaction. A long time ago, there was a witch. The story from his mouth is an old fairy tale smelling of dust, Tonghua. It was the story of the Wizard of Oz. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 341. Previous talk next. Chapter 342. Wizard of Oz 2. Where are you? Who am I? Victor L. In the first thoughts of mankind. The first thinking that I was born. As follows. Why am I doing this here? I put the pickaxe in my hand down and looked around. Land. Dang. Mining site, Taijuichong. A dark red metal mine. Amidst the mixing of stone debris and sparks, a number of straw in. The brothers were carrying minerals. Am I also one of the straw dolls? When I saw the skinny straw scarecrows working hard around me, I could see that I was like them. But why am I different from them? I put my pickaxe down and agonized. Other scarecrows accept me. Without any worries or doubts, he digs the metal in the rock and takes it to a distant furnace. Wow. The scarecrows, who have become useless because of the harsh labor, line themselves up, throw themselves into the furnace under the furnace, and turn them into firewood. I don't want to be like that. I was different from the other scarecrows. I didn't want to be in the position of being overwhelmed by work that wasn't worthwhile and didn't know English and then fell into firewood. Wow. When I raise my hand and grope my head, something is heavy. I don't think it was like this before. It is made of straw, so it seems that something has entered the inside of it because it has a heavy head that should be light. When I put my hand through my hair and touched the inside of my head, I felt something hot and hard. The metal debris I was digging had pierced my head to see if the pickaxe had hit me wrong. I feel like I have a brain. When something goes into my head, I feel a little smarter. So that I am thinking, maybe I can do it. I picked it up and looked around at the same time. Quaz number 2 furnace. The place where I am is in the number 2 furnace. That means there are also furnaces number 1 and number 3, right? I am now able to reason fairly logically. Metal fragments in your head are more effective than you think. But thinking wasn't just fun. Sometimes there were moments even more painful than when I couldn't do what I was thinking. No, it seems that there are more times when I am actually suffering. Why should I only work like this? If everyone else works, should I work too? What am I really like? What am I born for? Can I know? What do I want to do? What can you do well? Maybe I'm just imitating someone's life meaninglessly? Among the countless straw puppets that mine metal like a cogwheel, pour it into a furnace, and eventually throw into an oven, I was worried. Right then. What? Why is this guy so dull? I heard a voice behind me. Which, the creator of me and the mother of all the scarecrows that exist here. She looked into me and wondered. You are not in good condition, but the production is not so good? If you do this, you cannot satisfy Asama. The witch smiled and stretched out his finger. The direction she pointed was where the entrance to a huge furnace heating up the furnace was located. The moment I was ordered to die, the unprecedented power of the unprecedented force forced me to take my steps. I am helpless. An infinitely weak and insignificant strand of greenery. He steps toward the fiery flames in front of his eyes. Now I'm going to be a fleeting match, and I'm going to boil the pot above that stove. And after me, a lot of scarecrows will appear again, and the process of flickering like this will be repeated. Forever. The moment I gave up everything and pushed my head into the furnace. Quackwang. A miracle happened. The ceiling of the mine collapsed and a big whirlwind broke out. Something heavy fell from the sky and crushed and killed the witch. Gosh, I won anyway. I didn't have the form. The woman who smiled nicely and brushed off the stone chips and dirt from her head. That was the beginning of the meeting with the warrior, Dorothy. Dorothy. She was the only survivor of a small mountain village destroyed by the death dragon, Oz, to create a mine. Sometimes, there are humans whose fate is particularly favoritism, and all blessings, spirits, and loves are concentrated in one place. But Dorothy was that kind of human being. Dorothy said he had learned swordsmanship and magic from an old dragon hunter and had gone a long way to revenge Oz, the death dragon who destroyed his village. She has always been a pleasant personality. Dorothy bought me a pumpkin mask at the first Halloween festival in a village since they went on a long journey together. I called it by the name of Pumpkinhead Jack. I also liked the nickname quite a bit, so whenever Dorothy called me in a pleasant tone, I would always laugh with joy. That way, I couldn't make a clear smile like Dorothy that attracted the love of all people like Dorothy, only making a sound like a twisting or falling wind. Dorothy and I decided to target a logistic base in Oz, the Death Dragon first. To me, who can't think properly because I don't have a real brain, Dorothy gave me a strategy. Death Dragon Oz is strong. Not only that, he has a lot of excellent subordinates. If you go straight in, there is no sunk sand. Therefore, Dorothy thought to destroy the core affiliates of Oz, the Een Dragon, with me first. As I said before, we decided to first target a forest fortress that supplies firewood for the Oz furnace. A forest lined with dense trees. All human villages here were destroyed. All that remains is the giants and demons who have fallen into Oz's minions. They cut down the trees in the forest and send them to the wagons heading to the furnace. It was to supply firewood to go into the furnace. Dorothy fought valiantly. All of the great demons who were intercepting her were frightened and had to run away. I proudly followed Dorothy's back. Being able to stand behind her was so glorious and thrilling. Meanwhile, Dorothy met a woodcutter on a hilltop where all the trees had been cut off. He was a man without arms, legs, torso, and head. Instead, body parts made of tin. It It was taking the place of his body. A man who has loved forests and villages all his life. He had a medicinal married woman who grew up with him since his childhood friend, and he had to bring everything to the visit of the death dragon Oz. Fighting Oz, this man machined himself, was eventually defeated in the final battle and lost his fiancée, the forest, the village, and everything else. Even his hot heart, which was full of passion, love, and innocence. Would you like to go with us? Dorothy willingly reached out to this tin-bodied woodcutter. I, too, eagerly sympathized with his situation, so I think I was expecting him to become our companion. The tin woodcutter nodded. Weeping tears mixed with blood and oil to recover the heart that was stolen by Oz. He held our hands firmly. What is the most necessary thing in war? It is food and weapons. You cannot fight if your stomach and hands are not strong. Oz, the death dragon, knew it so well that it could be said that the invasion of the territory of the Siouan tribe was a very natural result. The Siouan tribe refers to a unique tribe in which half of animals and humans are mixed. Lion series, water buffalo series, giraffe series, dolphin series. Various animals and humans. Open society. Oz, the death dragon, took note of their excellent food production and fighting power. Women were taken to steal milk, oil, eggs, and meat, and men were conscripted to be used as weapons of war. All the resistances were slaughtered and turned into a few pieces of meat. The wise monarch, Lion King Henry, who ruled the land of Sun, also had to kneel miserably in front of the legions of the dead dragon Oz. At that time, there was an eye watching the fall of the Lion King in the closet. Richard the lion cub. He couldn't come out of the closet, even as he watched his father Henry kneel in blood. He was just hiding, trembling in the overwhelming energy of Oz, the death dragon. Meanwhile, Oz, the death dragon, laughed happily as he watched Henry resist until the end. Then he reached out to the closet and pulled out Richard, who was trembling in it. Oz said, "Me and your father. Give me a chance to kill either. Isn't that a natural option?" However, the trials given to Richard were harsh. Oz covered Richard's eyes and made him spin hundreds or thousands of turns in place. And on one side, his body, on the other, the Lion King Henry's. I put the body. Richard was given a knife. Either an arbor who loves his hateful enemy. There is a 50% chance that one of them will die. A world spinning round and round. Richard lifted a sword in tears. And choose either way. I walked forward to the sun. I didn't know if the person in front of me was my father or Oz. Hearing laughter from around him. Evil twist. The money is going. The eyes of joy, ridicule, and compassion for tragedy, not their own work. Tangerine. Eventually, Richard dropped the knife without stabbing anyone. Then Richard's view came back. The one who was in front of his sword at the last minute was the enemy, Yoncho. It was Oz, the death dragon with clothes on his face. The Lion King, Henry, from a faraway place, with an earnest gaze. I was looking at Richard. But at the crucial moment, Richard couldn't swing the sword. Eventually, Henry the Lionheart became a piece of finely chopped meat and became a battle food for the Oz army. Oz, the death dragon, referred to Richard as a useless coward. Oz makes Richard a soldier. The reason was that there was no need for cowards. It was killed and not used for meat. The reason was that the coward even had the meat dirty. Lion King's last vein was so thoroughly ridiculed and despised. It was the moment when the Siouan tribe was mentally extinct. The Legion of Immortality, led by Oz, left the ruined land of the Siouan tribe. The lion cubs left alone in the ruins, and the cubs blamed themselves endlessly. If I had a little more courage. The tears of blood color the whole world seen by the lion cubs red. It was a little later that Dorothy arrived at the red ruins. The Dorothy expedition was completed. A scarecrow with a scythe, a woodcutter in tin clothes. Cowardly lion. We wandered in search of Oz, the death dragon who put us all to mortality. And soon the final chapter of the trip came. Great evil. The Black Scale Emperor. King of Death. With Oz in front of us, we attacked without filtering the hatred we had cultivated and polished. And Oz laughed at us. That ridicule was the last memory of the day. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 342. Previous talk next. Chapter 343. Wizard of Oz 3. When I got up, there was nothing around me. Jack-o'-lantern smoked cigarette smoke. The smoke stained by the bonfire from the snow spreads red in the atmosphere. Buddhism, death, Ozdo, and all of my colleagues are gone. I couldn't even tell how much time had passed. Jack-o'-lantern stood in the middle of an empty wasteland. Looking back, only the footprints, presumed to be their own, remained long on the sand. The last memory was the words Dorothy cried to me. Ahead of Oz's final attack, she said to me, Put your brain out, Pumpkinhead Jack. Maybe he didn't want to show his last. Jack-o'-lantern said in a hoarse voice. Hearing Dorothy's words, I hurried to pull things out of my head. The pumpkin pie that Dorothy cooked himself during the trip. A pretty acorn picked up by a tin woodcutter. The rich lion's mane scarf worn by a cowardly lion around his neck. The moment I pull all those memories out of my head, my memories are cut off as if a candle goes out. Jack-o'-lantern said it was purely coincidence that he regained his mind. When a bird lays an egg in its straw head, it fills up its head and says, thought. This is the return. Maybe I've been wandering for many years without consciousness. Looking at the abandoned calendar, an hour has already passed. The world put down a jack-o'-lantern somewhere hundreds of years ago and started off first. Where are everyone? Jack-o'-lantern wandered the world, calling his colleagues anxiously. However, neither Dorothy, who was always cheerful and friendly, nor the sheep-iron woodcutter who took the lead by taking the lead, nor the cute and caring cowardly lion. The village where Dorothy lived was swept away by soil and buried in the dark ground, and the forest where the tin woodcutter lived was yellow. It has become a desert, and the country where the cowardly lion lived has long since perished. Jack-o'-lantern screamed with bitterness. At that time, he said he shouldn't have taken his brain out. From then on, it was a series of ephemeral times. Like water flowing to a low place. The days just flow to the place where your feet reach. Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern entered a neutral zone with no demons. That was the Solomon's Castle. It looks like it is now called the Castle of Evil in English for some reason. Jack-o'-lantern muttered bitterly. Solomon, the wise king, seems to have smelled a dragon from me. Dispute. Fearing that it would sprout, he sealed me in a dungeon, and I suffered from endless nightmares and self-confidence. Then, the new egg in my head rotted and rubbed, and the memory disappeared again. When he finished speaking, he turned his head towards me, and I don't know how much time has passed again. When I opened my eyes, Solomon, the Lord, was stained with evil, and you were in front of my eyes. Yes, I woke up Jack-o'-lantern and went right to catch the Dark King. And Jack-o'-lantern, who had a split road with us, visited Oz, the lowest man, Death Dragon. It must have been frozen here after being defeated by Harinmaru. Jack-o'-lantern heard me and nodded. He said with a strong will. So I got back on the revenge road that I got off the road a long time ago. The strategy Dorothy gave me back then. Champion Dorothy took a strategy to eliminate Oz's men first before directly confronting the Death Dragon Oz. Jack-o'-lantern was also following Dorothy's strategy a long time ago. Let's hear the rumor that the Low Man opened up a lot of new talents ahead of the war with the Demon Constellation. These are the Lich King, and the Death Knight, the Right Legion leader who leads the Immortal Legion. Jack-o'-lantern is right. The other day, considering that Mordmur the Bomber and Beelzebub, the constellation of gluttony, came to sign Eight Legs Great King Kulikium, and Mammon, the constellation of greed corrupted ancient spirit Gerdixa, it is different. You can guess that the S+ class monsters are also actively moving to obtain competent loads. I put my chin on. The Lich King and Death Knight are monsters added after the Cataclysm. It is an elite monster strong enough to be recruited by Death Dragon Oz. Since Harinmaru of the world is a true boss of a dungeon with an intermediate boss, you can guess what the difficulty will be. Yet, Krung, Frostwolves stopped stepping. The boundary zone where the severe cold and the severe cold are mixed together. We were able to get to the door of the 27th basement relatively quickly thanks to the wolves. The wolves take us all the way here and look down as if they've done their job. I've been having a lot of trouble for that. I stroked the wolves' heads and jaws. It was a sign of permission to return now. The wolves quickly returned to their original habitat as soon as they asked me for permission. Sorry, I've been fond of it so far. Yinsol looks at the wolves and slits his nose. However, it is clear that C+ grade monsters will not be able to withstand long in the harsh ecosystem of the dungeon to be unfolded, so returning it at this point would be correct. I led everyone and stood at the door. Now, shall we go in now? The road leading to the 27th basement level. Beyond the massive iron gate, there will be a Lich King. Quackwang. I struck the iron door with my fist and went inside. Tiring. You entered the end of the frozen decay. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Nurse. Finally, you have entered the territory of the Lich King. Not surprisingly, as soon as we stepped into the 27th floor, a huge welcoming crowd came. Thud, 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 thud slash. The frozen coffins from the ceiling fall vertically. It was threatening enough on its own that we had to run from place to place. Quackwang. Dunk. The coffin fell on the hard ice floor, and the lid fell off by the impact. Soon, familiar faces began to appear in it. Frozen vampire, level, A/ characteristics, Darkness, Minions, White Warfare, Blood Predation 1, Inner Claw. Forms 1, Frozen Decay. Yi size, 2M. The Lich King was a vampire soldier frozen underground in preparation for the time of war. It was made up of vampires who were poisonous and drank a lot of blood. Whenever the owner calls it, it is defrosted and ready to run. They were all powerful monsters in their lifetime. The vampires protruding from the coffin were pressing us down with the intense smell and visuals like a freshly defrosted instant. Crew. They peddle with deformed fangs and nails. Is it to maximize attack power? The teeth were bulging out regardless of the location of the gums, and the nails were attached to each of the 2 tips of the fingers, and even between the fingers. I hate being handsome, but that's why it's an A-class monster. It's a performance event in a matter of hours. I stroked the ring to call out the Hydra, and with a jack-o'-lantern next to it, he ran fast forward. Oh, I will support you. Leave the cover to me. Yunsol and Drake closely followed me and pushed the line of the vampires. Among them, the skill of jack-o'-lantern was by far the best. Aei Aino Aiziakai. Like a farmer harvesting grain, jack-o'-lantern kills dozens of vampires in the blink of an eye. Sure, Hydra is also doing its part. Hydra, which does not communicate with magic and poison, has good compatibility with vampires. It's a monster of the same class, but it's a few. I was able to stop a doubled enemy. Wow. Judalope was also working hard to spores to help me. It seems that I want to show the dignity of the queen to me, a servant. However, as the opponent was a monster that had nothing to do with insects, the effect was 0. Judiloff had to be trapped in my arms again with his protruding lips. Look, forward, Drake shouted, driving an arrow into the heads of the vampires rushing. Yinsol also exhibits divine inviolability, causing numerous vampires to kneel. There is nothing to worry about, as I put the 2 friends' strong support shots on my back. Me and Jack-o'-lantern hurried to the front. Go to the last zone where the boss lurks. The end. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A wide-eye square can be seen. A festival that is much colder and full of harsh air than the 26th floor right above. Over there, I saw a throne towering high, and the silhouette sitting alone on top of it. Someone sat on the throne and covered in white frost. Kong Shi, Mao Suit. It was like seeing a dead person frozen on the throne. Lich King. Level. S/traits. Darkness, Undead. Minions, Summons, Earthquakes, Frostbite, Redundant Heart. Habitat. The end of Frozen Decay. Size, for M. Dash, I don't have a heart, Jack. I don't feel sick. So go ahead. Nicholas Chopper. Lich King. One of the strongest undead pairheads. It is the appearance of a super elite monster in charge of the left arm of the Black Dragon Oz. Then Jack-o'-lantern suddenly asked me, how much do you know about the Lich King? Well, really? Are you like that? I also have no information. That's why I ask. What I do know is that the Lich King is a boss with a high degree of difficulty that he couldn't be able to attack without future knowledge. Yet, me and Jack-o'-lantern take care of all the remaining hops. I finally stood in front of the throne where the Lich King was sitting. You can see the Lich King sleeping in ice. Tin armor and helmet, and long white hair. What was held firmly in the hand was a long axe blade like a magician's wand, but a heavy axe like a berserker's halberd. Jijik. As we enter a certain distance, the seal that freezes the Lich King is released. Loud beeps were striking my eardrums. Tiring. Ice that does not melt is broken. The throne at the end of goo has been lifted. Raises up. Soon, the unlocked Lich King stood up on the throne and looked down at me. Flash. Between the tin helmets covering the entire face, a sapphire flame rises. The gaze of the undead supreme dignity that came out of the eternal ice was penetrating my eyeballs. And, exclamation point. Jack-o'-lantern, facing the miserable gaze, froze while standing under the throne. A trembling voice came out from the mask of a pumpkin embracing the gloomy light. Tin Woodcutter. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 343. Previous talk next. Chapter 344. Wizard of Oz 4. Lich King. Level. S/traits. Darkness, Undead. Minions, Summons, Earthquake, Frostbite, Redundant Heart. Forms, the end of Frozen Decay. Yi size, for M. Dash, I don't have a heart, Jack. I don't feel sick. So go ahead. Yi Nicholas Chopper. A frozen throne, a STO that is covered in frost such as iron armor. Jack-o'-lantern, seeing the Lich King, asked in a trembling voice. A tin woodcutter? Is it you? Yes. The one frozen on the throne was apparently a former member of the Dorothy expedition and a close colleague of Jack Pumpkinhead, Nicole Lost Chopper, aka Tin Woodcutter. Jack-o'-lantern seemed to have forgotten the sense of reality on the face he hadn't met after a long time. Why are you coming out of here? Doxy, did you ever be held captive by Oz? Okay, that's what it is. Wait a bit, I'll be. Jack-o'-lantern hurried to the Tin Woodman. But I couldn't go forward anymore because I blocked it. Wake, what is a Tin Woodcutter? That guy is my colleague. Long ago, we fought together in an expedition. Not anymore. I turned my head and looked at the enemy in front of me. Tin Woodcutter, now the Lich King. Whoa, the Lich King's tin helmet is oozing out of flames called Par. It was a flame that felt cold just by looking at it. Why the Avengers become a slave? Hundreds of years ago, after the death of his fiancée, whom he loved more than anyone else in the world, Nicholas Chopper, a poor tin woodcutter, forged the hate blade for Oz, a dying dragon. But the old colleague is silent. The lion's silence, Sujiro Wuyan. Because the dead aren't saying anything. In the first place, Oz, the death dragon, was suspicious and never took a living being as a subordinate. I know that, so I'm facing reality early on. Before long, the Lich King swung the giant axe spear he had in his hand. Qua 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 quang. A terrifying blow came out and created a deep crevasses on the floor. If you get hit like that, it will be a handful of powder. But that's not all. Blah blah blah. A countless number of sharp ice thorns are generated on either side of the crevasses. It started. If you are stabbed, freezing damage will come in, and even if you pass by, you will suffer frostbite damage as a dot. Of course, if you are hit by a strike, you will suffer tremendous physical damage, and even if you avoid it, you will be exposed to powerful magic damage. Oh, I can't even stop this with Hydra. I was trying to stroke the ring. No matter how good the regeneration ability is, Hydra is hesitant to see the axe marks made by the Lich King, because he is weak against physical damage. Get your mind, woodcutter. Jack-o'-lantern ran into the Lich King with a scythe. BHAO. The Lich King's axe and Jack-o'-lantern's scythe collide. It was a whistle for physical damage, but the Lich King has an additional powerful magic attack power. Poop poop. Along with a loud sound, frost feet emanating from the body of the Lich King shook the whole body of Jack-o'-lantern. A Jack-o'-lantern that quickly becomes rags and falls out. Quasajik. Quakwang. He smashed two large icicles from the ceiling, bounced off the ice walls several times, and thrown them to the floor. I kicked my tongue and advised. The Lich King has magic plus physical damage. Be careful because they are attacking half and half. If you get closer, you will suffer frostbite damage. You tell me earlier. Normally, a Lich is a monster transformed by a wizard. Therefore, there are many cases that are vulnerable to physical defense, but the Lich King was a 0p monster that completely ignores such conventional wisdom. The tin armor that he is wearing is. Chero also had a strong defense, but even thick frost feet were added on top of it, giving it a stronger defense. This frost is not just a frost, but a frost filled with magical energy, so it has excellent magic defense and is set to inflict frostbite damage on its own to those who come close. Truly the perfect whole workshop. Regretful. It's a pity. Jack-o'-lantern couldn't get up while lying on the floor for a while. The blow that was just hit was painful, but in fact, it is because the wound in the heart is deeper than that. And while Jack-o'-lantern was so high, the Lich King's aggro was completely dragging me. Oh, hey Pumpkin. I understand the sad thing that a colleague has become like this, but quickly shake it up and get up. That's why I'm going to be robbed. I shouted, barely blocking the Lich King's axe. Poop. Although it inflicted reflection damage, the frost feet that are growing naturally in the Lich King's body scatter it. Damn it. If the cut wasn't an indestructible item, it would have been a big deal. I thought, avoiding the icicles that the Lich King shoots like cannonballs. I know. I should sort out the situation first rather than the memories. Finally, Jack-o'-lantern happened. Furry. He took off the pumpkin mask and fired a huge flame from inside it. I didn't know there was such a skill. Puffer Fong. The Lich King's frost feet and Jack-o'-lantern's flames interlocked in one place. The air boils and freezes, contracts and expands repeatedly, creating a huge storm. The terrain in the icy field began to distort greatly. The spiky icicles melted into water, then frozen again, and the terrain gradually became gentle, and misty moisture overflowed in the atmosphere. Damn it, I don't have time to feed it. I glared at the Lich King's sturdy armor and ground his teeth. Byong. Again, the Lich King's axe blade is wrapped around. Qua 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 quang. A deep axe mark was cut on the floor. It's a tragedy enough to create a crevasses. I took it with my body and then bounced it back with reflection damage. Puffer Fong. The frost feet in the Lich King's armor are breaking out. But he didn't care and blizzarded me right away. Wow. I quickly rolled the floor to avoid. On the way, I almost died from being stabbed by sharp ice chips. However, with 1 HP remaining, I cannot move very quickly. The Lich King with an axe was falling in front of me like that. Ah! I screamed as I watched the axe blades falling overhead. Quackwang. Soon, the Lich King's axe fell exactly over my head. Crunchy. I was hit by an axe and hit the floor. The ice floor was hollow, and I was forced to dig into it. Well, but I haven't died yet. Let's raise our head for some reason. It was seen that the HP was still at 1 state. Goo. You can hear Yunsol's voice on the crevasses. Yes. Yunsol arrived in a timely manner and gave me a heal. Nice timing. I quickly summoned the Hydra. Shill. Hydra carried me on top of my head, stretched my long body, and moved from the bottom of the crevasses to the top in no time. As I stepped out, I saw the Lich King staggering. It seems that the damage I reflected hit the part of the armor that was exposed because the ice melted at the same time. Comrade of the frozen earth. My lost friend. If you've been waiting for me, tell me. Jack-o'-lantern lifted a scythe, shouting in a bloody voice. Blah. Jack-o'-lantern's volcano's scythe fell into the Lich King's armor. Ice powder is scattered with red light. However, the Lich King only swings his axe silently. Poop. Jack-o'-lantern was also unable to stop the Lich King's attack. The volcano's great scythe, who had cut Harimru's neck in a blow, was also blocked by the Lich King's frost feet. I only scraped off the armor a few centimeters. Pappet. Yunsol's holy shield was activated. Dash. The Lich King of Heaven also responded this time. Seeing the air stir with both hands, it seemed to have little effect. Oops, it looks like the first phase of the abnormality went into it. No luck. Yunsol cried out crying. Drake caught up behind me a little later, but that didn't mean the battlefield wasn't very inclined. Lich King. He stands alone in this space where everything melts and freezes. Neither I nor Yunsol nor Drake, nor even an old colleague, Jack-o'-lantern, will be able to stop him. Completely balanced 0p character in the workshop. It is a super elite type that makes other S-class monsters look like normal mobs in an instant. However, isn't it the monster I made to catch though? There are weaknesses. I poured the little potion into my mouth and ordered everyone, hold on a little more. The phase is likely to end soon. After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake opened their eyes round. Phase. Is there anything like that with the Lich King? Monsters with a phase attack pattern are usually first, second, third, fourth. It performs standardized attacks according to the rounds, and so on. In fact, there is nothing special about this in itself. Most of the monsters that appear in many games have this type of attack pattern. An important thing is, it means you have time to rest. I lit my eyes. Lich King, a monster that sprinkles the magic and the disastrous attack of all the nonsense ateliers. However, this guy does not indefinitely pour out such attacks. After Phase 1 ends, and before Phase 2 begins, there must be a break time for that short period of time. In the meantime, make the Lich King move as much as possible. I watched the eerie mist of water surrounding the Lich King's body. The ice melts and freezes repeatedly. We have a huge amount of moisture. Was filling up the space. Yet, Quackwang. The Lich King has been rushing to us with an axe. Someone would see that figure and think that he was a wizard. I shook my head and confronted the Lich King. Perpong. Pop. Reflective damage explodes constantly, hitting the Lich King's armor. Jack-o'-lantern was also constantly keeping the Lich King in check with the flames emanating from the volcano's scythe and the pumpkin mask. Yunsol used the holy shield to slow the Lich King's movements, and he continued to fight me at the right time. He gave me a crab heel. Drake was persistently aiming near the joints of the Lich King with a large arrow carved out of the bad ending's exoskeleton. Yet, done. I felt that the time I was aiming for was over. The unique sense of a deceased person, a living body clock ability that is only exhibited in games. Pappet. At the same time as I quickly stepped back. Pig duck. Good job. Along with the unheard of unidentified noise, changes took place in the Lich King's movements. Its movement has been slowed down considerably so that it can be observed with the naked eye. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 344. Previous talk next. Chapter 345. Redundant Heart 1. Tin plate. Noun. A thin iron plate with annotated inside and outside. Although the experimental value varies depending on the oxidizing environment, the rate of rust is usually fast. Towering. The Lich King, who was running wild, is silent with an unpleasant sound. Worry. I don't know. Crackle gig. The noise was made every time the Lich King moved his body. The sound of a metal plate with a sharp point. You got caught. With my eyes wide open, I glanced at every corner of the Lich King's body. Beyond the thick fog, You can see the dew formed on the Lich King's tin armor. But what I noticed was something else. If you look a little closer at the moist area, you can see a different color. Brown. Yes, it was rust. I laughed cheerfully. Hoo. How is it? The status is green. The Lich King's armor has excellent defense, but is weak against certain conditions. Written by American writer Frank Baum. The Wizard of Oz. It is a famous setting that the tin woodcutter in this fairy tale needs to be oiled all the time due to rust. The Du Rossi expedition, which aimed at Oz, the Death Dragon, was also created after the motif from this fairy tale, and the delicate setting game of the developers who are thorough in the original work is applied to the Lich King as well. Putting it on job. The Lich King's whole body, especially the joints, began to get blackish-brown lumps. Rust spreading at a tremendous speed. Naturally, the Lich King, whose whole body is made of tin plate, is bound to be dull. I laughed at the Lich King moving erratically. Hoo. The ice melted and froze. During the repetition, the intense convection phenomenon caused by the increased moisture and the violent expansion and contraction of the atmosphere accelerates the oxidation of your body. 1. There is a limit of fatigue caused by heat while the metal itself is heated and cooled. It would have accumulated. The tin coating to prevent corrosion is useless. If you were going to be in such a cold place in the first place, you should have used nickel instead of tin to prepare for this environmental change. Or, I always have WD. But when you linger like an explanation bug, there is no liver. Hook. The Lich King vomited a breath of ferocity. It forcibly moved its immobile body and swung the axe in his hand. No, I tried to swing. However, it's no way. The Lich King's attack was blocked by Drake. Fit dang. An arrow flies like a rush and strikes the Lich King's helmet. Okay. Wasis a sack. Asterisk. Tremendous speed on the Lich King's helmet. Rust started to spread. It's as if hungry bugs flock to rotten meat. I saw it and clapped my hands. Also, the body of the bad ending rusts the iron. Drake has been complaining from before, and at this moment, it is a good chance. Pingy dang. Dang. Land. Drake continued to fire arrows aiming at the joints of the Lich King, and each time, the rust on the tin becomes more and more severe. Finally, as I expected, the break has come. Thud. The Lich King put down his axe, turned back, and slowly headed to the throne. He decided that he could not continue the battle with his rusty body. This is the end of Phase 1. I have a rest. Now I sighed. Yunsol and Drake hold their breath during the break. However, no, it's not the break, it's the counterattack timing. I quickly ran to the Lich King. The place I was headed to is not the Lich King, but where the Lich King goes. It's the frozen throne, frozen. Chu Roan, it's all. Next to the throne, there was a small spring, but inside it was this extreme pendulum. A yellow liquid that did not freeze, even in the stomach, was gushing out. Oil. The Lich King seemed to be planning to draw oil from the oil well and paint it on his body. However, fire in the hole. I was one step ahead. I drove the flames from jack-o'-lantern into the oil well. Kururuk. Do you put something like oil? Ongdalsum is burning. Quang slash. Ongdalsum, which was filled with oil, exploded with a single ember pulled by me. Meanwhile, exclamation point. The Lich King saw it and was greatly embarrassed. I greeted the Lich King with a fiery smile. I would have to wait until the next phase to get the oil back up. What should I do? Hearing my sarcasm, the Lich King grabs the axe with a great anger. However, Nicholas. A screaming voice comes out of the way, as if vomiting a heart, blocking the Lich King's relationship. It was a jack-o'-lantern. He moves like an angry lion. I grabbed the Lich King's neck. Then he pulled a short scythe, held firmly in the other hand, and hung it on the neck of the Lich King. You certainly had the warm breath you breathe when you think of your colleagues. When I thought of my fiancé, I had a heart fluttering under a thin sheet of metal. Stay alert. When finished talking, Jack-o'-lantern put the tip of the scythe at the point where the Lich King's armor and helmet met, and he grabbed it with all his might. Okay, faggying each. Was it the result of repeated heating and cooling countless times? The rusty tin armor began to split in half. Finally, the real Lich King is revealed. The real body of a tin woodcutter hidden in the frozen armor. That moment. IW. Exclamation point. Me, Yunsol, Drake, and even Jack-o'-lantern froze in place. The Lich King with his chest split vertically. There was nothing in his heart. Nothing. Inside the body of an empty, cold, and darkly frozen emptiness. Seeing it, Jack-o'-lantern dripped a blood-red flame from both eyes. Lower one. Have you even scraped off the leftover warmth of this woodcutter? Oh. Must be destroyed. Hey, you do. When finished speaking, Jack-o'-lantern lifted a scythe and put it deeper and deeper into the body of the Lich King. The very moment. I heard a small noise somewhere. It's for Yunsol and Drake. I didn't even hear the crab. Even Jack-o'-lantern, blinded by anger and sadness, couldn't hear it. Cool. It was a sound that was only heard by me and me. What? I doubted my ears for a moment. A voice calling me somewhere. I didn't know that this was happening. No matter how much I recalled my knowledge of the past, there was no word that I could hear this sound. Are there obviously no such words in the interviews with the rankers who cleared for the first time? He is an age who memorizes enormous amount of interviews, detailed strategy and analysis, but I have never heard of this phenomenon. Well, they are human too, so there might have been parts that I missed. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It didn't matter whether the sound was heard or not. Anyway, I know in advance how to defeat the Lich King. I started the raid. I glared toward the back of the Lich King's throne. There is the last secret passage that goes down there. Yes, boss room where the Lich King is located, and its current location is 27 underground. However, this dungeon has a structure of 28 floors in the first place. In other words, it means there is one more hidden basement. I looked up and looked after the Lich King. This immortal undead was still showing off the attack pattern as I thought it was. Goo. Li collapsed by Jack-o'-lantern. Wang Chi corrected his posture. At the same time, the red energy began to grow in the whole body of the Lich King. Drake exclaimed, frightened. What? HP. The Lich King's stamina is amazing. Was recovering. The rust on the whole body disappeared, and the HP, which had been steadily falling until now, runs toward a full state in an instant. A body that seems to be reborn. Quackwang. The Lich King swung his axe and threw the jack-o'-lantern stuck on his body in the distance. And Drake's shooting. All the arrows were also beaten with an axe and blown away. But this wasn't the end. Dig. The Lich King has a summon trait. While recovering his HP, he drew a magic circle on the ground and called out 3 pets. Scarecrow Soul Slayer, level, A/traits, darkness, minions, battlefield, hit and run, 1:1, fighting maniac. Format S1, secret puppet meeting, frozen corruption the end. Size, 4.4 m. Usually scarecrows are created to drive away enemies. However, this scarecrow, which carries a large scythe, is designed to chase after enemies, unlike ordinary scarecrows. There is no way of knowing what is rotting in the stinky straw. Tin Golem, grade, A/characteristics, rock, minions, emoji, reverse, Manjunchu. Sussex 1, Mutanyung Gorge, frozen decay the end. Size, M. A giant made only of 100% tin plate. Inefficient when looking only at the material of construction. Although it is a golem made of pottery, the Lich King seems to have somehow saved quite a bit of this feelingless iron lump. Kachimera Lion, level, A/characteristics, darkness, minions, beasts, battlefield, simmering blood, choice. Format S1, Death Valley Deep Place, frozen decay end. Size, 4.4 m. The lion's body, the bear's paws, the snakes. A fused beast with tail, eagle wings. It is not a naturally occurring monster, and it is a strange creature with no way of guessing the origin of its evolution. A long time ago, there is an ugly rumor that a lot of these types of monsters have appeared since the fall of Suinguk. Scarecrow, Tin Giant, and Lion. 3 monsters stand in our way. Seeing them, Jack-o'-lantern sighed. Oh, old friend, are you still drawing us before? Why are you pushing an axe at me? Where was your heart and heart apart from those days? The very moment. Erotic. Another sound was heard. This time it was correct. Under. Only I heard clearly. The voice of whose identity is unknown is ringing through the hard ice worms from the bottom of the ice, from the deep and distant bottom. I'm Yunsol and Drake, and said to Jack-o'-lantern. Friends, just hold on for 1 minute. Everyone who hears my request nods without asking why. Yunsol stopped the lion, Drake stopped the tin golem, and Jack-o'-lantern stopped the scarecrow. While the Lich King was recovering his HP, the 3:3 composition stabilized to some extent. Pappet. I soon started running with all my might. Bottom. The bottom floor of the dungeon, where you can hear sad voices. 28 rooms containing all the secrets of the Lich King. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 345. Previous talk next. Chapter 346. Redundant Heart 2. Boss monster Lich King of the dungeon Frozen Decay. Its habitat is 27 stories underground. And this dungeon has a total of 28. So there is a place deeper than the area where the final boss, the Lich King, is lurking. The deepest part of the 28th basement floor. What the hell is this space that is hidden deeper than the boss room? As soon as I got here, I could see why. Tiring. You entered the end of Frozen Decay. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. As soon as I entered the last floor, I saw a lake that was filling a rather large space. Despite the extreme cold, the lake does not freeze. Whenever the cold wind blew, there was a ripple on the water. I paid attention to the singularity of this lake. Red. The lake was bright red as if it had melted rubies. Even in the midst of this cold, it is amazing to see a hot steam rising above the water. Is this the blood of the phoenix that we only heard in words? I bowed down and picked up a handful of the red water that made up the lake. The sticky yet heavy sensation felt as I dipped my hand in the water, as if seeing the metal melted and turned into a liquid state. Truly enormous density and water pressure, so yeah. If the blood of the phoenix, which has the characteristic of fast regeneration, was collected like this, it's obvious what I put in this. I lifted my head and saw the bottom of the center of the lake with clear blood. I looked into it. There, indeed, what I was looking for was sinking. Heart, Xinzong. The Lich King's heart. The fluttering heart was vibrating, sucking up the blood of the nearby phoenixes. When I saw the sight, the voice I had heard in the gangster came to mind. Below one. Was this the one who brought me here? I trembled and muttered at an unknown mystery. This child of the Lich King. It's impossible to clear the raid because the heart is hidden in this place. The Lich King has the trait of extra heart, which is. It is one of the best morale traits that exist in this game. If you take out your heart and hide it in a safe place so that you can always receive the potion, you can get almost infinite stamina. The Lich King has escaped from the risk of exhausting all his HP in this way. No matter how much you deal rust damage to his body, it's useless. It is a great thing to defeat him unless it destroys the heart, which can be called the main body, which is hidden elsewhere. Once you enter that lake and rescue your heart. If the situation doesn't work, destroying it on the spot is one way. I bite my lips tight and approach the lake. However, blah blah. As I went near the lake, a fierce cold wave came to me as if I was cutting my whole body. The powerful curse put on by the Lich King, those frozen, reacted violently to the warmth of my body. The damage caused by the abnormal freezing eats up my body. From the skin, as if floating a fabric. The chill comes in and stiffens into the bones. I can't last for less than a few minutes if I go like this. I quickly pulled out a cigarette from my inventory and asked. Halloween Cloud Cookies /A. The cigarette used by the witches of Halloween. It is made by drying and pulverizing leaves that have a terrible drug substance. Minus 100 HP recovery in 1 second when hoping special. Can be used for a total of 60 minutes special. A reward item received from Jack-o'-lantern after defeating Harinmaru. I took it in my mouth and smoked it generously. Whenever the hazy cigarette smoke breaks out of the mouth, the HP removed by freezing damage rises little by little. With a splash. After breaking through the cold wave, I threw myself into the red lake. The blood of the phoenix was hot and heavy as if the metal was melted. The feeling of being crushed by strong water pressure in all directions. It was very frustrating, but thanks to soaking in hot blood, I escaped from the freezing state. Yet, I could face the heart at the bottom of the red lake. Even though the distance is still quite far away, the ripples and sounds the heart makes are clearly felt. Throb, throb, throb. The pitiful heart that once existed in the body of a tin woodcutter. It stirs vigorously and sucks in the blood of the phoenix. After that, blood is supplied to the Lich King in the distance through the fluttering blood vessels. Quickly, quickly, I moved forward, struggling. If you don't do something quickly with the heart in front of your eyes, your colleagues upstairs will have a hard time. However, I can't do anything about my dull body movement, as if I was moving in a dream. The blood of the phoenix was heavy and burdensome. Right then, quackwang. A loud roar echoed. I lifted my head above the water and looked back. The thick ice door was smashed. Something popped out beyond the thick smoke produced by the ice crumbs. Lich King. This extremely angry monster appeared after feeling an abnormal heart. Oh, the boss suddenly went there. Be careful. There was a small sound of Yunsel's cry from behind. Perhaps my teammates are fighting a pet created by the Lich King. Blah blah blah. The Lich King poured a fierce frost on me. Sharp thorns of ice fly up and block my heart. The blood of the phoenix swallowed up the ice thorns in an instant, and soon melted it with a handful of hot water. But the ice thorns continued to fly like cannonballs, so I had to retreat from my almost captured heart. Kuriak slash. The Lich King cast a Windhorse Law. This worked. At least to disturb me. Eddy current. A fierce tornado broke out, creating a whirlpool in the lake. By that power, I was naturally dragged away from my heart. Chuck! I clenched my teeth. A little deeper dive could destroy the Lich King's heart. It is a regrettable thing. But at that very moment, something that even I didn't expect happened. Pappet. I wondered if my status window was shaking, and a small change was observed. Continued. LV75. Title: The Devil Sunk. Privilege: Deep Sea. HP 750 of 750. Among the numerous titles, only this title shines brightly. Deep Sea. A passive trait acquired by catching the devil. When the pressure of the phoenix was added to the blood of the phoenix, which was already high in water pressure, the eddy current created by the Lich King was added, and the pressure of the surroundings went up like crazy, and thanks to that, the deep sea characteristics were expressed. Oh. I stopped in place, feeling the stats popping up in no time. The pressures on the whole body are now less felt. The situation of being dragged out without reason was reversed at once. Papak. I buried myself under the water again and started running towards the heart in front. Throb. The heart in front of me conveys its own beat with a low, secret sound, as if seducing me. Let's go. I reached out with all my might. And, pewuk. He poked a cut in the center of the beating heart. Moment. Rumble, slash. Blood bubbles rise fiercely. The current, which was shaking as if torn apart, disappeared. Big hack. The waist of the Lich King, who was causing the wind in the distance, was broken with a ruler. The wind magic was forcibly stopped, and the tornado that swung in the blood pond was also destroyed. Hook. The hot current pushed me out. I had to fly a little away from my heart in the wind. Yet this thong. I stared at my heart through my eyes. Although it was stabbed and a hole was made, the heart is still beating. Because of the unexpectedly high HP of the heart, that damage alone is not enough. In order to completely destroy it, it was necessary to turn into a meta, the King of Madong, and sharpen his fists several times. However, quackwang, pop. It wasn't possible because of the bulk of the giant jumping in front of me. Whoa. Lich King, he looks really urgent. Jump directly into the blood pool. It is enough to put an axe blade in front. Oh, I heard Yunsol cry from behind. At the same time, Yunsol, Drake, and Jack-o'-lantern jump into the door of the 28th basement floor. He probably killed all the Lich King's minions. But it's too far for my colleagues to come to me. Ah! The Lich King was pushing the axe blade at me, neglecting his body. Wouldn't it be nice if we could dodge him nicely and destroy the heart behind him? But now the Lich King. There is no rust. I was going to let the Hydra out, but I must have been unable to withstand even a second against the Lich King's axe. The moment that I am thinking about what to do. Pooh! A completely unexpected reinforcement team came to help. Judalo popped out of my arms. He stretched out his cute finger towards King Pegger's lich. Wow, why are you doing that? Hurry back in. I was terrified and stopped Judiloff, but she didn't listen to me. He just glared at the Lich King with an elated look. Moment. Boom. There was a small sound of wind passing through my ears. Question mark. The Lich King tilted his head. He tried to swing his axe at me, but he couldn't. Boo woo woo woo. Wing. It's because a huge number of scarabs were twisted around the entire joints of this my Lich King. Hailback Scarab, grade, C+. / traits, minions, overeating, poison, freezing. Habitats, severe snowy mountains, frozen decay, glacial forests, ancient conservation zone. Size, 0.1 m. Even though it looks like an insignificant little bug, it survived the cataclysm. It is a powerful ancient Chungwang species monster. If hail pours out of nowhere while walking through the ice cave, it is obvious that they are these guys. The troublesome bugs I met on the 14th basement floor. The high-level scarabs, who were not infected with Judaloaf spores, were now obstructing the Lich King's movement, following her command. Tiring. The queen goes to the Salak Hail Scarab. I want to make it a god. Your opponent's level is too high. Failure to become a myth. The queen's will is stronger than I thought. The queen is working hard. Queen is a steady personality. That's right, the queen's will is consistent. I hit my knee without knowing it. Whether he smoked or increased his experience points, he trained the scarabs anyway, as it was to me the other day. Oh. The Lich King was puzzled by the number of scarabs sticking to each joint, so he couldn't make a proper judgment at the moment. And that was a great chance for me. Pot. I just hit the floor. Then he ran behind him through the underarms of the Lich King, surrounded by scarabs and unable to move properly. Heart. It fits snugly in a groove in the middle of the blood pond. A chunk of red meat. The guy who was constantly sucking up new blood with the tip of the tendon that stretched out like a root. Cha-cha. I am transformed into a Madong King meta, and I tightly hold the Lich King's heart with both hands. Grabbed it. And Kuriak. The power of earthquakes and eddies wriggles in my hands. Pajijik. The sound of tearing thick leather. Baba Babong. The heart that came into my hand was smashed in a gruesome appearance. Smithereens. The Lich King's heart became thousands of pieces of 6 pieces and fluttered in the pond of blood. That one. The Lich King, immersed in the bleeding blood, vomited an old scream. The flurry of suffering, hatred, and sadness. Don Mo. Exclamation point. Jack-o'-lantern's eyes tremble when he heard them. I don't have a heart, Jack. I don't feel sick. So go ahead. The final confrontation with Oz, the Death Dragon. The trusty dash I heard when I hit it. It must be because the last remaining voice of the heavy bass was clearly remembered. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 346. Previous talk next. Chapter 347. Redundant Heart 3. Wujijik / Heart. The heart, which had sunk deep in the blood lake, was eventually destroyed. At the same time, the Lich King began to struggle. Are you also experiencing phantom pain? He grabbed his chest in search of a heart that had already disappeared. Even though the heart is already empty and only cold darkness is standing. Quakwang. The Lich King began to run away. It took his last life and ran towards me, even with the axe I held so tightly laid down. However, old friend, it's over now. Jack-o'-lantern stood in front of the Lich King. A scythe made of volcanoes was swung laterally. Vulcan water surface is cut diagonally. The Lich King's chest was hollowed out by the assault. In the middle of a lake of hot blood, there is no longer any frost armor that protected him. Wow. Jack-o'-lantern held the scythe briefly and stuck it in the Lich King's chest. Then, the center of the tin armor was cut lengthwise. Cook, kunk, kunk. Hot blood rushes into the empty armor. The warm warmth pushed away the cold circling void and filled the inside. Rumble. The water level in the lake was getting lower and lower. The blood that had filled the vast lake eventually disappeared into the body of the Lich King without leaving a single drop. Thud slash. The Lich King, who has swallowed all the blood of the lake with his chest, kneels. At the same time, tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first raid of the Lich King, commander of the Left Legion of Immortality. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Would you like to leave your name? Yes, the deceased person. Reward is paid. Left commander of the Undying was completely dead. He cannot be resurrected forever. Do it. Morale of the Kuyong Camp Immortal Legion decreases. The structure of the left wing of the Immortal Legion changes greatly. The Vampire clan is afraid. The Gizombi clan is afraid. The Gughal clan is afraid. The Gamira clan is afraid. The Gyamama, Mongmo clan is afraid. The Gughos clan is afraid. The clan, Gu clan. Numerous tones hit my ears. All dark monsters, all creatures based on evil, are thrilled with my existence. And, in the midst of the great agitation of all the tribes, finally came. The glowing person shows interest in the deceased person. Ots, the Death Dragon, the oldest and most powerful of the Black Dragon clan. One of these 7 dragon lords finally showed interest in me. Well, if you think about it, it's natural. I broke his left arm. I was very nervous. I knew that the fixed S+ class monsters hiding in the abyss were interested in me, but this is the first time that he has revealed his name in such a way that he has known his existence. At the moment, Yunsol shouted in surprise. Oh, over there. I looked up in the direction he or she was pointing. Up there, a wide aurora slumps in the icy ceiling. Soon a huge holographic illusion began to appear before my eyes. It's burning hot. It was 2 eyes. Indeed, the 2 huge red eyeballs and the surrounding area seemed to have been cut and spread out, the deepest and darkest hem of the night sky. It's an overwhelming sight. As if there were eyes in the darkness itself, it would be like this. I could know intuitively. Beyond the veil, the one staring at me is of a different price. You are the one standing in front of me. Oz, the Death Dragon, opened his mouth and talked to me. I listened to him, trying to calm down my flickering legs. Even though they are facing each other in the video, the whole body seems to burst. Perhaps my body in the real world is sweaty inside the capsule. Meanwhile, Oz, the Death Dragon, was just looking at me. You killed the Lich Kinko. Surprisingly, he didn't seem very angry. When I was silent, Oz continued to speak. I am facing a great war soon, when a variety of talents are needed. If you come under my command, give me the authority to support the left wing of the Buddha's Legion on behalf of the King of Urchi that you killed and destroyed. How is it? Oz's proposal was truly unconventional. To the one who killed his loyal subordinate, I didn't feel any kind of hatred or hostility toward me. Hey, it's like the other ant bites and killed one of the ants you've been saving a little. There is no human being who will be angry with the ant just because an ant who has been watching for a while has died by another ant. Rather, it would come if I had a little interest in the ant, but I wouldn't be willing to take revenge on the dead ant or not. Moment. A window popped up in front of me to announce the quest. Tiring. You have found a hidden quest. I opened the quest window and read more information. Left Legion Commander of the Hidden Quest Immortality. Hidden Quest Occurrence Condition. ST who defeated the Lich King. Conditions for completing the hidden quest. Accept the proposal from the lower. If you refuse, the discomfort of the lowly person will strike you. This quest was only given to me. Yinsol and Drake are by my side. Came up and asked anxiously. Ujin, I don't like feeling somewhere in this quest. I think so too. If you accept this, you will be rewarded for maintaining neutrality. But this time I can't help it either. I can't help it. Oz is a desperate character. If you refuse, you will die immediately. In fact, even if you accept it, you will eventually die. Oz won't reap a living life by hand, so someday he will try to kill me. But that's not at least now. I reached out and clicked the accept button. Even Jack-o'-lantern did not challenge my choice. Tiring. Hidden quest, immortality left. You have completed the commander of the Legion. Reward is paid. Would you like to leave your name? Upon receiving my doctor, Oz slowly squeezed his eyes. You will win enormous honors with Sung Lee. After you die? While I'm sarcastic inside, the illusion of a huge black face slowly faded away. At the same time, my status window has undergone a big change. Continued. LV77 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special, Poisonous, /Sandworm Lander, Privilege, Drought, /Dark King Attacker, Privilege, Select, /The Devil Sink ST, Privilege, Deep Sea, /Expectant Tombstone, Privilege, Undead, /Hellwheel Great King Crab, Special, Beakgen Veteran, /Hornfish Catfish, Privilege, Hidden, /Kraken Killer, Privilege, Paleontology, /Wadu Queen Judalope's Pet, Bonus, Gnawing, /8 Legs, Great King Beheader, Privilege, Incomplete Transformation, /Lizardman Slayer, Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Assaulter, Privilege, First Cataclysm, /Twisted Nether Survivor, Privilege, Saving, /Left Legion of Immortality Jang, Privilege, Redundant Heart, New. HP 770/770. Level 2 has risen, and the title of Left Commander of the Immortality was newly created. The benefit of this is extra heart. At the same time, I am rewarded for killing the Lich King in front of me. Heart of the Lich King, /heart/S. I think the closest and farthest distance in the world is the distance between a person's heart and his heart. Yi Nicholas Chopper Yi. Able to use the characteristic extra heart, special. This item has a small heart shape. My heart looks like this. I felt the beating of my heart, and I was soaked in joy. I finally got the hidden piece I wanted so much. An item that reproduces the heart of my original body in a capsule. You can refer to what the Lich King did for the standard method of use. Of course, there are endless other ways to use it. This item is uniquely linked to the title, and there is only one in the world. Of course, for my team members, Drake and Yinsol, reward was given. The Lich King's Haunter, Privilege, Statue, Dongsong. That is what gives strong freezing damage when attacking. Oh, this is amazing. Is this the Li Chi King's class? Drake looks soaked in joy. First, Drake's level at 65. It went up to 69 at once. From above level 50, the stat rise per level 1 increases like compound interest. Drake was greatly amazed by his body, which became light like a feather. It seems to be about 3 kilograms in weight. Your body is getting so light. That's not all. Items also felt good. Gujajiguru Kamau Quiver. /belt/A+. Magnet Ruler, Baton Quality, Street Ball suitable for archery, Rhenium La. A quiver made by carving out the core of a tin golem can contain chores. Agility plus 10%. Features automatic recovery, usable, special. Since it is made of a rare metal called rhenium, it is not only resistant to heat, but also automatically collects arrows from a distance so that arrows do not fall during battle. It was not an S-class item, but it is a dream item that is essential for an archer. Because of the existence of this item, the archer quickly emerged as a very good job. Meanwhile, I've risen quite a bit too. Yinsol is also surprised when he sees his status window. She climbed from level 63 to 65. After turning the attacking Chimera Lion into a golden statue, the level of the rise was a little bit less because the finish was handed over to Jack-o'-lantern. Contribution of defeating Harimaru. Considering the degree, it was a little disappointing. The dropped item was also a little subtle. Immortal Shinryo Slash? The manly appearance symbolizes immortality itself. Half of an unknown black marble. Yinsol accepted it and tilted his head. Immortal Orb? Even only half. But only I know. The most essential item in this raid is actually this, not the heart or the quiver. The Lich King is the commander of the Left Legion in the Legion of Immortality. The other half will be owned by the friendly commander, Death Knight. Reasonable reasoning and future knowledge is also correct information. This item has no meaning in this one, so you have to collect the other half. Then, in the future, the hidden value will be revealed. Meanwhile, old friend, relax now. Jack-o'-lantern picked up a piece of tin armor lying on the floor of an empty ice lake and put it on his body. Sheep iron armor with strong frost feet. However, paradoxically, the body becomes warm by particles. The inside of my empty heart was hot as if I had swallowed a fireball. Jack-o'-lantern gripped his improbable heart. I understand your heart well. I keep that. I won't run away this time. Death Dragon Oz. To catch this heinous black dragon, Jack-o'-lantern rose again. I stare at him. I open my mouth. The next goal is Death Knight. Let's go right away without dragging. This is the moment when the ethnic characteristics of Koreans are activated. Quickly, I mean. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 347. Previous talk next. Chapter 348. Brave Choice 1. Squeak. The sound of game money being sold with a click. The converted amount comes into my account. Of course, it is legal money processed through the tax accountant's office. With this, all the money earned in Gordixa raid is exchanged. I nodded as I saw the sale completion message on the screen of my cell phone. Not just game money. I also dispose of all B plus A-class items obtained by catching vampires in the dungeon frozen decaying fish at the auction house. Most of them were general-grade items with no special options attached, so there was no regret. But even that alone, the market's response is enthusiastic. Dash at this is a commercial bid at. I get it immediately. Buy it unconditionally. Let's raise hands for collective purchase at the guild level. Chief Guild, you have to buy this one. Only the essential items of our engineering colleges are available sheet. In case of failure, line up too. Is it possible to go on site? Nagoya from the far field as a game item. Yuan. See, this is the currently reported comment. Yee brother. Cool trading is possible. I'm waiting for 24 hours, so I can call anytime, 010-990. Can I exchange it for 20 kilograms of crab? Please. 7T. Is it a seasoning? There is soy sauce and seasoning. We offer 5 kilograms of fresh kimchi as a bonus. Wow. Where the hell are you looking for these items? I don't have money, so my eyes only go strong chong much. Rankers who were thirsty for higher grade items light up their eyes and sweep away the items I posted. Even if I leave the auction price still, I know. Arthur was soaring to the sky. It was a job item that I didn't really need, but to the general users, even those things seemed better than me. In particular, there were many people who were buying bulk items at the guild level. Despite the fact that they excluded all items that could disrupt market order or game balance when sold, the number was substantial. The amount that naturally accumulates in my bank book. Oh my gosh, it's a lot more expensive than I expected. The minimum price is the salary of an office worker in a large company. Later in the game, these items just roll around on the field. Of course, it was after the second cataclysm, so there is still a lot of time left. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of money piled up in your inventory. Even after I transferred the shares according to the contribution to Yunsol and Drake, a significant amount of money remained in my account. I checked all the real-time internet banking messages on the screen of my mobile phone. When I look at my cell phone and make a happy expression, go ahead. Dunn's real estate agent turns to me. Bachelor, no boss. What do you think is good? She is a real estate agent I used to do business with when I was looking for an office dell in a capsule room. When I didn't answer, she just smiled, and she opened her mouth with a bearish expression to me. Anyway, look at it. The basement floor where the boss said that he would do the capsule room last time. And even with that, the price has risen quite a bit, right? Even if you sold it as it is, what is the profit? Yes, what? Thanks to you, I benefited. After I finished speaking, I looked around. The place where I am now was in front of a neat building in Itaewon. A high-rise building towering high in the sky with a glass wall. The real estate agent, who had it in front of him, laughed and said, I've been a veteran who has gone through everything from the IMF in the second half of the 90s to the Lehman crisis in the year of unfinished business. You listened to me last time and then bowed down to me, right? You can trust it again. I nodded at her words. Even in my knowledge of the future, there is information about the price of land and buildings. So, I deliberately chose a broker who made predictions similar to the knowledge I knew, and that was the result of now. While I was looking around the building, the broker made a chatter. Let's see. In this area, 5-story buildings with less than 5 billion won are the most popular, but if you're like our boss, you can borrow more and have more variety. This building is the hottest right now, but it's all story and doesn't have a single house. It's clean in a new construction in 2011. It's okay. Oh, RM. How tight is the interest rate increase due to the recent loan regulation? It's best to get a steady rate of return rather than aiming for a price difference. Everyone does that. Yeah, I am not living for profit either. I have a business I want to do. Good, so good. This is water. These days, the view of Seongsadong, Yeonamdong, and Itaewon is very good. It was good before, but these days it's more. In particular, this building is located in the corner of Station Area 1, Roadside Area 1, and it is well located. Buy it now and resell it in about 3 years. Is enough. How much is it? It's 1.5 per pyeong. Total 108. This is almost unheard of. Is the price staying here only in 2019? I nodded without hearing anything more. If the future as I know it goes on, this building will run more than 50% in value within half a year. When I took the stamp out of my bag, a warm smile caught on both sides of the broker's mouth. You've been thinking really well, young boss. By the way, what is this industry for? I replied with a bloody smile. I'm trying to make it a little bigger than what I was trying to do before. In the meantime, waiting for the time and waiting again. Business. When the second cataclysm breaks out in the game, the most influential place in reality is. It is the capsule room business. After checking all YouTube view ad revenue and views revenue, I accessed the game. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. As the bright beam clears, the faces of colleagues can be seen beyond the field of view. Yunsol, Drake, and Jack-o'-lantern in tin armor were welcoming me. Oh, have you done well? Why are you so late when you act as if you were going to catch the Death Knight right away? The place we gathered is a place quite far northeast of the Abyss Terminal. It was a dungeon located opposite the Frozen Decay in the northwest direction, the Sword Chim Tower. The Tower of the Swordsman Grade. It looks like a big castle, but in fact, the inner part is connected in a whole way. It is my tower. It is almost exactly the same as the Dernstein Castle, where the hero of the past crusades, Richard I, the King of Lion Hearts, was confined. A black mist was flowing throughout the old tower, and a colony of dried vine plants wrapped around the tower like a giant serpent. Small windows through the tower were looking down at us like the eyes of a ghost with only black masturbation. Death Knight, one of the undead Phaetons, lives here. After I finished speaking, I glanced at Jack-o'-lantern. Even if I didn't have to say, Jack-o'-lantern had already figured out the situation. Right. The identity of the Lich King was a sheep iron woodcutter, so it is worth knowing the identity of Death Knight. Maybe a coward. Richard the Lion will be here. Yes, Death Knight, the King of Lionheart. That identity would be Richard, a coward cub. The lion is essentially the king of the unemployed. And Richard is the son of Henry the Lion King, who once ruled the Suman Empire. There is no kitten under the lion's father. Naturally, Richard, as an adult, would have grown up to be an unmanned man with a strong body and noble spirit, like my father, Henry. And as much as that, I must have become a high-level Death Knight. I frowned. The more powerful the martial arts in my lifetime, the more noble the spirit in my life. The more noble, the more powerful Death Knight is created. Richard's power as a Death Knight in balance will be strong enough to match that of a tin woodcutter who became the Lich King. I looked back at my friends, and I was very confident. Death Knight is different from the Lich King. There is no clear attack pattern, so you have to be prepared to die and run the raid. In short, it's called Jeongongbip. Everyone who heard my warning nodded with serious expressions. In particular, the atmosphere of Jack-o'-lantern was the most serious. I'm going to cut my friend's neck. Even if it wasn't until the Lich King that we were confronted without knowing anything, it is different now. Of course, the steps of the Avenger who knows everything and enters must be heavy. However, I am ready, Jack-o'-lantern said, placing his hand on the chest of the tin armor. I think I can feel the warm heartbeat of an old friend. Jack-o'-lantern pulled the volcano's scythe tightly and held it tightly. Richard the Cowardly Lion. What he longed for until the last moment was courage. The memories of that night that made my father's life vain due to a lack of courage. Lion cubs who were sorrowed by countless nightmares. Jack-o'-lantern, reminiscent of an old friend, trembles thinly. Now I'll be courageous until your share. Jack-o'-lantern shook his head as if to forget his fear. And this time, as if he would never run away, he made a burning flame in his eyes. Good. Then it's a dive. I jumped into the sword spit tower with my 3 friends. Tadak. I jumped into the entrance and immediately shouted. Monster waves continue to rise while the Tower of Knife Chief goes to the top. Rather than thinking of holding on, you just have to push out unconditionally to play the boss fight. When you arrive on the first floor of the tower, monsters will be pouring out. But that's about it. It's been a long time since we've already devised a strategy based on the memories before our return. I placed the order right away. Soul. Immediately put on the divine inviolable protective film. Drake. Cover the left side. Jack-o'-lantern focuses on mid to long-distance cross-cutting attacks. And I'm on the right. I'm in charge of a wide area deal. If Yunsel's divine power binds the feet of the dark monsters, it is clear that there will be confusion in the wave due to traffic congestion. In that gap, Drake quickly removes monsters that buff him with a single-point attack or tanks with high health ignorance. Later, I and Jack-o'-lantern used a wide area machine to clean up the miscellaneous mobs. If you go straight ahead, you will be able to clear the first floor with a relatively easy pace. And the second, fourth, fifth floor, it is a standard thing to do by breaking each floor, such as the back, step by step, and then diving into the boss room at the top. However, all of my plans, which I thought had been prepared thoroughly, were ruined from the start and said. As soon as I entered the first floor, everyone, including myself, had no choice but to look stupid. Zombies, skeletons, ghosts, ghoul, mummy, vampires, chimeras, witches, bensi, trolls, ogres, chupacabras, hyena, salamanders, corrupt spirits, evil ears, golem gargoyles, manticores, and other undead. What a shocking sight. All kinds of dark monsters that should be spread out throughout the tower were all gathering on the first floor and infested with it. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 348. Previous talk next. Chapter 349. Brave choice, too. Well, when I was young, I was always wondering when I watched cartoons. Why is the Demon King on top of the Happel Tower and using a stupid strategy of placing weak monsters one after another from the first floor to the high floor? I thought with my chin on. According to the general fairy tale setting, the devil who kidnapped the princess is located on the top of a high tower. In addition, there are low-level monsters on the first floor of the tower and high-level monsters on the upper floors of the tower. The challenger, the warrior, is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth floor of the tower. In the process of attacking the top floor, you gradually gain experience and become more skilled, and eventually you will become strong enough to face the Demon King. Then, why is the Demon King insisting on such stupid positioning? Shouldn't I just lead the monsters from all floors and wait on the first floor? If it is because of the monsters that cannot coexist on one floor, wouldn't it be okay to place high-level monsters on the lower floor and lower-level monsters on the upper floor? If you don't like having high-level monsters downstairs, you can design the dungeon to be elongated, not a tower. Or at least randomly assign a layer of monsters. This was my concern when I encountered numerous warriors from my childhood. And now, my thoughts have been materialized and embodied before my eyes. Zombies, skeletons, ghosts, orbits, mummy, vampire, chimera, witch, bensi, troll, ogre, chupacabra, hyena, salamander, corrupt spirit, devil ears, golem gargoyle, manticore, and other various undead. Indeed, a huge number of monsters were gathering on the first floor and screaming. It looks like all the monsters in the tower jumped out. However, none of me, Yunsol, Drake, or Jack-o'-lantern were scared. Because there is no reason to fear those who are already dead. No, what are all these? Why are you dying here? I saw the corpses in front of me and opened my mouth. Yes, many of the monsters mentioned above were already dead. Originally, undead monsters were just moving dead bodies, but these are really dead and bad. Drake said after taking a close look at the bodies. Who seems to have already been hunting. Oh my god, there's a guy who made a quest to attack the Tower of the Knife before me? I looked carefully at the bodies. Forensic science also exists in games. If you look at the marks on the body, you can see roughly what kind of raid came and went. If there is a burning or frozen mark, the mark of a magic man, cut or stabbed. If you can see a swordsman, an arrow or a lozenge, an archer. Although it is said to be a lion's silence, Suder Wu Yan, the corpse tells more than you think. However, What is it? The more you look at the corpses of the monsters, the bigger the question is. The condition of the corpses was really a mess. Is it frozen, burning, stiff, stony, crushed, chopped, throat cut, or ovum? In a word, these are traces that cannot be determined. Wait, these kids. Isn't it the monster that lives in the tower? I could find some strange faces among the corpses of the monsters. Oh, and goblins are dark monsters, but wild species that live in fields other than dungeons. They rarely live in such narrow dungeons. Even go up the stairs and go up. It seems that even seawater monsters living in the shallow sea are dead. There is a sea around here, but it's pretty far. It is of course strange that crabs and gate gangs living in such places are dying in such places. The monsters living in the open field come to such a closed place, and Yusisu is dead. I looked across the second floor with a serious look and went up to the third floor. The situation at the upper level was also similar to that at the lower level. Not only slimes, zombies, vampires, and skeleton soldiers who were supposed to protect the original place, but also the monsters that live upstairs are rumbled to death. And, of course, not this dungeon, but even the monsters inhabiting the outside field were mixed up and killed. It's as if the monsters outside the dungeon entered the dungeon and fought the monsters inhabiting the inside. It looks like there was a large-scale war. Yinsol said while looking inside the dungeon. It was something I felt during the escape game before, but she has good reasoning skills. After seeing the cut marks, nail marks, and blood marks on the walls and ceiling, Yinsol seems to be able to draw some of the terrible situations that took place in this space. It looks like a series of low-level monsters forced to come up the stairs, and the high-level monsters inside blocked it. If you see that the corpses of the low-level monsters on the side that came in from the outside are clean at first, and then gradually become messy, the inner high-level monsters. I guess I'm getting weaker and weaker along the way, right? It means that the tactical offensive came from the outside of the dungeon. Yensel's reasoning was plausible. In a word, it means that the low-level monsters pushed the dungeons of the high-level monsters with water. But why did the monsters who would not have any bonds with each other came together to attack this tower? Right then, MI-99. I heard a strange sound. It flows out from the upper floors as if it would be cut off. Nohu no Tano. It was the sound of the flute. I crumbled. I know exactly who came first. Zodiac, Bundy Vale. This damn guy climbed the tower of the sword ahead of me. With the corpses filled in the dungeon, it seemed that they had once again used the technique used in the Pro League raid. Countless monsters walking outside the dungeon, collecting the grounds to create a monster wave. This method is very time-consuming and difficult, but once successful, it is a strategy unique to a warlock that can inflict enormous damage to the enemy. You can't let him catch the Death Knight. I quickly ran over the Tower of the Sword. After passing through the spacious third floor, it also broke through the fourth and fifth floors. All floors were filled with only corpses, and there was no resistance. I went over the seventh floor and entered the eighth floor. The boss room with Death Knight is the top of the ninth floor, and even though it's not long left, the mouth is already burning. Then, see, I had to pause. You can see an ice sculpture that is long enough to wrap around the huge eighth floor. And in the ice, some unpleasant pupils were trapped and wriggled. Just as the Lich King made his pet Harimaru as the middle boss, Death Knight also used one pet. Grow. Middle boss. That's what's frozen right before my eyes. The Zodiac guy. It's bothersome to deal with, so is it okay to just freeze it here? It feels like I threw a raid while fighting Harimaru. It was obvious that the Zodiac would skip this annoying middle boss and immediately capture the final boss, Death Knight. It's great to have thoughts similar to me, a regressor, but however, I couldn't be admiring. What did he do for the closed beta at that time? So do you know well? I bite my lips. If the Zodiac guy is the middle boss, if it's been a long time since you've been frozen here, you might have caught Death Knight by now. Moreover, he's not even a single body, even if there weren't any damn mad dogs. I climbed the stairs with all my might. Nohu no Kuno. The sound of the flute was getting thicker. At the same time, various noises began to be heard mixed in my ears. Screams from countless monsters. Probably, the elite monsters who followed up to this place, possessed by the Zodiac, are fighting the Death Knight. This child, Death Knight, is my job. I ran with all my might to die. If Death Knight is stolen by the Zodiac here, everything you have done so far will be in vain. Death Dragon Oz raid is also flying far across the water. However, the hope was gradually fading. It's been too late. Late. It seems a long time ago that the Zodiac came to this dungeon. If it's his skills, he will soon defeat Death Knight sooner or later. If that happens, all of my plans will be in vain. All the hardships I had been preparing for so far were in vain. Damn it. I spit out swearing. It was a boss room where Death Knight lurks a little further, How come only sinister imaginations keep filling my head? If the Zodiac has already killed the Death Knight and intercepted the perks, it might be too painful to go crazy. Even if you kill a Zodiac guy, the anger doesn't seem to subside. But, did you say that life is always unpredictable? Tata. When I step on the stairs, I hear a few footsteps in reverse beats in addition to my footsteps. The sound was moving fast from top to bottom, in the direction I was in. I soon had to stop with the 9th floor in front of my eyes. Zodiac. It popped out in front of me. UIN. I was very alert. Are you coming down after finishing the Death Knight hunt already? However, there is a feeling of incongruity to say that. What is that tired look and embarrassing look? I don't think I'm simply surprised to see me. That was more of a praise expression than that of a hunter. Meanwhile, the Zodiac frowned upon seeing me. Hio wook oh. This damn pervert. Are you again? He stared at me with a tired, exhausted, and pretty annoyed expression. After that, Kim Jong-un, who is gasping behind him, can see the humidity of his brother Bang, who is tired of fear. Then, quickly, go quickly, don't be shy, Kim Jong-un shouted suddenly. Apparently, it seems that the Death Knight raid failed and ran away. I thought it was fortunate, but I have a problem with. Why? Unlike the Lich King, there is only one way to catch a Death Knight. If you have been thoroughly prepared, there is no situation that could cause a change. But even the Zodiac of the world has that expression. The smile that used to be the usual hasn't gone anywhere. What the hell is going on? I glanced behind them, blocking the Zodiac escape route. Quackwang. Thump/thump. Thud. I saw a monster in black armor, supposedly a Death Knight, approaching this way. The dark lumps that fill up the stairway on the 9th floor rise in chunks. Death Knight, the final boss of the Tower of Calcium, appeared behind the members of the Zodiac and Mad Dog. The pitch-black armor that tightly wraps the whole body, bursting muscles, sharp nails protruding from both hands, and a rich lion's mane covering the neck and waist. Richard I, the King of Lion Hearts. The valiant Sioux King appeared before my eyes as a Death Knight. But, before the return, there was only one thing different from the Death Knight in my memory. Face. This Death Knight's face was completely out of my expectations. The moment I saw that familiar face, I had a gut feeling that this is the worst variable that has fallen into the hell of a failure in the Angsan Zodiac of the world. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 349. Previous talk next. Chapter 350. Brave Choice, 3. Do all these dog-like things happen? Zodiac, Bundy Vale. He was always relaxed and smirk, and now he is very annoyed. No, it wasn't that I was annoyed, I was angry, and I was nervous beyond that. Even lightly, an expression that evokes fear. I asked, glancing behind me. Hey, what is that? Is it a Death Knight? If so, I would have already caught it. The Zodiac grinds his teeth and looks back. In the back, the Death Knight Richard I in black armor stands proudly. Death Knight, Lionheart King, Grade, S/characteristics, Dark, Undead, Minions, Wild Animals, 1:1, Battlefield, Fighting Frenzy, Faluna, Choice, Anger Team. Forms 1. The 9th floor of the Tower of Knife Chim E size, 3M. Dash, it is courage to give up. Run away, Jack. Cowardly Lion. Originally, the Death Knight in my memory was a knight in black armor with a sleek body. Ebon armor, nails like 10 long swords, and movements that sway like a brutal wind. A boss monster with an attractive black mane that covers the neck, back, and waist like a cloak on the face of a dignified lion. However, oh my gosh, the appearance of this Death Knight that is amusing me now is slightly different from my memory. Like black gloves and a cloak. The flying mane, the nails like 10 long swords, and the unique powerful body of the lion series are all the same. However, his face was not the head of a majestic lion in my memory. Eyes ragged upwards. Only the whites are shiny and shiny. The red gums revealed without lips and sharp teeth protruding out of them. As soon as I saw those random, insane features, I opened my mouth and shouted. Rotten water. How come that crazy doppelganger is here? The rotten water in front of me is not a fake I play, but a real villain. The first thing I felt like AI could be crazy was that psycho monster. In the past, it is a good idea to let them run away without killing them. As I opened my mouth as if it were absurd, the Zodiac next to me bit my lips. All kinds of monsters from far away to catch the Death Knight. I pulled all of them. By the way, it looks like there was a strange one mixed with dogs. That's a bug monster created based on doppelganger's data. The body of a dog that caused abnormal mutations because the stacks of serial killings were piled up to the limit. I couldn't say that I made it. Meanwhile, The Zodiac heard me and swept his black head back once. Is that so? Fuss. Somehow, I've never seen such a grotesque guy before. He stared at me with dark circles and dark eyes a few times. When I almost got the Death Knight, I was stolen by him. I didn't notice it because it was mixed with a bunch of miscellaneous mobs, encroaching on the body in an instant. I made it happen. Somehow, the rotten water seemed to be moving by parasitic on Death Knight's body. I couldn't understand exactly what the mechanism was, but, first of all, one thing is clear. If you can't catch it, come out, losers. I beckoned to the Zodiac party. Fortunately, the Zodiac failed the Death Knight raid, so it's my turn now. Well, of course, that doesn't mean you can't let the Zodiac party nicely. You can steal the Death Knight, and like last time, you can attack when you're tired after the raid. I have to kill all of them. While I'm rolling my head, Yoon-Sol, Drake, and Jack-O-Lantern followed me. Oh, why did you run so fast? Well, lost. Are you an enemy? Quick. If you're an enemy, it's also my enemy. It is the Zodiac party who became a patty between our party and Death Knight. The Zodiac seemed to me with a begging expression, putting his hands together. Foofs. Hey, not really. Just ask for a look. We're all men in the middle now. Surely they look exhausted and tired. For a long time, he went around the map, collecting monsters, breaking quests, etc. It must have rained and defeated the miscellaneous mobs from the first floor to the 8th floor of the Tower of Cutlery, and finally went right before killing the boss Death Knight on the 9th floor. I do not know the accumulated fatigue, but it will be enormous. However, then, it's a better timing. Those things are not my knowledge. I am Deus Ex Machina's licorice, cutie hero, who is spreading the darkness of love and truth to prevent the destruction of this world, to protect the peace of this world. I'm lost. I'm Yoon-Sol. I am Drake. Hoa. It's a bit deadly for the opponent to take a surprise attack just after completing the raid, but what about? Those guys are the villains who are determined to ruin this game world. At this moment, I have to take revenge from the old Gordix raid. I just have to step on it whenever I see it. I am the Zodiac party in front of me, and he pulled out the shaving toward the Death Knight walking behind him. Kim Jong-un, who saw it, is full of teeth. Are you really going to try it? Once. Who only did it once? I'll do it 10 and 100 times until you all die. Hear me laughing and responding. A line of thread sprouted on Kim Jong-un's forehead. Well, there are all those guys. What do? Get rid of those perverts. As Kim Jong-un shouted, brothers Bang Cheol-woo and Bang Cheol-hae started running forward. Whoa. Grrrr. Two orc warriors throw heavy bodies and shoulder tackle. Why are you guys learning nothing? I laughed bloody and grabbed the two large bodies with both hands. Poop. At the same time, the reflected damage hit their bodies. Tough skin is torn and blood splatters. The sensation that the thick bones caught in my hands are broken. I threw two orcs back with both hands. And there was a jack-o'-lantern standing by with a volcano's scythe. Now, the next is you. I paid attention to Brother Bang and ran to the Zodiac right away. Foofs. Turn it off. Zodiac ran into me with black flames. In the narrow corridor, the Zodiac party and my party fought fiercely. The higher altitude is more advantageous if we fight battles with similar power, so at the beginning, the Zodiac group was pushing us little by little. However, the limitations quickly emerged. The Zodiac party was too tired of dealing with the Death Knight, and moreover, the target, the Death Knight, started attacking from behind. Oh. Rotten water. No, I'm going beyond rotten water now. A monster that would be more and more appropriate to be called righteousness, redemption, me, ghost, and so on. Unsure whether it was a Death Knight imitated or absorbed, this monster was walking down a long spiral corridor without hesitation, wielding 10 long blades. Poop. Furbillion. Every time he swings his arm, the hardstone wall is cut like tofu. Goes. The white face of the Zodiac who saw it turned even more pale. Move. Vicky. His temper is stretched out, so, get out of the way. It yelled at me like crazy. However, I'm in the mode of relentlessness guts. Why should I get out of the way? Time is on my side. If I take the time, the Zodiac party will be torn to pieces by the enemy Ghost Death Knight on their own. However, you crazy, then you become an X2. Become a Jot. The Zodiac was shouting really urgently. How come it sounds like a lie? Moment. Quackwang slash. A heavy seismic wave that happened out of nowhere shattered the entire corridor. Oops. I was thrilled with the memory suddenly passing through my mind. Yes, the Zodiac was right. Rumble. The walls, ceiling, and floor began to crumble. There was only one thing I overlooked. Jik. A monster that smashed hard ice and jumped out of it. It has a body that is huge enough to fill the entire 8th floor, raising its face and looking up at me. Human centipede, level, S/traits, dark, undead, minions, insects, devils, poisons, deadly battles, incubation, earthquake, capture, overeating, blood, rapid regeneration, breakout, assault, quarantine. Forms 1. The 8th floor of the Tower of Calcum. Yi size, 44 m. Death Knight is made of the corpse of a knight who had strong power and noble spirit in his lifetime. The bodies of heroes, who were so good that they left their names in the history of each race, were often stolen by Oz without knowing it, and then thrown into the shadows and processed into Death Knights. For this reason, if you dig into the graves of famous heroes in each country, most of them are empty. However, among them, there were those whose history was evaluated more generously than they actually were, and their bodies unfortunately failed to withstand the process of being processed into Death Knight and were destroyed. Death Dragon Oz dumped the corpses of numerous failed heroes into the garbage dump, but one day he decided to sew the damaged corpses into a long line. It was purely for entertainment. The anus of the person in front and the mouth of the person behind it are sewn with thread, and the mouth of the person behind it. Sew it with the anus of the person in front and attach it in a long line. This human centipede is the fusion of Death Knight's failures, the strange undead born in this way. A monster of bizarre shape, with the mouth and anus of many people connected in a line. As long as the body is, even the explanation is long. And I immediately recognize the identity of the person lying face down in front of this human centipede. It's Henry the Lion King, the father of Richard I, the king of Lionheart, and the last king of Sue and Guck. He was captured by Oz, the Death Dragon, and was joked to the very end. I only knew now why the Zodiac was so frustrating. Why didn't I grab the middle boss and just skipped it? Yeah. Fuck me, did you guys know? After temporarily freezing him, I was thinking of breaking the throat of the final boss and quickly falling out. I think the seal will be released right now. I had no choice but to nod at the cynical response of the Zodiac. Human centipedes are more difficult to deal with than S-class monsters, perhaps Harimaru. Even if I was like me, I would have wanted to avoid fighting this disgusting monster. Probably, using the same method that the Zodiac tried, skipped, and went right to catch the Death Knight. And this is the result. Death Knight in front, human centipede in the back. The final boss and the middle boss, respectively, united and attacked us. Quack quack wang. As the human centipede wriggles around his huge body, the stairs on the 9th floor completely collapse. Not only that, the 8th and 7th floors. Even the floors below it were swaying. I was confused by the floor that suddenly went out completely, and I was struggling. However, only the empty air is caught in the hand. Not only me, but also Yoon Sol and Drake, and even Jacko's lantern, which is Halloween characteristics, crashed. Not to mention the Zodiac party. Ah! There was no time to tell who was on whose side. We all crashed far below, and the remnants of the tower attacked us. Oh, Yin Sol reached out to me, but I couldn't hold it. Quack 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 quang. The massive rockfalls separated me from my friends. In the meantime, there was also a Zodiac, where I had a firm grip on the skin. Wow, you crazy guy? Why am I catching it? The Zodiac, which was brought to me, also fell apart from his colleagues. Ooh, and the Death Knight, who throws his whole body toward me like that. Rumble. Eventually, the remains of the tower divided all the beings here in two. Me and the Zodiac, and the enemy Ghost Death Knight. Yoon Sol and Drake, Jack-o'-lantern, and Kim Jong-un, Bang Cheol-woo, and Bang Cheol-hae brothers. And human centipede. What a terrible combination. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 350. Previous talk next.